At the age of over 50, Lin Yue, whose body has been drained by indulgence in wine, lust, and greed, finds himself unexpectedly transported to a world of cultivation, inhabiting the body of a menial disciple within a sect. To his astonishment, during the sect's partner selection assembly, he captures the attention of the sect's holy maiden. Faced with a perilous dilemma, agreeing to be the partner of the infatuated holy maiden, which would lead to the assassination of the sect's prodigy, or refusing and facing certain death at the hands of the holy maiden, he inadvertently awakens a choice system. Choice 1. Select no one and flee. Reward: 1 leg stretching stare pill, consuming which results in immediate demise. Choice 2. Reject Zhao Yuling. Reward: 1 breath of innate cowardice, which allows survival until the conclusion. Choice 3. Agree to cultivate with Zhao Yuling as a dual partner. Reward: a celestial level technique, the art of evasion, evolving the body into an innate Dao body and restoring him to his prime at the age of 20. Chapter 1. A fortuitous encounter, the unexpected awakening of the choice system. In the Tianyuan continent, at the Xiaoyao sect, on Xiaoyao Peak, the biennial partner selection assembly has entered its final stages. Wu Yuqin and Lu Shaoxing voluntarily become partners. With the dulcet tones of the sect's 7th elder, Wang Shuqing, a young couple departs hand in hand. Their intimacy palpable as the number of male disciples dwindles. Lin Yue stands aloof, barely awake, for he understands his position as merely a menial disciple. Who would be foolish enough to notice him? Having been summoned rather inexplicably, he recognizes his role as a mere backdrop for the other male disciples. Moreover, having traversed from the modern world, he has surpassed 50, his vitality squandered by indulgences, leaving him disinterested in romantic pursuits. At this moment, he yearns for the assembly to conclude swiftly, allowing him to retreat and indulge in a much-needed nap. As time passes, only 3 disciples remain. On the female side, the sole representatives are the sect leader Su Ningxuang's favored disciple and the holy maiden Zhao Yuling. Among the male disciples, apart from Lin Yue, stands Nangong Ting, the grandson of the sect's grand elder. Nangong Ting gazes at the stunning Zhao Yuling, a smile gracing his face as he muses, "Despite your repeated rejections, today you shall fall into my grasp." He is acutely aware of the sect's regulations. Any disciple over the age of 20 who fails to select a partner shall have one forcibly assigned by the elders. He knows that Zhao Yuling's birthday was yesterday, marking her entry into her 20s. Should she fail to choose a partner today, the elders will dictate her fate, and it will undoubtedly be decided by his grandfather. Thus, he has bided his time, allowing the other potential suitors to pass, knowing that the entire sect is aware of his affection for Zhao Yuling. Although other male disciples covet her beauty, they hesitate, weighing the consequences of challenging the authority of the grand elder, thereby refraining from contesting with Nangong Ting. Now, with only a menial disciple and himself left, Nangong Ting's imagination conjures images of Zhao Yuling beneath him, for she has but 2 choices remaining. He cannot fathom that she would prefer the menial over a prodigy like himself. Moreover, should she choose the menial, it is unlikely he would dare accept, unless he wishes to court death. Zhao Yuling stands there, her gaze scanning the 2 remaining candidates. Disgust fills her heart as she observes Nangong Ting's smug expression. Since her arrival at the sect, he has relentlessly pursued her, his efforts bordering on harassment. Without the protection of her master, she would have surely succumbed to his advances. Now, having broken through to the golden core stage, her cultivation surpasses Nangong Ting's foundation establishment late stage, finally liberating her from his clutches. "Do you truly believe you have me cornered? I would rather perish than grant you your wish." With this thought, she shifts her gaze to Lin Yue, who appears to be around 20 years of age. Though his attire is humble, his features are pleasing. Yet, upon closer inspection, she senses not a trace of spiritual energy emanating from him. Could he possibly be a natural-born failure incapable of cultivating? Yet this could work to my advantage. Should I choose him, not only would I evade the sect's enforced pairing, but I could also use him to shield myself from Nangong Ting's harassment. Moreover, with his apparent lack of cultivation, he would be easier to manipulate. What harm is there in pretending to be partners? Resolute in her decision, Zhao Yuling is interrupted as 7th elder Wang Shuqing inquires, "Holy maiden, have you made your choice?" In response to the 7th elder, "I have indeed made my selection. And who might that be?" "Him." As Zhao Yuling points to Lin Yue, a wave of astonishment ripples through the gathered crowd. They can scarcely believe that Zhao Yuling has chosen a menial disciple over the esteemed Nangong Ting. "Are you serious?" The 7th elder presses, and Zhao Yuling nods firmly, declaring, "I am serious and will not retract my choice." In the midst of this dramatic scene, Lin Yue, bewildered by the sudden attention, feels the weight of countless hostile gazes upon him, sending shivers down his spine. "What have I done to deserve this? Why are you all staring at me so?" He looks towards Zhao Yuling, thinking, "I acknowledge your beauty, but this is far too provocative. Moreover, given my current state, Even if I were to become your partner, I doubt I could handle it. After all, despite Lin Yue's youthful appearance since his arrival, his physical condition remains unchanged. Then, the seventh elder addresses Lin Yue. Lin Yue, the holy maiden Zhao Yuling wishes to be your partner. Do you accept? Lin Yue gazes into Nangong Ting's menacing eyes, initially inclined to refuse. However, upon seeing Zhao Yuling's own fierce gaze, which seems to communicate, if you dare to publicly humiliate me today, I shall ensure your suffering is eternal, he hesitates. To refuse Zhao Yuling in front of so many would be akin to public humiliation. Caught in this deadly predicament, Lin Yue falls into silence, unable to articulate a response. For him, the outcome feels predetermined. Ding. Sensing the turmoil within the host's heart, the choice system has been awakened for the host. At that moment, an ethereal voice resonates in Lin Yue's mind, causing his body to involuntarily shudder. A system? The coveted golden finger has finally arrived. After all, in the modern world, Lin Yue had often watched short dramas featuring protagonists endowed with systems, consistently achieving resounding success. With this thought, Lin Yue quickly inquires, what are the options? Choice 1. Select no one and flee. Reward. 1 leg stretching stare pill, consuming which results in immediate demise. Choice 2. Reject Zhao Yuling, rewarded with a breath of innate frustration, which may allow survival until the grand finale. Choice 3. Agree to become dual cultivation partners with Zhao Yuling, rewarded with the heavenly level technique of escape. Transforming the body into an innate Dao body and restoring it to the peak state of 20 years old. Chapter 2. False partners. Lin Yue contemplated these 3 options, naturally dismissing the first without a second thought. Although the second choice could ensure his survival, it was evident that refusing Zhao Yuling would undoubtedly lead to a dismal fate within the sect. The third choice, while incurring the wrath of the Grand Elder and Nangong Ting, would grant him the innate Dao body and restore his physique to its prime at the age of 20. Surely, he could once again at this thought. Lin Yue couldn't help but steal a glance at the enchanting Zhao Yuling standing opposite him. With bright eyes and pearly teeth, her complexion bore a striking resemblance to the youthful star Zhao Yaji from the Hong Kong and Taiwan film industry. If only I could be with her, Lin Yue mused. To die under the peony is to be a ghost of elegance. Moreover, with the escape technique, my life would be safeguarded. At that moment, Elder Wang Shuqing, the seventh elder, inquired once more, Lin Yue, have you decided whether to agree to become a partner with Zhao Yuling? I have made my decision. Sister Zhao is as beautiful as a celestial being. How could I possibly refuse? Upon hearing Lin Yue's words, the tension in Zhao Yuling's demeanor finally eased. After all, if Lin Yue had declined today, she would have become the laughingstock of the entire sect, not to mention the inability to escape the fate of being forcibly paired with an elder's chosen partner. Seeing Lin Yue's agreement, Nangong Ting's expression darkened instantly, his fury reaching a boiling point. He had initially believed that he would achieve his desires today, only to discover that Zhao Yuling would rather choose a sect servant than himself. What astonished him even more was that this servant had the audacity to accept. Nangong Ting glared at Lin Yue and Zhao Yuling, coldly declaring, very well. You shall soon pay the price for today's choice. With that, Nangong Ting swept away in anger. At that moment, Li Zhanyun, standing among the crowd, hurriedly parted the throng and followed closely behind. Brother, wait for me. Hearing Li Zhanyun's call, Nangong Ting halted, glaring and demanding, what foolish idea did you come up with to let that brat benefit so easily? Brother, do not be angry. I never anticipated things would turn out this way. However, Li Zhanyun intentionally left a suspenseful pause. But what? Speak quickly, Nangong Ting urged. Brother, this is not a place for discussion. Let us find a more secluded spot. As Li Zhanyun spoke, he led Nangong Ting to a quiet area, then said, even if that brat becomes the Saintess's partner, whether he lives to enjoy it remains uncertain. Moreover, do you not find the Saintess's choice today suspicious? What do you mean? Nangong Ting inquired. Li Zhanyun replied, that servant disciple possesses no cultivation at all. The Saintess likely chose him merely to evade the elder's arranged marriage. Surely, you do not believe she would genuinely dual cultivate with that servant. With this reminder, Nangong Ting finally grasped the situation, yet he still expressed concern. Regardless, I cannot shake the feeling of unease. If you are worried, let us eliminate him once and for all, Li Zhanyun suggested, making a slashing gesture. That would suffice. After all, he dared to publicly accept. At that moment, Lin Yue and Zhao Yuling pretended to hold hands as they departed. Upon arriving at Lin Yue's dwelling, Zhao Yuling abruptly released his grasp and coldly inquired, do you reside in this place? Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Lin Yue replied, I am merely a servant disciple. How could I live as splendidly as you, sister? He quickly added, however, you need not worry, now that I am your partner. I shall diligently cultivate and ensure I do not hinder you. After scrutinizing Lin Yue, Zhao Yuling remarked, With your lack of any spiritual energy fluctuations, if you could cultivate, you would have done so long before today. Hearing Zhao Yuling's disdainful words, Lin Yue thought, I am now an innate Dao body. Cultivating will yield results with half the effort. Surpassing those prodigies in the sect is merely a matter of time. Underestimate me, will you? Just wait and see how I punish you tonight. At that moment, Zhao Yuling continued, pack your belongings and move to my courtyard. However, I must warn you, my agreement to become your partner today is merely a strategic facade. Should you dare entertain any notions towards me, I will not spare you. Upon hearing Zhao Yuling's words, Lin Yue realized she merely viewed him as a shield, not out of genuine affection. He had initially hoped to gain such a beautiful wife without effort, only to find himself in a predicament and at odds with Nangong Ting. At this thought, Lin Yue, feeling somewhat stubborn, replied, if Sister Zhao looks down upon me, then what is the point of moving to your residence? I shall not go. As he spoke, he walked over to his bed and lay down. After all, he understood that since Zhao Yuling publicly chose him as her partner, even if he did not dual cultivate with her, they would still need to maintain appearances before others. He had intended to seize the opportunity to make things difficult for Zhao Yuling and gain some advantage. To his surprise, Zhao Yuling responded to his words with indifference. If you do not wish to go, then so be it. But I must caution you. By agreeing to become my partner today, you have fully offended Nangong Ting. Without my protection, he could send someone to kill you at any moment. Lin Yue's heart jolted upon hearing Zhao Yuling's words. How could I have forgotten this? Though he now possessed the escape technique, he could flee the monk but not the temple. He needed to find a place where they would think twice about confronting him. With this realization, Lin Yue reluctantly rose from his bed and replied, regardless, today's events stem from your actions, so it is only right that you ensure my safety. With that, Lin Yue began to gather his belongings, preparing to move to Zhao Yuling's courtyard. You need not pack so meticulously. As you are now publicly recognized as my partner, you can no longer dress as poorly as you do today. Tomorrow, I shall arrange for someone to make you several new outfits. Discard these old ones. Seeing Zhao Yuling's insistence, Lin Yue casually packed a few things and followed her to her residence, the fragrant courtyard. Upon reaching the fragrant courtyard, Zhao Yuling led Lin Yue into her room, stating, to maintain the facade, you will reside in my outer chamber. Immediately after, Zhao Yuling produced a pill from her possession and handed it to him, saying, this is the 7th grade cleansing marrow pill bestowed by my master, along with the Xian level technique, the mountain crushing fist, which I obtained by chance. Consider it a compensation from me. You may attempt to cultivate it. As Zhao Yuling finished speaking, she pointed her delicate finger at Lin Yue's forehead, and the entire set of the mountain crushing fist techniques materialized within Lin Yue's mind. Chapter 3. Brothers, Best Friends? Reflecting on his recent acquisition of the innate Dao body, and lamenting the lack of cultivation resources, Lin Yue unhesitatingly accepted the cleansing elixir, promptly placing it into his mouth. He then settled onto the ground to commence his cultivation. He understood that without the ability to protect himself, his life was perpetually at risk. Observing Lin Yue's earnest demeanor as he began his meditation, Zhao Yuling inwardly scoffed at his pretense. As Lin Yue initiated the flow of his technique, the elixir's potency surged within him like a tumultuous tide. The innate Dao body exhibited extraordinary absorptive capacity, swiftly decomposing and integrating the medicinal properties. A gentle luminescence began to emanate from his body, impurities expelled through his pores, transforming him as if he had undergone a rebirth. Zhao Yuling's initially disdainful gaze began to shift. She noted the intensifying glow surrounding Lin Yue, his aura growing increasingly stable and refined, causing her heart to skip a beat. As time passed, Lin Yue's presence ascended, the mundane energy dissipating, replaced by an ethereal Dao resonance. Zhao Yuling could no longer maintain her composure. Her eyes widened in disbelief. How could this be possible? Observing Lin Yue's transformation, she pondered whether he was truly not the innate waste she had presumed. Perhaps his prior lack of cultivation stemmed from his lowly status and scarcity of resources. This notion barely took root before she dismissed it. After all, the elixir she had given Lin Yue was a rare 7th-tier cleansing pill, capable of inducing notable changes within him. Contemplating that her master was still in seclusion, and her choice of Lin Yue as her partner at the Dao Companion Conference was tantamount to openly slapping Nangong Ting in the face. She feared retribution from the Nangong lineage. With this thought, Zhao Yuling turned and retreated to her quarters to cultivate. As dusk approached, Lin Yue gradually opened his eyes. Feeling invigorated, his body brimming with newfound strength, having cultivated the crumbling mountain fist to its 2nd level. Rising from the ground and stepping into the courtyard, he had yet to test the power of his technique when Guofeng, another disciple of the miscellaneous sect, walked in from outside. Congratulations, Brother Lin, on finding a worthy companion. Guofeng exclaimed. Brother Guo, you are too kind. Lin Yue replied. Elder Tin has sent me to summon you. He wishes to speak with you regarding an important matter. Lin Yue recognized that Elder Tin referred to Ling Cangzhou, the elder responsible for overseeing the miscellaneous disciples, and promptly responded, "Understood, I shall go at once." As he spoke, he followed Guofeng out of the fragrant courtyard, winding through various paths until they reached the medicinal garden at the rear of the carefree peak. Why does Elder Tin await me in the medicinal garden? Could there be some deception afoot? Lin Yue pondered, then inquired, "What does Elder Tin want with me in the garden?" Seeing Lin Yue's curiosity, Guofeng feigned calmness and replied, "You will know once you meet Elder Tin." From Guofeng's evasive demeanor, Lin Yue sensed something was amiss. "If you do not divulge more, I shall not proceed." At that moment, a voice echoed, questioning the haste of departure. As the words faded, two masked figures in dark attire emerged from the shadows. "Who are you?" Lin Yue inquired, to which one of the cloaked figures coldly replied, "Once you're dead, you will naturally find out." Upon hearing this, Lin Yue comprehended that the so-called 10th elder, who had summoned him, was merely a ruse to lure him into a trap. Without a doubt, he discerned the mastermind behind this plot. Aside from Nangong Ting, the host had been exceedingly cautious and had not offended anyone else. However, Lin Yue had already cultivated the mountain-crushing fist to its second level and was eager to test its potency. Moreover, with the cloak of invisibility at his disposal, he felt no anxiety, knowing he could escape if necessary. Yet, considering the camaraderie he had shared with Guofeng, who had always addressed him as a brother, Lin Yue found it intolerable that Guo would betray him. Resolutely, he turned to Guofeng and coldly questioned, "I have regarded you as a brother. Yet you led me into this trap? Blame yourself for overestimating your worth. You dared to agree to be the Saintess's partner. It is better for you to perish alone than for us all to accompany you to the grave." Had Guofeng exhibited even a hint of remorse, Lin Yue might have spared his life. Yet, observing his lack of contrition, Lin Yue acted decisively. Mountain-crushing fist. With those words, Lin Yue struck, sending Guofeng hurtling several meters away, crashing heavily to the ground. A mouthful of blood erupted from him, and he promptly lost consciousness. Witnessing Lin Yue's ability to propel Guofeng with a single strike, the two dark-clad figures were filled with astonishment. One questioned, "Aren't you supposed to be a powerless waste? How is this possible? I was indeed powerless before, but now I am not. So you have resorted to desperate measures," remarked the cloaked figure, as he and his companions swiftly moved to encircle Lin Yue. Meanwhile, Zhao Yuling, having concluded her meditation, emerged from the inner chamber only to discover that Lin Yue, who had been practicing outside, had inexplicably vanished. Where could he have gone? Is he unaware that Nangong Ting intends to deal with him? Initially resolved to disregard Lin Yue's fate, Zhao Yuling reconsidered. Had it not been for her, he would not have unwittingly drawn Nangong Ting's ire. With this thought, she decided to seek out Lin Yue. Yet, before she could step outside, a striking woman entered, carrying a jar of wine. "Congratulations, senior sister, on finding a partner. I have brought a fine vintage to celebrate." Realizing it was her junior sister, Yu Yuhong, Zhao Yuling replied, "I have merely chosen a servant as my partner. As long as you do not mock me, I shall be content. There is no need for celebration." "How can you say that? Others may not understand you, but I certainly do. Sister, your insistence on this course of action must be rooted in profound reasoning. Otherwise, how could you possibly overlook Brother Nangong in favor of that mere servant?" Zhao Yuling sighed with a wry smile and replied, "It seems that you know me well, junior sister." Meanwhile, Yu Yuhong had already placed the wine jar upon the table inside the room. "Junior sister, I must step out for a matter tonight. Rest assured, another day I shall treat you to a few fine drinks." Yu Yuhong chuckled, "Even if you have matters to attend to, there is no need to rush. You must at least share a couple of cups with me, so I may bask in your good fortune." Seeing Yu Yuhong's determination, Zhao Yuling reluctantly retrieved 2 wine cups and set them on the table, saying, "Junior sister, I truly have urgent business to attend to. We shall adhere to your suggestion of just 2 cups, but let us make haste." "As you wish, sister," Yu Yuhong replied, uncorking the wine jar and swiftly filling their cups, raising her glass and declaring, "Come, sister, cheers." After finishing her drink in one gulp, Zhao Yuling followed suit, downing her own cup. Observing Zhao Yuling drink, a subtle smile crept across Yu Yuhong's face as she thought, "Ah, tonight, once you have consumed this wine, your fate shall be sealed. Once Brother Ting has shattered your Taiyin sacred body, he shall no longer dwell on you." Chapter 4. Taiyin sacred body. As Yu Yuhong spoke, she stood and filled their cups once more, raising her glass and stating, "Now, sister, after this toast, I shall take my leave." "Very well." They both finished their drinks in unison. Yu Yuhong then added, "Since you have matters to attend to, I shall bid you farewell." After saying this, she rose to depart. Just as she exited the fragrant pavilion, a figure suddenly appeared, pulling Yu Yuhong into the shadows. "Did you succeed, junior sister?" Upon hearing Brother Nangong Ting's voice, Yu Yuhong sweetly replied, "Do not worry, Brother Ting. She has already downed 2 cups in quick succession. Tonight she is surely doomed." Then I thank you, junior sister. No need for thanks. Just remember to fulfill your promise to me. Rest assured, once I shatter her Taiyin sacred body and seize her Yuanyin tonight, I shall certainly honor my commitment to you. Just make sure of that. Of course. As Nangong Ting spoke, he couldn't resist planting a kiss on Yu Yuhong's cheek. Yu Yuhong, feeling delighted, covered the side of her face that he had just kissed and walked away with a heart full of joy. After Yu Yuhong's departure, Nangong Ting felt a surge of triumph, thinking, Zhao Yuling, have you not always ignored my advances? Tonight, after you consume my yin-yang harmony powder, let us see how you escape. At this moment, Nangong Ting's mind began to envision the scene of his cultivation soaring after shattering Zhao Yuling's Taiyin sacred body. Just then, Zhao Yuling emerged from the fragrant pavilion. Seeing this, Nangong Ting hurriedly approached her. Junior sister Zhao, where are you headed? Upon being questioned by Nangong Ting, Zhao Yuling coldly replied, where I go is none of your concern. Yet, she had a few words to share. Nangong Ting, it seems there is nothing left for us to discuss. After saying this, Zhao Yuling attempted to leave. At that moment, Nangong Ting was unwilling to let her go and immediately blocked her path, saying, Junior sister Zhao, are you in such a rush to seek that fellow named Lin? How do you know? She retorted, that is none of your business. I only wish to ask, what is so remarkable about that mere servant disciple that you would choose him over me? Upon hearing her words, Nangong Ting coldly responded, who I choose is my own freedom. It is not for you to dictate. With a sneer, Nangong Ting declared, this is your own doing. Do not blame me. Do you truly wish to confront me? Do you think that now that you have broken through to the Golden Core realm, I cannot contend with you? If you are unconvinced, feel free to come and test it. As Zhao Yuling spoke, she assumed a fighting stance, ready to engage in combat. Just then, a surge of heat enveloped her, and strange images filled her mind. Startled, Zhao Yuling realized that there was something amiss with the wine she had consumed. Struggling against the heat within her, she attempted to channel her spiritual energy to suppress the effects of the drug. However, the effects of the yin-yang harmonizing powder were overwhelming. And the more she tried to resist, the stronger the thoughts in her mind became. Seeing Zhao Yuling's flushed face and dazed eyes, Nangong Ting recognized that the drug had taken effect, and a triumphant smile spread across his face as he advanced closer. Zhao Yuling, where else can you flee? You might as well submit to me and spare yourself some suffering. You wish. I will kill you. Zhao Yuling struggled to suppress her desires, determined to defeat Nangong Ting in one decisive move. Yet, the more she struggled, the faster the drug's influence spread, and her consciousness began to blur. Noticing that Zhao Yuling was all bark and no bite, Nangong Ting understood that she was merely putting on a brave front. With this realization, he approached her as a predator would its prey. Zhao Yuling, this is all you're doing. Had you complied with me earlier, we would not have reached this point. Do you not fear the consequences when the sect leader learns of your actions? Zhao Yuling, out of options, resorted to invoking their master. Nangong Ting chuckled. Everyone in the Harmonious Union sect knows that you have broken through to the Golden Core realm, while I am merely in the early stages of foundation building. How could I possibly force you? Even if the sect leader were to find out, he would surely think you were the one seducing me. And do you not fear that I will kill you once I regain my senses? Zhao Yuling, do not try to intimidate me. Do not think I am unaware of your status as the sacred body of the Taiyin. That night, I was determined to shatter your primordial essence, thereby achieving a breakthrough to the Golden Core stage. At that moment, even if you wished to kill me, it would not be as effortless as you might think. As Nangong Ting spoke, he advanced towards Zhao Yuling. Despite her utmost efforts, Zhao Yuling found herself unable to suppress the malevolent thoughts surging within her, her body gradually losing control. Just as Nangong Ting was about to reach her, a sudden gust of wind rushed toward his back. There was no time to evade. Nangong Ting was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground, sustaining considerable injury. Struggling to rise, he cursed, demanding to know who had ambushed him and taunting them to reveal themselves. Almost immediately, he was struck again, his body soaring through the air once more. This time, as he landed, darkness enveloped him, and he succumbed to unconsciousness. Utilizing the art of evasion combined with the mountain-crushing fist, Lin Yue executed a series of successful sneak attacks before hastening to Zhao Yuling's side. At that moment, the effects of the drug within her body reached their peak, and Zhao Yuling, her consciousness fading, instinctively threw herself into Lin Yue's embrace. Without hesitation, she began to tear at his clothing. Seeing this, Lin Yue swiftly lifted her and carried her back to the bedroom of the fragrant pavilion. As soon as he laid Zhao Yuling upon the bed, she wrapped her arms around his neck. Faced with Zhao Yuling, who was now in a frenzied state, Lin Yue was tempted to indulge her desires. After all, such an opportunity to be close to a beauty as exquisite as she was rare. However, if he were to take advantage of her vulnerability, it would not only be morally reprehensible, but she had also warned him earlier that should he harbor any improper intentions towards her, she would not spare him. Moreover, Zhao Yuling was his greatest ally in this world. If he were to offend her, his prospects here could be irreparably damaged. Just as Lin Yue found himself caught in this moral quandary, a delicate chime resonated in his mind. The system detected the host's dilemma and presented three options. Option 1. Depart immediately, disregarding Zhao Yuling's fate. Reward: 1 breakthrough pill, which will elevate your cultivation by 1 level upon consumption. Option 2. Submerge Zhao Yuling in cold water to detoxify her. Reward: 1 swift escape talisman, which allows you to evade an attack from any practitioner below the Mahayana stage once. Option 3. Engage in dual cultivation with Zhao Yuling. Reward: 1 superior grade Enin dual cultivation technique, elevating your cultivation directly to the mid-stage of foundation establishment. Chapter 5. Could he be a primal Dao body? Lin Yue contemplated these 3 options, realizing that while the breakthrough pill was appealing, his current cultivation was merely at the mid-stage of qi refinement. Consuming it to advance to the late stage would yield little benefit. After all, he understood that the individuals arranged by Nangong Ting tonight had failed to eliminate him and would undoubtedly not rest until they succeeded, surely sending more assassins to covertly target him. Moreover, how could he bear to watch Zhao Yuling, consumed by desire, perish before his eyes? Despite the immense hatred she had caused him and the fact that she had merely made him her false partner, her exquisite beauty compelled him to intervene. The second option appeared appealing, allowing him to detoxify her without merging with her and also granting him a teleportation talisman. However, having already acquired the art of evasion, the talisman seemed less significant, especially since it was singular and would be expended after 1 use. After much contemplation, Lin Yue concluded that the third option was the most advantageous. This choice not only presented an opportunity to embrace her, thus alleviating the long-standing regrets in his heart, but it would also elevate his cultivation to the mid-foundation stage. In the future, should he confront Nangong Ting directly, he would possess the strength to contend. Furthermore, the prospect of acquiring a celestial dual cultivation technique was enticing. Even the Xianyang sect, known for its ambiguous morality, might not possess such techniques. Should he truly master the Yinyang Wujigong, he would find it effortless to enhance his cultivation through intimate relations with women. The allure of the third option was undeniably overwhelming, rendering the first 2 choices insipid by comparison. At that moment, Zhao Yuling's consciousness began to blur further, her behavior growing increasingly frenzied, her delicate, lotus-like arms wrapped tightly around Lin Yue's neck, pulling him onto her. Their lips inadvertently met in a soft collision. Having indulged with countless women before his transmigration, Lin Yue was no stranger to such scenarios and found it impossible to resist. After all, she had initiated this entanglement. He could hardly be blamed. With this thought, Lin Yue began to willingly reciprocate Zhao Yuling's fervor, hastily removing both their garments. Approximately an hour later, the once fervent sounds of their breaths began to wane. Zhao Yuling's previously hazy gaze gradually cleared. Upon realizing her unclad form lying beside Lin Yue on her bed, her face flushed crimson. Following this realization, a resounding slap echoed through the room as Zhao Yuling struck Lin Yue's face. "How dare you take advantage of me in such a vulnerable state? I shall have your life for this." Seeing the fury etched on Zhao Yuling's face, Lin Yue, nursing his cheek, protested. "But it was you who embraced me and wouldn't let me leave. You were the one being proactive the entire time. Why must the blame fall solely on me?" Upon hearing Lin Yue's words, Zhao Yuling paused, her mind racing back to the events preceding her loss of consciousness. Though fully aware that she had wronged Lin Yue, Zhao Yuling stubbornly retorted, "That does not give you the right to take advantage of me and leave me here without my clothes." Upon hearing this, Lin Yue promptly rose to gather his scattered garments from the floor before exiting to the outer chamber. As he walked away, he muttered softly, "They say men are quick to deny their responsibilities after a tryst. It appears women are no different." After Lin Yue departed, Zhao Yuling gazed at the lingering plum blossom left on the bed, feeling a twinge of regret. "Nangong Ting, you shall pay for this. I will have my revenge for tonight's events." Reflecting on the earlier incident, she had come to suspect that the aphrodisiac coursing through her veins stemmed from the jar of wine brought by Yu Yuhong. "Yu Yuhong, how foolish of me to consider you a close sister, only for you to conspire with Nangong Ting against me. I shall demand an explanation from you come morning." In the depths of her thoughts, Zhao Yuling was beset by further remorse, lamenting her momentary lapse that had led her into Nangong Ting's trap. From the moment she entered the academy, her master, Su Ningxuang, had informed Zhao Yuling that she was a rare Taiyin sacred body. Engaging in dual cultivation with ordinary men could significantly enhance their prowess, but would inevitably compromise her own foundation unless her partner was an innate Dao body. Su Ningxuang had repeatedly warned her against revealing her identity as a Taiyin sacred body to avoid unnecessary troubles and advised her not to hastily choose a Dao partner, lest her foundation be compromised. Hence, she had delayed her choice of a partner until the age of 20, and even selecting Lin Yue was merely to serve as a shield. With these thoughts swirling in her mind, Zhao Yuling promptly sat cross-legged on the bed to meditate, seeking to ascertain whether her foundation had been damaged. At that moment, she sensed a powerful force rising steadily from her dantian, surging forth to impact her meridians. What could this mean? For upon inspecting her internal condition, it seemed her foundation was not only intact, but also showed signs of a breakthrough. Furthermore, she could feel that force was remarkably potent, potentially allowing her to ascend from the early stage of the Golden Core realm directly to the nascent soul realm. With this realization, Zhao Yuling gently closed her eyes, channeling her energy to guide that force into her meridians. Before long, faint golden light began to radiate from her body. When she reopened her eyes, they sparkled with astonishment. Though she had not directly advanced to the nascent soul realm, she had nonetheless traversed 2 minor stages within the Golden Core realm, achieving the pinnacle of Golden Core perfection, now just a step away from the nascent soul realm. What could this mean? Her master had previously stated that engaging with an ordinary man would surely damage her foundation. Yet, why had her cultivation not only remained unscathed, but had instead experienced such remarkable growth? Could it be that he was the fabled innate Dao body? As this thought crossed her mind, Zhao Yuling felt a flicker of doubt. After all, Lin Yue had always been an inconspicuous servant within the sect. If he truly possessed an innate Dao body, how could both his master and the elders of the sect remain oblivious? Moreover, if he were indeed an innate Dao body, would he not have soared to great heights long ago, rather than meekly serving as a mere servant disciple? Yet if he is not, then how does one explain all of this? Furthermore, how did he manage to rescue himself from Nangong Ting? Confronted with a cascade of such questions, Zhao Yuling found herself utterly perplexed. After contemplating this, she stifled a yawn and resolved to take a nap. As for whether he is an innate Dao body, I shall discern this by testing him tomorrow. Chapter 6. The test. Lin Yue emerged from the inner room and reclined on the bed in the outer room. Reflecting on the earlier scene, his heart soaring with exhilaration. Over the years, he had been drained of all desires by the indulgences of modern society, and had long since become indifferent to worldly pleasures. To his astonishment, he found himself not only restored to the peak condition of his 20s, but, with the enhancement of the Yin-Yang Wujigong, surpassing even that. He could not help but sigh in appreciation of youth. He understood that, regardless of Zhao Yuling's internal sentiments, the recent encounter had firmly established their bond as partners in the Dao. Moreover, his cultivation had now reached the mid-stage of foundation establishment, granting him a fundamental ability to protect himself. His next task was to earn Zhao Yuling's heartfelt recognition as his Dao partner. Meanwhile, Nangong Ting had awakened from his stupor. Who dares to ambush me? If I uncover their identity, I shall ensure they meet a gruesome fate. As he cursed inwardly, he gazed towards the nearby fragrant pavilion. He realized that enough time had passed. The poison afflicting Zhao Yuling should have already been resolved. If he approached now, he would likely become nothing more than a punching bag for her frustrations. As for whether Zhao Yuling had been violated, he could only arrange for someone to inquire about it the next day. With that thought, Nangong Ting staggered back to his residence, only to find Li Zhanyun waiting for him. Upon seeing Nangong Ting return, Li Zhanyun approached with a sheepish grin, exclaiming, "Congratulations, senior brother, on fulfilling your desires this evening." "Congratulations, my foot. I didn't even lay a finger on that wretched Zhao Yuling." Nangong Ting retorted, "How could I be gone for so long without achieving anything? Perhaps that wine sent by Yu Yuhong was never even consumed?" Hearing this, Nangong Ting felt even more frustrated inside. She did drink it, and everything seemed poised for success, but I have no idea who struck me from behind and knocked me out. Who is so audacious as to ambush senior brother? If I find out who it is, I shall ensure they meet a gruesome end," Nangong Ting declared. He then turned to Li Zhanyun and inquired, "What are the tasks I assigned you? Is that brat dead yet?" Li Zhanyun replied, "That brat is merely a powerless servant of the sect. I sent 2 people after him. How could he possibly survive?" "That is well," Nangong Ting responded. The following morning, Zhao Yuling emerged from the inner chamber to find Lin Yue already awake in the outer room. She was just contemplating inquiring how he had rescued her from Nangong Ting the previous night when Yu Yuhong walked in. Zhao Yuling thought to herself, "I was just about to seek you out for an accounting, yet here you are, presenting yourself." However, before she could utter a word, Yu Yuhong sneezed twice in quick succession and asked, "Senior sister, are you all right after drinking last night?" She continued, "I don't know what happened, but after I returned home, I felt unbearably hot and had to soak in cold water for 2 hours before feeling better. You brought the wine. Shouldn't you know what it's about?" Noticing that Zhao Yuling remained skeptical despite her explanation, Yu Yuhong added, "That jar of wine was given to me by brother Nangong when I came over last night. He claimed it was a fine aged brew. I didn't think much of it and accepted it. Who would have guessed it would turn out like this?" Although Zhao Yuling did not entirely believe Yu Yuhong's explanation, she realized that pressing the matter further would likely yield no admission of fault. With this in mind, Zhao Yuling replied, "Indeed, the wine was unbearable, but fortunately, Lin Yue was there, and I recovered swiftly." Upon hearing Zhao Yuling's words, Yu Yuhong finally noticed Lin Yue beside her. Initially taken aback, she then asked, "So, you are my senior sister's partner, Lin Yue?" From their previous conversation, Lin Yue had discerned that the aphrodisiac Zhao Yuling had consumed had been administered by the woman before him. He coldly responded, "And what of it? Though he possesses a handsome visage, his demeanor seems somewhat unworthy of my sister." Before Lin Yue could respond further, Zhao Yuling interjected, "Clothes make the man, and a horse is known by its saddle. Lin Yue just moved in yesterday, and I haven't had the chance to provide him with proper attire. I am on my way to arrange for some new garments for him, so I shall take my leave of you, junior sister." Having said this, Zhao Yuling disregarded Yu Yuhong's presence and departed with her maid, Xiaohe. Seeing Zhao Yuling leave, Yu Yuhong felt it was inappropriate to linger any longer. With everyone gone, the entire fragrant breeze courtyard fell silent, and Lin Yue immediately sat cross-legged on the bed to cultivate and recuperate. After last night's events, he felt an immense surge of spiritual energy within him and attempted to practice the crumbling mountain fist, easily advancing to the 4th level. Just then, 2 uninvited guests arrived at the door, Nangong Ting and his junior disciple, Li Zhanyun. They had just learned from Yu Yuhong that Lin Yue was not only alive, but also unharmed. Upon inquiry, they discovered that the 2 disciples dispatched to deal with Lin Yue had not returned all night. It was evident that they had perished. What a bunch of useless fools. Unable to eliminate even a mere unskilled servant disciple, their demise was well-deserved. Listening to Li Zhanyun's tirade, Nangong Ting pondered thoughtfully, Lin Yue is not dead, and he is currently residing in the fragrant pavilion, unharmed. Could the person who ambushed me last night be him? How is that possible? He is nothing but a worthless individual devoid of any cultivation. How could he possess such capabilities? But what if he is merely feigning weakness to deceive us? My senior brother is taking him far too seriously. After all, he is merely a menial worker of the sect. Can he truly defy fate? The truth will reveal itself if we test him. After all, I just heard Yu Yuhong mention that Zhao Yuling left with her maid, Xiaohe, leaving Lin Yue alone in the fragrant pavilion. Nangong Ting recognized this as a golden opportunity to probe Lin Yue and could no longer contain his eagerness. So he brought Li Zhanyun along. "Lin Yue, come out." With Li Zhanyun's voice echoing, Lin Yue leisurely emerged from within the house. "This early in the morning, I thought that dog was unleashed, barking madly in the courtyard. Turns out it was you." Although his current cultivation was inferior to Nangong Ting's, he was already capable of putting up a fight. Moreover, he understood that since Nangong Ting harbored intentions to kill him, no amount of courtesy on his part would spare him from harm. Seeing Lin Yue audaciously speak such words, before Nangong Ting could respond, Li Zhanyun lost his composure first. "You brat, you seek death," Li Zhanyun shouted, his right hand suddenly sweeping out, unleashing an invisible stream of true energy aimed directly at Lin Yue. Chapter 7. The second test. Lin Yue scoffed, effortlessly sidestepping the attack with a casual movement. Following that, he bellowed, channeling the 2nd level of the mountain-crushing fist, his right fist striking towards Li Zhanyun with the force of a mountain. In Li Zhanyun's mind, Lin Yue was merely a worthless individual devoid of cultivation, and he never anticipated Lin Yue could evade his attack so easily. As Lin Yue's mountain-crushing fist approached, Li Zhanyun hurriedly raised his hand to defend. With a resounding crash, Li Zhanyun was jolted backward, nearly sent flying. "You brat, you are not as worthless as I thought." Lin Yue chuckled, "Compared to someone like you, I am certainly not worthless." Upon hearing Lin Yue's audacious mockery, Li Zhanyun was filled with uncontrollable fury. "You brat, I will kill you." After declaring this, Li Zhanyun transformed into a bolt of lightning, unleashing all his strength to attack Lin Yue. Lin Yue, witnessing this, shouted, 4th level mountain-crushing fist. As he unleashed the punch, the air seemed to warp from the force, and a powerful wave surged forth. Li Zhanyun felt an overwhelming force rushing toward him, and realizing it was too late to retract his assault, he hastily gathered all his spiritual energy to form a protective shield in front of him. Boom! Lin Yue's fist struck heavily against the shield, causing cracks to instantly appear, spreading like a spider's web. Li Zhanyun was shaken by the force, his blood surging violently, and he could not suppress a mouthful of blood that erupted forth. In an instant, his body uncontrollably flew backward, crashing heavily onto the distant ground. Witnessing this astonishing scene, Nangong Ting's eyes flickered with surprise. He could scarcely believe that Lin Yue had managed to send Li Zhanyun flying with a single punch. After all, Li Zhanyun had already reached the early stage of foundation establishment, making him one of the elite among his peers. To think that a mere servant-disciple possessed such prowess. "It appears I have underestimated you, young man." With that, Nangong Ting extended his right hand into the air, and soon a gleaming sword materialized in his grasp. He then propelled himself forward with a swift motion, his sword dancing in the air, creating several illusory sword shadows aimed at Lin Yue's vital points. Lin Yue understood that his cultivation was merely a minor realm below Nangong Ting's, yet he had the strength to engage in battle, instilling within him a sense of fearlessness. As Nangong Ting's sword technique approached, he promptly activated his escape technique to evade the attack. At that moment, a sharp voice rang out from above. How dare you? The fragrant pavilion is not a place for you to wreak havoc. A striking figure descended from the sky, effortlessly parrying Nangong Ting's assault with a sweep of her sword. Nangong Ting, taken aback by the ease with which his attack was thwarted, looked up to see that the newcomer was none other than Zhao Yuling. Junior sister, what brings you back? He queried. Zhao Yuling, coldly responding, said, so you presumed that this holy maiden's absence would embolden you to bully junior brother Lin? Junior sister, do not misunderstand. He injured junior brotherly first, and I merely intended to teach him a lesson. Your words are quite charming. Do not think I am unaware. You all came to the fragrant pavilion today solely to trouble him. Please, junior sister, we genuinely mean no harm. If you do not believe us, we shall take our leave at once. Upon hearing Nangong Ting's words, Zhao Yuling replied icily. Do you truly think that the fragrant pavilion is a place you may enter and exit at your leisure? Furthermore, I have yet to settle accounts with you regarding last night's incident, and now you come knocking at my door. With that, Zhao Yuling's sword transformed into a streak of lightning, hurtling toward Nangong Ting. His eyes widened in shock as he fixated on the swiftly approaching blade, an inexplicable fear surging within him. His pupils constricted suddenly, as if time itself had frozen in that instant. However, fear did not strip him of his reason. In a split second, Nangong Ting swiftly sidestepped, striving to evade the lethal strike. Yet, the sword's speed was far too swift. Although he barely avoided the blade, he was still swept by the sword's wind. With a sharp sound, his garments were instantly torn, and a gruesome gash appeared on his body, blood seeping forth and staining his clothes. How have you become so powerful? He questioned in disbelief. Zhao Yuling, however, paid him no mind, a cold smirk playing upon her lips. Yet the long sword in hand showed no signs of hesitation. Instead, it gracefully twisted, the blade blossoming like snowflakes, densely piercing toward the vital points surrounding Nangong Ting. Faced with Zhao Yuling's tempestuous onslaught, Nangong Ting felt an overwhelming sense of despair, desperately darting left and right, struggling to evade the myriad shadows of swords. His breath grew increasingly labored, sweat trickling down his forehead and soaking his garments. Suddenly, Zhao Yuling accelerated, her sword striking like lightning, aimed directly at Nangong Ting's throat. This blow came as swiftly as a gale, with the force of thunder. Nangong Ting barely had time to react. As the sword tip drew perilously close to his throat, his mind went blank. In this life and death moment, instinctively, he summoned all his strength to raise his sword horizontally, attempting to block the impending fatal strike. Clang! A crisp metallic clash resonated as their swords met, sending a spark flying. However, just as Nangong Ting believed he had successfully parried the blow, Zhao Yuling's left hand suddenly swept forward like a streak of silk, assaulting him from the front. This time, there was no escape for Nangong Ting. His body flew backward like a kite severed from its string. Upon hitting the ground, he felt his internal energy surge violently, and a mouthful of blood erupted from his lips. Witnessing this captivating scene, Lin Yue, standing behind, couldn't help but exclaim, "My lady is formidable." Hearing Lin Yue's voice, Zhao Yuling slowly turned her head, her eyes narrowing as she cast a glance at him. Then, like a wraith, she flashed to stand before Nangong Ting. The sword in her hand pointed straight at his chest, the tip mere inches from his heart. With the slightest exertion, she could pierce through it. You cannot kill me." Nangong Ting's face turned ashen, cold sweat beading on his forehead as he gazed fearfully at Zhao Yuling, his voice trembling. In response to his pleas for mercy, Zhao Yuling's expression bore no trace of compassion. Her beautiful eyes remained icy, reminiscent of ancient glacial ice, sending chills through one's very soul. "Last night, you dared to drug me. How could I possibly let you off so easily?" Zhao Yuling's voice was as frigid and merciless as a voice from the depths of hell. Sensing the murderous intent radiating from Zhao Yuling, Nangong Ting felt a shiver of death creeping into his heart. "If you kill me today, my grandfather will not spare you." A hint of desperation colored Nangong Ting's voice as he attempted to leverage his grandfather for his own reprieve. Zhao Yuling was well aware that Nangong Ting's grandfather was the esteemed elder Nangong Ao, which instilled a degree of apprehension within her. She understood that should she indeed take Nangong Ting's life today, Nangong Ao would undoubtedly seek vengeance. Contemplating this, Zhao Yuling coldly declared, "Today, I may spare you. But should you dare to covet this holy maiden and Lin Shidi in the future, I will assuredly render you powerless." Upon concluding her words, Zhao Yuling swiftly retracted her longsword. Nangong Ting rose from the ground as if granted a reprieve, scrambling to escape alongside Li Zhanyun in a rather disheveled state. Once they had fled to a safe distance, Lin Yue expressed his gratitude to his wife for defending him. Hearing Lin Yue address her as wife, Zhao Yuling shot him a glare and coldly inquired, "How did you manage to defeat Li Zhanyun today, when yesterday you possessed no cultivation whatsoever?" Chapter 8. Nangong Yuyan. From Zhao Yuling's remarks, Lin Yue discerned that she had likely been nearby when Nangong Ting and the others arrived, remaining concealed until now. Contemplating this, Lin Yue replied with a smile. Indeed, prior to yesterday, my husband wielded no cultivation. However, after you bestowed upon me the manual for the crumbling mountain fist and the 7th grade cleansing elixir, I was suddenly endowed with power. Is it truly plausible that one could defeat a foundational stage cultivator after merely a day of training? Zhao Yuling questioned skeptically. In response to her doubts, Lin Yue casually remarked, perhaps it is simply because my innate talent is exceptional, allowing for swift comprehension. Such a feat seemed implausible to Zhao Yuling. She understood that for an ordinary cultivator, even a decade of rigorous training to reach the foundational stage would render them a prodigy within their sect. Yet, upon reflection, she recalled her master had mentioned the benefits of the Taiyin sacred body's primaline, which significantly aids male cultivators in their ascent. This realization led her to conclude that Lin Yue's rapid advancement was indeed tied to the events of the previous night. With this understanding, Zhao Yuling felt a sense of relief. It was then she remembered Lin Yue repeatedly addressing her as wife and coldly remarked, "Our relationship is merely nominal, henceforth. When in the absence of outsiders, do not call me wife again, lest you wish to face my ire." "Whatever you say, my dear," Lin Yue retorted. "You still dare to call me?" "Forgive me, it was unintentional." Zhao Yuling said no more and retreated to her inner chambers. Observing her departing figure, Lin Yue mused. This woman is indeed contradictory. If she harbors no feelings for me, why did she come to my aid earlier? What pretense is this? I, a modern-day romantic, refuse to believe I cannot win over this naive young lady. However, considering the events of the previous night, when Zhao Yuling had been in a state of madness, it was no surprise she retained no memory. Lin Yue thought to himself, once you savor the sweetness of affection, you shall no longer regard me with such hostility. Meanwhile, Nangong Ting and Li Zhanyun, supporting one another, returned to their courtyard, their anger intensifying with each moment. They had not anticipated Zhao Yuling's return, nor could they fathom that Lin Yue was not only not a waste, but could also best Li Zhanyun in combat. "Brother, shall we simply let this matter rest?" Li Zhanyun questioned incredulously. "How is that even conceivable? Moreover, I suspect the one who ambushed me last night was that very fool. Yet now it appears Zhao Yuling's cultivation has significantly increased. How shall we contend with this? Regardless, that young man possesses an unsettling aura. If he is not dealt with promptly, I cannot shake off the feeling of unrest. In light of this, my disciple has a suggestion. Why not have my senior brother incite discord between that young man and the Saintess? Perhaps this could lead to the Saintess casting him aside. In that case, summon Yu Yuhong for me." Upon hearing this, Li Zhanyun shook his head and replied that Yu Yuhong had drugged the Saintess last night, and the Saintess likely already sensed it. If we send her again, she may not be believed. But if we do not send her, who else can we dispatch? As they conversed, a striking young woman, around 16 or 17 years of age, entered the room. "Brother, Li Shixiang, what has transpired?" Upon her arrival, Nangong Ting's countenance brightened momentarily, only to be clouded by a frown soon after. "Yenner, do not mention it. Just moments ago, someone assaulted your brother." The young woman's eyes widened in shock, and with fierce determination, she demanded, "Who dares to harm you? I shall seek retribution immediately." This young woman was none other than Nangong Ting's sister, Nangong Yuyan, a prodigy second only to Zhao Yuling within their sect, and she possessed the pinnacle of foundation establishment. "Sister, do not act rashly. You are no match for her." Nangong Yuyan contemplated for a moment and replied, "You must be referring to senior sister Zhao, correct?" Nangong Ting nodded, affirming, "Indeed, that is her." Having confirmed her suspicion, Nangong Yuyan scratched her head and remarked, "Although senior sister Zhao is known for her aloof demeanor, she is quite reasonable in her actions. Why would she strike you without cause?" Before Nangong Ting could respond, Li Zhanyun interjected, "What you may not know, junior sister, is that during yesterday's partner selection event, the Saintess inexplicably agreed to become a partner with a mere sect servant. It is quite the scandal. Such a thing occurred. You have been in seclusion these past few days, so you are unaware. My senior brother and I were concerned that the Saintess might be deceived, so we intended to assess the situation. To our surprise, before we could utter more than a few words, that young man struck first." Li Zhanyun feigned grievance. "Li Shixiang, you cannot be serious. A mere sect servant managed to best you?" "Absolutely. Even I am baffled by this development. Yesterday he had no cultivation, yet today he seems remarkably formidable. What sorcery has he mastered? I cannot say for certain. But your brother was about to confront that young man in my defense when he was fortuitously interrupted by the returning Saintess, who then struck him. So, senior sister Zhao must think you were bullying that young man, which is why she intervened," Li Zhanyun remarked. "Thus, the Saintess bears no blame. If anyone is to be held accountable, it is that scheming individual. This will not do. I must go speak with senior sister Zhao and clarify matters," warning her to be cautious of that young man. As Nangong Yuyin resolved to leave, Nangong Ting quickly grasped her arm, saying, "Sister, do not go. It would be of little use. Now, Sister Zhao has been swayed by that young man. So how could she possibly believe your words? What shall we do? Perhaps we should report this matter to grandfather and the other elders, claiming that he has been secretly practicing demonic arts, endangering our sect, and let grandfather deal with him. Brother, why didn't I think of this sooner? I will inform grandfather right away." Having said this, Nangong Yuyin hurriedly left the room. After her departure, Nangong Ting thought to himself regarding Lin Yue. Regardless of whether you previously feigned ignorance or truly possess extraordinary talent, your ability to defeat Li Zhanyun in a single night of foundational cultivation leaves you without a defense concerning your practice of demonic arts. Meanwhile, Lin Yue lay in his bed sleeping soundly when Xia He rushed in with 2 sets of clothing. After waking Lin Yue, Xia He said, "Young Master Lin, these garments are prepared for you by the Saintess. Please change into them when you have the chance." Observing the attire she offered, Lin Yue noted the exquisite style, fine fabric, and superb craftsmanship, indicating they must have cost a fortune. He accepted the garments, contemplating that this young lady, while appearing cold on the surface, was quite thoughtful in her actions. Once Xia He departed, Lin Yue promptly donned the new clothes she had brought. Just as he intended to enter the inner room to express his gratitude to Zhao Yuling, he heard a voice from outside calling, "Who is Lin Yue? Come out at once. The elders summon you to the law enforcement hall." Chapter 9. Accusations without basis. Upon hearing the voice, Lin Yue immediately deduced it was another scheme by Nangong Ting. It seemed he had suffered a setback here and was now invoking his grandfather. However, with the system at his disposal, Lin Yue felt a newfound confidence. With this thought, he stepped outside. As he reached the courtyard, Zhao Yuling followed closely behind. Observing the 4 disciples standing in the courtyard, before Lin Yue could speak, Zhao Yuling inquired, "What business do you have with Lin Yue?" The leading disciple clasped his hands and replied, "Greetings, Saintess. We were commanded by the Grand Elder to summon Lin Yue to the law enforcement hall." Zhao Yuling understood that with their master in seclusion, the affairs of the sect were overseen by the Grand Elder and a few others. However, she was unaware of the specific matter for which they sought Lin Yue. "We are merely carrying out orders and know nothing more. If the Saintess wishes to know, you may inquire with the Grand Elder directly." Seeing she could not elicit further information, Zhao Yuling glanced at Lin Yue, her expression stoic as she said, "With me here. You need not fear. I will accompany you." Hearing her words, Lin Yue felt a surge of joy, realizing that despite her cold demeanor, she was indeed protective of him at crucial moments. As he pondered this, Lin Yue followed Zhao Yuling and the 4 disciples to the law enforcement hall. Upon arrival, he saw 2 elderly men with white beards seated in authority. They were the Grand Elder Nangong Ao and the 2nd Elder Huangfu Duan. Flanking them were the 3rd Elder Yang Yunyun, the 4th Elder Lu Xingyan, the 5th Elder Li Yunu, and the 6th Elder Qi Yuntian. Although both are elders of the sect, the Grand Elder Nangong Ao holds a higher status than the 2nd Elder Huangfu Duan, placing him in a position of relative superiority. Upon seeing Lin Yue and Zhao Yuling enter from outside, Nangong Ao's expression darkened as he coldly inquired, "Are you the sect's errand disciple, Lin Yue?" Lin Yue replied with neither humility nor arrogance, "Indeed, I am the disciple." Nangong Ao questioned, "As far as I know, you possessed no cultivation before yesterday. Is this not so?" "That is indeed the case," Lin Yue affirmed. "Then this morning, you injured the inner sect disciple Li Zhanyun. Did that occur?" "He struck first. I had no choice but to retaliate," Lin Yue explained. "Last night, 2 outer sect disciples and 1 errand disciple were killed in the herb garden on the back mountain. Was that also your doing?" Lin Yue clarified, "Indeed, but they lured me there with the intent to kill me. I acted solely in self-defense." Seeing Lin Yue openly confess to his actions, Nangong Ao's expression grew even grimmer. "Since you admit it, it saves me the effort of arguing with you. I shall not discuss the rightness or wrongness of your actions. I merely wish to ask how, having had no cultivation until yesterday, you managed to defeat an inner sect disciple at the early stage of foundation establishment today?" In response to Nangong Ao's words, Lin Yue retorted with indifference, "Before yesterday, I indeed had no cultivation due to the lack of methods and resources. Do you suppose I possess them now?" "Indeed," Lin Yue continued. "After I became a Dao partner with the Holy Maiden yesterday, she bestowed upon me a 7th-grade marrow-cleansing pill and a foundational technique, the Crumbling Mountain Fist. Following my training, I naturally acquired my abilities. This is sheer nonsense. How could a mere errant disciple possibly establish a foundation overnight merely by relying on a high-quality pill and a low-grade technique? This is utterly ludicrous." Faced with Nangong Ao's skepticism, Lin Yue boldly countered, "What is so impossible about it? Perhaps my comprehension is simply superior." Nangong Ao scoffed, his face twisted with disdain. "Establishing a foundation overnight. Even I, having lived for over a century, have never heard of such a thing. I suspect you have secretly practiced some nefarious art. absorbing the cultivation of those two outer sect disciples last night, which is how you established your foundation overnight. Since the Grand Elder has made up his mind, I have nothing further to say. At this point, Lin Yue understood that even if he revealed the entirety of the system's workings, Nangong Ao might not believe him. Moreover, given that Nangong Ao was the grandfather of Nangong Ting, who could say if he was intentionally seeking to create trouble for him? As Nangong Ao perceived Lin Yue's continued defiance, his expression darkened to an extreme, and an invisible pressure descended upon Lin Yue like a mountain. Feeling this overwhelming force, Lin Yue struggled to breathe, as if his body were pinned beneath a colossal weight, and his legs began to tremble involuntarily. Having just traversed into this world and awakened the system, could it be that I am to perish so soon? Lin Yue thought, inwardly calling out, "System, why do you not intervene?" At this moment, the ethereal voice once again resonated within Lin Yue's mind, revealing that the host had awakened the choice system, which could only assist the host during moments of indecision. In the current predicament, even the system appeared powerless. What sort of broken system is this? Others who traverse realms awaken systems that grant them whatever they desire, sailing smoothly through their journeys. Why must I endure this? Though he vented his frustration, Lin Yue realized that if the system could not offer aid, he would have to withstand the challenge on his own. However, the Grand Elder was at the initial stage of the transformation realm, towering nearly 3 major realms above Lin Yue, whose mid-stage foundation establishment was utterly insufficient to withstand such overwhelming pressure. Had he known this would be the outcome, he would not have acted so arrogantly earlier. At this moment, beads of sweat adorned Lin Yue's brow, and just as he felt on the verge of being crushed by the oppressive aura, a gentle force suddenly neutralized Nangong Ao's pressure. Sensing the alleviation of the burden, Lin Yue discovered that Zhao Yuling had intervened. Grand Elder. To hastily conclude that Lin Yue practices malevolent techniques based solely on conjecture seems rather reckless, Zhao Yuling questioned, casting her gaze towards Nangong Ao. Noticing that Zhao Yuling had managed to shield Lin Yue from his pressure, Nangong Ao extended his divine sense to probe her and was astonished to find that her cultivation had indeed reached the pinnacle of the Golden Core stage. Merely a step away from the nascent soul realm. This girl was truly extraordinary. At such a tender age, her cultivation was remarkable. If she were not to become Dao partners with Tinger, it would indeed be a grave loss. After all, within the entire Xiaoyao sect, only the sect master, the Grand Elder, and the Second Elder had attained the transformation realm, while all other elders were merely at the nascent soul level. Now, with Zhao Yuling so close to the nascent soul realm at such a young age, it was a testament to her incredible talent. Upon closer inspection, Nangong Ao realized that the primordial yin within Zhao Yuling had dissipated, igniting a flicker of anger within him. Previously, he had instructed his grandson, Nangong Ting, to devise a means to capture Zhao Yuling, intending to seize her primordial yin and forge an unparalleled body. He had never anticipated that it would be so easily bestowed upon another. Moreover, given the current circumstances, it was evident that the fortunate individual was none other than this mere servant disciple before him. With this thought, a murderous intent surged within Nangong Ao, who coldly remarked, "Saintess, do not be deceived by this boy. Step aside at once, or do not blame me for my lack of courtesy." As he spoke, he tightened his grip even further. To fabricate charges, one need not seek justification. Chapter 10. Su Ningxiang seeing that Zhao Yuling was resolutely determined to assist Lin Yue, Nangong Ao's fury intensified. With Nangong Ao exerting his full strength, the situation for Zhao Yuling and Lin Yue had become perilous. The third elder, Yang Yunyun, hastily interjected. Grand Elder, the Saintess is a direct disciple of the sect master. Should anything happen, it would be difficult for the sect master to explain. I shall bear the consequences. As Nangong Ao remained obstinate, the other elders, who had been prepared to speak, fell silent, hesitant. Suddenly, a striking figure appeared like a flash of lightning behind Lin Yue and Zhao Yuling. The figure appeared like the brightest star in the night sky, instantly captivating the attention of all present. Subsequently, with a casual wave of her hand, the oppressive aura that had enveloped Lin Yue and Zhao Yuling dissipated as if swept away by a gentle breeze, vanishing into thin air. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers rose from their seats, bowing respectfully and proclaiming, "We pay our respects to the sect master." Upon hearing the exclamations, Lin Yue and Zhao Yuling were jolted from their reverie, quickly turning to gaze behind them. When Lin Yue's eyes fell upon the woman, he was struck by her beauty, inwardly marveling at her exquisite appearance. She resembled a masterpiece carved from ice and jade, her skin as fair as snow, smooth and delicate like mutton fat jade, as if it could be shattered by a mere touch. Her figure was graceful and well-proportioned, every curve perfectly accentuated, exuding an alluring charm. In comparison to Zhao Yuling, though equally enchanting, this woman possessed an added air of maturity and seduction that left one utterly captivated. Upon seeing the newcomer, Zhao Yuling's face lit up with uncontainable joy as she hurried forward, Bowing and greeting, disciple pays respects to the master. Master, you have finally emerged. The woman nodded slightly, responding softly, indeed. Her gaze then settled on Lin Yue, appraising him before inquiring, who is he? What are you doing here? Zhao Yuling promptly replied, Master. He is my partner, Lin Yue. Realizing that the newcomer was Su Ningshuang, the sect master of the Xianyao sect, Lin Yue quickly bowed, stating, I am Lin Yue, a humble disciple of the sect, honored to meet the sect master. The crowd hastily ushered Su Ningshuang to a prominent seat within the room. Su Ningshuang then inquired, what is the situation here? Nangong Ao responded, this young man previously had no cultivation, yet he suddenly established his foundation overnight. I suspect he has practiced some forbidden technique, which is why I brought him here for questioning. He then recounted the events that had transpired. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of excitement flickered in Su Ningshuang's eyes. Establishing a foundation overnight. She turned her gaze to Lin Yue and asked, do you acknowledge what the elder has said? Lin Yue clasped his hands and replied, respected sect master, I acknowledge establishing my foundation overnight, but I would never dare claim to have practiced any forbidden technique. Then tell me, what technique did you use to defeat Li Zhanyun? The crushing mountain fist, Lin Yue replied. Nonsense. The crushing mountain fist is merely a low-grade Xian technique. How could it possibly defeat Li Zhanyun? Nangong Ao retorted. At this point, reassured by the presence of sect master Su Ningshuang, Lin Yue confidently responded, if the elder does not believe me, he may summon Li Zhanyun to try again. You will see for yourselves. Upon hearing this, a spark of anticipation ignited in Su Ningshuang's beautiful eyes as she remarked, that would be splendid. I shall ascertain whether he has practiced any forbidden technique. With that, she promptly instructed a disciple stationed at the entrance to summon Li Zhanyun. They proceeded to escort individuals out of the law enforcement hall and into the courtyard, awaiting the arrival of Li Zhanyun. Soon, he was brought forth. Nangong Ao gazed at Li Zhanyun and instructed him to exert all his strength in a rematch against Lin Yue, allowing both himself and the sect leader to ascertain whether Li had indeed practiced the sinister arts. As you command, master, Li Zhanyun replied, immediately adopting a stance, channeling his entire vital energy into his fists, transforming his figure into a flash of lightning as he surged toward Lin Yue. Meanwhile, Lin Yue remained motionless, observing. Just as Li Zhanyun's fist was about to land, Lin Yue activated his teleportation technique, swiftly evading Li's onslaught. In an instant, he had repositioned himself behind Li Zhanyun, launching a counterattack with clenched fists as he shouted, mountain-crushing fist. This technique, which harnessed the power of his opponent, was executed with such precision that it sent Li Zhanyun hurtling through the air, crashing heavily to the ground in the distance. Witnessing this spectacle, the onlookers, while intrigued by Lin Yue's peculiar agility, failed to detect any suspicious elements. Moreover, they could distinctly feel that Lin Yue's technique was indeed the low-grade, Xian-level mountain-crushing fist. As Li Zhanyun was struck down, a flicker of admiration crossed Su Ningshuang's eyes. Such a prodigy, relegated to the role of a mere errand boy. It appeared that my sect had indeed overlooked some remarkable talents in the past. Contemplating this, Su Ningshuang addressed the assembly. Surely, you all have seen? He merely employed the utterly commonplace mountain-crushing fist. What is there to make such a fuss about? We are merely cautious of any nefarious elements infiltrating our sect. I trust the sect leader will understand. Not at all, Su Ningshuang replied, then turned to Zhao Yuling beside her, inquiring. I have only been in seclusion for a few months, yet it seems you have made significant progress, having remarkably advanced to the pinnacle of the golden core stage. Blushing at her master's praise, Zhao Yuling responded, I am unsure how it happened. I inadvertently broke through last night and astonishingly advanced 3 minor realms consecutively. Upon hearing this, Su Ningshuang meticulously scanned Zhao Yuling's aura and soon realized that her original Yin had dissipated. What could this mean? Ordinarily, with Linger's Tayin physique, the loss of her original Yin should result in a damaged foundation. How then could she achieve 3 consecutive breakthroughs? Could it be that she possesses a congenital Dao body? As this thought crossed her mind, Su Ningshuang's enchanting gaze swept over Lin Yue, leaving him feeling perplexed. Why is this woman staring at me so intently? Surely she cannot be interested in me. Just as Lin Yue was lost in his thoughts, Su Ningshuang spoke. Since you have now become Linger's Dao partner, there is no need for you to remain a mere errand disciple. Would you be willing to become my personal disciple? What? The sect leader wishes to accept this young man as her direct disciple? The surprise was palpable not only among the nearby elders, but also within Lin Yue, who was taken aback by the proposition. What? She actually intends to take me as her personal disciple? But if I become her disciple, does that not mean I shall lose the opportunity for any intimate connection with her? However, if he were to refuse, where else in the sect could he find a formidable ally like her? At that moment, an ethereal voice echoed in his mind. Ding. Detecting the host's dilemma, 2 options are provided for your consideration. Option 1. Agree to become Su Ningshuang's disciple. Reward. Celestial Grade Superior Technique, 9 Heavens Thunder Control. And a Celestial Grade Superior Immortal Sword, the Dragon Slaying Sword. Option 2. Refuse to become Su Ningxuan's disciple. Reward. Celestial Grade Superior Technique, Divine Movement Technique. And a complete set of impenetrable protective armor. Chapter 11. Cold Fragrance Abode. Even Lin Yue did not anticipate that the two options presented by the system would be so enticing. The former offered a technique and weapon to enhance his strength, while the latter provided a technique and equipment for self-preservation, a truly difficult choice. Nevertheless, considering that becoming the sect leader's personal disciple would likely shield him from life-threatening situations in the future, he pondered the implications. Yet, in this world where strength reigns supreme, merely surviving within the sect without advancing his cultivation would be rather mundane. Moreover, his body had now restored to its peak condition at the age of 20. And with the aid of the selection system, how could it be a waste not to embrace both opportunities and conquer the world? After careful contemplation, Lin Yue resolved to choose option 1, to agree to become Su Ningxuan's disciple. The prospect of the 9 Heavens Thunder Control sounded extraordinarily impressive, not to mention the acquisition of a Celestial Grade Superior Immortal Sword. With this thought in mind, Lin Yue exclaimed, "Sect Leader, I am willing." "Then why do you still address me as Sect Leader?" Upon hearing Su Ningxuan's words, Lin Yue immediately knelt and bowed, declaring, "Disciple Lin Yue pays respects to Master." Su Ningxuan replied with a smile, "Rise. From this day forth, you, like Lin Yue, shall be my personal disciple. You must diligently cultivate to strengthen our Xiaoyao sect. I shall obey your command." Su Ningxuan then stated, "Now that matters are settled, everyone may disperse. Lin Yue, come with Lin Yue tomorrow to learn our sect's techniques." Understood. Soon after, Su Ningxuan vanished in a flash. Upon seeing the sect leader depart, the elders also dispersed. Lin Yue and Zhao Yuling returned to the fragrant pavilion together. In his residence, Nangongting listened to Li Zhanyun recount how Lin Yue not only emerged unscathed, but had also, by a twist of fate, been accepted as the sect leader's personal disciple, which only fueled his anger. How can a mere sect errand boy possess such extraordinary luck every time? Brother, do not be disheartened. In due time, the sect disciples will embark on their trials at the Beast Mountain. Once there, whether he can return is still uncertain. Are you suggesting we find someone to eliminate him at Beast Mountain? Li Zhanyun chuckled. Beast Mountain is teeming with ferocious beasts. It would be quite normal for sect disciples to perish there, especially someone like Lin Yue. Nangongting remarked that Zhao Yuling would undoubtedly head to the 10,000 Beasts Mountain, and with her protecting Lin Yue by his side, it would be quite challenging for them to find an opportunity to strike. Rest assured, as long as we arrange for someone to divert the Saintess, all will be well. Moreover, there is no necessity for us to act directly. What do you imply? Li Zhanyun inquired with a smile. Brother, have you forgotten that the young master of the Hahuan sect, Xiao Wuyo, has long coveted the beauty of the Saintess? If he learns that the Saintess has become Lin Yue's partner, do you truly believe he would let Lin Yue off so easily? Are you suggesting we inform Xiao Wuyo of this matter? A flicker of malice passed through Li Zhanyun's eyes as he coldly chuckled. Since we can wield another's blade to kill, why should we dirty our own hands? After all, he had been struck and sent flying by Lin Yue's fist twice in a single day, and his resentment had reached its zenith. Upon returning to the fragrant pavilion, Lin Yue expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, senior sister, for standing up for me today." Zhao Yuling retorted coldly. "Regardless, you are ostensibly my partner. Defending you is also in my own interest. I hope you do not misinterpret my intentions." With that, Zhao Yuling retreated to her inner chamber. Lin Yue mused inwardly that women are indeed contradictory. She had just fervently defended him, yet now she exuded an air of aloofness. The following morning, Zhao Yuling led Lin Yue to the cold fragrance abode, situated at the back mountain of the sect, where the sect leader, Su Ningxuan, resided. Lin Yue was astonished to discover that such a prominent leader would reside in such a secluded location. Noticing Lin Yue's puzzlement, Zhao Yuling explained, "Master cherishes tranquility and has a particular fondness for orchids. Thus she had this courtyard arranged for her long-term residence." "Does Master have a partner?" Lin Yue inquired. "Naturally. She did in her youth. However, it is said that her partner was frail and passed away just a few years after they were together." "What? The sect leader chose a frail partner? Shouldn't cultivators live for centuries? How could they perish so quickly? Could it be that, much like Zhao Yuling, she also deliberately selected a false partner to obscure her true circumstances?" As Lin Yue pondered, he followed Zhao Yuling into the cold fragrance abode. Upon stepping into the courtyard, a refreshing chill enveloped him, as if the sweltering summer had instantly reverted to the gentle embrace of early spring. Although it was early summer and the weather was beginning to heat up, the temperature within the cold fragrance abode was as pleasant as the spring, cool and inviting. The courtyard was adorned with blooming orchids, exuding a delicate fragrance that captivated the senses. This cold fragrance abode truly lives up to its name. Not only is it fragrant, but it is also refreshingly delightful. Lin Yue could not help but exclaim. Seeing his astonishment, Zhao Yuling cast him a sidelong glance and softly admonished, "Master prefers serenity. So remember to speak little while here." No sooner had she spoken than a gentle voice emanated from within the room. "Linger, please come in. I have matters to discuss with you." Zhao Yuling promptly replied, "Yes." As Zhao Yuling concluded her words, she turned to Lin Yue, signaling him to wait in the courtyard while she stepped into the house. Upon seeing Zhao Yuling enter, Su Ningxuang slightly raised her head to scrutinize her and inquired, "Ling, did I not previously caution you against recklessly losing your virginity? Such actions could jeopardize your foundational cultivation. Why did you not heed my warning?" "Master, it was not by my own volition. It was that despicable Nangong Ting who secretly administered an aphrodisiac to me." Upon hearing this, Su Ningxuang's expression shifted dramatically as she asked, "If that is the case, then the one who deflowered you was not Lin Yue outside, but rather Nangong Ting?" No. Although I was somewhat disoriented last night, I can confirm that Nangong Ting did not succeed. The one with me was indeed Lin Yue. After your deflowering, did you notice any unusual sensations in your body?" After regaining my senses, I did not perceive any abnormalities. Rather, I felt an abundance of spiritual energy within me, which fortuitously allowed me to break through to the great perfection of the Golden Core stage. Upon hearing Zhao Yuling's account, a hint of a smile broke through Su Ningxuang's previously taught expression as she remarked, "In that case, everything makes sense." Curiously, Zhao Yuling inquired, "Master, what do you mean by that?" With a slight smile, Su Ningxuang elucidated, "If I am not mistaken, Lin Yue may very well be the rarest of the innate Dao bodies." Zhao Yuling, with a face full of skepticism, replied, "But he was merely a servant in our sect. How could he possibly be an innate Dao body?" Su Ningxuang countered, "Do not forget, his ability to establish his foundation in a single night is proof of his extraordinary cultivation speed. Moreover, if he were not an innate Dao body, how could he have aided you in breaking through consecutively?" Listening to Su Ningxuang's words, Zhao Yuling's doubts did not diminish. Rather, they intensified. She pondered within herself, could it be that he truly is an innate Dao body? If that is indeed the case, should I and he continue our pretense of being Dao partners, or should it become genuine? Chapter 12. The Master's Expectations. Lin Yue stood in the courtyard, admiring the orchids that filled the space, discovering that even the sky-high price varieties like Tianyi He and Suguan He were plentiful here. Just then, Zhao Yuling emerged from the house and said to Lin Yue, "The master calls for you. You may enter." After Zhao Yuling finished speaking, she turned and walked away. Lin Yue then lifted the curtain at the entrance and stepped inside. Upon entering, Lin Yue respectfully saluted Su Ningxuang, who was seated cross-legged on the ground, and said, "Disciple pays respects to the master. There is no need for excessive formality, Yue." Su Ningxuang replied, and with her divine sense, she scanned Lin Yue from head to toe, a subtle smile appearing on her otherwise icy visage. Then, she extended her right index finger and directed it toward Lin Yue's forehead, a golden light instantly penetrating into his sea of consciousness. "Yue, this is the pure yang formula, a high-grade heavenly method I fortuitously obtained, particularly suited for male practitioners. I hope you will diligently cultivate it upon returning, so you may swiftly advance to the Golden Core stage." The disciple humbly adheres to the teachings of the esteemed master, vowing to diligently cultivate his skills. As Lin Yue spoke, he discreetly observed Su Ningxuang, inwardly marveling at her extraordinary beauty, pondering how she had earned the title of the Moon Fairy of the Vast Cold. Unperturbed by Lin Yue's subtle gestures, Su Ningxuang retrieved a brocade box from her person and presented it to him, stating that within it lay a 7th-tier elixir, the transformation pill, which would aid him in swiftly elevating his cultivation upon his return. Lin Yue accepted the brocade box, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, master." Meanwhile, his heart rejoiced, contemplating the kindness of his master who bestowed upon him both techniques and elixirs. He wondered if she harbored ulterior motives towards him. Although he indulged in fanciful thoughts of his master's affections, Lin Yue dared not act inappropriately, for while Su Ningxuang radiated unparalleled beauty, her demeanor often mirrored that of Zhao Yuling, cold and distant. Having successfully acquired both the technique and the elixir, Lin Yue prudently took his leave, exiting Su Ningxuang's chamber. Once Lin Yue's figure had completely vanished, a subtle yet imperceptible smile flickered across Su Ningxuang's previously icy visage. She murmured softly to herself, "My dear disciple, you must not disappoint the expectations I have for you. Only by mastering the pure yang technique to its fullest can you assist me in breaking the current constraints." After departing from the cold fragrance abode, Lin Yue eagerly commenced his practice of the pure yang technique imparted by Su Ningxuang. However, as he delved deeper into his training, he perceived something amiss with this technique. While it indeed allowed him to swiftly absorb the spiritual energy from the surrounding heavens and earth, an unbearable heat began to surge within him at a certain point in his cultivation, accompanied by unwelcome thoughts that invaded his mind. What could possibly be the reason for this? Was it that, in addition to refining the body and enhancing cultivation, the pure yang technique also possessed aphrodisiac properties? Contemplating this, Lin Yue mused whether his master, concerned that his cultivation was insufficient to be worthy of Zhao Yuling, had intentionally imparted the pure yang technique to him. Oh, master, your kindness towards your disciple knows no bounds. You even concern yourself with my personal life. Alas, for now, my relationship with Zhao Yuling remains one of mere pretense. Once I earn her true affection, I shall undoubtedly repay your kindness appropriately. One morning, as Lin Yue awoke, he was greeted by the distant sound of a bell. At that moment, Zhao Yuling emerged from the inner room, casting a glance at Lin Yue outside, and said, "This is a signal from the sect summoning the disciples. Come, follow me to the grand hall." "Senior sister, does the sect summon us perhaps because of an impending external threat?" Lin Yue inquired. Zhao Yuling shot him a disapproving look and replied, "Do not speak nonsense. The bell tolls to announce the annual trial at the Beast Mountain." "What manner of place is the Beast Mountain?" Lin Yue asked, to which Zhao Yuling explained, "The Beast Mountain is a wild and untamed region, inhabited by many ferocious beasts rivaling the foundation establishment and golden core levels of human cultivators. Thus, various cultivation sects organize trials for their disciples annually, sending them to that sacred place for training." As the conversation unfolded, the two individuals arrived at the grand plaza before the sect's main hall. In a short while, the disciples of the Xie Yao sect had gathered in their entirety. Once everyone was present, Su Ningxiong cleared her throat and announced, "For this expedition to the 10,000 Beasts Mountain, I have decided that all disciples at the foundation establishment stage and above are permitted to participate. Elder Yang Yun and Elder Li Yue will lead the group, departing for the 10,000 Beasts Mountain tomorrow. Upon the conclusion of the trials, I shall reward the most outstanding disciples based on the number and rank of the beasts they slay." Listening to Su Ningxiong's declaration, Lin Yue pondered why the narrative of this cultivation realm always revolved around the cliché themes of sect competitions and monster hunting. However, upon reflection, he realized that remaining in the fragrant pavilion would hardly afford him the opportunity to level up through the system. Subsequently, Elders Yang Yun and Li Yue elaborated on the precautions for the journey to the 10,000 Beasts Mountain and instructed the qualified disciples to prepare accordingly. After returning to their quarters, Nangong Ting suggested to Li Zhanyun, "Please send a message to Xiao Wuyo, informing him that both Zhao Yuling and Lin Yue will be heading to the 10,000 Beasts Mountain, so he should prepare adequately." "Rest assured, senior brother. I shall dispatch a message immediately," Li Zhanyun replied. "Also, inform Yu Yuhong and Yu Yin to act prudently tomorrow, finding a way to separate Zhao Yuling and Lin Yue." "Do not worry, senior brother. I have already devised a plan for that." At dawn the next day, all disciples heading to the 10,000 Beasts Mountain gathered before the sect, led by elders Yang Yun and Li Yue. Upon reaching the entrance of the mountain, Yang Yun declared, "We have arrived at the 10,000 Beasts Mountain. Elder Li and I will escort you only this far. You must enter and undergo the trials on your own. Remember to support one another and never turn against your fellow sect members. We shall heed the elders' teachings." The crowd responded before entering the mountain in succession. Once inside the 10,000 Beasts Mountain, the group dispersed to form pairs. Lin Yue and Zhao Yuling, due to their bond as companions, naturally chose to travel together. Along their journey, they encountered several formidable beasts, but they dispatched them effortlessly, facing little danger. However, just as they believed everything was proceeding smoothly, an unforeseen event occurred. A massive fire-scaled leopard, its body adorned with fiery red scales, burst forth from the thicket like a bolt of lightning, opening its gaping maw and lunging ferociously at Zhao Yuling. The aura emanating from this beast revealed its exceptional strength, comparable to that of a nascent golden core cultivator. Furthermore, its speed was astonishingly swift, catching them off guard. Fortunately, Lin Yue reacted swiftly, positioning himself in front of Zhao Yuling just in time, and rapidly channeled his mountain-crushing fist, unleashing a formidable force aimed directly at the fire-scaled leopard. Sensing the might behind the attack, the fire-scaled leopard leaped aside, evading Lin Yue's strike. At this moment, an unusual sound suddenly echoed from a distance, as if some colossal creature was hastily approaching. Lin Yue and Zhao Yuling exchanged glances, both feeling an ominous premonition rising within them. Indeed, they soon saw Yu Yuhong and Nangong Yuyin rushing out of the woods, panic etched on their faces, shouting loudly for help. Upon hearing their cries, Zhao Yuling's expression changed instantly. She swiftly drew her sword, her gaze sharp and focused on the direction of the sound. Before them, a gigantic python was charging towards them with a fearsome hiss. This massive serpent was robust, stretching several dozen feet in length, its body adorned with black scales that exuded a chilling aura of terror. Chapter 13. Heart-eating python. As Zhao Yuling focused her gaze, her heart sank. She realized that the creature pursuing Yu Yuhong and Nangong Yuyin was a heart-eating python, comparable to a mid-stage golden core cultivator among humans. Given her cultivation level, she could have easily slain the python, but she worried that if she left, Lin Yue would be unable to contend with the fire-scaled leopard before them. With this thought, Zhao Yuling swung her sword once more, blocking the fire-scaled leopard's attack, then said to Lin Yue, I will deal with this fire-scaled leopard. You must hurry and assist them. Once I have slain the leopard, I will come to aid you. After all, Zhao Yuling understood that although the heart-eating python was formidable, if Lin Yue joined forces with Nangong Yuyin and Yu Yuhong, they should prevail without much difficulty. However, for Lin Yue, though he was not well acquainted with Nangong Yuyin, he was not a stranger to Yu Yuhong. One was the sister of Nangong Ting, and the other, a woman of venomous intentions, leaving Lin Yue torn about whether to rescue them. At that moment, the familiar voice in his mind resonated once again, ding, detecting the host's inner turmoil. The system provides 3 options. Option 1. Reject Zhao Yuling's suggestion and refrain from assisting Nangong Yuyin and Yu Yuhong against the heart-eating python. Reward, 10 third-tier cleansing pills. Option 2. Stay behind to confront the fire-scaled leopard alone, allowing Zhao Yuling to assist Nangong Yuyin and Yu Yuhong against the heart-eating python. Reward, a complete set of Earth-tier equipment, celestial silkworm armor. Option 3. Follow Zhao Yuling's advice and aid Nangong Yuyin and Yu Yuhong against the heart-eating python. Reward, a high-grade celestial tier sword technique, flowing light slash, a concealment technique, and 1 Earth-tier breakthrough pill. Faced with these 3 options, Lin Yue swiftly dismissed the first. After all, he had already attained the innate Dao Body and consumed a 7th-tier cleansing pill. The 3rd-tier cleansing pills held no value for him. While the celestial silkworm armor of option 2 was tempting, he was uncertain if he could defeat the fire-scaled leopard alone, and even its cost-benefit ratio seemed inferior to option 3. With the dragon-slaying sword already in his possession, what he lacked was a suitable sword technique. Moreover, the concealment technique and breakthrough pill were rare treasures. One would allow him to play the fool while hiding his true strength, and the other could assist him in critical moments. After much contemplation, Lin Yue ultimately found option 3 to be the most appealing. With this in mind, he replied, I choose option 3. Regardless of personal preferences, one cannot deny that Nangong Yuyin and Yu Yuhong possess commendable appearances. After Lin Yue's response, a medicinal pill materialized within his storage bag, accompanied by 2 manuals that appeared in his mind. Observing this, Lin Yue extended his right hand to the sky and called forth his sword. As his voice echoed, the dragon-slaying sword materialized in his grasp. Without hesitation, Lin Yue swiftly maneuvered his form, swinging the sword toward the heart-eating python. The python, which had been relentlessly pursuing Nangong Yuyin and Yu Yuhong, suddenly sensed a fierce sword aura approaching. It quickly pivoted, its robust body adeptly evading Lin Yue's strike. It flicked its tongue menacingly, glaring at Lin Yue with a low, ominous roar. Seizing the opportunity, Nangong Yuyin and Yu Yuhong took a moment to breathe, their eyes lighting up with surprise upon seeing Lin Yue's arrival. Yu Yuhong exclaimed, Lin Yue, you have finally arrived. Yet, before her words could fully resonate, the heart-eating python opened its cavernous jaws, lunging at both her and Nangong Yuyin once more. As they continued their flight, Yu Yuhong called out, Lin Yue, hurry and save us. With little time for contemplation, Lin Yue grasped the dragon-slaying sword and resumed his pursuit, following closely behind the python. Lin Yue chased for several miles until the 2 women ahead gradually came to a halt. Observing this, the python lunged at them with its gaping maw. At that moment, both women, wielding their swords, struck simultaneously, akin to twin bolts of lightning aimed at the python's eyes. The heart-eating python, sensing imminent danger, swiftly contorted its massive form, evading their assault at an uncanny angle. However, just as it narrowly escaped their strike, its formidable tail lashed out like a whip, sweeping violently toward Yu Yuhong and Nangong Yuyin. The force of this blow was tremendous, generating a howling wind that seemed intent on tearing everything asunder. In that fleeting moment when the python turned, Lin Yue seized the opportunity, leaping into the air like a specter. His sword glimmered with a cold light under the sun as he unleashed the flowing light slash, aiming for the python's crown. Although the python swiftly maneuvered its colossal body to evade, it was nonetheless wounded by the powerful sword aura. In pain, the python's primal instincts surged, and it leapt forward, its massive form hurtling toward Lin Yue. Witnessing the python's gargantuan size, Lin Yue thought to himself that should it land upon him, he would surely be crushed. Utilizing his evasion technique, Lin Yue narrowly dodged the strike, only to see Yu Yuhong suddenly toss a bundle towards him. As he caught the parcel, Yu Yuhong shouted, Lin Shitty, hold on. Sister Nangong, and I will summon help. No sooner had she spoken than both she and Nangong Yuyin vanished like phantoms from Lin Yue's sight. Lin Yue mused inwardly, with the combined strength of the 3 of us, even against a heart-eating python of mid-Golden Core realm, we might still stand a chance. Even if victory cannot be assured, at the very least, one can maintain an undefeated stance. Why then do they choose to flee? Reflecting on how Yu Yuhong and Nangong Yuyin had lured the heart-eating python only to retreat without a fight, Lin Yue could not shake the feeling that this was a meticulously crafted trap. At this juncture, a troubling thought crossed his mind. Was their intention to deliberately separate me from Zhao Yuling? However, there was no time for further contemplation. As the heart-eating python was already advancing once more, Lin Yue took a deep breath, stowing the burden thrown by Yu Yuhong into his storage bag. Suppressing his fury and confusion while fully preparing to counter the python's assault, utilizing the art of evasion, he made it difficult for the heart-eating python to accurately pinpoint his location. Meanwhile, he wielded the dragon-slaying sword, unleashing the full potential of the flowing light slash, sending forth a barrage of sharp sword energies towards the massive creature. The heart-eating python was struck by the sword energies, leaving deep crimson gashes upon its body, which only incited its fury, escalating its attacks. Observing this, Lin Yue leapt into the air, raising the dragon-slaying sword towards the sky as he intoned the first form of the Nine Heavens Thunder Control, Celestial Punishment. As his voice echoed, the once clear sky darkened ominously, and bolts of lightning surged downwards towards the enormous form of the heart-eating python, guided by the sword's direction. Chapter 14. The young master of the Hahuan sect. The lightning struck the heart-eating python like a colossal dragon, causing it to writhe in agony, emitting continuous, pained roars. It was not long before the creature lay still upon the ground, lifeless. Upon witnessing this, Lin Yue approached and severed the serpent's head with his dragon-slaying sword, extracting its demon core. Just as he intended to place it into his storage bag, he recalled the burden that Yu Yuhong had earlier tossed to him. Opening the package, Lin Yue was astonished to find several enormous serpent eggs nestled within. Realizing the significance of these eggs, he understood why the heart-eating python had relentlessly pursued Yu Yuhong and Nangong Yuyan, and why she had chosen to pass the burden to him at a critical moment, clearly to divert the impending disaster. With this revelation, Lin Yue inwardly scolded the malicious intent behind their scheme. However, given that the situation had been resolved, he was determined not to waste these serpent eggs. After all, he had read in books that the eggs of the heart-eating python contained a trace of celestial energy, a rare treasure for those who cultivate immortality. With this thought, Lin Yue promptly seated himself and began to channel his energy in an attempt to refine the serpent eggs. Shortly after initiating his practice, he sensed a warm energy emanating from the eggs, gradually merging into his body. Though this energy was not overwhelming, it was remarkably pure, coursing through his meridians and nourishing him. When Lin Yue opened his eyes once more, he discovered that his cultivation had ascended to the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage. Considering that he had only recently entered the myriad beast mountains and had already encountered 2 golden core level beasts, he pondered what other formidable entities might lie ahead, particularly those of the nascent soul stage. The most pressing matter at hand is to swiftly enhance one's cultivation. With this thought in mind, Lin Yue resolutely retrieved the breaking through pill from his storage pouch and consumed it. The elixir dissolved instantly upon entering his mouth, transforming into a gentle stream that coursed through the intricate meridians of his body, converging towards his dantian. As this delicate flow nourished him, Lin Yue felt a powerful energy rising from his dantian, gradually coalescing into a golden core. Upon the completion of this transformation, a faint golden radiance emanated from his being, and the spiritual energy within him surged several-fold compared to before. This marked the attainment of the golden core realm. Lin Yue mused that with the support of the system, it wouldn't be long before he caught up to Zhao Yuling's cultivation. At that point, he suspected she would approach him herself, seeking a dual cultivation partnership, without him needing to utter a word. After all, ever since he practiced the pure yang technique, his desires concerning the opposite sex had intensified, not only towards Zhao Yuling but also occasionally towards his master, Su Ningxuang, thoughts that were perhaps inappropriate. With these musings, Lin Yue rose from the ground and employed a concealment technique to maintain his aura at the mid-stage of foundation establishment. After all, given how Yu Yuhong and Nangong Yuyan had conspired against him, it was evident they had received permission from Nangong Ting. If they were to discover he was unscathed, they might have more sinister plans awaiting him. At this juncture, Lin Yue decided to temporarily abandon the idea of searching for Zhao Yuling. Among the disciples training in the 10,000 Beasts Mountain, Zhao Yuling possessed the highest cultivation level, and it was likely that she would encounter little danger. Moreover, Lin Yue wished to ascertain what further schemes Nangong Ting had in store for him. If Zhao Yuling were by his side, who could say whether Nangong Ting would dare to act against him? With this in mind, Lin Yue pressed on. After dispatching several more demon beasts and taking a brief respite, he continued his journey. Suddenly, he sensed an unusual presence. Warily, he looked up to see a man clad in white appearing before him like a specter. The man wore a magnificent white robe, his garments flowing elegantly, reminiscent of a celestial being descending to earth. He appeared to be around 25 or 26 years old, holding a folding fan that bespoke of a penchant for refinement. The man unfurled the fan, gently fanning it a few times before swiftly closing it with a crisp snap. His gaze then fell upon Lin Yue, revealing an air of disdain and arrogance. "Are you that menial disciple Lin Yue from the Xianyao sect?" The man's voice was cold, laced with a hint of chill. Sensing the hostility in his tone, Lin Yue furrowed his brow slightly and retorted coolly, What if I am? What if I am not? A smirk of contempt curled at the corners of the white-clad man's lips as he proclaimed, I am Xiao Wuyo, the young master of the Hahuan sect. I have long admired your sect's Saintess, Zhao Yuling. If you are not Lin Yue, simply bow thrice before me, and I shall spare your life today. Upon hearing these words, Lin Yue could not help but feel a surge of indignation. He fixed his gaze upon Xiao Wuyo, defiantly retorting, if I truly am Lin Yue, what will you do about it? Xiao Wuyo's expression shifted slightly as he scrutinized Lin Yue from head to toe, a glimmer of disdain flickering in his eyes. Coldly, he replied, if you are indeed Lin Yue, then today, should you voluntarily relinquish your cultivation and depart from the Xianyao sect, I might spare your life. But do you truly believe you are worthy of such mercy? The youth continued, are you aware of the consequences of provoking me? I am eager to find out. Lin Yue responded boldly, undeterred. Xiao Wuyo snorted disdainfully, snapping his folding fan shut as a formidable aura emanated from him, signifying his initial stage of golden core strength. In an instant, he moved with swiftness, unleashing his fan with a fierce gust aimed directly at Lin Yue. Based on the aura Lin Yue exuded earlier, which was merely that of the mid-foundation stage, Xiao Wuyo felt no apprehension. As the folding fan approached, Lin Yue swiftly drew his dragon-slaying sword. Unleashing a sharp sword energy that met the fan with a resounding clash, the two forces evenly matched. Xiao Wuyo was taken aback, unprepared for Lin Yue's effortless defense against his full-force strike. Although surprised, he maintained his arrogance and sneered, you possess some skill, but it is still insufficient. With that, he unfurled his fan and waved it forward, releasing several silver needles that shot forth like streaks of cold light toward Lin Yue. However, Lin Yue deftly evaded the attack with a flicker of his form, employing a concealment technique with ease, channeling his inner energy. The dragon-slaying sword radiated brilliantly as he executed a swift strike toward Xiao Wuyo. The sword energy surged forth like a bolt of lightning, rapid and elusive. Feeling the terrifying aura of the strike, Xiao Wuyo's expression changed, prompting him to retreat hastily. He swung his fan, conjuring a barrier of energy before him to intercept the encroaching sword energy. Yet, while the barrier momentarily hindered the attack, it was soon obliterated, dissipating into nothingness. Witnessing this astonishing turn of events, Xiao Wuyo exclaimed, you wretched boy, you have concealed your true strength. In response to Xiao Wuyo's astonishment, Lin Yue smirked, now you realize? Perhaps it is a tad too late. Do you truly believe you can hold your ground against me? Xiao Wuyo questioned. Why not test that theory? Lin Yue retorted, once more swinging his dragon-slaying sword. Chapter 15. The fiery ants. As Lin Yue's blade descended again, the piercing sword energy surged forth like an unstoppable tide toward Xiao Wuyo. Sensing the terror of this strike, Xiao Wuyo could no longer afford to underestimate his opponent. Gritting his teeth, he swiftly formed seals with his hands, his aura swirling violently around him as he conjured a massive shield before him. The sword energy struck fiercely against the shield, causing it to tremble violently. The once resplendent barrier began to dim, ultimately dissolving into nothingness. At that moment, beads of sweat formed on Xiao Wuyo's forehead as he inwardly cursed Nangong Ting for deceiving him. How could this troublesome fellow be labeled a waste? Yet, despite his grievances, he had no time for such thoughts. After narrowly evading Lin Yue's strike, Xiao Wuyo swiftly retrieved a pill from his storage pouch and consumed it. Observing this, Lin Yue scoffed, mocking him for resorting to medicine in the heat of battle. But no sooner had he spoken than Xiao Wuyo's aura surged dramatically, indicating he had reached the pinnacle of the golden core stage. This is the secret technique of my Hahuan sect. Today, you shall witness my true prowess. Xiao Wuyo declared with wild laughter, brandishing his folding fan to unleash a flurry of petals that soared toward Lin Yue like deadly blades. Lin Yue's expression hardened as he beheld the incoming petals. Channeling all his spiritual energy, he wielded the dragon-slaying sword, which glowed brilliantly and unleashed a series of flowing slashes, shattering the petals with precision. Yet, Xiao Wuyo would not squander this opportunity. Seizing the moment while Lin Yue was preoccupied, he darted forward like a bolt of lightning, his movements ghostly and swift. With a fierce flick of his fan, he lunged toward Lin Yue's chest like a piercing arrow. Lin Yue's eyes sharpened as he instinctively recognized Xiao Wuyo's intent, swiftly sidestepping to evade the lethal strike. Without hesitation, he unleashed another flowing slash, a brilliant beam of light streaking through the night sky, hurtling towards Xiao Wuyo with formidable force. In an instant, their figures intertwined in midair, exchanging blows with neither yielding. Each assault reverberated like thunder, warping the very air around them under the weight of their immense spiritual power. Bolstered by his enhanced strength from the pill, Xiao Wuyo's onslaught grew increasingly ferocious, each strike imbued with tremendous force, beginning to overwhelm Lin Yue. Just as Xiao Wuyo believed victory was assured, a crimson cloud appeared in the distant sky. Approaching rapidly, it initially resembled a mere dot, but as it drew near, it swelled ominously, threatening to engulf the entire firmament. In the blink of an eye, the red cloud loomed within 100 meters of the two, forming an overwhelming presence. It was then that they realized to their astonishment, that what they had mistaken for a cloud was, in fact, countless red fire ants swarming through the air. Though these fire ants were low-tier beasts, their sheer numbers were staggering, amounting to tens of thousands. As the saying goes, a multitude of ants can kill an elephant. And such an immense gathering of red fire ants wielded a power akin to a devastating flood, leaving behind a trail of bleached bones, instilling a profound sense of dread. Confronted with such a terrifying scene, the two individuals lost all desire to continue the fight. Observing the dire situation, Xiao Wuyo made a swift decision. Quickly retrieving a jade token from his person, gripping it tightly in his hand. With a forceful squeeze, a sharp crack resonated as the token shattered. In the next instant, his figure vanished like a wraith, disappearing from sight as if he had never existed. Lin Yue, witnessing Xiao Wuyo's retreat, cursed inwardly, realizing his cowardice. Indeed, he had fled. Lin Yue had initially intended to employ the art of evasion to escape this perilous locale. However, upon reflecting on the ferocity of the Crimson Fire Ants, he knew that should Zhao Yuling and the others encounter them, they would likely struggle to withstand the onslaught. With this thought, Lin Yue resolved to remain and confront the swarm of fire ants head-on. He raised the dragon-slaying sword high into the air and proclaimed with fervor, "First form of the Nine Heavens Thunder Technique, Divine Punishment." As Lin Yue's voice echoed, thick bolts of purple lightning descended from the heavens, striking fiercely at the mass of crimson fire ants. Where the lightning struck, numerous ants were instantly incinerated, emitting a noxious odor. Yet, the sheer number of fire ants was overwhelming. Although many perished in that strike, countless others continued to surge toward Lin Yue. Furrowing his brow, Lin Yue lifted the dragon-slaying sword once more and declared loudly, "Second form of the Nine Heavens Thunder Technique, Purgatory." As his words resonated, the sky churned, and a multitude of bolts of lightning cascaded down. In an instant, these bolts seemed to be enchanted, swiftly fracturing into countless slender strands of electricity. These threads, akin to agile silver serpents, intertwined in the air, coalescing into an immense and formidable net of lightning. This net, woven from innumerable flashes, shimmered with a dazzling brilliance, accompanied by a cacophony of thunderous sounds. The uproar echoed as if the thunder god himself were in a furious rage. The swarming crimson fire ants, irresistibly drawn to this net, flocked towards it. At the moment of contact, a series of crackling explosions erupted, and the fire ants plummeted from the sky, as if struck down like leaves by a tempest of lightning. With their descent, a potent scent of charred flesh filled the air, an acrid aroma that compelled one to cover their mouth and nose. As the smoke gradually dissipated, the ground was strewn with the scorched remains of fire ants, accumulating into a thick layer resembling a vast crimson sea. Those fortunate enough to escape the catastrophe now flitted about like headless flies, stripped of their previous arrogance. The sky, once shrouded by the crimson swarm, had transformed into a clear expanse. Standing firm, Lin Yue found himself at the very end of his strength. When he unleashed the second form of the Nine Heavens Thunder Technique, it felt as though the spiritual energy within him had been completely drained, nearly extinguished. After all, with his current cultivation, he could only wield the first form of the Nine Heavens Thunder Technique, the Heavenly Punishment, which was insufficient to manifest the second form, the Purgatory. Now, seeing that the red fire ants had finally dispersed, a heavy burden was lifted from Lin Yue's heart. At that moment, he suddenly felt a darkness envelop him, as if his body had lost all support, and he involuntarily collapsed. Chapter 16. The Goddess of Wushan. When Lin Yue awoke once more, he found himself reclining upon a soft and comfortable large bed. All around him were delicate gauzy curtains, and the air was infused with a faint, refreshing fragrance that was utterly captivating. Where am I? How did I end up here? Observing his surroundings, Lin Yue was engulfed in confusion. He could not ascertain whether he was dead or had been rescued. "System, please enlighten me about my current situation." As Lin Yue's voice resonated, a serene voice echoed in his mind. Given that the host has awakened the selection system, it can only provide options when the host encounters a choice barrier. As for other matters, it remains silent. What kind of wretched system is this? A dog of a system? I merely seek to understand my present condition. And you refuse to divulge even that? Lin Yue bellowed in frustration. Yet, regardless of his furious tirades, the system remained as silent as the grave, offering no response whatsoever. Just as Lin Yue was consumed by a tempest of anger and helplessness, a faint sound captured his attention. He turned his head and beheld a woman clad in red, gracefully parting the layers of sheer curtains, approaching him like an ethereal being descending from the heavens. The woman appeared to be around 30 years of age, possessing a captivating visage, skin as pure as snow, bright eyes, and pearly teeth. Her brows arched like distant mountains, and a subtle smile graced her lips, exuding an air of elegance and allure with every movement. Particularly striking was her mature charm, reminiscent of a perfectly ripened peach, stirring something deep within him. Could it be she who saved me? Lin Yue pondered internally, his gaze drawn irresistibly to the woman. She was astonishingly beautiful, As Lin Yue contemplated, the woman had already gracefully reached the side of his bed. With a gentle smile, she softly spoke, "Young master, you are awake." Regaining his composure, Lin Yue looked at the woman before him and, in a daze, asked, "Who are you? Why am I here?" With a light laugh, the woman explained softly, "I am the goddess of Wushan, and you are here because I saved you." The goddess of Wushan? Could she be the same goddess from the historical texts who dreamt with King Chuxiang? This thought flickered through Lin Yue's mind, but was quickly dismissed. After all, he had traversed into a world of cultivation. How could there be a King Chuxiang or any dreams of Wushan's reign in clouds? With a smile still gracing her lips, the woman gracefully moved closer to Lin Yue, sitting beside him at the edge of the bed. Immediately, the woman's enchanting eyes shimmered. Her gaze fixed on Lin Yue with a playful smile as she softly inquired, "Having saved your life today, what manner of gratitude do you intend to bestow upon me?" Upon hearing this, Lin Yue hastily rose, his expression one of utmost humility as he replied, "The divine lady has rescued me, an act I shall never forget. Forgive my ignorance, for I truly do not know how to repay your kindness. I humbly ask for your guidance." The woman, upon witnessing his response, allowed her smile to deepen with a beguiling charm, her eyes shimmering like autumn waters, brimming with myriad emotions and gentle allure. She gently parted her crimson lips, her voice melodious and delicate as she proposed, "Seeing that you possess little in material wealth, would you consider offering yourself to repay my kindness?" Before her words fully settled, she let out a light laugh, swaying like a fragile willow in the breeze, and reclined gracefully onto the bed. Her movements were elegant and effortless, imbued with an irresistible allure that was undeniably captivating. Lin Yue felt a sudden jolt within, a surge of warmth rising from his core, spreading throughout his being. He inwardly lamented, "Is this truly happening? After diligently cultivating the pure yang technique, the energy within me has no outlet, and yet you dare to tempt me so." Though his thoughts were a tempest of desires, his experiences in the modern world warned him that sudden fortune and the advances of a beauty were often traps. Yet, remaining indifferent was hardly the mark of a man. At this moment, Lin Yue was already consumed by his desires and cared little for the dangers that lay ahead. As he pondered, a transcendent voice echoed in his mind once more. Detecting the host's indecision, we present the following two options for your consideration. Option 1. Immediately join the goddess of Wushan in a passionate embrace. Reward: elevation of cultivation level by 1 tier, reaching the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm. Additionally, receive 19 Revolution's Great Revival Pill, capable of restoring life. Option 2. Restrain your desires and reject the goddess of Wushan. Reward: elevation of cultivation level by 2 tiers, reaching the late stage of the Golden Core realm. Additionally, receive 1 heavenly tier teleportation talisman, allowing immediate return to the Xianyao sect. Lin Yue contemplated these two enticing choices while his gaze involuntarily lingered on the goddess reclining on the bed. She was a vision of grace, her beauty reminiscent of blossoming peach flowers, and as her eyes danced, they conveyed endless charm and tenderness. He mused, while option 2 offers a significant enhancement to my cultivation. How could I let such a splendid opportunity with this enchanting lady slip away without tasting her sweetness? That would indeed be a waste. Just as he wavered, the goddess of Wushan seemed to sense his turmoil, her soft lips parting as she gently asked, "My lord, what holds you back? Do I fail to capture your interest?" With that, she extended her delicate hand, akin to white jade, gently tugging at Lin Yue's sleeve, her playful demeanor evoking a sense of affection. Her playful tone rang like a sweet songbird, crisp and melodious, stirring Lin Yue's heart to flutter, leaving him unable to resist. In that moment, he cast aside all doubts and resolved to follow his heart, choosing to engage in mutual cultivation with her. Once Lin Yue made up his mind, he immediately bent down to kiss the goddess's cherry lips. In that moment, time seemed to freeze, and the entire world faded away, leaving only the two of them. The goddess's lips were soft and warm, exuding a delicate fragrance that entranced Lin Yue, leaving him utterly captivated. As their passionate kiss deepened, the sheer curtains in the room appeared to sway gently, as if dancing in harmony with their fervor. Concealed beneath this gauzy drapery, their bodies gradually melded together, entwined in an intimate embrace, inseparable. At this enchanting moment, Lin Yue's yin-yang wuji cultivation seemed to be awakened, operating autonomously. It continuously channeled his yang energy into the goddess, merging with her yin energy before returning to circulate within him. The intertwining of these two vital energies propelled them to the pinnacle of bliss. In a moment of unrestrained passion, Lin Yue found himself unable to resist tearing the jade pendant from the goddess's bosom. After a melodic rendition of Ode to the Goose, both were left fatigued, falling asleep in each other's arms. However, when Lin Yue awoke again, he was met with an astonishing sight. What could this possibly mean? Could it be that everything prior was merely an illusion? As this thought crossed his mind, he discovered that he was indeed clutching a lustrous dragon-patterned jade pendant in his hand. Chapter 17. The Wolf Pack. Upon waking, Lin Yue realized he still lay in the very spot where he had vanquished the fiery red ants. Was his encounter with the goddess of Wushan merely a fleeting dream? Yet if it were truly a dream, how could he possibly possess the dragon-patterned jade pendant? While Lin Yue grappled with these perplexing questions, he noticed with astonishment that his cultivation had genuinely risen to the mid-stage of the Golden Dan realm. When he opened his storage pouch, he found a pill inside, confirming the rewards he had received. If all this were but a dream, why had the system granted him such tangible rewards, along with the pendant he had seized from that woman? Conversely, if this were not a dream, why had he fainted here, only to awaken in the same place? Despite his fervent attempts to unravel the mystery, clarity eluded him. Nevertheless, with the system's rewards firmly in his possession, further contemplation seemed futile. Resolving to set aside his confusion, Lin Yue secured the dragon-patterned jade pendant and continued on his journey. After approximately an hour of walking, Lin Yue arrived at the entrance of a valley. Before he could draw closer, he heard the sounds of a fierce battle emanating from within. Alarmed, he quickened his pace, eager to uncover the source of the commotion. Upon entering the valley, the sight before him left him utterly astounded. A pack of ferocious wolves was surrounding two women, their massive forms, sharp fangs, and claws, accompanied by guttural growls, painted a picture of sheer savagery. The two women, clearly exhausted from the relentless assault of the wolves, appeared to be in dire straits. Struggling to endure, they desperately attempted to avoid becoming prey to the ravenous wolves. The garments adorning their bodies had long succumbed to the brutal assaults of the pack, revealing ghastly wounds from which blood gushed incessantly, staining their once pristine attire. Lin Yue focused intently and soon realized that the two women were none other than Yu Yuhong and Nangong Yuyan. These two had deliberately lured the heart-devouring python to attack him and had then seized the opportunity to flee. Lin Yue felt no pity for their plight. They truly deserved their fate. These venomous women, with hearts so malevolent, were finally receiving their just deserts. Observing the scene before him, Lin Yue was acutely aware that without assistance, these two women would likely perish within the hour, torn apart by the ravenous wolf demons. If it were anyone else, Lin Yue would surely rush to their aid without hesitation. Yet, considering that these women had just conspired against him, he could not bring himself to act with benevolence in the face of their betrayal. Just as he resolved to turn away, Yu Yuhong, embroiled in combat with the wolves, inadvertently caught sight of him and cried out, "Lin Yue, won't you come to our aid? Can you truly bear to let us perish at the jaws of these beasts?" Upon hearing her, Nangong Yuyan also spotted Lin Yue, and, seeing him as a beacon of hope, implored, "Lin Shixiao, please help us." Caught off guard by their sudden appeal for help, Lin Yue thought to himself, "Now you remember me? Do you truly believe I am a charitable soul?" As he contemplated this, he turned to leave. However, seeing that Lin Yue had no intention of assisting them and appeared ready to depart, Nangong Yuyan's tone shifted. "Lin Shixiao, if you help us today, I promise to grant you any request in the future." She understood that Lin Yue had likely not perceived the nuances of their previous actions. Yet, in this moment, without his intervention, both she and Yu Yuhong were surely doomed. Upon hearing her words, Lin Yue mused, "Any request granted? Would that mean you would not refuse if I desired your body?" Although Nangong Yuyan was young, her beauty and figure were striking, rivaling even Zhao Yuling. Lin Yue contemplated that if she weren't the sister of Nangong Ting and had not just conspired against him, her demise would indeed be regrettable. However, upon reflection, it was Yu Yuhong who had thrown the serpent's egg at him, implicating her in the matter more than Nangong Yuyan. The latter's greatest error was fleeing with Yu Yuhong, leaving him to confront the heart-devouring python alone. At that moment, a transcendent voice echoed in his mind. The system has detected the host's inner conflict and offers two new options. Option 1. Rescue Nangong Yuyan and Yu Yuhong, rewarded with a suit of protective golden silk armor capable of withstanding attacks from artifacts below divine level. Option 2. Depart immediately, rewarded with a heavenly grade teleportation talisman and a healing elixir, the Heavenly Heart Pill. The mere fact that this could trigger the selection system is utterly exhilarating. Although Lin Yue had nearly made up his mind not to rescue Nangong Yuyan and Yu Yuhong, the options presented by the system stirred his heart. After all, the teleportation talisman and healing potion of the second choice paled in comparison to the practicality of the protective armor. Indeed, the allure of evading injury far surpassed that of mere escape or healing. With this thought, Lin Yue promptly responded to the system, declaring, "I choose option 1. However, let me clarify that my motivation is not your precious armor, but purely the beauty of Nangong Yuyan." As soon as his words fell, Lin Yue felt a shift in his attire, and he instantly comprehended that the protective golden silk armor awarded by the system had enveloped him. Subsequently, he wielded the dragon-slaying sword, executing a swift strike that cleaved several wolf beasts, which were lunging towards Nangong Yuyan, in half. At that moment, a few more wolf beasts surged from behind Nangong Yuyan, aiming for her. Recognizing the peril, Lin Yue activated his evasion technique, swiftly arriving before her. He extended his left arm, drawing Nangong Yuyin into his embrace, deftly avoiding the assault of the beasts. With a decisive swing of the dragon-slaying sword, he once again severed the attacking wolves, though Nangong Yuyin was on the brink of collapse. Being held in Lin Yue's arms and witnessing his prowess in battle filled her with an overwhelming sense of security. How wonderful it would be to have such a man to rely on for a lifetime. In stark contrast, Yu Yuhong's situation was dire. Her thighs were torn, revealing gaping wounds and exposed bone. Watching Lin Yue prioritize rescuing the far more powerful Nangong Yuyin over herself ignited a fierce anger within her, leading her to silently curse. That despicable Lin Yue is insufferable. With his left arm firmly wrapped around the delicate form of Nangong Yuyin and his right hand gripping the dragon-slaying sword, Lin Yue moved through the throng of wolves with the ease of a predator, carving a bloody path amidst the chaos. He dashed forward, ultimately bringing Nangong Yuyin to safety. Just as he gently released her, still catching his breath, he heard her urgently exclaim, "Lin Shixiang, you must go save Yu Shiji quickly. It may soon be too late." At her words, Lin Yue couldn't help but scoff internally. A woman with such a vicious heart as hers should indeed endure more suffering. Despite his thoughts, he replied, "Very well, I shall rescue her. However, do not forget the promise you made to me." Nangong Yuyin's face flushed crimson, and with a playful pout, she retorted, "What did I promise you? Did you not just say that as long as I aided you, you would grant any request I made in the future?" Chapter 18. The mysterious cave. Recalling her earlier words spoken in haste, Nangong Yuyin's blush deepened, and she softly replied, "Rest assured, I remember what I said." Lin Yue's lips curled into a smile, and no longer teasing her, he turned and dashed back into the pack of wolves. Yu Yuhong, seeing that Lin Yue had finally come to her rescue, felt a fleeting moment of relief, but more so, she was consumed with resentment. Observing the ferocious wolves before her and her own disheveled state, Lin Yue recognized that his objective had been achieved. There was no need to continue engaging with them. With this thought, he brandished the dragon-slaying sword towards the sky and bellowed the first form of the Nine Heavens thunder technique, Heavenly Punishment. In an instant, the sky darkened with ominous clouds, and a thick, purple lightning bolt descended like a dragon, striking precisely at the wolf pack below. The pack, caught off guard by the overwhelming force of the lightning, howled in anguish as a significant portion of them were electrocuted, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. The remaining wolves, witnessing this terrifying spectacle, were paralyzed with fear, abandoning their fight and fleeing in all directions with their tails between their legs. Lin Yue sheathed the dragon-slaying sword and approached Yu Yuhong. She gazed at him, her resentment deepening. Yet she understood the necessity of relying on Lin Yue's protection at that moment, thus refraining from expressing her frustration. Nangong Yuyin hurried to Yu Yuhong's side, inquiring with genuine concern, "Sister Yu, how are you faring?" Yu Yuhong, somewhat annoyed, replied, "Do not worry, I won't perish just yet. Thanks to Lin Yue, we would have surely met our end in the wolf's jaws otherwise." Casting a sidelong glance at Lin Yue, she thought to herself, "Don't presume that your act of saving me today will earn my gratitude." Lin Yue, unconcerned with her inner musings, assessed their injuries and urged, "You should tend to your wounds promptly. This place is teeming with demon beasts, and we cannot be sure if more formidable creatures will come our way." After speaking, Lin Yue took up his dragon-slaying sword to collect the demon cores from the slain wolves. Nangong Yuyin retrieved some excellent wound medicine from her storage bag, saying, "Sister Yu, this is the finest healing ointment my grandfather gave me before we departed. We should apply it and channel our energy to heal." "All right," Yu Yuhong agreed. By the time Lin Yue finished gathering the demon cores, Nangong Yuyin and Yu Yuhong had made significant progress in healing their wounds. Following the recent ordeal, Nangong Yuyin's admiration for Lin Yue had notably increased. The three of them continued along the valley, soon discovering a cave nestled in the sheer cliff on one side. Standing in the valley and gazing at the cave above, Lin Yue sensed a flow of spiritual energy emanating from it. He thought to himself, given this circumstance, it is likely that there lies either an innate treasure within or the legacy of a venerable master's techniques. With this in mind, Lin Yue declared, "I have an inkling that the cave above harbors something extraordinary. I intend to investigate. But what if the wolf pack returns while you are up there? We must accompany you," Nangong Yuyin insisted firmly. Initially, Yu Yuhong had no intention of ascending, but seeing Nangong Yuyin's determination, she too felt reluctant to remain behind, asserting, "Indeed, you shall not leave us below." Observing their resolve, Lin Yue replied, "Very well, let us all ascend together." Upon Lin Yue's words, he swiftly entered the cave. Nangong Yuyin and Yu Yuhong, witnessing this, followed suit. As the three of them landed at the cave's entrance, the faint light filtering through revealed numerous animal bones scattered haphazardly across the ground. Yu Yuhong couldn't help but shiver, instinctively drawing closer to Nangong Yuyin, saying, "Junior sister Nangong, I can't shake the feeling that this place is eerie. Shouldn't we reconsider going in? With Brother Lin here, what is there to fear?" Gazing at the multitude of bones around them, she recalled the earlier incident where she had deliberately lured the heart-biting python to attack Lin Yue. hoping to see him meet his demise within its belly. A wave of apprehension washed over her. Although Lin Yue had just saved both her and Nangong Yuyan, one could never know his true thoughts. What if he harbored ill intentions within this cave? Wouldn't both she and Nangong Yuyan be doomed? Even if he chose to overlook past grievances, should a formidable beast emerge, it was likely that his first instinct would be to protect Nangong Yuyan. With this thought, Yu Yuhong looked at Lin Yue and Nangong Yuyan, who continued onward, and declared, "My injuries have yet to heal. I shall remain at the entrance and await your return. That is for the best. Rest assured, senior sister. Brother Lin and I will return swiftly," Lin Yue assured her as he advanced, surveying the cavern's interior. It was shrouded in darkness, with no end in sight. The scattered white bones further indicated the presence of powerful beasts within. Based on experiences gleaned from fantasy novels, it was evident that whether it be the emergence of a primordial treasure or the vicinity of supreme spiritual fruits and herbs, formidable beasts were invariably present to guard them. "Brother, wait for me." Observing the cave's ominous atmosphere, Nangong Yuyan felt a twinge of fear, quickening her pace to catch up with Lin Yue. Nearly pressing herself against his back. Feeling the softness of her form, Lin Yue thought to himself, were it not for the fact that he was ostensibly Zhao Yuling's partner, Nangong Yuyan would indeed be an appealing choice. Not only was her figure alluring, but she was also far more manageable than Zhao Yuling. With this in mind, he extended his left hand to grasp her right, saying, "Junior sister Nangong, fear not. Regardless of what occurs, I shall protect you." Hearing Lin Yue's promise, a warm sensation surged within Nangong Yuyan. He truly was a man of responsibility. It was no wonder that Sister Zhao had chosen him over her brother. How wonderful it would be if she could find a partner like him. With this thought, her cheeks flushed, and she softly replied, "Thank you, Brother Lin." The two continued onward, traversing over 100 meters, as the surrounding environment grew increasingly dim, as if they were engulfed in an endless abyss of darkness. At that moment, Nangong Yuyan suddenly caught sight of two eerie green lights flickering ahead in the cave. Those two green lights shone brilliantly in the darkness, resembling mysterious gems, emanating a heart-stirring glow. As she focused her gaze, she discovered that the source of the green light was two orb-like objects, roughly the size of fists, quietly hovering in the dark, seemingly awaiting a fateful visitor to claim them. "Brother, look, there truly are treasures ahead," Nangong Yuyan exclaimed with palpable excitement, her voice betraying an uncontrollable thrill. Her eyes were fixated on the two green orbs, as if they were the most precious treasures in the world. Upon uttering her words, she eagerly attempted to break free from Lin Yue's grasp, rushing forward to seize the two orbs. However, Lin Yue held her back firmly, pulling her close once more. "Do you truly believe those are treasures?" Lin Yue questioned, his tone tinged with doubt and caution. What else could they be? Just as their words faded, the two green lights suddenly stirred to life. They floated through the darkness like disturbed phantoms. Then, a deep, menacing growl echoed from the depths of the cave, a sound reminiscent of a malevolent spirit from the underworld, sending chills down one's spine. As the growl reverberated, a massive shadow gradually emerged. Chapter 19. The giant spider. When the enormous shadow approached Lin Yue and Nangong Yuyan, they soon realized it was a colossal spider. The two green orbs they had observed moments before were, in fact, its eyes. At that moment, fierce glints sparked within its eyes, and venom dripped from its fangs, indicating that it had marked Lin Yue and Nangong Yuyan as its prey. Observing the creature, Lin Yue swiftly drew the Dragon Slayer's sword and instructed Nangong Yuyan, "Stay behind me, and beware of the venom." With that, he swung the Dragon Slayer's sword and charged forward. Despite its immense size, the spider moved with remarkable agility. As Lin Yue's sword grazed its body, the spider deftly evaded, retaliating with a swift spray of venom directed at him. Reacting quickly, Lin Yue sidestepped, using the momentum to slash at the spider's legs. The blade met its target, leaving behind a trace of green blood. In pain, the spider thrashed its 8 legs wildly, whipping up a gust that sent dust swirling throughout the cave. From her position behind Lin Yue, Nangong Yuyan seized the moment, channeling her spiritual energy to launch an ice arrow towards the spider's eyes. However, when the ice arrow struck, it did not penetrate but instead incited the spider's wrath. Immediately, the creature began to expel a fine white silk from its mouth, weaving a cocoon-like space around Lin Yue and Nangong Yuyan, ensnaring them within a web of silk. Seeing this, Lin Yue brandished the Dragon Slayer's sword, hacking desperately at the surrounding webbing. Yet, the webs proved too resilient. His strikes fell futile, like a stone cast into the ocean, stirring not a ripple. Nangong Yuyan exerted all her strength, but the intricate web remained unyielding. "Brother Lin, what shall we do?" she implored. Lin Yue reassured her, "There is always a way out. Give it time, and we shall devise a plan." With concern etched on her face, Nangong Yuyan replied, "But if we cannot find a solution, will we not be trapped here for eternity?" Lin Yue chuckled. If that were truly the case, how splendid it would be. Just the two of us, a solitary man and woman, could establish a home here and raise a brood of children. Hardly a lonely existence. Upon hearing Lin Yue's words, Nangong Yuyan's cheeks flushed crimson, and she shyly retorted, "Brother, what nonsense are you spouting? At such a time, you still have the heart to jest?" Lin Yu's lips curled into a smirk as he gazed at Nangong Yuyan with a teasing glint in his eyes and said, "You previously declared that as long as I rescued you and you home, you would never refuse any of my requests. Are you now planning to go back on your word?" Nangong Yuyan's delicate face turned beet red in an instant, and after a considerable pause, she stammered, "But you are Sister Zhao's partner. How could you be so fickle?" Lin Yue, far from feeling any remorse, retorted with conviction, "A true man stands between heaven and earth. Having multiple wives is merely natural. Why should I be hanged on just one tree?" Faced with Lin Yu's blunt declaration, Nangong Yuyan appeared flustered. Her heart raced, and her cheeks burned like ripe apples. After much hesitation, she finally mustered the courage to respond, "If you can truly persuade Sister Zhao to agree, then I shall accept your proposal." A glimmer of mischief flickered in Lin Yu's eyes as he pressed, "This is what you said?" Nangong Yuyan hesitated momentarily but eventually nodded gently, her voice barely above a whisper, "I said it." With her affirmation, Lin Yu's smile broadened, and he declared, "Then I shall collect a bit of interest now." Before she could react, he suddenly enveloped her in his arms and swiftly pressed a kiss upon her lips. Though the kiss was as fleeting as a dragonfly skimming the water, it sent a jolt through Nangong Yuyan's body, as if she had been electrified. Her heartbeat surged to an unprecedented pace, leaving her mind blank. Once she regained her senses, she hastily pushed Lin Yue away, her face aflame with embarrassment as she reproached, "Brother, you are so wicked." While Nangong Yuyan's words chastised him, her heart was elated. After all, given Lin Yu's performance today, he could easily outshine the youthful prodigies of their sect, even rivaling the saintly Zhao Yuling. From her words, Lin Yue discerned that she was not only unperturbed but perhaps even pleased, leading him to believe that she had developed feelings for him. Lin Yue mused to himself, with the experience gained from many years of courting in the modern world, winning over this budding young girl should be a simple endeavor. "Brother Lin, think of a way. We cannot remain trapped here forever." Nangong Jr. "Sister, fret not. Allow me to ponder a bit longer." Just as they conversed, Lin Yue suddenly sensed a tremor within the silken space they occupied. The quaking intensified, as if the very fabric of the space were on the verge of being torn asunder. Soon after, Lin Yue distinctly felt the entire realm begin to rotate, as if manipulated by an immense, unseen hand. He and Nangong Yuyan lost their balance in the swirling space, their bodies swaying uncontrollably from side to side. Panic gripped Lin Yu's heart as he realized that the colossal spider outside was likely rolling this web-like realm, though he could not fathom where it intended to take them. Amidst the violent oscillation, both Lin Yue and Nangong Yuyan endeavored to maintain their equilibrium, but found it nearly impossible. To avoid being tossed about by the shifting web space, they had no choice but to cling tightly to one another, supporting each other in a bid to remain united. As the rotation quickened, their bodies became increasingly difficult to control. Eventually, they lost all semblance of balance, resorting to an embrace to shield themselves from harm in the precarious environment. In that moment, Lin Yue and Nangong Yuyan suddenly sensed the entire web-like space plummeting from a great height. The sensation of weightlessness sent their hearts racing, as if they were on the brink of falling into an abyss. When the web space finally landed, their bodies could no longer maintain stability, and they collapsed to the ground in a tight embrace. Lin Yu's weight pressed heavily upon Nangong Yuyan's delicate form, and their lips accidentally met in that instant. Particularly, Lin Yue felt the softness of Nangong Yuyan supporting him, causing his blood to surge with an undeniable fervor. Their gazes locked, and Lin Yue could no longer resist the urge to press his lips against hers. This kiss was both lingering and passionate. Nangong Yuyan initially widened her eyes, attempting to push Lin Yue away. Yet, after feebly resisting a few times, she gradually closed her eyes, instinctively wrapping her arms around his neck. Just as they were immersed in this enchanting atmosphere, a sudden hissing sound erupted from the surrounding web, as if it were being corroded by some unseen force. In an instant, the strands began to snap, causing their bodies to separate. Lin Yue warily rose to his feet, drawing the dragon-slaying sword, and beheld a small luminescent insect perched upon the web, continuously secreting a corrosive liquid. This tiny creature was none other than the web-corroding bug, capable of neutralizing the silk strands. The giant spider, sensing the destruction of its web, swiftly approached, eager to claim its prey. Lin Yue seized Nangong Yuyan's hand, and they dashed through the breach in the web space. The giant spider, upon noticing their escape, lunged after them, its massive fangs glinting ominously as it pursued Lin Yue and Nangong Yuyan. Lin Yue swung the dragon-slaying sword, engaging the colossal spider in a fierce battle. Meanwhile, Nangong Yuyan rapidly gathered her spiritual energy to launch magical attacks against the beast. Just as the clash intensified, the web-corroding bug flew menacingly towards the top of Nangong Yuyan's head. Initially, it detected the fluctuation of Nangong Yuyan's spiritual power, intending to seize the opportunity to fly onto her and siphon her blood. Upon witnessing this, Lin Yue swiftly called out, "Be cautious, junior sister. Without hesitation, he unleashed a powerful strike from his dragon-slaying sword, delivering a fierce blow to the arachnid's head. With a resounding crack, the sword cleaved through the spider's formidable exoskeleton, causing it to writhe momentarily before its massive form collapsed onto the ground, lifeless, green blood pooling around it. The devouring worm, reliant on the giant spider for sustenance, was quick to approach Lin Yue, intent on a desperate confrontation. Lin Yue deftly sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the worm as it zipped past, leaving a gaping tear in the fabric of his shoulder. The corrosive secretion of this diminutive creature was astonishingly potent. Realizing this, Lin Yue promptly employed a stealth technique to navigate the situation with caution. Yet, the worm, possessing remarkable speed, swiftly circled back, aiming for Lin Yue's throat. Alarmed, Lin Yue turned his head aside just in time, feeling the worm brush against his cheek, fortunately without making contact. As the worm prepared to launch another attack, Lin Yue seized the moment and executed another flowing strike, annihilating the creature entirely. Gripping the dragon-slaying sword, he swung it forcefully. Witnessing a flash of cold light as the giant spider's head was cleaved open, its green ichor splattering around. Without hesitation, he retrieved the demon core from within the spider's body and stored it in his pouch. Once the giant spider was dealt with, Lin Yue remarked that given the formidable guardian of this cavern, there must undoubtedly be treasures within. What does senior brother mean? Nangong Yuyin inquired. Lin Yue replied, if you are not afraid, I wish to proceed further and uncover what lies within. Upon hearing this, Nangong Yuyin gently responded, as long as I am with senior brother Lin, I fear nothing. After the preceding events, their bond had undeniably deepened. With her agreement, Lin Yue took her hand, and they continued along the cave's wall. Not long after, they discerned a faint glimmer ahead. Upon noticing it, Nangong Yuyin's heart leapt with joy as she eagerly asked, senior brother Lin, could there be another exit ahead? Lin Yue scrutinized the glimmer, frowning slightly before shaking his head. I do not believe it resembles natural light. It seems more akin to the glow emitted by some artifact. Exchanging glances, they both felt an increasing sense of strangeness enveloping the cave. However, they did not retreat but pressed onward. After traversing approximately 10 more meters, the cave suddenly took a sharp turn. As they rounded the corner, the sight before them astonished them. The earlier light emanated from jewels embedded in the walls on either side. These gems radiated a soft glow, illuminating the entire cavern. It's actually luminous pearls, Nangong Yuyin exclaimed in awe. As they conversed, the two individuals traversed a narrow turn and entered a grand underground palace. This subterranean hall was imposing, its walls adorned with countless luminous pearls, illuminating the entire space as if it were daylight. The interior decor of the palace was nothing short of opulent, leaving all who beheld it in awe. Furnishings, such as beds and tables, were plentiful and crafted from the finest materials available. However, when Nangong Yuyin's gaze swept across the walls, her complexion instantly flushed a deep crimson, akin to a ripe apple. It turned out that the walls were adorned with numerous murals, each more shocking than the last, depicting nothing but explicit scenes of intimacy. Faced with such indecent imagery, Nangong Yuyin's embarrassment was palpable. She instinctively lowered her head, unable to meet the gaze of the walls. Her lips trembled slightly as she muttered under her breath, who could be so shameless as to paint such vulgarity on the walls? Lin Yue, standing beside her, chuckled dismissively at her remarks. With great interest, he admired the murals and explained to Nangong Yuyin, sister, you are mistaken. This is called art. However, as Lin Yue scrutinized the paintings more closely, he gradually discerned that these depictions were not merely meant to portray the pleasures between men and women. Rather, they resembled illustrations of a dual cultivation technique. It appeared that the owner of this underground palace was indeed a model for their kind, having the foresight to depict such cultivation methods upon the walls. Thus, those who practiced here could not only appreciate the artwork, but also grasp its profound significance. As Lin Yue pondered this, he turned to Nangong Yuyin and said, sister, there is no need to feel shy. All of these murals represent dual cultivation techniques. Would it not be a pity to overlook them? Nangong Yuyin's delicate face flushed even more, resembling a startled rabbit, as she abruptly turned away and scolded, I have no interest in looking at these. Seeing her reaction, Lin Yue found it amusing and continued to persuade her. Consider that our Xiaoyao sect advocates dual cultivation. Otherwise, why would the sect require female disciples over 20 to choose a partner? Since you will inevitably need to learn about these matters, why not become familiar with them sooner to avoid being caught off guard later? Nangong Yuyin, though she sensed the validity of his reasoning, still felt exceedingly embarrassed. She shyly replied, I am still young, and without a partner, what use is there in looking at these? Lin Yu's smile broadened, and he winked as he said, sister, have you forgotten what you promised me before? Nangong Yuyin's expression shifted to one of awkwardness as she stammered, even if I agreed, how could Sister Zhao possibly consent? Lin Yue quickly waved his hand and said, my relationship with Zhao Yuling as a partner is merely a means to comply with the sect's regulations. She cannot dictate my choices. Upon hearing Lin Yu's words, Nangong Yuyin felt a flicker of emotion within her heart, and a wave of joy surged through her as she inquired, "Is what you say truly genuine?" Lin Yu regarded her with utmost seriousness and replied solemnly, "What reason would I have to deceive you?" Upon hearing his response, Nangong Yuyin's face flushed even deeper. After all, if Lin Yu was not truly bonded to Zhao Yuling, then even if she were to become his woman, it could not be deemed as an act of stealing love. Noticing the deepening blush on Nangong Yuyin's cheeks, Lin Yu chuckled and suggested, "Why don't we attempt to practice the techniques depicted in this mural right here?" Chapter 21, The Inheritance Jade Token. Lin Yu's proposition left Nangong Yuyin momentarily flustered, and in her haste, she swiftly changed the subject, stating, "Since this place may indeed be the cultivation ground of that esteemed predecessor, we should first search for any secret manuals or treasures, and we can address other matters later." From the tremor in Nangong Yuyin's words, Lin Yu discerned her hesitation, pondering whether he should seize the opportunity to win her over right then and there. After all, if he were to completely win over Nangong Yuyin, it would mean establishing a secret ally within the Nangong family, alleviating his concerns about their schemes against him. Yet, should he truly claim her, how would he explain it to Zhao Yuling upon returning to the sect? As he contemplated these matters, that ethereal voice resonated in his mind once more, indicating that the system had detected the host's inner turmoil and was presenting him with two options. Option 1. Immediately cultivate with Nangong Yuyin. Reward: 1 vial of divine water, which will cause any woman who consumes it to be utterly obedient to the host for 1 hour. Option 2. Refrain from cultivating with Nangong Yuyin for now. Reward: a technique for enhancing one's spiritual perception, increasing its efficacy tenfold for 1 hour. Weighing these two options in his mind, Lin Yu mused that the divine water seemed akin to the concoctions used by modern-day rascals and nightclubs to incapacitate women. As a man of integrity, he would never resort to such underhanded means. Although the spiritual perception technique also lasted for an hour, it would suffice for exploring the palace. As for Nangong Yuyin, he would eventually win her over. There was no need to rush. With this resolution, Lin Yu declared, "I choose option 2. No sooner had his words left his lips than he felt a mysterious energy surge into his mind, instantly augmenting his spiritual perception. Closing his eyes, he extended his awareness throughout the palace. Under the influence of his enhanced perception, every corner of the palace became vividly apparent to him. He first discovered an ancient tome beneath the table, its cover inscribed with the characters Yin-Yang Harmony Technique. Was this not a technique of the Harmony sect? Could it be that this place was the secluded sanctuary of the sect's ancestors? Contemplating this, Lin Yu briefly skimmed through its contents, which bore striking resemblance to the mural on the wall, albeit enriched with additional insights and methodologies. Shortly thereafter, his spiritual perception uncovered hidden compartments on either side of the grand bed. He swiftly approached one of the concealed compartments, scrutinizing the intricate patterns on its exterior, only to discover that it bore no significant distinction from the surrounding wooden panels. Yet, guided by intuition, Lin Yu gently caressed the edge of the compartment, eventually locating a minuscule protrusion. With utmost care, he pressed the elevation, and with a soft click, the door of the compartment gradually opened. Peering inside, Lin Yu beheld a translucent jade tablet, exuding a warmth reminiscent of mutton fat jade. He delicately lifted the tablet, examining it intently. The front was adorned with a carving of mandarin ducks frolicking in water, the two birds nestled against each other, so lifelike that they seemed poised to leap from the tablet. Conversely, the reverse bore a singular character, meow, rendered in an elegant script, exuding a sense of ethereal beauty. What extraordinary secrets did this jade tablet hold? As Lin Yu pondered, a sudden radiant beam emanated from the tablet, and before he could react, it swiftly penetrated his consciousness. A melodious voice resonated within his mind. "I am the fairy of melodious sound, Xiao Miao Miao, and I have gathered the entirety of my life's teachings within this jade tablet." The voice, akin to celestial music, was hauntingly beautiful, enchanting Lin Yu. Instantly, a vision of a stunning fairy materialized in his mind, her form graceful, her complexion akin to peach blossoms, her enchanting eyes shimmering as if they could ensnare the very soul. Before Lin Yu could fully grasp the moment, his consciousness began to project the teachings contained within the jade tablet, like a slideshow. He was captivated, observing as Xiao Miao Miao's teachings unfolded before him, comprising 4 main methodologies: the dual cultivation technique, the art of gathering essence, enchanting skills, and illusion formations. The profundity of these teachings left Lin Yu in awe. He had never fathomed the existence of such wondrous practices in the world. However, he lamented that these teachings were exclusively tailored for women's cultivation, rendering them unsuitable for men. Contemplating this, Lin Yu approached another concealed compartment and deftly opened it. Astonishingly, it contained another jade tablet, akin to the first. The front of this tablet was intricately carved to depict a scene of falling peach blossoms, petals swirling gracefully, as if one could catch a whiff of their delicate fragrance. The reverse boldly bore the character shuang, rendered in a vigorous script that conveyed a unique charm. As anticipated, upon grasping the jade tablet, a dazzling beam of light shot into his consciousness like lightning. Following this, a deep, magnetic voice resonated in his mind. I am the unparalleled gentleman, Lu Shuang, who, due to wavering will, was enchanted by Lin Miao's beauty and came here to cultivate with her. The techniques I have devised are all aimed at countering Lin Miao's enchanting skills, the art of gathering essence, and illusion formations. No sooner had the voice faded than Lin Yu's mind began to display these techniques like a film reel, each method vividly manifesting in his consciousness, allowing him to swiftly grasp their intricacies. Lin Yue marveled inwardly, recognizing the exceptional value of the items before him. Particularly, the reverse absorption technique devised by Lu Wushuang was nothing short of exquisite, capable of siphoning the cultivation of adversaries. With these techniques at his disposal, he would no longer need to fear being ensnared by the charms of women adept in seductive arts. Noticing a glimmer of joy on Lin Yu's face, Nangong Yuyin inquired, "What is it about these 2 jade tokens that brings you such delight?" Lin Yue replied with a smile, "You must understand. I was once a mere errand boy and have never encountered such remarkable treasures." As he spoke, he carefully stowed the 2 jade tokens into his storage pouch. Nangong Yuyin, feeling a tinge of disappointment, asked, "Is it true that within this palace, apart from those 2 jade tokens and the book you previously acquired, there are no other legendary treasures or techniques?" Perceiving her disheartened expression, Lin Yue promptly retrieved the yin-yang harmony technique and offered it to her, saying, "This is a superior dual cultivation technique from the Harmony sect. Would you like to give it a try? It might just help you break through to the Golden Core realm." Nangong Yuyin's cheeks flushed as she responded, "How could that be possible? Are you trying to deceive me?" Yet, deep down, she was intrigued, for her cultivation among the younger disciples of the Xiaoyao sect was second only to Zhao Yuling. While her family's resources undoubtedly played a significant role in her advancement, she also enjoyed a substantial advantage in age. Seeing her interest, Lin Yue seized the opportunity, gently pulling her into his embrace and whispering sweetly in her ear, "Sister, you are so beautiful. How could I ever bear to deceive you?" Without waiting for her reply, he pressed his lips against hers. Moments later, Nangong Yuyin found herself weakly leaning against Lin Yue. Recognizing the opportune moment, Lin Yue swiftly lifted her up and placed her upon the grand bed within the palace. Chapter 22. Let us see who dares to strike. As the melody of Ode to the Goose came to a close, Nangong Yuyin felt a surge of spiritual energy swelling within her like a tidal wave. The intensity of this energy was overwhelming, compelling her to disregard all else as she seated herself on the bed, focusing her energy to harness this force in an attempt to break through her current limitations. With her eyes gently closed, a radiant flush blossomed on her previously pale cheeks, resembling a ripe apple, enticing in its allure. Her aura fluctuated as she cultivated, at times surging like a tempest, and at others, tranquil as a deep abyss. Suddenly, a brilliant light erupted from within her, akin to the dawn breaking forth, shattering the shackles of her current realm. Wherever the light traversed, obstacles were effortlessly torn asunder, as if nothing could impede this formidable force. At that moment, a pure golden essence began to coalesce rapidly in her dantian. With the emergence of golden light enveloping her, the golden core finally took shape within Nangong Yuyin's dantian. Subsequently, a powerful and pristine aura began to emanate from her being. Nangong Yuyin slowly opened her eyes, a flicker of astonishment passing through them. "I have broken through. You truly did not deceive me," she exclaimed with excitement, kissing Lin Yue on the cheek like a child. Lin Yue took a moment to sense the aura within himself and was pleasantly surprised to discover that, after the mutual cultivation with Nangong Yuyin, his cultivation had advanced from the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm to the late stage. "At this rate, it won't be long before I catch up with Zhao Yuling," Lin Yue mused inwardly, a smile unconsciously gracing his lips. With this thought, his gaze fell upon Nangong Yuyin beside him. He gently drew her into his embrace and softly inquired, "I did not deceive you, did I?" Nangong Yuyin's delicate form quivered slightly as she lifted her gaze, her beautiful eyes locking onto Lin Yue's. In a tender voice, she replied, "From this moment forth, Yuyin belongs to brother Yu. But what of your grandfather and your brother? If they seek to confront me, what will you do?" Lin Yue asked earnestly, gazing into her eyes. Nangong Yuyin's expression changed subtly, but she quickly regained her composure, resolutely stating, "Rest assured, brother Yu, if they ever pose a threat to you again, Yuyin will find a way to stop them." "That is splendid. However, I am still nominally in a partnership with Zhao Yuling. Once we return to the sect, let us keep our relationship discreet for the time being, and discuss it further when the opportune moment arises, shall we?" Lin Yue carefully proposed his thoughts. Nangong Yuyin obediently nodded, responding softly, "Yuyin will heed brother Yu's wishes." After saying this, she seemed to crave an even deeper intimacy, pressing herself closer into Lin Yu's embrace, as if wishing to meld into his very being. Lin Yue gently caressed her back, saying, "We should make our exit. If we linger any longer, Yu Yuhong might grow suspicious." At that moment, Nangong Yuyan recalled that Yu Yuhong was waiting for them at the cave entrance. She hurriedly adjusted her attire and returned with Lin Yue along the same path. Upon reaching the entrance, Yu Yuhong, seeing the two emerge, anxiously inquired, "What on earth happened? Why were you both inside for so long?" Feeling a flush creep across her cheeks, Nangong Yuyan was about to respond when Lin Yue interjected, "We encountered a giant spider inside, which proved quite troublesome, hence our delay. Did you discover any techniques or treasures within?" Yu Yuhong pressed. Lin Yue shook his head, replying, "We found nothing of the sort. Let us descend now." With that, he flew down from the cave entrance, closely followed by Nangong Yuyan. Yu Yuhong observed the expressions of the pair, sensing something amiss, but seeing that they remained tight-lipped. She refrained from probing further. Once they descended, Yu Yuhong announced, "This trial lasts 3 days in total. We cannot delve any deeper. It is time to return." The three of them retraced their steps, slaying numerous low-tier beasts, only to unexpectedly encounter 2 other young men. The 2 individuals in question are none other than Nangong Ting and his astute strategist, Li Zhanyun. Upon witnessing Lin Yue's appearance alongside Yu Yuhong and his own sister, Nangong Ting could not help but feel a momentary surprise, pondering internally, "What is the meaning of this? Has Xiao Wuyo failed to locate him? I distinctly instructed Yu Yuhong and Yu Yan to devise a means to separate him from Zhao Yuling. Yet here they are, accompanying this young man." Contemplating this, Nangong Ting's expression darkened, and he remarked, "You certainly have a remarkable fate to survive within the perilous Wanshou Mountain." Lin Yue, fully aware that Yu Yuhong had been directed by Nangong Ting to lead the heart-eating python toward him, suspected that even Xiao Wuyo's sudden emergence was somehow entangled with Nangong Ting's machinations. He retorted sharply, "Even in death, I shall undoubtedly endure." Nangong Ting, upon hearing this, allowed a smirk to grace his lips, revealing a hint of derision. He surveyed the surroundings coldly before stating, "Do you truly believe that because you have become the direct disciple of the sect leader, I would refrain from taking action against you?" At that moment, apart from Lin Yue, all present were his subordinates, and Nangong Ting recognized this as a prime opportunity to eliminate Lin Yue. Lin Yue scoffed disdainfully, replying, "To act against me, you must first possess the strength to do so." Infuriated by Lin Yue's blatant underestimation, Nangong Ting retorted, "You seek death." With that, he concentrated his spiritual energy into his right hand and unleashed a powerful strike towards Lin Yue. Observing this, Lin Yue merely waved his hand, dissipating the attack into nothingness. Though his aura still emanated from the mid-stage of foundation establishment, his actual cultivation had long reached the late stage of golden elixir, placing him a significant realm above Nangong Ting, rendering him unworthy of concern. Nangong Ting, bewildered that Lin Yue had effortlessly thwarted his full-force strike, wondered internally, how could this be? Despite being at a lower realm, how was he able to so easily neutralize my attack? Though the reason eluded him, Nangong Ting was unwilling to forfeit this fortuitous opportunity. He glanced at Li Zhanyun behind him and Yu Yuhong across from him, commanding, "Let us strike together and eliminate this brat." In Nangong Ting's mind, no matter how formidable Lin Yue might be, he could not possibly withstand the combined assault of 4 foundation establishment experts. Yet, before his words could fully settle, Nangong Yuyan interjected, "Brother, we are all of the same sect. Why must you target senior brother Lin?" "Dear sister, how can you speak in favor of this young man?" Nangong Ting replied, "I am not siding with him. It's clear that." However, Nangong Yuyan hesitated, her concern not for Lin Yue's ability to fight, but rather the implications should Lin Yue injure Nangong Ting, thereby irrevocably severing ties with the Nangong family. Unaware of these deeper concerns, Nangong Ting reassured her, "Sister, there is no need for worry. If he perishes today, the sect will simply believe he fell victim to a beast. No one will suspect our involvement." As Nangong Ting concluded his words, he exchanged a knowing glance with Li Zhanyun and Yu Yuhong, preparing to take action. At that moment, a melodious voice rang out. "I dare you to make a move." With the sound of the voice resonating in the air, a striking figure descended from above. Upon recognizing the newcomer, Nangong Ting's expression shifted dramatically, and he approached with a fawning demeanor, saying, "Sister Zhao, please do not misunderstand. We were merely jesting with junior brother Lin." The visitor was none other than Zhao Yuling, the esteemed maiden of the Xiaoyao sect. Hearing Nangong Ting's defense, she turned her gaze toward Lin Yue and inquired, "Is what he said true?" Although Lin Yue was tempted to teach Nangong Ting a lesson, he hesitated, mindful of his relationship with Nangong Yuyan, and thus replied, "Linger, I have no pressing matters at hand, so perhaps it would be best to let this go." Yu Yuhong quickly interjected to smooth things over during this trial. "Junior brother Lin even saved both me and sister Nangong. We are immensely grateful and would never dream of harming him." Zhao Yuling scanned the expressions of Yu Yuhong and Nangong Ting before coldly stating, "I hope you truly mean that. Should I discover any ulterior motives against Lin Yue, I shall not show mercy." Upon hearing Zhao Yuling's commanding words, Lin Yue mused to himself how exhilarating it felt to be under the protection of a woman. Observing the situation, Nangong Yuyan promptly suggested, "It is getting late. We should make our exit." Zhao Yuling, having calculated the time, agreed it was indeed time to depart and led the group back the way they came. Upon exiting the Beast Mountain, they discovered that most of the other disciples had already emerged. Elder Yang Yunyun remarked, among this batch of disciples, only the maiden and Nangong Yuyan possess the highest cultivation levels. The top spot will likely be contested between the two of them. Zhao Yuling, hearing this, displayed a modest demeanor and softly replied, "I have merely been fortunate enough to slay a few high-ranking beasts, and the number of demon cores I obtained is quite limited. It scarcely warrants recognition." To this, Nangong Yuyan shyly countered, "My performance pales in comparison to Sister Zhao's. My gains in the Beast Mountain have been meager." On the contrary, junior brother Lin excelled, slaying both the heart-eating python and a giant spider, and collecting a considerable number of wolf demon cores. Surely, he is destined to claim the top honor. After hearing Nangong Yuyan's words, Elder Yang Yunyun turned her attention to Lin Yue. Pondering inwardly, his current cultivation level is only average among the participants, far inferior to that of the maidens. How could he possibly emerge victorious in this trial? Before long, the majority of the disciples participating in the trial began to emerge from the Beast Mountain. As for the few who had yet to appear, it was clear to everyone what had likely transpired. They had most likely encountered misfortune within the mountain. After all, the Beast Mountain was rife with ferocious creatures, including powerful beasts at the Golden Core stage. It was not uncommon for someone to fall victim to a counterattack during a battle with such beasts. As the participants began to return, Elder Yang Yunyun and Elder Lu Yunu commenced the tally of the demon cores acquired by the disciples during the trials, noting both their quantity and rank. Ultimately, Lin Yue emerged victorious, having amassed the greatest number of cores and also having hunted high-tier demon beasts. Zhao Yuling, although limited in the number of beasts she had slain, ranked second due to the predominance of high-tier creatures among her captures. Upon the return of the group to the Xiaoyao sect, Yang Yunyun reported the outcomes to sect leader Su Ningxuang. Su Ningxuang scrutinized Lin Yue with a glimmer of delight in her eyes, affirming to herself that she had indeed recognized his potential. With this thought, Su Ningxuang addressed Lin Yue, stating, "Given your remarkable performance, I shall bestow upon you the top-tier Heavenly Fire Palm technique and a 7th-grade body cleansing pill." Following her proclamation, she gently tapped Lin Yue's forehead with her index finger, and a golden light swiftly entered his sea of consciousness. Subsequently, she presented him with the coveted body cleansing pill. Lin Yue received it with deep respect, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, Master." Next, Su Ningxuang awarded Zhao Yuling and the disciple who secured third place with a swift movement talisman each. Elder Nangong Ao, witnessing his grandchildren's lack of commendable rankings in this trial, wore a disappointed expression, particularly his granddaughter Nangong Yuyan, whose cultivation was second only to Zhao Yuling among the participants, exhibited considerable talent. However, upon directing his gaze towards Nangong Yuyan, he was astonished to sense a significantly potent aura emanating from her, an aura indicative of the Golden Core realm. With excitement brimming in his heart, Nangong Ao inquired, "Yuyan, have you broken through to the Golden Core stage?" Nangong Yuyan nodded affirmatively, overjoyed by his granddaughter's achievement. Nangong Ao felt immense pride. After all, she had reached the Golden Core stage shortly after turning 16, surpassing even the gifted Zhao Yuling. This accomplishment was far more gratifying than any reward. With that in mind, Nangong Ao exclaimed, "Yuyan, come. Let us return home so you can share your experiences from the 10,000 Beasts Mountain with me." "Yes," Nangong Yuyan replied, her mind racing as she contemplated how to explain her breakthrough to her grandfather, mindful that she could not disclose her dual cultivation with Lin Yue. After Nangong Ao departed with Nangong Ting and Nangong Yuyan, Lin Yue and Zhao Yuling returned to the fragrant pavilion. Upon their arrival, Lin Yue promptly retrieved the 7th-grade body cleansing pill from his possession and offered it to Zhao Yuling, saying, "My dear, this 7th-grade body cleansing pill is a gift for you." Zhao Yuling's cheeks flushed as she retorted, "Who is your dear? Do not speak frivolously." Lin Yue chuckled. "Even if we are merely nominal partners, it is not amiss for me to address you thus. You should keep the precious pill you have earned." He continued, "Last time, you generously gave me your 7th-grade body cleansing pill, so it is only right that I return the favor." Seeing Lin Yue's earnestness, Zhao Yuling finally accepted the 7th-grade body cleansing pill. Upon returning indoors, Lin Yue retrieved the dragon-patterned jade pendant from his storage pouch, pondering the identity of the enigmatic woman who sought him and the underlying conspiracy at play. Ever since he acquired the legacy of the unparalleled noble from the Flying Flower Order, he understood that the previous events were not mere dreams, but a deliberately crafted illusion by that woman. What perplexed him was that if she possessed the power to conjure such a realistic illusion, her strength must be unfathomable. Why, then, would such a formidable entity target someone as inconsequential as himself? Could it be solely due to his handsome appearance? After much contemplation, Lin Yue found no clarity in the matter. However, upon reflection, He realized he had incurred no loss and thus chose to remain untroubled. The following morning, before Lin Yue had even risen, he heard voices emanating from the courtyard. Sister Nangong, did you come for a specific reason? Sister, I am not here for you. I am here for senior brother Lin. You seek Lin Yue? What do you require of him? Chapter 24, A Touch of Jealousy? Upon hearing the voices of Nangong Yuyin and Zhao Yuling, Lin Yue hastily exited his room, wary that a slip of the tongue from Nangong Yuyin might lead to a complicated explanation with Zhao Yuling. The moment he stepped outside, Nangong Yuyin's face blossomed with delight, and she hurried towards him, exclaiming, Senior brother Lin, you have finally come out. I have been waiting for you for quite a while. Seeing Nangong Yuyin, Lin Yue felt a surge of joy and responded with a smile, Sister Nangong. You arrived so early. Is there some urgent matter at hand? Nangong Yuyin's cheeks flushed slightly as she shyly lowered her gaze and softly replied, Actually, there is nothing particularly urgent. I made some pastries by hand after returning yesterday, and finding them quite delectable, I thought to bring some for you to try. As she spoke, she opened the food box she held and presented it to Lin Yue, gently urging, Please, senior brother Lin, do taste them and see if they are to your liking. Lin Yue, upon seeing this, could hardly refuse. He smiled and accepted the food box, taking a piece of pastry and savoring it. The delicacy melted in his mouth, the sweet aroma unfurling on his palate, leaving a lasting impression. Indeed, the taste is delightful. Nangong Yuyin beamed at Lin Yue's praise, her heart swelling with joy. Playfully, she remarked, Senior brother Lin, please refrain from overly flattering me. I might become vain. By the way, could you call me Yin Yin in the future? It sounds much more endearing. After speaking, Nangong Yuyin cast a furtive glance at Zhao Yuling, seemingly sensing a potential misunderstanding, and quickly added, Sister Yuling, please do not misinterpret this. Senior brother Lin saved both me and Sister Yu from peril on 10,000 Beasts Mountain. I merely wish to express my gratitude. So do not think too much of it. Zhao Yuling responded with a calm demeanor, Sister, I am not one to harbor petty grievances. Such trivial matters do not concern me. After Zhao Yuling finished speaking, she turned to Lin Yue and remarked, I have some matters to attend to, so I shall not keep you company any longer. With that, she turned and exited the room. Upon witnessing Zhao Yuling's departure, Nangong Yuyin, with a face full of excitement, inquired, Brother Yu, did I reveal any flaws in my earlier words? Lin Yue thought to himself that her thoughts were clearly written on her face. How could Zhao Yuling not discern them? However, considering Nangong Yuyin's innocent and carefree nature, the more she tried to conceal her intentions, the more likely she was to expose them. Reflecting on this, Lin Yue suggested, Let us not linger foolishly here. Let us retire indoors to converse. Eager for more time alone with Lin Yue, Nangong Yuyin readily accompanied him inside. Once indoors, Lin Yue said, Yuyin, did I not advise you to keep our relationship under wraps for the time being? Why did you come over so early? With a hint of playfulness, Nangong Yuyin replied, I simply couldn't resist thinking of you, Brother Yu. After saying this, she swiftly changed the subject, adding, Moreover, I have already explained to her that I came to repay a life-saving favor. Besides, your relationship with her is merely a pretense. What is there to fear? Upon hearing this, Lin Yue responded, This is not a matter of fear. I simply wish to avoid unnecessary troubles. Nangong Yuyin pouted, declaring, Regardless, I shall not relent. Now that I am already your woman, I will naturally cling to you from here on. Seeing this, Lin Yue extended his arms, drawing Nangong Yuyin into his embrace, reassuring her, Very well, everything shall be as you wish. Although Lin Yue did not mind provoking Zhao Yuling, he recognized that after their previous encounter, her public demeanor was one of defense, while her private attitude remained largely unchanged. Yet, he needed Nangong Yuyin to discreetly observe the movements of the Nangong family, so he could not afford to reveal their relationship prematurely. With this in mind, Lin Yue said to Nangong Yuyin, You are aware of my current relationship with your brother. If he were to discover this, he would undoubtedly devise ways to prevent our union. Rather than fretting over such matters, it would be wiser to endure for a while longer until the time is right to announce our bond to the world. Upon hearing this, Nangong Yuyin trembled slightly. She leaned closer into Lin Yue's embrace, her soft form resembling a gentle lamb nestled against his broad chest. Her voice was as delicate as a feather as she replied, I shall heed Brother Yu's wishes. However, I do harbor some concerns. What troubles you? He asked. I worry that over time, Brother Yu may no longer want me. She confessed. Lin Yue chuckled, I am right here. Do you think I would simply vanish? Besides, how could I bear to part with someone as adorable as you? Nangong Yuyin then expressed, Tonight, I wish for Brother Yu to accompany me to the herb garden on the back mountain. I wonder if you have the time? Upon hearing her words, Lin Yue felt a flicker of curiosity arise within him. He gazed into Nangong Yuyin's eyes, which resembled autumn waters, and gently inquired, What brings you here at this late hour? A blush immediately crept onto Nangong Yuyin's cheeks, akin to that of a ripened apple, as she shyly lowered her gaze. Her fingers fidgeted with the hem of her garment, seemingly hesitant to respond to Lin Yue's question. After a considerable pause, she bashfully replied, "It's quiet there. No one is around at night." As soon as she finished speaking, she felt a twinge of regret and playfully chided, "Why do you ask so many questions? You'll find out when you go." Before her words could fully settle, Nangong Yuyan suddenly summoned all her courage and swiftly pressed her lips against Lin Yu's cheek. The kiss was so unexpected that it left Lin Yue momentarily stunned. He felt a warm sensation spreading across his face, as if the entire world had momentarily frozen in that instant. After the kiss, Nangong Yuyan, like a startled fawn, quickly broke free from Lin Yu's embrace and dashed out of the door like the wind. Just before she exited, she turned back, casting a lingering gaze filled with affection towards Lin Yue, softly saying, "Brother Yue, do not forget." Watching Nangong Yuyan's retreating figure, Lin Yue was suddenly overcome by an unfamiliar feeling. He pondered over her shy demeanor as she departed, thinking, "It seems this girl has developed a taste for it. She invited me to the medicinal garden on the back mountain tonight. Could it be that she wishes to engage in dual cultivation once more?" Lost in his thoughts, Zhao Yuling returned from outside. Noticing Lin Yue seated by the bed, she casually asked, "Did Nangong Jr.'s sister leave?" "Yes," he replied. "Who would have thought you possessed such charm? Merely a trip to Wanshou Mountain, and you've captivated a young lady from the mortal realm." Detecting the tinge of jealousy in Zhao Yuling's voice, Lin Yue teased, "Are you feeling jealous?" Caught off guard by his insight, Zhao Yuling's face flushed, and she retorted, "I am not." "Then why the blush?" "Who is blushing?" Zhao Yuling replied, quickly regaining her composure, and coldly added, "I merely wish to remind you that you are still officially my Dao partner. You must be mindful of your conduct." Lin Yue countered, "Our relationship is not genuine. Do you truly expect me to remain by your side for eternity in such a nominal capacity? How infuriating. What do you mean by a nominal capacity? That night, you thoroughly took advantage of this holy maiden. Should you not be responsible for her?" Zhao Yuling scolded inwardly while maintaining her icy exterior. "Rest assured, I shall provide you with an explanation in due course." With that, she turned without another word and retreated into her room. What could be the matter with her? Is she jealous, or is she merely upset? Though Lin Yue found it difficult to decipher Zhao Yuling's thoughts, he turned his mind back to his upcoming rendezvous with Nangong Yuyan. He lay back down for a brief rest before resuming his practice of the pure yang art. He continued his cultivation until dusk, at which point he gradually opened his eyes. At this moment, Lin Yue felt an extraordinary abundance of spiritual energy within him. Compelled to marvel at the pure yang technique, a truly superior method of internal cultivation, which absorbed external spiritual energy at a speed several times greater than ordinary practices. Aside from the tendency to induce bodily heat and restless thoughts post-cultivation, it was difficult to pinpoint any other flaws. However, now that he had completely secured Nangong Yuyan, he no longer needed to worry about such matters. As the day waned, Lin Yue rose from his bed, hastily consumed some food, and then exited the fragrant pavilion, making his way to a spot along the path to the medicinal herb garden in the back mountains, where he awaited Nangong Yuyan's arrival. Before long, Lin Yue spotted a figure stealthily approaching from a distance. Upon noticing this, he immediately concealed his presence, eager to discern the identity of the newcomer. As the figure drew nearer, Lin Yue recognized it to be Li Zhanyun, a subordinate of Nangong Ting. What business did he have in the back mountains? His furtive demeanor suggested he was up to no good. Lin Yue considered following him to uncover the truth, but restrained his curiosity, remembering that Nangong Yuyan would soon arrive. Shortly thereafter, Nangong Yuyan arrived. Upon seeing Lin Yue, she immediately rushed into his embrace, softly exclaiming, "Yin is late. Did I keep brother Yue waiting?" "Not at all. Not at all. We should hurry along," he replied. With that, the two of them set off toward the back mountains. After traversing a ridge, they heard voices emanating from the mountains behind them. Nangong Yuyan, feeling somewhat anxious, whispered to Lin Yue, "Brother Yue, why are there people back here?" Lin Yue lowered his voice in response. "I just saw that fellow Li Zhanyun sneaking around. What is he doing here? I'm not entirely sure. I intended to follow him, but I worried you might get anxious if you couldn't find me, so I refrained. Then let us go see what he is up to." After making their decision, they quickly concealed their figures, moving stealthily like phantoms towards the source of the conversation. Upon nearing their target, they chose a large boulder for cover, quietly hiding behind it, and carefully peeked out in the direction of the dialogue. They observed Li Zhanyun standing with a cloaked figure dressed in dark attire. The person was clad in a tight black outfit, their head shrouded in fabric, revealing only a pair of eyes, rendering their true identity unrecognizable. Li Zhanyun's demeanor was exceedingly respectful as he retrieved a letter from his bosom and presented it with both hands to the cloaked figure, saying, "Young master, here is detailed information regarding the younger generation of the Xianyao sect, including their cultivation levels, the techniques they practice, and their individual characteristics." The cloaked figure accepted the letter and replied, "Well done. Once we have subdued the Xianyao sect, I shall reward you handsomely." Li Zhanyun smiled gently and replied, "Once the young master assists the sect leader in subduing the Xianyao sect, All I desire is for you to bestow Nangong Yuyin upon me. Rest assured, such a trivial matter shall surely be granted. Upon overhearing their conversation, where she was treated as a prize, Nangong Yuyin could no longer contain her temper and was about to storm out. She could scarcely believe that the usually respectful Li Zhanyun would dare to harbor intentions towards her behind her back. She felt an overwhelming urge to rush out and eliminate him. However, just as she moved, Lin Yue restrained her. Do not act rashly. It may alert the snake, he cautioned. From the tone of the black-clad man's voice, Lin Yue had already discerned that he was none other than the young master of the Hehuan sect, Xiao Wuyo. On that day in the Beast Mountain, he had sought to kill Lin Yue, and he had not yet settled the score with him, yet here he was, appearing in the back mountains of the Xianyao sect. From the exchange between him and Li Zhanyun, Lin Yue realized that Li Zhanyun was an undercover agent of the Hehuan sect embedded within the Xianyao sect. It seemed they were plotting a grander scheme against the Xianyao sect. However, having acquired the legacy jade tokens from Xia Miao Miao and Lu Wushuang within the cave, Lin Yue had developed countermeasures against the seductive arts and illusion formations of the Hehuan sect, leaving him with little to fear. At that moment, Xiao Wuyo remarked that it was best to avoid contact for the time being, as he would soon have his mother bring people to dampen the Xianyao sect's vigor. Rest assured, I shall exercise caution, Li Zhanyun assured him. Once Xiao Wuyo departed, Li Zhanyun followed suit. After he had gone far, Nangong Yuyin inquired, why did you stop me from going out to kill him? Lin Yue chuckled, he is but a mere clown. Allowing him to keep his head on his shoulders for a few days is of no consequence. He has betrayed the sect and dared to cast his eyes upon me. I cannot swallow this grievance without ensuring he is utterly annihilated. Observing Nangong Yuyin's indignation, Lin Yue reassured her, fear not, when the time is ripe, I shall take care of him for you. Upon hearing this, Nangong Yuyin, somewhat anxious, asked, are you not concerned about the harm he may bring to the sect? Worry not. With me around, they shall not stir any great tides. Although Nangong Yuyin recognized Lin Yue's prowess, it was merely in comparison to the younger generation within the sect. Yet, after hearing his words, she felt immensely reassured and instinctively nestled closer into Lin Yue's embrace. Seeing this, Lin Yue did not hesitate to wrap his arm around her delicate form and whispered in her ear, now, shall we discuss why you summoned me here tonight? At his inquiry, Nangong Yuyin's face flushed, and she shyly responded, I wish to try once more, to see if I can swiftly enhance my cultivation. Chapter 26. Insufficient cultivation. Upon hearing Nangong Yuyin's words, Lin Yue thought to himself, if each dual cultivation could yield such significant enhancements, then the Hehuan sect would have long since become invincible. Though his heart was filled with such thoughts, he could not refuse the advances of Nangong Yuyin. Moreover, the pure yang technique indeed required dual cultivation with a woman to more effectively suppress the turmoil within. By the time Lin Yue returned to the fragrant pavilion from the back mountain, it was already past midnight. However, upon entering, he discovered that the lamp in the inner room was still aglow. Why, at such a late hour, was she still awake? Little did he know that Zhao Yuling had remained awake due to her concern for him, anxious about his late return. The next morning, as Lin Yue pondered whether to inform the sect leader Su Ningxuang about Li Zhanyun being a spy for the pleasure sect and their intentions against the carefree sect, the maid Lanqi approached him. Brother Lin, the sect leader requests your presence. Lin Yue inquired, did master mention the reason? I do not know, the maid replied. As they conversed, they made their way to the cold fragrance residence. Upon arriving, Lanqi said, the sect leader is inside. You may enter, Brother Lin. Lin Yue approached the door and gently knocked, hearing Su Ningxuang's voice beckoning him to come in. Upon entering, he found her seated cross-legged on the bed, cultivating. Noticing this, Lin Yue approached and bowed, saying, disciple pays respects to master. Su Ningxuang slowly opened her eyes, descended from the bed, and said, you need not be overly formal, Yue. Please sit. After taking a seat on a nearby stool, Lin Yue asked, may I inquire why master has summoned me? Su Ningxuang replied, there is no need to be anxious. I simply wish to know how your practice of the pure yang technique is progressing. Upon hearing this, Lin Yue respectfully responded, master, the disciple has cultivated the pure yang technique to a minor success. Have you experienced any discomfort during your practice? Su Ningxuang inquired. Lin Yue's face flushed as he confessed, master, each time I complete my practice, I experience an inexplicable heat within, along with some thoughts that ought not to arise. Upon hearing his words, Su Ningxuang appeared unfazed and calmly replied, there is no need for concern, Yue. These sensations are entirely normal. Should you find it difficult to suppress them, you may seek Linger's assistance. When you reach a greater level of mastery, and even Linger cannot help you, you may come to me. My ice jade technique can precisely mitigate the heat within you. After hearing Su Ningxuang's words, Lin Yue pondered their implications. Was she subtly suggesting that dual cultivation with Zhao Yuling could help suppress the heat and errant thoughts brought by the pure yang technique? Yet her final remark about seeking her assistance, did that imply her willingness? Gazing upon Su Ningxuang's ethereal beauty, Lin Yue found himself with thoughts he dared not entertain. After all, the other party is not only the leader of the Xiaoyao sect, but also his nominal master. If he were to entertain any inappropriate thoughts, it would be tantamount to seeking his own demise. Contemplating this, Lin Yue respectfully replied, "Disciple understands." Su Ningxiong briefly scanned Lin Yue with her spiritual sense, inwardly sighing that although his talent was commendable, his cultivation was still too low. If he could break through to the nascent soul stage and cultivate the pure yang technique to perfection, even if he couldn't resolve the cold poison afflicting her, he could at least temporarily suppress it, aiding her in reaching the integration stage. Little did she know, Lin Yue concealed his true cultivation and deliberately maintained his aura at the mid-foundation establishment stage, while in reality, he had already reached the late golden core stage, merely a step away from the nascent soul realm. Subsequently, Su Ningxiong offered Lin Yue a few more words of advice, urging him to devote himself to his cultivation, and said, "If there is nothing else, you may return." Upon hearing this, Lin Yue had no intention of departing and once again clasped his hands, saying, "Master, disciple has one matter to report." "Speak," she replied. Lin Yue continued, "Last night, I inadvertently discovered Li Zhanyun sneaking towards the back mountain. Out of curiosity, I stealthily followed him and found that he was secretly meeting with a figure in black." "Is that so?" Su Ningxiong remarked. "Had it not been for your eyewitness account, I would not have suspected that Li Zhanyun was actually a spy sent by the Huanhe sect to infiltrate our Xiaoyao sect." Lin Yue recounted the events he witnessed in the back mountain, omitting only the part about his secret meeting with Nangong Yuyan. After listening, Su Ningxiong inquired, "Did you truly discern that the person was the Huanhe sect's young master, Xiao Wuyo?" "Naturally," Lin Yue affirmed. "Xiao Wuyo once ambushed me on Mount Wanshou. I would not mistake him." Sighing, Su Ningxiong replied, "It seems that even after all these years, the Huanhe sect's desire to annihilate our Xiaoyao sect remains undying. Master, what grievances do we share with the Huanhe sect that they would go to such lengths to target us?" In response to Lin Yue's question, Su Ningxiong pondered for a moment before replying, "In truth, our Xiaoyao sect's ancestor, the unparalleled Luo Shuang, and their ancestor, the enchanting Miaoying fairy, were once a pair of Dao partners. They not only practiced together, but also jointly created the Huanhe sect's signature technique, the Yinyang Huanhe technique. Without them, there would be no Huanhe sect as it exists today." Lin Yue, deep in thought, asked, "So, our Xiaoyao sect and the Huanhe sect are of the same origin. We should be closer. Why then have we turned into adversaries?" Su Ningxiong sighed and continued her explanation. "Alas, the affairs of this world are often so intricate." Later, Xiao Miao Miao, building upon the foundation of the Yinyang Huanhe technique, developed a method of absorption. While this technique allows for rapid cultivation, it comes at the expense of others. Moreover, she utilized this method to create seductive arts and illusion formations, specifically designed to entice other male cultivators into dual cultivation with her, only to then harvest their true essence to enhance her own cultivation. Upon hearing this, Lin Yue could not help but exclaim in righteous indignation, "Isn't this just an evil technique?" Su Ningxiong nodded and responded, "Indeed. It is precisely for this reason that the unparalleled ancestor deemed Xiao Miao Miao to have strayed from the righteous path, leading to their parting ways and her departure from the Hahuan sect. Subsequently, the unparalleled ancestor established the Xiaoyao sect here, naturally turning it into a rival of the Hahuan sect." At this point, Su Ningxiong paused briefly before continuing. "Although our Xiaoyao sect also advocates dual cultivation, it emphasizes mutual consent, utterly disdainful of employing seductive arts to entice others, and strictly forbids the practice of absorption techniques. This is the most significant distinction between us and the Hahuan sect." Upon hearing Su Ningxiong's elucidation, Lin Yue finally comprehended why the Xiaoyao sect, although ostensibly a dual cultivation sect like the Hahuan sect, had the sect leaders Su Ningxiong and the Saintess Zhao Yuling often presenting such frigid demeanors, particularly Zhao Yuling, who had clearly shared intimate moments with him, yet continued to maintain an air of aloofness. Chapter 27. Candlelit dinner. After Lin Yue departed, Su Ningxiong sat alone in her chamber, lost in contemplation for an extended period. She mused that she had initially believed, with Lin Yue possessing the innate Dao body, that simply waiting a year or so would suffice to resolve the current predicament. However, it appeared that time was not on her side. Half a month later, Su Ningxiong received an invitation from the Hahuan sect's leader, Xia Ji, who had sent word that she would arrive at the Xiaoyao sect for a competition in 3 days. After perusing the invitation, Su Ningxiong sighed. "What is meant to come cannot be evaded. If it were not for my cultivation of the iced jade technique, which has left me with a severe accumulation of cold poison, hindering my breakthrough to the fusion realm, I would not fear the Hahuan sect." After all, she had heard that the leader of the Hahuan sect, Xia Ji, had already utilized absorption techniques to attain the fusion realm. Moreover, there were rumors that even her prized disciple, Li Feihong, had successfully advanced to the nascent soul realm. Upon receiving the invitation, Su Ningxiong immediately summoned the elders of the sect to deliberate on the matter. The third elder, Yang Yunyun, spoke gravely. "The The Hehuan sect comes with ill intentions. While ostensibly here for a friendly contest, it is likely a ruse to probe our strengths and weaknesses. The fourth elder, Lu Xingyan, countered when the enemy approaches. We must stand our ground. Since they have come to our doorstep, can we truly avoid conflict? Su Ningxiang glanced at the taciturn Grand Elder, Nangong Ao, seated on her right, and inquired, "What is your perspective on this matter, Grand Elder?" Upon being addressed, Nangong Ao stroked his beard and replied, "Since Xia Ji has explicitly stated her intent to engage in a friendly contest, it is likely that she does not wish for a full-scale confrontation. Rather, it is probably a mere test. Furthermore, in my opinion, she will not personally intervene. It is certain she will have her disciples compete against our younger generation." The fifth elder interjected, "It is rumored that the Hehuan sect's Saintess, Li Feihong, has now advanced to the nascent soul realm. Even other disciples under Xia Ji, such as Yang Lihua and Wu Miaoyun, have also achieved breakthroughs to the golden core stage. If our younger disciples were to contend with them, I fear our sect would stand no chance. After all, everyone understood that among the younger generation, the Saintess Zhao Yuling possessed the highest cultivation talent, having reached the pinnacle of the golden core stage. However, compared to Li Feihong's initial stage of the nascent soul realm, she still fell short. In the second position stands Nangong Yuyan, whose talents are by no means inferior to Zhao Yuling's. However, she is somewhat younger and has only recently broken through to the golden core stage. As for the other disciples, they are all below the foundation establishment stage, rendering them irrelevant in this context. Observing the concerns etched on the faces of those present, Su Ningxuang spoke, stating that the path of cultivation is fraught with countless challenges and obstacles, and until the final moment, no one can ascertain the outcome. Moreover, even in defeat, it serves as an invaluable opportunity for their growth. After her words, Su Ningxuang rose and instructed everyone to prepare for the upcoming challenge. Upon hearing her command, the assembly dispersed, and upon returning to the cold fragrance residence, she summoned her maid, Lanxi, to bring Zhao Yuling to her. When Zhao Yuling arrived, Su Ningxuang, with a grave tone, inquired, "Linger, you must have heard about the upcoming sparring session with the Hehuan sect?" "Indeed, I have heard a few things," the disciple replied. "Do you feel confident about this encounter?" Su Ningxuang pressed. In response, Zhao Yuling declared, "I will exert every effort to ensure I do not disappoint my master." How has Yue's strength developed? He was able to establish his foundation overnight. It has been over 2 months since then. Surely he has made some progress? Well, I truly do not know. He is your partner. How can you be so uninformed about his condition? We. Noticing Zhao Yuling's hesitance, Su Ningxuang comprehended the situation and remarked, "Surely, apart from that one occasion, you have not engaged in dual cultivation again?" At Su Ningxuang's inquiry, Zhao Yuling's face flushed crimson as she murmured, thereby confirming her master's suspicion. "Linger, Yue possesses a congenital Dao body, with your Taiyin sacred body. If you were to engage in dual cultivation with him, you would undoubtedly achieve remarkable results in your cultivation. How can you remain indifferent?" Yet, Zhao Yuling found herself at a loss for words. Her initial choice of Lin Yue was merely to adhere to sect regulations. After Lin Yue established his foundation overnight, her feelings had indeed shifted, yet she still lacked the courage to express her affection. The more she witnessed Lin Yue growing closer to Nangong Yuyan, the more confused she became about her own feelings. Understanding that Zhao Yuling struggled with her pride, Su Ningxuang earnestly advised, "Linger, you and Yue are partners in the truest sense. What is there to be shy about? Moreover, as the senior sister, it is perfectly acceptable for you to take the initiative." Upon hearing this, Zhao Yuling's face turned even redder as she replied, "I understand." Upon returning to the fragrant breeze courtyard, Zhao Yuling's mind was still occupied with thoughts of whether she should take the initiative and how she might do so. By evening, Zhao Yuling took it upon herself to prepare a lavish spread of dishes, eagerly awaiting Lin Yue's return. When the lanterns were lit, Lin Yue finally returned home. Seeing him, Zhao Yuling emerged from the inner room, saying, "Lin Yue, I have prepared dinner. It is ready in the inner room. Please come in." Lin Yue, not one to be polite, followed Zhao Yuling into the inner chamber. Upon entering, he was taken aback to find the table laden with an abundance of food, appearing quite sumptuous. In addition, there was a jar of wine and 2 goblets placed upon the table. Observing the flickering candlelight within the room and the table laden with exquisite delicacies, Lin Yue pondered the unusual preparations of Zhao Yuling for this evening. Could it be that she had something significant to discuss with him? With this thought in mind, Lin Yue inquired, "Senior sister, what auspicious occasion is it today that the feast is so lavish?" Zhao Yuling's cheeks flushed slightly as she replied, "Oh, it is nothing much. I merely felt that since you moved in, we haven't had a proper conversation. Tonight, we have the opportunity to sit down, eat, and chat." After saying this, Zhao Yuling uncorked the jar and filled both goblets before them. Lin Yue lifted his goblet, taking a gentle sip, and smiled as he remarked, "Senior sister, you have even prepared such fine wine. It seems tonight is indeed a treat." Observing this, Zhao Yuling also raised her goblet, her gaze momentarily avoiding Lin Yue's as they clinked glasses, then she drank it down in one go. After several cups, her cheeks grew increasingly rosy, and her demeanor softened. No longer as cold as usual, as she gazed at Lin Yue with a playful glint in her eyes, asking, "Lin Yue, do you think I am beautiful?" Taken aback by her question, Lin Yue hadn't anticipated such a bold inquiry from Zhao Yuling. He quickly responded, "Senior sister, your beauty is akin to that of a celestial being. And how do I compare to Nangong Yuyan?" Lin Yue was further startled by her words, thinking to himself, could she possibly know? With this in mind, he allowed a subtle smile to grace his lips and softly replied, "The junior sister Nangong is charming and delightful, reminiscent of a beloved neighbor, while you, senior sister, exude grace and elegance, much like a fairy descended from the heavens. You both embody different types of beauty, each remarkable in your own right. What is there to compare?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Yuling's enchanting eyes sparkled as she regarded Lin Yue with a teasing expression, asking in a sultry tone, "If you were forced to choose between us, whom would you select?" Lin Yue's heart tightened as he contemplated her words. What could she mean by this? Could it be that she was beginning to awaken to her feelings? One was an innocent and naive young girl, while the other was a mature and alluring woman. How could he possibly choose? With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Lin Yue replied, "If I were to answer, you must promise not to be upset, senior sister." Zhao Yuling's expression shifted slightly, yet she quickly regained her composure, softly encouraging, "Speak freely, regardless." "I promise not to be angry." Seeing her calm demeanor, Lin Yue felt a measure of relief and, taking a deep breath, finally summoned the courage to declare, "I do not wish to choose. I desire both." Upon hearing Lin Yue's words, Zhao Yuling felt a pang of disappointment. Though it was far better than the outcome she had initially feared, at the very least, it affirmed that Lin Yue held affection for her in his heart. With this realization, her cheeks flushed once more as she said, "Since we are now companions on this path, let us not reside apart any longer. From this night onward, you shall move into the inner chamber." What? She proposed he move in tonight. Could it be she truly understood her feelings? Lin Yue mused, unable to contain his inner joy, for he had awaited this moment for far too long. Upon reflection, Lin Yue remarked, "I will go out now and bring the items in." Zhao Yuling, observing Lin Yue's impatience, replied, "There is no need to rush. Since I have already promised, I shall not go back on my word. Let us wait until after we finish our meal to move." "Thank you, senior sister." Still calling me senior sister? "Thank you, my dear." The following morning, as Lin Yue rose, he silently lamented the truth that one should not judge solely by appearances. Had he not experienced it himself, he would never have imagined that the usually aloof Zhao Yuling could possess such a wild side. Fortunately, his master had previously instructed him in the pure yang technique. Otherwise, he would have surely succumbed the previous night. Just as he finished washing up, Zhao Yuling commanded her maid, Xia He, to bring forth breakfast. Once seated, Zhao Yuling fixed her gaze upon Lin Yue and softly inquired, "Junior brother, I believe it is time for you to share the details regarding your relationship with Nangong Yuyan." Lin Yue was well aware that this matter could not remain hidden from Zhao Yuling. Rather than allowing her to speculate, it was better to confess openly. Thus, he replied candidly, "What is there to discuss?" "It is precisely as you suspect." Zhao Yuling's expression shifted slightly. She had not anticipated Lin Yue's forthright admission. Her lips moved as if to articulate a response, but ultimately, she refrained from speaking. After a considerable pause, she continued, "Have you truly?" Lin Yue interjected, "Is this not due to your previous cold demeanor towards me? Furthermore, the pure yang technique imparted by our master requires me to seek a partner for dual cultivation to quell the restlessness within me, if not others. What choice did I have?" Taken aback by Lin Yue's seemingly lofty rationale, Zhao Yuling found herself momentarily speechless. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had elapsed. On that morning, as Lin Yue awoke from slumber, still in a daze, he heard the clear sound of bells ringing from the direction of the sect's great hall. Recognizing it as a summons for the disciples, he promptly arose and dressed. Just as he finished preparing, Zhao Yuling entered, saying, "Junior brother, let us hurry. The sect is calling us, and it must surely be the people from the Hawan sect." With that, the two swiftly vanished from their location. At this moment, in front of the grand hall of the Xiaoyao sect, 5 unexpected guests stood waiting. At the forefront was a curvaceous middle-aged woman. Her figure graceful and swaying like a willow in the wind. Her beauty was unparalleled, reminiscent of a blooming flower, exuding vibrant allure. Behind her stood 3 equally enchanting women, their skin as fair as snow and silky to the touch. Their eyes sparkled with the clarity of autumn waters, shimmering with myriad charms. At this moment, an enchanting glimmer sparkled in their eyes, stirring the hearts of onlookers, who found it difficult to look away, as if drawn by an invisible force of allure. Beside the middle-aged woman stood a man, delicately wielding a folding fan, gently fanning himself. At that moment, Lin Yue and Zhao Yuling arrived at the square. Lin Yue's gaze swept over the 5 individuals before him, and upon recognizing the man with the fan, a flicker of realization ignited within him. This was none other than the young master of the Hehuan sect, Xiao Wuyo, who had previously attempted to ambush him on Mount Wanshou. Without hesitation, Lin Yue surmised that the middle-aged woman beside Xiao Wuyo must be his mother, the sect leader, Xia Ji. Just then, Su Ningxuang, accompanied by a group of elders, emerged slowly from the grand hall. Upon seeing Su Ningxuang, a smile graced Xia Ji's face as she sweetly exclaimed, "Sister Su, it has been quite a while. I trust you have been well." Su Ningxuang responded with a slight smile, her lips curving gently as she replied, "Thanks to Sister Xia, I am doing well." Despite the enmity between their sects, they still recognized their shared origins, thus maintaining the customary address of senior and junior among peers. Xia Ji chuckled lightly and continued, "I presume Sister Su has received the invitation we sent earlier and understands the purpose of our visit today?" Su Ningxuang smiled softly and nodded, answering, "Indeed. However, I am curious about how Sister Xia intends to conduct the contest." Upon hearing this, Xia Ji's smile grew even more beguiling as she softly suggested, "Given that our sects share the same roots, it would be rather unbecoming for us elders to engage in conflict. Instead, let us allow the younger generation to spar. This will not only broaden their horizons, but also enable us to witness the prowess of our disciples." After a moment's contemplation, Su Ningxuang replied, "Since Sister Xia has proposed it, I shall acquiesce. Yet, I wonder how you envision this contest taking shape?" Xia Ji responded with a smile, "Today, I have brought 4 disciples. Why not have you, Sister Su, select 4 of your young disciples for 4 matches? The victors may then challenge one another at will. How does that sound to you?" Su Ningxuang understood that Xia Ji's arrangement was intended to exploit the advantages of her disciples' cultivation levels, ensuring a favorable outcome. Yet, at this juncture, retreat was not an option, and she reluctantly replied, "As a guest, I shall defer to Sister Xia." Seeing Su Ningxuang agree to the contest, a subtle smile graced Xia Ji's lips. She began, "Since this is a contest, it must not lack in excitement. We ought to introduce some stakes to ignite the spirit of competition among the youth." Su Ningxuang's eyes sparkled as she softly inquired, "What sort of stakes does Sister Xia have in mind?" Xia Ji smiled slightly, as if she had prepared for this moment, and replied boldly, "If our Hehuan sect fortuitously triumphs today, would Sister Su consider entrusting us with the half of the Hehuan cauldron left by your esteemed ancestor, Wu Shuang? After all, the half of the Hehuan Ding left with your esteemed sect holds little significance." Su Ningxuang's heart trembled. She suddenly realized that the true intention behind Xia Ji's visit was, in fact, the half of the Hehuan Ding in her possession. After contemplating for a moment, she countered, "What if my Xian Yao sect triumphs?" With a light laugh, Xia Ji replied, "If your esteemed sect prevails, my sister will certainly not be stingy and will bestow upon you the half of the Hehuan Ding belonging to my Hehuan sect. Thus, the Hehuan Ding can be reunited and once again behold the light of day." Upon finishing her words, in a display of sincerity, Xia Ji unhesitatingly produced her half of the Hehuan Ding, showcasing it to everyone present. Standing beside her, Lin Yue could not help but feel a surge of curiosity. He turned to Zhao Yuling and whispered, "What exactly is this Hehuan Ding? Why do both our Xian Yao sect and the Hehuan sect possess only half?" In response to Lin Yue's inquiry, Zhao Yuling elucidated, "It is said that the Hehuan Ding is a primordial treasure capable of refining all things under heaven, acquired by the unparalleled ancestor and the founding elder of the Hehuan sect in an ancient relic. But why has it come to be divided in such a manner?" Lin Yue pressed. "When the unparalleled ancestor and the Hehuan sect's elder, Xia Miao Miao, parted ways, in a fit of rage, she cleaved the precious Ding with the Xianyuan sword, taking away half. Hence, this is the form the Hehuan Ding has taken today." Understanding dawned upon Lin Yue. In the midst of their conversation, Su Ningxuang agreed to Xia Ji's proposal. She promptly ordered the arrangement of 2 chairs, and both she and Xia Ji took their seats. Once settled, Su Ningxuang surveyed the young disciples within the sect and proclaimed, "Ling Er, Yu Er, Nangong Yu Yan, and Nangong Ting. You 4 shall represent our sect and engage in a friendly competition with the disciples of the Hehuan sect." Upon hearing this, Lin Yue, Zhao Yuling, and the other 2 swiftly positioned themselves on one side of the contest arena. Simultaneously, the 4 individuals behind Xia Ji stepped forward to the opposite side of the venue. Then, a young woman clad in white gracefully emerged from among them, advancing to the center of the arena. Her figure was enchanting, her steps light as though she were a celestial being descended to earth. Once she stood firmly, she cupped her hands and announced, "I am Wu Miao Yun from the Hehuan sect. May I inquire which esteemed brother or sister from Xian Yao sect wishes to engage in battle with me?" As the crowd turned to look, they beheld a woman with skin as smooth as cream, brows like distant mountains, eyes sparkling like autumn waters, her figure captivatingly alluring, exuding an enchanting charm with every movement. Particularly, her radiant smile had the power to mesmerize, as if it could ensnare one's very soul. Faced with such a stunning and captivating beauty, coupled with the notion that the first contestant often possesses slightly lesser strength, Nangong Ting decisively stepped forward, proclaiming, "I shall take you on." After approaching Wu Miaoyun, he introduced himself, saying, "I am Nangong Ting, and I humbly request your guidance, Sister Wu." Upon hearing this, Wu Miaoyun's lips curved slightly upward, revealing a faint, elusive smile. Her eyes, akin to autumn waters, gazed affectionately at Nangong Ting as she softly said, "Nangong Shixiang, I must take offense." Before her words had fully settled, Wu Miaoyun struck a pose and, like a bolt of lightning, lunged towards Nangong Ting with astonishing speed, akin to a tempest. Nangong Ting, taken aback, scarcely had time to think. He deftly evaded her attack with a swift movement. Yet, Wu Miaoyun's assault did not cease. Missing her initial strike, she spun in midair like a top and then, akin to a serpent emerging from its burrow, lunged at Nangong Ting once more. This time, her hands transformed into claws, her sharp nails glinting ominously in the sunlight as they aimed directly for his face. Nangong Ting, recognizing the imminent danger, did not dare to hesitate. He sidestepped nimbly, narrowly avoiding her grasp. In the same breath, he extended his hand skyward, and a long sword appeared instantly within his grasp. With a flash of cold light, he aimed for Wu Miaoyun's wrist. However, Wu Miaoyun merely smirked slyly, letting out a soft hum as she twisted her wrist with remarkable agility, evading the blade with ease. Following this, she pressed closer to Nangong Ting, raising her knee and striking fiercely at his abdomen like a hammer. Caught off guard, he felt a sharp pain shoot through him, letting out a muffled groan as he involuntarily staggered backward. Seeing this, Wu Miaoyun gently warned, "Nangong Shixiang, be careful." In an instant, she leaped like a specter, landing behind him. With a swift motion, her palm shot forward, delivering a resounding blow to his back. The impact echoed with a dull thud as Nangong Ting was sent flying, akin to a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily to the ground. In mere moments, Nangong Ting had been defeated, prompting gasps of astonishment from the members of the Xiaoyao sect. After her victory, Wu Miaoyun retreated. Shortly thereafter, a woman clad in yellow emerged, introducing herself as Yang Lihua of the Hahuan sect, inquiring who among them would dare to challenge her. Zhao Yuling glanced at Lin Yue and remarked, "Junior brother, aside from the young lady who just stepped down, she is the weakest among them. Perhaps you should take the lead?" Lin Yue had also assessed the cultivation levels of their four opponents, noting that the woman in red, Li Feihong, was the strongest. At the initial stage of the nascent soul, the current Yang Lihua, like Xiao Wuyo, exuded the aura of a mid-stage golden core. Yet it was evident that Xiao Wuyo's presence was notably more formidable. It had not been long since their last encounter, and Xiao Wuyo had evidently advanced once more. It seemed his mother, Xia Ji, had invested considerable resources in his development. Reflecting on this, Lin Yue suggested, perhaps it would be best if senior sister took the lead. According to Lin Yue's previous conception, if Nangong Yuyan were to face off against the equally early-stage golden core Wu Miaoyun, there might still be a chance of victory. However, to his surprise, Nangong Ting charged forward first, completely disrupting his strategy of employing a tactical race to secure victory. At this juncture, it appears that Zhao Yuling must first defeat Yang Lihua, followed by his own triumph over Xiao Wuyo, in order to bring the Xiaoyao sect and the Hahuan sect to a draw. After hearing Lin Yue's words, Zhao Yuling replied, "If I go now, what will happen to the two subsequent matches?" Lin Yue smiled and reassured her, "Rest assured, senior sister, as long as you win this round, we may not lose today." However, there was no need for hesitation. She should take the stage promptly. Although Zhao Yuling was unclear about Lin Yue's intentions, for some inexplicable reason, she felt inclined to heed his advice. With that thought, she approached Yang Lihua and declared, "I am Zhao Yuling, the Saintess of the Xiaoyao sect. Allow me to challenge you." Upon finishing her statement, with a graceful wave of her hand, a long sword materialized in her grasp. Seeing Zhao Yuling take the stage, Xia Ji turned to the seated Su Ningxuang and remarked, "Junior sister Su, to my knowledge, Zhao Yuling is the most accomplished disciple among your younger generation of the Xiaoyao sect. Why is she so eager to compete now? Rather than waiting for the final match against our sect's Saintess Li Feihong? Could it be that you fear a total defeat in these 4 rounds, and that it would be too humiliating for your sect?" Although Su Ningxuang was unaware of the circumstances surrounding Lin Yue and Zhao Yuling, she replied coolly, "We have not stipulated the order of competition. Naturally, anyone may take the stage first." Xia Ji mused that even if Zhao Yuling were to win this match, it would ultimately matter little. After these 4 rounds, Li Feihong would still challenge her, and she would inevitably lose. After all, the aura emanating from Nangong Yuyan suggested she was only at the early golden core stage, and there was no need to mention Lin Yue, whose presence merely hinted at mid-foundation cultivation. He would be unable to best anyone. Xia Ji was confident that victory was already assured for her side. As the two conversed, Zhao Yuling and Yang Lihua had already engaged in battle. Upon their confrontation, Zhao Yuling launched a fierce assault, her sword striking with the swiftness of a white serpent flicking its tongue, each swing accompanied by a sharp gust of wind. Yang Lihua did not show any signs of weakness. With a spirited cry, she danced her hands, sending forth several strands of pink silk toward Zhao Yuling. Zhao Yuling nimbly dodged, then pressed forward, aiming her sword at Yang Lihua's chest. Yang Lihua deftly pivoted, retreating rapidly, and then spun the silk into a large net, attempting to ensnare Zhao Yuling within its confines. Chapter 30. Sparring 2. As Zhao Yuling observed the net woven from silk descending toward her, she let out a cold laugh. Her sword radiated a brilliant light, instantly slicing through the pink threads. Following that, she channeled her spiritual power, causing a layer of azure frost to envelop her sword, and once more lunged toward Yang Lihua. Caught off guard by Zhao Yuling's formidable prowess, Yang Lihua's heart raced, prompting her to swiftly evade. However, the speed of Zhao Yuling's sword was overwhelming, and its tip still managed to tear through her garments. Upon witnessing this, Yang Lihua was consumed by a blend of anger and humiliation. With a swift motion of her sleeve, an unusual fragrance emanated from her being, carrying an enchanting allure that induced a dizzying sensation in those who inhaled it. However, Zhao Yuling had long anticipated such a tactic. She held her breath and intensified her assault, unleashing a relentless flurry of strikes with her sword. Confronted with Zhao Yuling's fierce onslaught, Yang Lihua, whose cultivation was already at a disadvantage, could no longer withstand the pressure. At that critical moment, Zhao Yuling thrust her long sword decisively towards Yang Lihua's throat. Realizing she had no means of evasion, Yang Lihua's complexion drained of color, and she shut her eyes in fear, resignedly awaiting the arrival of death. Junior Sister Yang. I concede. Upon hearing the voice, Yang Lihua opened her eyes to find that Zhao Yuling had already retracted her sword. Thank you, Senior Sister Zhao, for your mercy, she said, wiping the cold sweat from her forehead as she turned to retreat. With the conclusion of the second match, Xiao Wuyo emerged, casually waving his folding fan. After coming to a halt, he sized up the opponent before him, Lin Yue, and remarked, "Young man, do you dare to come forth and face me in battle?" In response to Xiao Wuyo's challenge, Lin Yue chuckled, "What reason do I have to fear a coward like you, who only knows how to flee?" With that, he summoned the dragon-slaying sword into his hand. As Lin Yue approached, Xiao Wuyo fanned himself a few times, gazing at Lin Yue with a smirk. "You truly possess remarkable luck, to have escaped the multitude of fire ants." Reflecting on that day, Xiao Wuyo knew that without the protective life-saving talisman gifted by his mother, he would have likely perished. The fact that Lin Yue now stood before him unscathed piqued his curiosity. Lin Yue had no time for such banter. Although his aura radiated the mid-stage of the Foundation Establishment realm, his actual cultivation had already advanced to the late stage of the Golden Core realm, instilling him with confidence in his ability to best Xiao Wuyo. Observing Lin Yue's unwavering self-assurance, Xiao Wuyo mused, "With my recent advancement to a higher realm, I refuse to believe you can match me." With this thought, he let out a cold snort, snapping his fan shut. A sharp blade of wind erupted from the fan's ribs, hurtling towards Lin Yue. Lin Yue deftly sidestepped, the wind blade grazing his clothing as a mocking smile crept onto his lips. He swung the dragon-slaying sword, unleashing a wave of sword energy directed at Xiao Wuyo. Taken aback by Lin Yue's swift counterattack, Xiao Wuyo hastily retreated a few steps, narrowly evading the sword energy. "Young man, your strength has indeed increased," Xiao Wuyo exclaimed, reopening his fan and suddenly thrusting it forward. Countless steel needles shot forth from the fan's ribs, hurtling towards Lin Yue. Seeing this, Lin Yue ascended into the air, seizing the opportunity to swing the dragon-slaying sword. "Flowing light slash," he declared. As Lin Yue's voice faded, a resplendent sword aura surged forth like a shooting star, cleaving through the dense array of steel needles. This scene startled Xiao Wuyo, who had not anticipated such formidable prowess from Lin Yue. Before he could recover from his astonishment, Lin Yue darted forward with the swiftness of lightning. The dragon-slaying sword in Lin Yue's hand shimmered with a chilling light, imbued with an inexorable killing intent as it descended once more with ferocity. Seeing this, Xiao Wuyo hastily raised his folding fan in a desperate attempt to thwart the lethal strike. A resounding clang echoed as the two weapons collided, producing a thunderous noise. Although Xiao Wuyo successfully blocked Lin Yue's attack with his fan, his expression instantly soured, for he felt the immense power behind Lin Yue's strike, sending a tingle of numbness through his wrist. Just as Xiao Wuyo silently lamented his plight, a relentless torrent of attacks rained down upon him from Lin Yue. Each sword strike flowed seamlessly into the next, each blow akin to a thunderclap, relentlessly targeting Xiao Wuyo's vital points. He desperately swung his fan, striving to fend off Lin Yue's onslaught, but his situation grew increasingly perilous. Then, with a fierce shout, Lin Yue unleashed another swift technique, the flowing light slash. Sensing the terror of this strike, Xiao Wuyo retreated rapidly to evade Lin Yue's assault. Yet, Lin Yue would not grant him such an opportunity. In a flash, Lin Yue moved like a wraith, his sword strikes unwavering in their ferocity. With no other choice, Xiao Wuyo again raised his fan to block Lin Yue's attack. The clash resonated with another clang as their weapons met. Lin Yue's eyes glinted with cold determination. He deftly twisted the dragon-slaying sword, slipping past the fan's defense, and aimed directly for Xiao Wuyo's throat. In that critical moment, Xiao Wuyo executed an enigmatic maneuver, narrowly evading Lin Yue's sword. However, the abrupt shift in his movement caused him to lose his balance, sending him leaning forward. Lin Yue, ever the opportunist, swiftly followed suit, his left fist coiling before delivering a powerful strike. The mountain-crushing fist erupted with volcanic force, striking Xiao Wuyo's abdomen with unparalleled might. A dull thud resonated as Xiao Wuyo's body was sent hurtling backward like a kite severed from its string, tracing an arc in the air before crashing heavily to the ground. How could this be possible? Not only did Xia Ji and others find it unbelievable, but even the members of the Xiaoyao sect were filled with questions. They could not fathom how Lin Yue, whose aura clearly indicated he was only at the mid-stage of foundation establishment, could so decisively defeat Xiao Wuyo, who was several realms above him. Had he concealed his true cultivation? After Xia Ji finished speaking, she cast a glance at Su Ningxiang and remarked, "Junior Sister Su. What a clever ruse to disguise oneself as a fool while devouring the tiger. Even I was deceived." Upon hearing this, Su Ningxiang chuckled and replied, "Sister Xia, aside from concealing one's true abilities, there's also the possibility of fighting beyond one's rank. After all, for some exceptionally gifted prodigies, it is quite commonplace to engage in battles beyond their level." Xia Ji's expression darkened considerably upon this revelation. Initially brimming with confidence, believing she could achieve a sweeping victory, she was taken aback that her opponent had won 2 consecutive rounds. If she wished to secure a decisive triumph in the competition today, she would have to wait for Li Feihong to defeat Nangong Yuyan before challenging Zhao Yuling and Lin Yue. Chapter 31. Young Master, it is your turn. With 3 rounds concluded, Li Feihong, clad in resplendent red attire, emerged like a blooming flower. Her graceful figure exuded an enchanting allure with every step she took. A captivating smile graced her face, reminiscent of a crescent moon, rendering onlookers utterly captivated. Once she came to a halt, her gaze, fierce and fiery, was fixated upon Lin Yue. There was a teasing glint in her eyes as she sweetly inquired, "Young master, are you prepared? Your elder sister is about to challenge you." Although her voice was soft, it carried an endearing quality, yet behind that delicate tone lay an unmistakable confidence. After all, there was a significant disparity in cultivation levels between her and Nangong Yuyan. Even with Nangong Yuyan's capacity to challenge across ranks, the prospect of defeating a genius like her was nearly impossible. Lin Yue understood this well. His brow furrowed slightly as he turned to glance at Nangong Yuyan beside him, a flicker of concern evident in his eyes. "Yuyan, we have already secured 2 victories. When it's your turn, please do not overexert yourself. If necessary, concede without hesitation." Nangong Yuyan nodded in response, her voice gentle as she assured, "Rest easy, brother Yu, I know what to do." At that moment, Li Feihong interjected, "What time is it? And yet you still dally here? I can hardly contain my excitement." After saying this, she cast a flirtatious glance at Lin Yue. Observing this, Nangong Yuyan gracefully approached Li Feihong and declared, "Sisterly, I humbly request your guidance." Li Feihong crossed her arms, a smirk playing on her lips, dripping with disdain. Nangong Yuyan slowly drew her sword, determination glimmering in her eyes, a subtle aura of spiritual energy radiating around her. In the next instant, she vanished from sight, her sword transforming into a streak of lightning aimed directly at Li Feihong. Li Feihong swiftly evaded the attack with ease, and after dodging, she let out a playful laugh. "Is that all you've got? Hardly impressive." As she spoke, she gathered her spiritual energy with both hands, unleashing a colossal pillar of fire that surged toward Nangong Yuyan. With a deft leap, Nangong Yuyan soared into the air, gracefully avoiding the onslaught of flames. Upon her descent, Nangong Yuyan swiftly extended her left hand, causing the surrounding air to instantaneously turn frigid as countless ice spikes materialized out of thin air, hurtling toward Li Feihong. With a disdainful snort, Li Feihong summoned flames that surged around her, forming a fiery barrier that melted the ice spikes into vapor. Seizing the moment, she advanced with alacrity, wielding a flexible whip that lashed out fiercely at Nangong Yuyan. With a deft sidestep, Nangong Yuyan narrowly evaded the strike, the whip grazing past the hem of her garment. Just as Li Feihong believed she had gained the upper hand, Nangong Yuyan swiftly countered with a blade, its gleaming edge aimed directly at Li Feihong's throat. A flicker of surprise crossed Li Feihong's eyes. She had not anticipated such agility in Nangong Yuyan's retaliation. Retreating rapidly, she avoided the attack and remarked, "Little sister, you possess quite a few tricks, but alas, I have no time to indulge you." As she spoke, The whip in her hand transformed into a colossal red dragon, surging toward Nangong Yuyan. The latter's expression grew grave, fully aware of the impending threat. She hastily formed intricate hand seals, murmuring incantations as an immense ice shield materialized before her. A thunderous crash echoed as the red dragon, akin to a blazing comet, collided violently with the ice shield. In an instant, the surface of the shield was marred by a multitude of fine cracks, resembling a spider's web, teetering on the brink of collapse. Watching the fierce clash from the sidelines, Lin Yue clenched his fists, beads of sweat forming on his brow as he fixated on Nangong Yuyan, silently anxious for her well-being. Just as the ice shield threatened to shatter, Nangong Yuyan gritted her teeth and let out a low growl. Within her, spiritual energies surged forth like a relentless tide, converging upon the ice shield. Miraculously, the shield, which had seemed on the verge of destruction, regained its strength under the infusion of this formidable power. However, despite Nangong Yuyan's utmost efforts, the substantial disparity in cultivation levels between her and Li Feihong remained insurmountable. Though the ice shield temporarily withstood the dragon's assault, it ultimately succumbed to the overwhelming force as Li Feihong channeled more power, resulting in a cataclysmic shatter. Fragments of ice erupted in every direction, cascading like a tempest of frozen rain. The red dragon, seizing the opportunity, breached Nangong Yuyan's defenses and surged toward her chest with a thunderous momentum. Although the ice shield had mitigated some of the dragon's force upon its destruction, the impact remained formidable. Nangong Yuyan felt a colossal wave of power crashing toward her. Her body was propelled backward uncontrollably, akin to a kite severed from its string. Observing this, Lin Yue was seized by alarm, fearing for Nangong Yuyan's safety. Without a moment's hesitation, he activated his evasion technique, moving with the swiftness of lightning. In the blink of an eye, like a phantom, he appeared at the point where Nangong Yuyan was about to descend, securely catching her in his embrace. Observing this scene, Li Feihong, standing among the crowd, teased, "My dear young man, it seems you are truly infatuated. Sister hasn't even struck your little sweetheart yet, and already you look distressed." At her words, all eyes in the room turned towards Lin Yue and Nangong Yuyan. The latter, enveloped in Lin Yue's arms, felt a flush creep to her cheeks upon hearing Li Feihong's banter, and bashfully buried her face against his chest. Meanwhile, Nangong Ting, witnessing this, exclaimed in anger, "Lin Yue, put my sister down at once." Awakened by Nangong Ting's voice, Lin Yue came back to his senses and gently set Nangong Yuyan down, inquiring with concern, "Yuyan, are you all right?" Once she regained her footing, Nangong Yuyan softly replied, "Brother Yu, do not worry. I am perfectly fine." Her voice, though soft, carried an abundance of tenderness. This romantic display left the onlookers feeling somewhat awkward, particularly Zhao Yuling, whose expression darkened instantaneously. Deep down, she was aware of the unique bond between Lin Yue and Nangong Yuyan. Yet, to outsiders, Lin Yue was her partner, and their closeness could not be easily overlooked. Amidst this tension, Li Feihong stood off to the side with a slight smirk, revealing a hint of satisfaction. She had long been aware of the relationship between Lin Yue and Zhao Yuling, and her earlier remarks were deliberately crafted to embarrass both Nangong Yuyan and Zhao Yuling. Now that her purpose had been fulfilled, she turned her gaze toward Lin Yue, her eyes glimmering with intrigue. Then, she gently parted her lips and said, "Dear young man, I am about to challenge you. Why not come forth?" Upon hearing Li Feihong's challenge, Lin Yue replied, "If you wish to challenge me, then I shall grant you this opportunity." Just as he prepared to step forward, Zhao Yuling pulled him back, insisting, "Junior brother, you are no match for her. Let me handle this." After all, Lin Yue's aura only emanated from the mid-stage of the Foundation establishment realm, and even if he could face opponents above his level, Zhao Yuling doubted he could triumph over Li Feihong, who was nearly 2 realms above him. Not only Zhao Yuling doubted him, but even the sect leader, Su Ningxuan, who had been observing the match, shared her skepticism. "Yue, perhaps it would be best if Linger took the lead," she suggested. Lin Yue understood well that even if Zhao Yuling faced Li Feihong, she would have little chance of victory. If he were to step up, given his mastery of the Nine Heavens thunder control technique, he was unlikely to be defeated. Moreover, having comprehended the seductive arts from the inheritance jade of the Miaoyan fairy, he felt confident enough not to fear any underhanded tactics from Li Feihong. With this in mind, he reassured Zhao Yuling, "Sister, do not worry, I shall manage." Having said that, Lin Yue strode purposefully towards the center of the contest arena. As Li Feihong witnessed his audacity to accept the challenge, a smirk of derision graced her lips. She pondered inwardly, could this young man truly believe he could surpass me? A master of 2 realms? While musing, she spoke, "Young man, indeed the youth is formidable. I find myself increasingly appreciative of you." "Thank you," he replied. "How about we strike a deal?" "What sort of deal?" Li Feihong gazed at Lin Yue with sultry eyes, her voice soft and inviting. "If you join my Helwan sect, I shall make you my companion." Upon hearing her proposition, Lin Yue inquired, Do you carry a mirror? Li Feihong, bemused, asked, what do you mean by that? With a teasing smile, Lin Yue responded, it's nothing profound. I merely wish for you to hold up a mirror and gaze upon your own visage. Then you would understand why I, Lin Yue, would never forsake a celestial beauty like my sister for someone as unattractive as you. At his words, Li Feihong's expression darkened instantly, a flicker of fury igniting in her beautiful eyes. You dare to seek your demise. She bellowed, her rage palpable. Since her debut, she had always prided herself on her enchanting beauty, and Lin Yue's public ridicule of her looks incited her ire. With a swift motion, she twisted her lithe form, and the crimson whip in her grasp seemed to come alive, transforming into a fearsome red dragon that lunged ferociously at Lin Yue. Observing this, Lin Yue brandished his dragon-slaying sword, releasing a fierce arc of sword energy that soared through the air like a shooting star, aimed directly at the dragon's head. This technique, the radiant slash, bore immense power, imbued with an insatiable killing intent, as if it sought to cleave the dragon in two. Li Feihong's countenance shifted slightly. She quickly retracted her right hand, causing the once serpentine whip to become incredibly agile. It spiraled in the air, deftly evading the sword's assault, and then, like a lightning bolt, it darted towards Lin Yue from the side. Quick as a flash, Lin Yue sidestepped, the crimson whip grazing his clothes and stirring a gust of wind. Seizing the moment as Li Feihong withdrew her whip, he surged forward, executing a fiery palm strike. In an instant, a torrent of blazing red flames erupted from his palm, charging towards Li Feihong with volcanic intensity. The sheer force of the inferno was overwhelming, its searing heat palpable. Li Feihong, taken aback by the ferocity of the flames, reacted swiftly. With a ghostly grace, she sidestepped the fiery onslaught effortlessly. Once she regained her footing, the whip in her hand once again came alive, unleashing a multitude of whip shadows that descended upon Lin Yue like a torrential storm. The whips danced in a dense flurry, resembling a colossal net that utterly obstructed Lin Yue's retreat. Yet, in the face of such relentless assault, Lin Yue remained remarkably composed. A subtle smile of confidence graced his lips, and with the adept application of his evasion technique, he glided through the shadows of the whips like an ethereal specter. Following this, he unleashed another swift strike, a radiant slash that emitted a formidable force, cleaving through the onslaught of whips. Where the sword energy passed, the whips dissipated into nothingness. Li Feihong was taken aback by Lin Yue's prowess, astonished that he could so effortlessly counter her attacks. A sense of disbelief washed over the onlookers as they witnessed this breathtaking spectacle. They had never imagined Lin Yue could contend with Li Feihong on such equal footing. Even Su Ningxuang, in that moment, found herself silently exclaiming, has this young man truly concealed his cultivation? Otherwise, how could he match Li Feihong so evenly? As the crowd remained in shock, Lin Yue suddenly lunged forward, his sword thrusting like lightning towards Li Feihong's throat. Sensing the imminent danger, Li Feihong's gaze sharpened, and her soft whip transformed into a sinuous serpent, swiftly entangling Lin Yue's dragon-slaying sword. Without hesitation, Lin Yue yanked back with force, inadvertently pulling Li Feihong towards him. As their bodies were poised for a fierce collision, Li Feihong adeptly evaded, skillfully dissipating the force. In an instant, she coiled around Lin Yue like a graceful water snake, her supple form pressing closely against him. Dear brother, if you desire your sister, just say so. Why tease me in such a manner? Li Feihong chided playfully, her voice laced with a hint of alluring charm. As she spoke, she revealed a beguiling expression, akin to a purring kitten, effortlessly nestling into Lin Yue's embrace. She tilted her exquisite face upward, her large, glistening eyes locking onto Lin Yue's, brimming with an enchanting allure capable of ensnaring his very soul. Dear brother, do you find me beautiful? Li Feihong whispered, her tone imbued with an irresistible charm. Beautiful, Lin Yue replied, his throat dry, his voice slightly hoarse. Do you like your sister? Li Feihong continued, her lips curling into a captivating smile. Yes, Lin Yue found himself answering, his gaze growing hazy. Would you ever harm your sister? Her voice grew softer, like a gentle spring breeze brushing against his ears. Never, Lin Yue breathed, his heart racing, as his rationality began to falter under Li Feihong's seductive spell. As Li Feihong's gaze transformed from its initial clarity to a murky depth, Li Feihong felt a surge of secret satisfaction within her heart, fully aware that her seductive arts had begun to take effect. In that moment, she suddenly broke free from Lin Yue's embrace, swiftly creating distance between them. Immediately, the soft whip in her hand lashed out like an enraged serpent, striking towards Lin Yue with lightning speed. Chapter 33. Your seduction holds no power over me. Witnessing the scene unfold, even Su Ningxuang, who observed from behind, couldn't help but feel a pang of anxiety for Lin Yue. Yue is still too young, she lamented inwardly, worried that he could not withstand Li Feihong's allure. Zhao Yuling and Nangong Yuyan, seeing this, were equally fraught with concern, their hearts racing as they cried out in unison, Junior brother, You go, be careful. However, just as the soft whip was about to make contact with Lin Yue, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The seemingly motionless Lin Yue, akin to a wooden figurine, abruptly vanished in a flash, appearing instead at Li Feihong's right side. With a swift motion, he brandished the dragon-slaying sword, unleashing a dazzling beam of sword light that surged forth like a meteor, aimed directly at Li Feihong's whip-wielding hand. This technique, the flowing light slash, was as swift as lightning and bore immense power, as if it could cleave the heavens asunder. Li Feihong clearly hadn't anticipated that Lin Yue would not only evade her attack, but would also launch a counteroffensive, catching her off guard. Perhaps her earlier overconfidence, believing she had secured victory, had led to her negligence, or perhaps the speed of the flowing light slash was simply too rapid for her to react in time. As the sword energy descended upon her like a fierce gale, Li Feihong realized that it was too late to retract her whip. In that critical moment, she unhesitatingly released her grip on the whip and retreated with lightning speed. Just then, the sword energy of the flowing light slash grazed her fingertips. Had her movements been even a fraction slower, her right hand would surely have been severed by that terrifying force. After narrowly avoiding the attack, Li Feihong's expression was one of disbelief as she stared wide-eyed at Lin Yue, as if attempting to see through him. After a considerable pause, she finally regained her composure and incredulously asked, You clearly fell under my seductive spell, yet why are you still so lucid?" Lin Yue's lips curled into a slight smirk, revealing a teasing smile. He gazed at Li Feihong and replied nonchalantly, "I have long asserted that your appearance is rather unpleasing. With such a visage, how could I possibly fall for your tricks?" Upon hearing Lin Yue's words, Li Feihong trembled with rage, her face flushing a deep crimson akin to a ripe apple. She seethed with fury, declaring, "You insolent wretch, how dare you humiliate me in such a manner? I shall make it my mission to end your life." Before her words had fully escaped her lips, Li Feihong suddenly extended her right hand, sweeping it fiercely through the air. In an instant, a glimmer of cold light flashed, and a remarkably sharp long sword appeared in her grasp, as swift as lightning. Almost immediately, Li Feihong swung the sword downward towards Lin Yue, her strike as rapid as a tempest, imbued with extraordinary force, as if intending to cleave him in two. Lin Yue, perceiving the imminent danger, dared not linger. He swiftly executed his agile movements, his form akin to a wraith, darting to the left in a heartbeat, narrowly evading Li Feihong's lethal blow. Yet, Li Feihong's assault did not cease there. She thrust her sword once more, this strike even more ferocious and faster than the last, aimed directly at Lin Yue's throat. With another deft maneuver, Lin Yue evaded her attack, declaring, "We have played long enough. It is time to conclude this." Upon uttering these words, he raised the dragon-slaying sword skyward and bellowed, "First form of the nine heavens thunder control, heavenly punishment." As Lin Yue's voice resonated, the previously clear sky darkened ominously, tempestuous winds swirling, as dark clouds rolled in to obscure the sun, casting a shadow over the entire realm. Suddenly, with a thunderous crack, several brilliant bolts of lightning burst forth from the cloud cover, descending directly towards the direction indicated by the dragon-slaying sword. The lightning danced like silver serpents, carrying an apocalyptic force as it surged toward Li Feihong. Witnessing this, Li Feihong's complexion drained of color. She had never anticipated that Lin Yue possessed mastery over thunder-based techniques. Fully aware of their formidable nature, she hastily summoned her inner energy, forming a protective shield around herself in a desperate attempt to withstand the onslaught. Boom! The lightning struck the shield with tremendous force, the violent impact propelling Li Feihong several meters across the ground, while the shield began to fracture, dissipating into nothingness. Observing this, Lin Yue swung the dragon-slaying sword, launching it like a shooting star towards Li Feihong. In a final exertion of strength, she swung her own long sword, striving to intercept him. Yet, Lin Yue deftly sidestepped, the sword narrowly grazing his shoulder. In the next moment, a flash of silver light revealed the dragon-slaying sword poised at Li Feihong's throat. "Yield," Lin Yue said coldly. Li Feihong's expression was one of bitter unwillingness. She could hardly fathom her defeat at the hands of such an obscure youth. However, the die was cast. What could her reluctance change? With clenched teeth, she conceded, "You win." This scene left the onlookers in stunned silence, which was soon followed by raucous cheers. "Brother Lin is magnificent." The previously confident Xia Ji sat in her grand chair, her countenance darkening as she fixed her gaze on Lin Yue in the arena, inwardly cursing, "What an audacious lad. To have bested Li Feihong and thwarted my plans for today." After all, in her original calculations, even if the Xiaoyao sect managed to secure 2 victories, Li Feihong would assuredly dominate them in the challenge phase. To my astonishment, even the esteemed Li Feihong has been defeated. Could it be that this young man possesses some extraordinary treasure or has encountered a remarkable fortune? Contemplating this, Xia Ji employed her spiritual sense to meticulously examine Lin Yue's physique, arriving at a tentative conclusion. Is he truly a congenital Dao body? Such an individual must not be allowed to remain within the ranks of the Xiaoyao sect. If he were to mature, he would undoubtedly become a significant threat to our Huanha sect. At this moment, having secured victory in the competition, Lin Yue did not exit the arena but instead turned his gaze towards the opposite Wu Miaoyan, proclaiming, "Junior Sister Wu, I shall challenge you next." Wu Miaoyan, taken aback by Lin Yue's intention to confront her, tightened her expression. She quickly adopted a pitiful demeanor and gently replied, "Senior brother Lin, there's no need for such trouble. I concede." After all, having witnessed Lin Yue's effortless triumph over Li Feihong, she knew that stepping forward would only lead to her humiliation. Hence, she would never agree to such a challenge. Even Su Ningxuang was astounded by this unexpected outcome, chuckling as she remarked to the nearby Xia Ji, "Sister Xia, it seems our Xiaoyao sect has emerged victorious today." Xia Ji's expression shifted, and she responded, "Rest assured, Junior Sister Su, I am not one to go back on my word. Today, as our Huanha sect has lost, I shall indeed relinquish my half of the Huanha cauldron to you." Upon finishing her statement, Xia Ji produced her portion of the Huanha cauldron and presented it to Su Ningxuang. After receiving it, Su Ningxuang expressed her gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Sister Xia." Following Su Ningxuang's response, Xia Ji inquired, "Though the Huanha cauldron is a divine artifact, now that it has been split in two, it is akin to scrap. Do you know why I still consider it a wager?" Chapter 34. Empress of the Celestial Origin. Upon hearing Xia Ji's words, Su Ningxuang replied with a stoic expression, "How could I possibly know?" Deep down, she understood that although the Huanha cauldron was a relic from our ancestor, it was now damaged and hardly different from an ordinary object. This understanding is precisely why Su Ningxuang resolutely agreed to the wager proposed by Xia Ji, even knowing that their side stood little chance of triumph. Noticing Su Ningxuang's bewildered demeanor, Xia Ji's lips curled slightly in a smile as she stated, "Since the Huanha cauldron now belongs to your Xiaoyao sect, I shall no longer keep you in the dark." Upon hearing this, Su Ningxuang felt a flicker of curiosity and quickly asked, "Sister Xia, please elaborate." Xia Ji cleared her throat and continued, "The secret realm of Wuwang Mountain is soon to open. I have heard that it conceals materials and methods capable of restoring the Huanha cauldron, which is why I propose today's wager." Upon hearing this revelation, Su Ningxuang's understanding deepened, and she replied, "I see." Naturally, she was well acquainted with the secret realm of Wuwang Mountain. It is renowned as the graveyard for the younger generation of the cultivation world, opening once every 5 years and admitting only cultivators under the age of 30. However, those who venture within often face perilous odds, with survival being a rarity unless one is an extraordinary prodigy. Otherwise, it is almost certainly a path to demise. Since the discovery of the secret realm of Wuwang Mountain, the Xiaoyao sect has refrained from sending any disciples there, aside from the initial group that tragically perished. It has been 2 decades of silence. At that moment, Xia Ji rose from her seat and addressed Su Ningxuang, "Junior Sister Su, having completed our sparring, I shall no longer impose upon you." With a graceful wave of her sleeve, she departed with her 4 disciples. On their way back, Li Feihong inquired, "Master, why did you reveal the secrets of Wuwang Mountain to Su Ningxuang?" Xia Ji replied with a smile, "If I had not spoken, would she have allowed her precious disciple to venture there?" Li Feihong pressed on, "But master, are you not concerned that they might truly discover the method to restore the Hahuanding?" Xia Ji chuckled, "Do not speak of that perilous realm. Those who enter Wuwang Mountain are destined for death. Moreover, whether he can even reach Wuwang Mountain remains uncertain." "What do you mean, master?" Li Feihong asked, intrigued. Xia Ji, not wishing to conceal her thoughts, responded, "The reason that young man could defeat you is that he possesses a rare innate Dao body. Should he be allowed to mature, he will undoubtedly become a formidable figure." Li Feihong inquired, "What is your plan, master?" With a cold smirk, Xia Ji declared, "He must either be brought under my wing or be destroyed." After Xia Ji and her disciples departed, Su Ningxuang stood and announced, "As today as competition has concluded, everyone may disperse." Just as Lin Yue and Zhao Yuling prepared to leave, Su Ningxuang called out, "Yue, stay. I have further inquiries for you." Lin Yue halted and turned respectfully, saying, "Master, what do you wish to ask?" Su Ningxuang regarded him and said, "I am grateful for your assistance today. Otherwise, the reputation of our Xiaoyao sect would have been tarnished." Lin Yue humbly responded, "Master overstates. It is merely what a disciple ought to do." Pleased with his answer, Su Ningxuang nodded and remarked, "Your modesty is commendable. This is not a place for idle chatter. Accompany me back to the cold fragrance abode, for I have more to discuss." "Yes," Lin Yue replied, following Su Ningxuang to her residence. Upon arriving at cold fragrance abode, Su Ningxuang led him directly to her bedroom. Once inside, she gazed at Lin Yue and asked, "Yue, tell me truthfully, have you concealed your cultivation? Furthermore, what level have you currently attained?" Lin Yue, seeing no reason to hide, replied, "Reporting to you, Master, I have indeed concealed my cultivation. I have now reached the late stage of the Golden Core realm. Upon hearing this, Su Ningxuang could not help but exclaim, the innate Dao body is truly formidable, a foundation established overnight, and a Golden Core achieved in a month. Such an alarming pace of cultivation is likely beyond even the current Empress of Tianyuan. Filled with curiosity, Lin Yue asked, Empress of Tianyuan? Who is she? Is she truly powerful? Su Ningxuang smiled gently and patiently explained. The Empress of Tianyuan is the sovereign of the Tianyuan Empire, ruling over the entire Tianyuan continent. Upon hearing this, Lin Yue was profoundly astonished. He had never anticipated that within this realm of cultivation, there existed an empire, ruled by none other than an empress. Contemplating this revelation, Lin Yue continued to inquire. Even if she is the empress, how could she possibly govern the myriad cultivation sects across the Tianyuan continent? Noticing Lin Yue's question, Su Ningxiong revealed a hint of admiration on her face as she replied, You are perhaps unaware, since the emergence of the Tianyuan empress, she has displayed extraordinary talents, achieving the semi-saint realm before the age of 40. Since then, she has swept across the land, instilling fear in all, compelling even the likes of the Xintian sect and the Wanjian sect to bow before her feet. Who would dare to defy her? The prowess of the Tianyuan empress is indeed formidable. I wonder if I shall ever have the chance to witness her magnificence. While lost in thought, Su Ningxiong suddenly asked, Where did you acquire the thunder-based technique that allowed you to defeat Li Feihong today? It seems that our Xiaoyao sect does not possess such a skill. Realizing that revealing the truth about the system's reward would seem implausible, Lin Yue replied, That was a technique I stumbled upon during my training in the Wanshou Mountains. I have only grasped a superficial understanding of it. Su Ningxiong responded, I see. She then gazed intently at Lin Yue and continued, The thunder-based technique possesses immense power. And for an ordinary individual, it is exceedingly difficult to cultivate. From what I observed, your technique is at least of the heaven tier. And if you can cultivate it to perfection, your future will undoubtedly be boundless. Lin Yue thought to himself, I am well aware of this. During my last encounter with the fiery ants, I was compelled to unleash the second form, which completely drained my spiritual energy. Responding to Su Ningxiong, he vowed, I shall dedicate myself to my training, so as not to disappoint my esteemed master. Pleased with his response, Su Ningxiong nodded and said, Aside from that, I have another matter to discuss with you. Please, master, go on. Su Ningxiong continued, Today, you also witnessed the half of the Hahuan cauldron we won in our contest against the Hahuan sect. While it is an ancient artifact capable of refining all things, it is currently in two halves. If we cannot fully restore it, it will be no different from an ordinary object. What does master wish for me to do? Lin Yue inquired. With a serious expression, Su Ningxiong replied, The mysterious realm of Wuwang Mountain is about to open. According to rumors from the outside world, materials for repairing the Hahuan cauldron can be found within. Would you be willing to venture there? Noticing the change in Su Ningxiong's demeanor, Lin Yue asked, Is there something amiss with the mysterious realm of Wuwang Mountain? Why do you ask so? Su Ningxiong responded, The mysterious realm of Wuwang Mountain is notoriously perilous, often referred to as the graveyard of prodigies, and it only permits cultivators under the age of 30 to enter. Moreover, those who venture inside face 100-fold risk of death, with but a few managing to return alive. Then why do people still choose to enter? Lin Yue queried. Su Ningxiong explained, Although the odds of survival are slim, those fortunate enough to emerge from within invariably acquire tremendous opportunities. Hence, there are always those willing to take the risk and test their luck. Upon hearing about the perilous nature of the Wuwang Mountain secret realm, Lin Yue immediately lost all interest. After all, with the enchanting companionship of Zhao Yuling and Nangong Yuyan, coupled with the advantages of the selection system, there was no need for him to venture forth in pursuit of any opportunities. Although he wished to decline, the moment he caught sight of Su Ningxuang's eager gaze, he found himself wavering. At that instant, a familiar voice echoed in Lin Yue's ears. Ding! The system has detected the host's indecision and offers the following two choices. Chapter 35. Whom will you choose? Option 1. Reject Su Ningxuang and refrain from going to the Wuwang Mountain secret realm. Reward. Elevation of the host's Xian-level martial art. The crumbling mountain fist to the heavenly level, along with an additional reward of a 10 perfect nourishment pill. Option 2. Agree to Su Ningxuang and journey to the Wuwang Mountain secret realm. Reward. Advancement of 2 minor realms in cultivation. Reaching the initial stage of the Yuaning realm. Upgrade the innate Dao body to the pure Yang sacred body, which will assist the Dao partner in rapidly enhancing their cultivation. Contemplating the two options presented in his consciousness, Lin Yue mused that he had initially intended to take a step back, yet the reward for option 1 seemed rather trivial. After all, he had already acquired the 9 Heavens Thunder Control technique and the Flowing Light Slash. The crumbling mountain fist had little significance for him. Even with an upgrade, it would still hold little value. Furthermore, what was this 10 perfect nourishment pill? Since cultivating the pure yang technique, his internal yang energy had become exceedingly abundant, requiring periodic suppression by Nangong Yuyan. Why would he need such a restorative elixir? With these thoughts, Lin Yue decisively replied, I choose option 2. Immediately upon making his choice, a surge of immense power flooded into his body. He felt his meridians swell, and the energy within him surged wildly, allowing his cultivation to ascend rapidly, breaking through to the initial stage of the Yuan-Ing realm in the blink of an eye. Simultaneously, a purer and more potent yang energy emanated from his dantian. As his innate Dao body began to undergo a transformation, every inch of his skin and every bone was reshaped, ultimately culminating in his successful upgrade to the pure yang sacred body. Master, I am willing to venture to the Wuwang Mountain secret realm. Upon hearing Lin Yue's agreement, Su Ningxuang's face first lit up with surprise, then clouded with deep concern. Have you truly considered this? Once you enter that place, it could be a matter of life and death. I have made up my mind. Seeing that Lin Yue was resolute, Su Ningxuang advised, there is still some time before the Wuwang Mountain secret realm opens. Take this time to reflect further. Even if you decide to withdraw later, I shall not hold it against you. Thank you, master. Having expressed his gratitude, Lin Yue turned to leave, only to hear Su Ningxuang inquire, what exactly is the nature of your relationship with Nangong Yuyan? Caught off guard by Su Ningxuang's sudden question, Lin Yue found himself at a loss for words. Oui. From Lin Yue's reaction, Su Ningxuang had already gleaned some understanding. This is your private matter, and I should not pry. However, you must be aware that Nangong Yuyan is the most cherished granddaughter of the Grand Elder. If there is indeed something between you, it cannot remain ambiguous forever. The Grand Elder may not consent. Moreover, Lin Yue possesses a somewhat aloof demeanor. However, she is indeed a rare gem among women. You must not allow trifles to overshadow the greater good. Lin Yue naturally comprehended the underlying message in Su Ning's words. He once again clasped his hands in respect and replied, Disciple understands. Rest assured, master, I shall find a way to resolve this matter. Very well, you may return now. After Lin Yue departed, Su Ning sighed lightly, reflecting on how this young man has many admirable qualities, yet he is excessively infatuated with romance. Upon further contemplation, Su Ning thought to herself that perhaps this is for the best. Once his cultivation reaches a certain level, she could seek his assistance in expelling the cold poison from within her body, thus alleviating any undue psychological burden. At this thought, a blush involuntarily crept onto Su Ning's cheeks. Upon Lin Yue's return to the fragrant pavilion, he was surprised to find that Nangong Yuyan was also present. Yuyan, what brings you here? He inquired. With a flushed face, Nangong Yuyan replied, Isn't it because of today's events? My grandfather insisted on knowing the nature of my relationship with you, and I was at a loss for words, so I came to find you. And what do you wish to do about it? Nangong Yuyan stepped closer, taking hold of Lin Yue's arm, and playfully said, Why not just tell them? I truly can't continue pretending like this. At that moment, Zhao Yuling emerged from the room. Upon witnessing the scene before her, she inquired, Nangong Jr.'s sister, what is happening here? Nangong Yuyan, caught off guard by Zhao Yuling's presence, blushed and replied, Sister Zhao, I and brother Yu are mutually affectionate. I am aware that your bond with him is merely nominal. Why not dissolve that relationship and allow us to be together? Did he express this to you? Zhao Yuling's beautiful eyes narrowed as she coldly questioned Nangong Yuyan. Unfazed, Nangong Yuyan met Zhao Yuling's gaze and softly responded, Brother Yu is right here. Why not ask him? At her words, Zhao Yuling slowly shifted her gaze to Lin Yue, her already frigid eyes now radiating an even deeper chill that sent shivers down one's spine. Her voice turned icy as she interrogated, Junior brother, do you share this sentiment? Do you truly wish to dissolve our bond? Lin Yue felt intimidated by Zhao Yuling's imposing presence, causing him to involuntarily tremble. He hastily clarified, This is all a misunderstanding. It was you who stated that we could only maintain a nominal relationship, which is why I became involved with Yuyan. I had not anticipated that you would suddenly change your mind these past few days, and I have yet to inform Yuyan of this. Zhao Yuling's expression remained unyielding, and with a cold huff, she demanded, If that is the case, then tell me, whom do you truly choose between us? Nangong Yuyan chimed in, Yes, brother Yu. Do tell us, who will you choose? As both women pressed him relentlessly, Lin Yue began to perspire, internally lamenting his predicament. After a moment of hesitation, he finally mustered the courage to ask timidly, Is it possible that I could choose both? Zhao Yuling coldly retorted, Your thoughts are quite fanciful. Do you truly wish to embrace both sides? Lin Yue's face displayed a look of grievance as he softly uttered, However, both of you have now become my women. Regardless of which one I let down, I will feel remorse in my heart. Thus, I can only proceed in this manner. Zhao Yuling fixed her gaze upon Lin Yue's eyes and coldly pressed, Do you truly think so? Faced with Zhao Yuling's relentless inquiry, Lin Yue showed no hesitation. He extended his right hand towards the heavens and solemnly replied, I swear on the heavens. Yet, just as Lin Yue was about to make his oath. Nan Gongyan interjected, "Senior sister, do not tease brother Yue any further. Look at how frightened you have made him." Upon hearing Nan Gongyan's words, Lin Yue suddenly realized that the earlier scene had been a ruse devised by the two of them. "Ah, how audacious of you both to conspire against me. Let us see how I shall punish you today." A mischievous smile crept across Lin Yue's lips as he spoke, striding towards Nan Gongyan. Terrified, Nan Gongyan darted behind Zhao Yuling like a startled rabbit, exclaiming, "Senior sister, save me." Yet, with her own safety in jeopardy, how could Zhao Yuling spare time to rescue her? As Lin Yue spoke, he swiftly approached Zhao Yuling, lifting her from the ground and carrying her into the room. Chapter 36. Massaging the master until the lanterns were lit, Nan Gongyan finally departed from the fragrant pavilion. Upon returning to her residence, she felt an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy rising from her dantian, coursing through her meridians. Sensing the unusual movement within her body, Nan Gongyan promptly seated herself on the bed, closing her eyes to cultivate her energy. When she opened her eyes once more, they sparkled with joy, for she had realized that she had made a breakthrough. In less than 2 months, I have unexpectedly advanced to the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm. Could this all be due to brother Yue? Reflecting on the embarrassing scene at the fragrant pavilion, Nan Gongyan's cheeks flushed with color. At that moment, Nan Gongting entered the room. "Sister, what exactly is your relationship with that Lin Yue? How dare he act so brazenly towards you in public today?" In response to Nan Gongting's words, Nan Gongyan retorted with some dissatisfaction, "Brother, what are you saying? Today, brother Yue was clearly concerned for my safety, and it was only then that he intervened to save me. How does this become an act of disrespect in your words? Brother Yue, you speak so affectionately. Has he not saved my life? What is wrong with calling him brother Yue? As for those around you, I suggest you open your eyes and see clearly. What is wrong with the people around me? You will find out in due course." Considering Lin Yue's previous remarks about keeping Li Zhanyun for a purpose and not to act rashly, Nan Gongyan longed to reveal that Li Zhanyun was an undercover agent of the Hahuan sect infiltrating the Xiaoyao sect. Seeing that her sister seemed unyielding, Nan Gongting remarked, "Just think about how you will explain this matter to grandfather." After Nan Gongting finished speaking, he dramatically swept his sleeve and departed. In the fragrant courtyard, Zhao Yuling's chamber was shrouded in tranquility. Lin Yue lay sprawled on the bed, deeply immersed in slumber. Yet a faint smile of contentment graced his lips. At that moment, Zhao Yuling sat cross-legged beside him, her eyes gently closed as she practiced her cultivation. Her breaths were steady and elongated, exuding a subtle aura of spiritual energy. The golden core located in her dantian began to rise slowly, ascending higher and higher until it hovered above her dantian, radiating a dazzling light. This brilliance intensified, emanating from her body and even overshadowing the flickering candle flames within the room. Gradually, the golden core expanded, as if undergoing a metamorphosis. With the final layer of its shell shedding, a spirit resembling an infant finally materialized in Zhao Yuling's dantian. This spirit was crystalline and translucent, akin to a jade sculpture. Yet it harbored immense energy. Could this be the legendary nascent soul stage? A wave of indescribable joy surged within Zhao Yuling's heart. She took a deep breath, slowly opened her eyes, and with a casual wave of her hand, a powerful gust of wind erupted from her palm, sweeping through the room and extinguishing all the lights in an instant. In the enveloping darkness, Zhao Yuling's laughter rang out like the clear chime of silver bells. "I have broken through. I have finally broken through." Overwhelmed with joy, she nudged the sleeping Lin Yue awake, exclaiming, "Junior brother, I have succeeded." Rubbing his eyes, Lin Yue gazed at Zhao Yuling and replied nonchalantly, "Isn't it just a breakthrough? What is all the fuss about? Also, when we're alone, could you refrain from calling me junior brother? If not junior brother, then what shall I call you?" She retorted playfully, "Of course, just like Yenner, call me brother Yue." Zhao Yuling hesitated, replying, "I am your senior sister, and I'm older than you. Calling you brother Yue may not be entirely appropriate." Lin Yue extended his arm and pulled Zhao Yuling into his embrace, chuckling, in bed. "There are no senior sisters or junior brothers, only a man and a woman. If you want to call me brother Yue, then just call me Yulang." "Yulang? That sounds just right," Lin Yue declared as he pressed his lips against Zhao Yuling's once more. Moments later, his hands began to wander again. Upon sensing Lin Yue's intentions, Zhao Yuling bashfully protested, "Yulang, why do you still want more? Who told you, senior sister, to be so alluring? How could I possibly resist?" Upon waking, Lin Yue discovered that Zhao Yuling had vanished without a trace. It was clear she had gone to the back mountain to cultivate. After rising from bed and consuming a light meal, he was just about to step outside when he noticed Su Ningxuang's maid, Lan Shi, approaching once again. "Senior brother Lin, the sect master has summoned you." "All right, I understand," Lin Yue replied as he gathered his belongings and followed Lan Shi to the cold fragrance residence. Upon arriving, he gently knocked on Su Ningxuang's door, saying, "Master, may I enter?" Upon entering, Lin Yue greeted Su Ningxuan with a bow and inquired about the purpose of his summons. Su Ningxuan expressed her concerns regarding the perilous journey to Wuwang Mountain, stating that she had procured some elixirs for him, hoping he would utilize this time to enhance his cultivation. As she spoke, she produced 2 ornate boxes and presented them to Lin Yue, explaining that one contained a breakthrough pill, which would facilitate a rapid advancement, while the other held a primordial restoration pill, designed to swiftly restore strength when one's spiritual energy was depleted. Receiving the boxes, Lin Yue marveled at his master's generosity, recognizing the immense value these items held for cultivators. Grateful, he bowed once more, expressing his thanks. Just as he was about to leave, he noticed Su Ningxuan subtly massaging her neck behind her back. This delicate gesture piqued his concern, prompting him to pause and inquire about her discomfort. Su Ningxuan confessed that she had been experiencing a blockage in her meridians, particularly in her neck, which had been causing her unease. Lin Yue suggested that her fatigue might stem from her arduous duties within the sect and offered to share a massage technique he had recently learned, which could alleviate her weariness. After a moment's hesitation, Su Ningxuan agreed to let him proceed. Elated by her consent, Lin Yue positioned himself behind her and gently placed his hands on either side of her neck, beginning to massage softly. His touch, though gentle, was perfectly attuned to her needs, and a warm sensation spread through her neck as her tense muscles gradually relaxed. Su Ningxuan closed her eyes, savoring this rare moment of respite, her breathing becoming more even. Indeed, this feels much better, she remarked, pleased with the relief. Encouraged by her praise, Lin Yue proposed a full-body massage, suggesting it would bring her even greater comfort and joy. Inquiring about the method, Su Ningxuan listened as he casually explained that she need only lie on the bed and let him take care of the rest. A slight blush crept onto her cheeks as she pondered whether his intentions were more than just professional. Sensing her hesitation, Lin Yue reassured her that he could guarantee her fatigue would vanish completely after the treatment. Drawing from his extensive experience at modern spas and his familiarity with various massage techniques. Upon hearing Lin Yue's resolute words, Su Ningxuan was indeed moved. Imagining the future scene where Lin Yue would rid her of the cold poison, she pondered that if they could not progress gradually, it would certainly lead to greater awkwardness. With this thought, she softly replied, then let us give it a try. After speaking, Su Ningxuan positioned herself comfortably on her bed, awaiting Lin Yue's massage. Observing her, Lin Yue promptly approached the bedside, bending down to commence a full-body massage for her. His technique was deft, each pressure precisely applied, and Su Ningxuan felt her fatigue dissipating gradually, a sensation of unparalleled comfort enveloping her entire being. As the massage deepened, her breathing became increasingly rapid, and a rosy hue adorned her cheeks. When Lin Yue stretched her arms and legs, a tingling pain compelled her to emit a soft moan. The sound stirred Lin Yue's heart, prompting a flurry of thoughts. Master, your voice is so enchanting, it might lead your disciple astray. While contemplating this, he couldn't help but admire Su Ningxuan's well-maintained figure. Not only was it curvaceous, but it also exuded a mature charm that rendered him momentarily entranced. Images of her graceful silhouette and exquisite beauty flooded his mind, causing his heart to race uncontrollably. At last, unable to contain himself, he exclaimed, Master, you are truly beautiful. The moment the words left his lips, Lin Yue realized he had overstepped, yet it was too late to retract them. Hearing his compliment, Su Ningxuan's face flushed a delicate shade of red. Though slightly embarrassed, she felt a delightful warmth within. However, as Lin Yue's master, she could not allow such liberties from her disciple. Thus, she feigned indignation and retorted, You rascal, how dare you jest with your master? Feeling a pang of anxiety, Lin Yue quickly clarified, I meant no disrespect. My words are spoken from the heart. His earnest tone and sincere gaze inspired trust in his honesty. Seeing his nervous demeanor, Su Ningxuan could not help but find it amusing. She waved her hand dismissively, saying, Enough, enough. Save such words for linger upon your return. Realizing that Su Ningxuan was not genuinely upset, Lin Yue felt a sense of relief. Regardless of her beauty, she remained his master, and he would not dare to show any disrespect or impertinence. After completing the massage, he felt it prudent to take his leave promptly. Once Lin Yue departed, Su Ningxuan reclined on the bed, feeling an overwhelming sense of ease. She chuckled to herself, that rascal's massage technique is indeed commendable, though he is rather timid. At that moment, she sensed a surge of energy rising from her dantian, impacting her meridians. What could this mean? Am I on the verge of a breakthrough? With this realization, she quickly sat up and began to cultivate her breathing. Due to her cultivation of the ice jade technique, the cold poison within her had penetrated deeply into her lungs, leaving her stagnant at the pinnacle of the transformation realm for several years, unable to break through. As Su Ningxuan channeled her energy, she discovered that it could temporarily suppress the cold poison within her. As the meridians in her body gradually opened, she felt a powerful aura surging forth. I have broken through. Upon opening her eyes, Su Ningxuan mused, Could it be that the cold poison in my body has been resolved? However, after a period of meditation, she realized that only a small portion of the cold poison had been dispersed, while the remainder was merely suppressed temporarily. What could this mean? Could it be related to that young man? Nangong Yuyan rose from her bed and stepped into the courtyard, where she found her grandfather, Nangong Ao, seated on a stone bench, seemingly waiting for her to emerge from the house. Grandfather, why are you sitting in my courtyard so early in the morning? Yuyan, you have yet to clarify what I asked you yesterday, he replied. What did you ask me yesterday? I can hardly recall. Besides, I have matters to attend to today and cannot stay with you, Nangong Yuyan said, attempting to slip away, only to be stopped by Nangong Ao. Realizing she could not escape, Nangong Yuyan decided to remain, looking at her grandfather and saying, what is it you wish to inquire about? Please ask. Nangong Ao spoke. What is the nature of your relationship with that Lin Yue fellow? I have noticed his demeanor and gaze towards you differ from those he directs at others. Understanding that she could not evade the topic, Nangong Yuyan recalled her previous conversation with Lin Yue and Zhao Yuling, feeling there was little to conceal. She responded candidly. Just as you surmised, he saved my life during our trials at the Beast Mountain, and that is how we became involved. But he is the consort of the Saintess. How can this be? Their relationship is merely nominal. Why should we be restricted? Moreover, our Xiaoyao sect imposes no rule that a man may have only one consort. Seeing that Nangong Yuyan was resolute in her choice to be with Lin Yue, Nangong Ao remarked, given Lin Yue's current cultivation and talent, he indeed possesses the qualifications to be my granddaughter's husband. Does that mean you agree? She inquired eagerly. Nangong Ao shook his head and replied, I merely state that he has the qualifications. It does not imply my agreement. What, then, does that mean? What must happen for you to consent? Nangong Ao responded, regardless. He is currently the consort of the Saintess, who is the most cherished disciple of the sect leader. If this matter is not resolved properly, it will inevitably create discord between the sect leader and our Nangong family. Nangong Yuyan reassured him, you need not worry, grandfather. Sister Yuling and I have already spoken. She does not oppose my being with brother Yu. Nangong Ao added. There is one more critical point. The sect leader has decided to send Lin Yue to the Wuwang Mountain secret realm to seek materials and methods for repairing the Hehuan Ding. In the realm of Wuwang Mountain, those who dare to enter face a perilous fate, for the chances of survival are exceedingly slim. If one wishes to become the son-in-law of the Nangong family, they must first possess the gift of life. Chapter 38. Are you not jealous? What? Wuwang Mountain. What kind of place is that? Upon hearing Nangong Yuan's inquiry, Nangong Ao explained that over 2 decades ago, a secret realm was discovered within Wuwang Mountain. This realm opens once every 5 years, permitting only those under the age of 30 to enter. Nangong Yuan questioned, but what makes it so extraordinary? Nangong Ao stroked his beard and replied, the issue lies in the fact that each time individuals venture inside, they encounter near certain death, with very few managing to emerge alive. Thus, it has earned the ominous title of the graveyard for the young prodigies. Is it truly that dangerous? Indeed it is. Then why do people still choose to venture into such a cursed place? As Nangong Yuyan pressed further, Nangong Ao continued. The path of cultivation is inherently one of defiance against the heavens. Though few survive the ordeal, those fortunate enough to return are invariably bestowed with immense opportunities, often rising to prominence, which naturally entices many. I must stop brother Yu from heading to Wuwang Mountain. With that declaration, Nangong Yuyan swiftly vanished, disregarding her grandfather, Nangong Ao, who remained in the courtyard, lamenting, indeed, a girl of such age cannot be retained. Upon arriving at the fragrant pavilion, Nangong Yuyan spotted Lin Yue crouched beside the charcoal fire, skewering pieces of meat on bamboo sticks and roasting them over the flames. The flickering flames crackled as they cooked the meat, releasing tendrils of savory steam that wafted through the courtyard. Lin Yue occasionally took a brush, dipped it in oil, and evenly coated the skewers, causing splatters of oil to leap from the fire, igniting vibrant flames. He then reached for 2 small jars, sprinkling gray and red seasonings onto the meat. Instantly, a rich aroma, a delightful blend of spices and the scent of grilled meat, permeated the air, invading Nangong Yuyan's senses. Brother Yu, what are you doing? Hearing her voice, Lin Yue looked up and exclaimed, Yuan, it is fortuitous that you have arrived. Come, taste the meat I have grilled. As he spoke, he extended the perfectly roasted skewer towards Nangong Yuyan. Upon receiving it and savoring a bite, Nangong Yuyan couldn't help but exclaim, this roasted meat is astonishingly delicious. At that moment, Zhao Yuling emerged from within the house, teasingly remarking, Brother Yu, you truly show favoritism. Your elder sister has yet to eat, while Sister Nangong is already indulging. Upon hearing Zhao Yuling's words, Nangong Yuyan's cheeks flushed, and she replied, Sister, you jest. I merely happened to arrive at the right moment. Lin Yue then offered the remaining skewers to Zhao Yuling, saying, there is enough for everyone. If it's insufficient, I shall grill more. Zhao Yuling accepted the skewer, taking a delicate bite, her eyes gleaming with delight as she declared, "Brother Yue, your culinary skills are indeed exquisite." Lin Yue chuckled, remarking that life comprises two splendid pleasures, the first being the delight of savoring barbecued delicacies accompanied by a refreshing beer during the summer, the second, gathering around a charcoal fire to indulge in hot pot during the frigid winter months. Upon hearing this, Nangong Yuyan, filled with curiosity, inquired, "Brother Yue, what exactly are beer and hot pot? I have never heard of them." Noticing her inquisitiveness, Lin Yue elaborated. Beer is a uniquely flavored beverage that offers a crisp and pleasant experience in the summer. As for hot pot, it is another culinary delight, and I assure you, during winter, I shall treat you to a sumptuous feast. As he spoke, he busied himself preparing new skewers of meat. At that moment, Nangong Yuyan suddenly recalled her purpose for visiting and asked, "Brother Yue, I have heard that you are soon to venture into the secret realm of Wuwang Mountain. Is this true?" Lin Yue paused momentarily, slightly surprised, and replied, "How did you come to know of this?" Nangong Yuyan responded, "Of course, my grandfather informed me." "So, is it true?" "Indeed, it is," Lin Yue confirmed. Upon hearing his acknowledgement, Nangong Yuyan's expression turned grave, and she urged, "Brother Yue, I have heard that the Wuwang Mountain secret realm is exceedingly perilous, with little hope for survival for those who enter. Could you reconsider your decision?" Lin Yue, with a calm demeanor, replied, "I have already made a promise to my master. How could I easily go back on my word?" Zhao Yuling, who had been listening, interjected, "If Brother Yue is reluctant to go, I can speak to our master on your behalf." Lin Yue thought to himself, having already claimed the rewards from the system, there was no room for retreat. Thus, he stated, "This matter does not lie with my master. It is my own desire to go. Moreover, it is not the case that no one has returned alive. You need not worry." Upon hearing Lin Yue's words, Zhao Yuling said, "In that case, I will accompany you, as it would be prudent to have someone to rely on during the journey." Nangong Yuyan, not to be outdone, insisted, "Then I shall go as well." Lin Yue, noticing their determination, replied, "You two should remain at the sect and await my return. If you accompany me, not only will you be of no assistance, but you might also distract me. But it is too dangerous for you to go alone. Fear not, since I dare to embark on this journey, I possess ample confidence." "But what if?" Lin Yue reassured her, "Rest easy. I am thoroughly prepared, and there is no room for uncertainties." Seeing that she could not persuade Lin Yue otherwise, Nangong Yuyan resignedly said, "Brother Yue, my grandfather has promised that if you return safely from Wuwang Mountain, he will consent to our union as partners. Please do not let me down." Upon hearing her words, Zhao Yuling chimed in, "If that is the case, then Sister Nangong can move in with us." Nangong Yuyan replied gratefully, "Thank you, Sister Yuling. We shall soon become one family. There is no need for such formality." Listening to their conversation, Lin Yue mused that the women of this era were truly admirable, as they exhibited no jealousy over such matters and maintained a harmonious rapport. As the group enjoyed their meal and conversation in the courtyard, Nangong Yuyan, having satisfied her hunger, rose to take her leave as the time grew late. After Lin Yue and Zhao Yuling bid farewell to Nangong Yuyan, they returned to the house in succession. Once inside, Lin Yue looked at Zhao Yuling and couldn't help but ask, "Linger, do you truly intend to have Yuyan move in after my return from Wuwang Mountain?" Zhao Yuling glanced at Lin Yue and replied, "Since I have promised you in your presence, how could I possibly go back on my word? Do you not feel a twinge of jealousy?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Yuling responded, "If I were to feel jealousy, would you relinquish your feelings for Sister Nangong for my sake?" Lin Yue replied, "Having taken Yuyan's body, I naturally have a responsibility towards her." Zhao Yuling remarked, "Since my jealousy would be futile, why should I torment myself?" After saying this, her face flushed as she continued, "Moreover, with you being so formidable, I could hardly contend with you alone." Hearing this, Lin Yue embraced Zhao Yuling and said, "Linger, you are truly wonderful." After saying this, he leaned in to kiss her lips. Realizing Lin Yue's intentions, Zhao Yuling shyly exclaimed, "Had I known this, I should not have let Sister Nangong leave." Just as she finished speaking, her lips were silenced by Lin Yue's kiss. Chapter 39. Journey to Wuwang Mountain. Since that day of breakthrough, Su Ningxiang would frequently send Lanqi to summon Lin Yue for massages. She discovered that after Lin Yue's ministrations, the cold poison within her was subdued, sparing her from its torment. Time passed swiftly, and soon half a month had gone by. One day, while Lin Yue was cultivating indoors, Lanqi arrived once more. "Senior brother Lin, the sect leader summons you." Lin Yue thought to himself, "Surely, master does not require another massage." Contemplating this, he stood up and followed Lanqi to the cold fragrance pavilion. Upon opening the door to Su Ningxiang's room, he found her sitting cross-legged on the bed, eyes gently closed as she cultivated. Seeing Lin Yue enter, Su Ningxiang opened her eyes, gazing at him intently, and said, The secret realm of Wuwang Mountain is about to open. You should return and prepare, making your way to Wugo City to familiarize yourself with the surroundings and readiness for entering the realm." After hearing Su Ningxiang's words, Lin Yue respectfully replied, "Disciple will return to make preparations and set off immediately." Su Ningxiang, her expression serious, cautioned Lin Yue, "That secret realm is exceedingly perilous, and the Hahuan sect, having lost face during their last visit, is unlikely to let things rest. You must exercise utmost caution on your journey. Rest assured, Master, I shall be vigilant." Lin Yue responded, just as he was about to turn and leave. However, he noticed Su Ningxiang's face had turned slightly red, her tone softening as she said, "Yue, do not be hasty. I still have words to impart. Please, Master, go on." Su Ningxiang fixed her gaze upon Lin Yue, gently saying, "If you can return safely from the secret realm of Wuwang Mountain, I shall bestow upon you a grand reward." After finishing her statement, her face flushed, and she lowered her head, seemingly shy to meet Lin Yue's eyes. What could be the matter with Master? Is she perhaps feeling bashful? The reward she mentioned could not possibly refer to. Lin Yue gazed upon Su Ningxiang's exquisite beauty and enchanting figure, his heart inevitably stirred by a torrent of wild imaginings. How absurd of me to entertain such thoughts. She is indeed my master. How could she ever consider herself a reward? With this reflection, Lin Yue steadied his mind and bowed respectfully to Su Ningxiang, proclaiming, "Rest assured, Master. Your disciple shall not disgrace this mission." After uttering these words, Lin Yue turned and departed. Watching Lin Yue's retreating figure, Su Ningxiang silently hoped, "Yue, do not let me down. You must return safely from the depths of the Wuwang Mountain's secret realm. Only then will I be freed from this affliction of cold poison." In recent days, she had sensed the pure yang energy within Lin Yue growing increasingly robust. She understood that if Lin Yue could emerge from the Wuwang Mountain's secret realm, he would undoubtedly assist her in completely dispelling the cold poison within her body. Upon returning to the fragrant pavilion, Lin Yue informed Zhao Yuling of his impending journey to Wuwang Mountain, which stirred a sense of reluctance within her. Yet, she recognized that since Lin Yue had made his decision, her counsel would be of little use. She could only assist him silently in packing his belongings. Seizing this moment, Lin Yue also met with Nangang Yuyen before setting off for Wugo City. As he soared through the skies on his sword, the distance traversed was unknown, and the sun gradually descended beyond the horizon. Lin Yue glanced down at the earth below, noticing a city not far ahead. Observing the late hour, he decided to rest within the city for the night before continuing his journey the following day. Thus, he guided his flying sword to descend gently, landing before the city gate. Upon touching down, Lin Yue looked up to see the grand characters "East City" elegantly inscribed above the gate. He stepped into the city and sought a tavern, approaching the innkeeper at the counter and requesting, "Innkeeper, please prepare a room for me. Please hold on a moment. I shall arrange that for you," replied the innkeeper, who promptly retrieved a key and handed it to Lin Yue, saying, "You have been assigned room 5 in the heavenly section. It is the third room on the left upstairs." Lin Yue accepted the key and added, "First, please arrange some food and drink for me. I shall ascend to rest after my meal." "Certainly, just a moment." Afterward, Lin Yue found a table by the window in the common area. The food and drink arrived swiftly, and as he poured himself a cup of wine, preparing to indulge in a sip, he was suddenly drawn by the sound of delicate footsteps approaching. He looked up to see a captivating woman gliding towards him. She wore a flowing pale pink gown, the hem dancing gently with her movements, resembling a celestial being descended to earth. The woman's features were striking, her brows and eyes beautifully crafted, though her makeup appeared somewhat heavy, lending her an air of worldly experience. She halted in front of Lin Yue's table and, in a soft voice, inquired, "Is this seat taken, young sir?" Lin Yue appraised the woman and replied, "No, it is not." "May I sit here then?" she asked. "Of course," he responded. The woman, seeing that Lin Yue had agreed, made no pretense and directly seated herself opposite him. "Young sir, might I trouble you for a drink?" Although Lin Yue had some reservations about women who adorned themselves so lavishly, he graciously poured her a glass of wine. The woman raised the cup, taking a delicate sip. Her seductive gaze fixed on Lin Yue, as she inquired, "Young sir, your demeanor is extraordinary. May I ask which sect of immortal cultivation you belong to?" Despite sensing the woman's ulterior motives, Lin Yue chose honesty, replying nonchalantly, "I am but a disciple of the carefree sect." The woman smiled sweetly, introducing herself. "I am Jinji, a disciple of the Miaoying Pavilion. May I know your name, esteemed sir?" "You may call me Lin Yue." As they conversed, a magnificently dressed man entered, accompanied by 4 or 5 attendants. Upon entering, his gaze fell upon Jinji. "Wretched woman, I have finally found you. Where do you think you can escape today?" Jinji's face turned ashen at this sight. She hurriedly concealed herself behind Lin Yue, exclaiming, "Young sir, save me." Lin Yue furrowed his brow, initially reluctant to intervene. However, the man in splendid attire fixed his gaze upon Lin Yue, speaking with a hint of disdain, "You, boy. If you know what's good for you, scram. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude." Taking offense at being so disregarded, Lin Yue chuckled. "With a mere dandy like you, you think you can intimidate me?" I am the young master of the Li family from Cloud City. How dare you disregard me? You must be tired of living. What is the Li family of Cloud City to me that I should pay them any heed? Li Yue, seeing that his proclamation had no effect, seethed, you seek death. Kill him. At his command, the attendants lunged towards Lin Yue. With a swift motion, Lin Yue summoned his dragon-slaying sword. In the next instant, a flash of cold light appeared, and the bodies of the attendants fell lifelessly to the ground. You dare to kill members of the Li family from Cloud City? Li Yue growled. Lin Yue coldly retorted, I have never heard of your so-called Li family. If you wish to live, you'd best leave now. After hearing Lin Yue's words, Li Yue gritted his teeth, declaring, Today, if I do not slay you here, I, Li, shall not be regarded as a man. With that, he extended his hands, and a long spear materialized. In an instant, he thrust the spear towards Lin Yue with lightning speed. Lin Yue, observing this, deftly evaded the attack, and with a fluid motion, executed the flowing light slash. Blood sprayed from Li Yue's mouth as he staggered and fell. At this moment, Jinji, still hidden behind Lin Yue, exclaimed in admiration, Young sir, you are truly remarkable. As she spoke, a gleaming dagger suddenly appeared in her hand, aimed menacingly at Lin Yue's back. Chapter 40. The art of harvesting the space between the two was scarcely afoot, and in the blink of an eye, the dagger had already grazed Lin Yue's back. As the prospect of success flickered in her eyes, Jinji was momentarily elated. Yet, in the next instant, disappointment washed over her. Just as the dagger made contact with Lin Yue's clothing, no matter how fiercely Jinji exerted herself, the dagger could advance no further. What on earth was happening? Jinji's eyes widened in shock, disbelief etched across her face. It seemed the rumors circulating outside were indeed true. He was genuinely endowed with a remarkable treasure. While Jinji pondered this perplexing situation, Lin Yue suddenly spun around like a phantom, delivering a powerful mountain-crushing fist with his left hand. The force of the blow was so fierce that Jinji had no time to react before it struck her in the abdomen. Instantly, her body was propelled backward like a kite severed from its string. However, to Lin Yue's astonishment, after Jinji was sent flying, her form dissipated like smoke, vanishing from sight in an instant. Despite Lin Yue's prior wariness of Jinji, he had never anticipated her form would exhibit such an eerie quality, as if she could seamlessly merge into the void. Nevertheless, Lin Yue did not dwell on this anomaly for long. He swiftly gathered Zhao Yi's storage bag into his possession, and with a casual flick of his sleeve, the corpse on the ground transformed into nothingness, as if enchanted. Having accomplished all this, Lin Yue resumed his demeanor as if nothing had transpired, nonchalantly taking a seat at the table. After satisfying his hunger and thirst, he finally rose to ascend the stairs, preparing for rest. Upon entering his room, Lin Yue retrieved Zhao Yi's storage bag and opened it, his heart swelling with delight. Within the bag lay a substantial quantity of spirit stones, seemingly amounting to over 100,000. Indeed, the lavish heir of a prominent family possessed such wealth. It appeared sufficient to indulge himself for quite some time. With these thoughts in mind, Lin Yue extinguished the candle in the room and prepared to retire for the night. Not long after he lay down, he faintly heard whispered conversations between a man and a woman in the adjacent room. Lu Xiao, why are you so impatient? How about we share some heartfelt words first? Fair maiden, do not rush me. If you can amuse me tonight, I shall procure a celestial artifact for you at tomorrow's auction at the Treasure Pavilion. Is Lu Xiao speaking the truth? Do not deceive your humble servant. Rest assured, you are far too enchanting for me to consider such a deceit. In that case, I shall comply with Lu Xiao. Following this, rhythmic and suggestive sounds echoed from next door, causing Lin Yue to feel increasingly perturbed. How could these ancient individuals lack restraint? They were truly disturbing his dreams. Before long, the sounds of heavy breathing gradually subsided, only for the man's voice to inquire, What have you done to me? The woman laughed. Oh, it is nothing much. Merely the harvesting technique of my Hahuan sect. Do not worry, it won't prove fatal. Wretched woman, I did not expect you to be from the Hahuan sect. The voice, filled with fury and resentment, resonated with an unmistakable intensity. However, the woman remained unfazed, letting out a delicate laugh as she said, Isn't it a tad too late for you to realize this? Moreover, concerning your earlier promise to procure a celestial artifact for me, you need not trouble yourself. I shall simply take the spirit stones from your possession and procure it myself tomorrow. This was followed by the man's furious retort, Wretched woman, you have destroyed my foundation and now seek to rob me of my spirit stones. Are you not afraid of retribution? The woman scoffed in response. As the saying goes, to die beneath the peony is to be a ghost of elegance. Besides, I have graciously spared your life. You ought to be grateful to me. Before her words could fully settle in the air, a faint sound of footsteps approached, followed by the creaking of a door. Lin Yue, recalling his master's parting admonition to be wary of the people from the Hahuan sect, was taken aback to encounter them on the very first day. From the conversation between the two individuals next door, it was evident that the man had suffered greatly. Not only had he fallen victim to the woman's seduction technique, resulting in the ruin of his foundation, but he had also been utterly stripped of his spirit stones. Reflecting on this, Lin Yue mused that the realm of cultivation was akin to Blue Star, where beautiful strangers might offer their affections, often leading to traps and schemes. It seemed prudent to associate with individuals like Lin Yue and Yin'er, whose backgrounds were well known. Nevertheless, from the exchange he had overheard, Lin Yue learned of an upcoming auction at the Treasure Pavilion in Yiqing. Given the perilous nature of his imminent expedition to the Wuwang Mountain's secret realm, acquiring some defensive items from the auction could indeed prove advantageous. Resolved, Lin Yue decided to visit the Treasure Pavilion the following day, especially since he had amassed a considerable amount of spirit stones from Lin Yue, which bolstered his confidence for a shopping spree. After escaping the inn, Zhenji could not help but spit out a mouthful of fresh blood. Once she steadied herself, she promptly consumed a medicinal pill from her storage pouch and sought a secluded corner to meditate and heal her injuries. Clearly, the rumors circulating from the Hehuan sect were not unfounded. That young man must possess some extraordinary fortune or treasure. Otherwise, how could he possibly have injured her? Given her mid-stage golden core cultivation, since she could not subdue him, it was imperative to seek a suitable ally. Once Zhenji's wounds had sufficiently healed, she emerged from her hidden retreat, just in time to see a young man clad in exquisite garments approaching from a distance. With a mere glance, she recognized him as Li Yi's elder brother, Li Qing. Previously, Zhenji had feigned submission to Li Yi in order to access the resources of the Li family in Cloud City. However, upon discovering Li Yi's debauched nature, she had not only departed without a word, but had also stolen the Li family's treasured invisibility pearl. Now, upon encountering Li Qing, she instinctively turned to leave, fully aware that his cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the golden core stage, making him far beyond her mid-stage capabilities. Yet, just as she was about to retreat, she heard Li Qing call out, "Miss, please wait." Zhenji did not turn back, merely inquiring, "What is it, young master?" To which Li Qing responded, "If my memory serves me correctly, you should be with my brother, Li Yi. Why are you alone now? Where are they?" Upon realizing that Li Qing recognized her, Zhenji understood that escape was futile. With a heavy heart, she feigned deep sorrow and replied, "You are unaware, young master. Li Lang has been murdered." "Murdered? By whom? Do you know into whose hands the invisibility pearl has fallen?" Seeing Li Qing's keen interest in the fate of the pearl, Zhenji's expression tightened momentarily before she regained her composure. Li Lang was killed by Lin Yue of the Xianyao sect. The invisibility pearl must have fallen into his possession. Upon hearing Zhenji's words, Li Qing seethed, "Cursed be he who dares to seize my family's treasured invisibility pearl. I shall make him pay dearly." As he spoke, he leered at Zhenji, continuing, "Since my brother is no more, it seems you have nowhere to go. Why not accompany me henceforth?" Zhenji noted that Li Qing appeared indifferent to Li Yi's demise, instead more concerned about the pearl's whereabouts. Moreover, his gaze suggested ulterior motives towards her. Indeed, the members of the Li family seemed to be lecherous, with her son's body scarcely cold. He was already casting his eyes upon her. Yet, such a situation could be advantageous, as she could utilize him to confront Lin Yue. What she did not realize was that Li Qing had not been born full term, and over the years, their father, Lin Yue, had shown him nothing but coldness, even neglecting him entirely. In stark contrast, he lavished affection and care upon his brother, Li Yi. Not only that, but he had also unreservedly entrusted the life-preserving treasure, the invisibility pearl, to Li Yi, knowing its crucial importance in times of peril. This disparity had deeply wounded Li Qing, planting the seeds of resentment within him. Thus, from a young age, Li Qing diligently trained, striving to enhance his abilities, all for the day he could reclaim what was rightfully his. Now, upon learning of Li Yi's passing, he felt no sorrow. Instead, his thoughts were consumed with how to acquire Li Yi's possessions, including his woman. "A mere woman like me following you may not be appropriate," Zhenji delicately remarked, her tone hinting at hesitation. However, Li Qing saw through her facade. He recognized her burgeoning interest, masked by pretense. Without reservation, he stepped closer, encircling her waist and gently assuring her, "Fear not, I harbor no ill will regarding the past. As long as you serve me wholeheartedly, I can provide you with everything my brother could." Zhenji cast a discerning glance at Li Qing, reflecting upon the nature of the Li brothers. Had it not been for the allure of the invisible pearl, she would never have deigned to consider the worthless Li Yi. However, she now found it necessary to utilize Li Qing to deal with Lin Yue. Thus, she could only temporarily endure the situation. With this thought in mind, Zhenji leaned closer into Li Qing's embrace and softly replied, "As long as the young master does not disdain me, I shall gladly devote myself to your service." Seeing Zhenji's acquiescence, Li Qing wrapped his arms around her delicate figure and began to search for an inn. After a night of deep slumber, Lin Yue awoke at dawn, descended the stairs, hastily consumed a modest meal, and then set off for the treasure pavilion. Upon reaching the entrance, he spotted a man embracing Jinji as they approached. As they drew near, Li Qing fixed his gaze upon Lin Yue, a glimmer of malice flashing in his eyes, and inquired, "Are you the one who killed my brother, Li Yi?" Lin Yue replied coolly, "And what of it?" Li Qing threatened, "Daring to slay a member of the Li family in Yin City? You must be tired of living." In response to Li Qing's intimidation, Lin Yue remained unfazed and retorted, "He's merely a wastrel. If I wish to kill, I shall do so. What can you possibly do to me? You seek death," Li Qing exclaimed, simultaneously unleashing a swift strike toward Lin Yue. Though he feigned concern for his brother's fate, inwardly he felt a sense of relief at Li Yi's demise, for it ensured that the position of family head would be bestowed upon him. Yet, he understood the need to maintain appearances, especially with Zhenji present, as he wished to demonstrate his superiority over his brother. To his astonishment, as the strike approached, Lin Yue stood motionless. Could it be that this fool was paralyzed with fear? At that moment, Lin Yue casually waved his hand, and the attack dissipated into nothingness. How could this be? He was merely a cultivator at the foundation establishment stage, yet he had effortlessly thwarted my assault. Although Li Qing had not exerted his full strength, he had reached the pinnacle of the golden core stage, far surpassing a mid-level foundation establishment practitioner. As he pondered this perplexity, Lin Yue mockingly remarked, "I expected you to be formidable, but it seems you are just another embroidered pillow, like your wastrel brother." Furious at Lin Yue's audacity, Li Qing seethed, "You insolent wretch, I will kill you." Before he could finish his threat, a long sword appeared in his hand. At that moment, a stunning woman emerged from the treasure pavilion, declaring, "Fighting is prohibited in front of the treasure pavilion. Otherwise, you will forfeit your eligibility to participate in the auction." Perhaps wary of the pavilion's influence, Li Qing wisely sheathed his sword, glaring at Lin Yue as he stated, "Consider yourself fortunate today. Once the auction concludes, I will settle the score with you." With that, Li Qing took Zhenji by the arm and entered the treasure pavilion. The woman observed Li Qing entering the treasure pavilion, a subtle smile gracing her lips as she turned to Lin Yue and said, "I am Shen Yunyang, the steward of this treasure pavilion in Yicheng. Might I inquire if your visit today is to attend our auction?" Lin Yue, upon hearing her words, promptly clasped his hands in greeting and replied, "I am Lin Yue, a disciple of the Carefree sect, and indeed, I have come today for the auction." Shen Yunyang's eyes sparkled with delight as she responded, "Ah, so you are a member of the Carefree sect. My apologies for the oversight. Please follow me inside. The auction is about to commence." With that, Shen Yunyang led Lin Yue through the grand hall on the first floor and ascended to the second floor. The layout on the second floor was quite spacious, featuring a large central hall with a platform reminiscent of a school lectern at the back. A table was prominently placed in the center, evidently intended for displaying the auction items. On either side of the hall, numerous chairs were arranged for the attending cultivators. At this moment, many individuals were already seated, some engaged in hushed conversations, while others closed their eyes, patiently awaiting the auction's commencement. Lin Yue surveyed the arrangement and chose an empty seat to quietly await the official start of the auction. Before long, several more individuals entered. Among them a captivating woman in a red dress whose enchanting demeanor quickly captured Lin Yue's attention. He felt a sense of familiarity, as though he had seen her before. Yet he could not quite place her. Just then, the woman approached and took a seat beside him. Shortly after, Shen Yunyang noted that most attendees had arrived and ascended the platform behind the table, addressing the crowd. "Welcome, everyone, to our treasure pavilion auction. We shall now present the first item of the day." At that moment, a maid from the pavilion gracefully approached the platform, carrying a tray covered with a red cloth. Once she placed it upon the table, Shen Yunyang unveiled the cloth, revealing an exquisite, antique fan before the audience. Shen Yunyang then announced, "This fan is known as the Vermilion Bird Flame Fan, a high-grade spiritual artifact, starting at a bid of 5,000 spirit stones, with each increment no less than 1,000 spirit stones." As her words resonated, Li Qing immediately called out, 6,000 spirit stones, 7,000 spirit stones, 8,000 spirit stones. When Li Qing declared 9,000 spirit stones, a hush fell over the room. After all, spending over 10,000 for a high-grade spiritual artifact could be deemed imprudent. Seeing no further bids, Shen Yunyang inquired if anyone wished to raise their offer. "If there are no additional bids, we shall conclude the sale," she proclaimed, 9,000 spirit stones once, 9,000 spirit stones twice. At that moment, a soft voice whispered in Lin Yue's ear, 10,000 spirit stones. Turning to look, Lin Yue discovered that the one raising the bid was the enchanting woman seated beside him. Upon hearing the new bid of 10,000, Li Qing hesitated. Upon witnessing the scene, Zhenji spoke up, "Li Xiao, you promised to purchase this fan as a gift for me. A mere exquisite spirit artifact. And if the cost exceeds 10,000 spirit stones, it is hardly worth the expenditure." When Shen Yunyang heard the red-clad lady's bid, and no one else followed suit, she inquired if there were any further offers. After 3 unanswered calls, the Zhuke flaming fan was acquired by the lady in red. Subsequently, a maid from the treasure pavilion presented the second item for bid, a 7th-grade marrow washing pill, starting at 10,000 spirit stones. Li Qing's eyes lit up upon hearing the starting price. Zhenji tugged at his sleeve and sweetly urged, Li Xiao, this marrow washing pill is immensely beneficial for cultivators. We must secure it. Upon hearing this, Li Qing immediately called out, 11,000 spirit stones. At that moment, the previously silent Lin Yue suddenly interjected, 12,000 spirit stones. Li Qing frowned upon Lin Yue's bid, glaring at him with disdain, and retorted, 13,000 spirit stones. Lin Yue, unfazed, countered, 14,000 spirit stones. 15,000 spirit stones. 20,000 spirit stones. When Lin Yue boldly declared 20,000 spirit stones, Li Qing gritted his teeth, contemplating a counteroffer. But Zhenji gently pulled him back, whispering, Li Xiao, do not act impulsively. This price is becoming excessive. Shen Yunyang called out thrice more. And with no further bids, the 7th-grade marrow washing pill ultimately fell into Lin Yue's possession. Next, Shen Yunyang commanded the maid to present the third item for auction, the breakthrough pill, commencing at 30,000 spirit stones. Upon hearing about the breakthrough pill, the audience perked up. After all, consuming it would allow one to surpass their bottleneck, making it a coveted item for all. 35,000 spirit stones. 40,000 spirit stones. 45,000 spirit stones. 50,000 spirit stones. 55,000 spirit stones. 60,000 spirit stones. Li Qing called out, 80,000 spirit stones. After Li Qing's declaration of 80,000 spirit stones, silence enveloped the room once more. This sum was no trifling matter. Unless one belonged to a prominent family or was a disciple of a significant sect, it was challenging for an ordinary person to muster such wealth. Just as Li Qing believed victory was assured, Lin Yue declared 100,000 spirit stones. Enraged, Li Qing glared at Lin Yue, exclaiming, You brat! I see you are doing this on purpose. Lin Yue, seated calmly, replied, The auction is for the highest bidder. If you lack the spirit stones, it would be wise to remain silent. You are merely a disciple of a second-rate sect. Where do you find such wealth? That is of no concern to you. Li Qing stood, directing his gaze at Shen Yunyang on stage, pointing at Lin Yue. Manager Shen, I suspect this youth cannot possibly possess such an amount. He is merely inflating the bid. Thus, I demand a verification of funds. It was not only Li Qing who harbored doubts. Even those present shared suspicions regarding Lin Yue's ability to produce such a sum. Upon observing the situation, Lin Yue spoke, Since you harbor doubts about me, why not wager? After the auction concludes, should I fail to pay the required spirit stones for the items I acquire, you may deal with me as you wish. Having said this, he added, For now, I shall place my trust in you. Seeing Li Qing acquiesce, Lin Yue shifted his tone. However, your unfounded suspicion warrants a consequence should you lose the bet. What do you propose? Lin Yue smiled. If you are defeated, I shall not make it difficult for you. Merely a public display of 3 barks like a dog will suffice to settle this matter. You insolent wretch. Li Qing, now thoroughly incensed, retorted. Lin Yue calmly replied, If you lack the courage to wager, let it be, but do not presume that I fear you. With Li Qing's agreement, Lin Yue inquired, This breaking realm pill has already attracted a bid of 100,000. If you do not raise the offer, it shall belong to me. Realizing Lin Yue's aggressive stance, Li Qing resolved that even if he could not obtain the breaking realm pill, he would not allow this young man to triumph so easily. Thus, he declared 120,000 spirit stones. He anticipated that Lin Yue, appearing so confident, would surely raise the bid in response. However, to his astonishment, Lin Yue fell silent after his declaration. A sense of panic gripped Li Qing, for he possessed a mere 100,000 spirit stones. Should Lin Yue refrain from further bidding, he would suffer a considerable embarrassment today. With this in mind, he provoked Lin Yue. Why have you ceased to raise the bid? Could it be that your spirit stones are insufficient? Lin Yue, unfazed by the provocation, replied with a smile, I had little interest in the breaking realm pill. My previous bid was merely to prevent you from acquiring it so easily. You dare to scheme against me? Li Qing seethed. And what if I do? Lin Yue retorted. Gritting his teeth, Li Qing vowed, Once we exit this treasure pavilion, I shall ensure you pay dearly. I shall await that moment. However, before that, I am rather curious to see how you will perform your canine act. Among the onlookers, some recognized Li Qing's identity, and they were astonished that anyone would dare confront the young master of the Li family from Cloud City. Moreover, it was evident from the aura they exuded that Li Qing possessed a significant advantage over Lin Yue. Though Li Qing was confident in his ability to easily defeat Lin Yue, he was more concerned about how to gather the 1,200,000 spirit stones. Otherwise, given the might of the treasure pavilion, he would surely face dire consequences. Following this, several items of superior spiritual artifacts and inferior celestial devices were auctioned. Yet Lin Yue remained uninterested, refraining from participating in the bidding. Finally, the last item was presented. The attendant of the treasure pavilion delicately placed an exquisite brocade box upon the table and gently opened the lid. Within the box lay a blood-red jade pendant, intricately marbled with crimson veins. Shen Yuliang smiled as she introduced, "Esteemed guests, this item is named the Dragon Soul Jade, an artifact discovered by someone in a mysterious ancient relic. Regrettably, although the individual who discovered the jade pendant acquired it, he was unable to comprehend its profound mysteries. In desperation, he entrusted me at the treasure pavilion to auction it off, hoping to encounter a fated person." After concluding her introduction, Shen Yuliang paused momentarily before continuing, stating that the starting bid for the Dragon Soul Jade was 50,000 spirit stones, prompting the attendees to begin their bidding. However, upon her announcement, not a single person dared to call out a price. After all, the utility of the Dragon Soul Jade was entirely unknown to the crowd. Moreover, since its previous owner had failed to unravel its secrets, who would wish to spend 50,000 spirit stones on what could potentially be a worthless trinket? Lin Yue sat in silence, his gaze fixed upon the Dragon Soul Jade, sensing that it was not an ordinary item, yet unable to discern its hidden intricacies. At that moment, an ethereal voice resonated once more within his consciousness, indicating that it had detected his inner turmoil and thus offered him the following two options. Option 1. Bid on the Dragon Soul Jade and receive the heavenly level talismans technique, allowing the crafting of talismans of the 7th rank and below at will. Option 2. Ignore the Dragon Soul Jade and receive the heavenly level alchemy technique, permitting the crafting of pills of the 7th rank and below at will. Lin Yue contemplated these two enticing options, recognizing the allure of both rewards, which made the decision exceedingly difficult. Particularly, the second option, heavenly level alchemy technique, was undoubtedly a highly coveted skill. With it, he could concoct precious elixirs such as the cleansing marrow pill and the boundary-breaking pill, not only enhancing his own prowess, but also facilitating the rapid growth of those around him. However, their destination was the Wuwang Mountain secret realm, notoriously dubbed the Graveyard of Prodigies. In such perilous surroundings, relying solely on pills might prove insufficient to navigate unforeseen circumstances. In contrast, the practicality of talismans appeared to hold greater promise. An invisibility talisman could allow for an escape from an enemy's pursuit at a critical moment. A spirit-gathering talisman could swiftly replenish lost spiritual energy. A clone talisman could create multiple illusions to confound foes, while a petrification talisman served as a formidable offensive tool, enabling one to slay enemies of a higher caliber. With these reflections, Lin Yue gradually arrived at his decision and declared, "I choose option 1. He then boldly called out, 60,000 spirit stones. The moment his words left his lips, methods for crafting various talismans materialized in his mind. The crowd turned their attention to Lin Yue, many inwardly muttering about the folly of someone so foolishly wealthy as to bid on the Dragon Soul Jade. Others speculated whether he might be a young master from a prestigious family, given his apparent affluence. Yet, upon observing his attire, they felt he did not fit that description. Upon hearing Lin Yue's bid, Shen Yuliang inquired, "Young Master Lin has offered 60,000. Is there anyone willing to bid higher?" Seated among the audience, Li Qing scoffed derisively, exclaiming, "Spending 60,000 spirit stones on a completely useless jade pendant? Truly, one must have water in their brain." Upon hearing Li Qing's mocking words, Lin Yue retorted sharply, asserting that wealth affords one the liberty to act as one pleases. He claimed that he intended to purchase whatever he desired, especially since the spirit stones did not originally belong to him. What did he mean by that? When Li Qing inquired, Zhenji, who was nearby, replied that it was evident. He had slain your brother, Li Yi, and those spirit stones were likely plundered from him. Despicable, utterly contemptible. How dare he use our Li family's spirit stones to mock me? After Lin Yue made his bid, Shen Yunyang subsequently asked 3 times for additional bids, but none were forthcoming, allowing Lin Yue to effortlessly secure the Dragon Soul Jade. As the auction concluded, Lin Yue immediately rose, retrieving 80,000 spirit stones from his storage bag to hand over to the manager of the treasure pavilion, Shen Yunyang, before placing the 7th grade marrow cleansing pill and the Dragon Soul Jade into his possession. He then addressed the departing crowd, urging them not to leave just yet, reminding them to stay and hear young Master Li bark like a dog. Laughter erupted among the attendees. Li Qing glared menacingly at Lin Yue, exclaiming, "You insolent brat! What are you so proud of? Once we exit this treasure pavilion, I vow to rend you limb from limb." No sooner had Li Qing spoken than a maid from the treasure pavilion presented him with the breakthrough pill, saying, "Young Master Li, this is the breakthrough pill you want." Fixating on the pill, Li Qing turned to Zhenji, asking, "How many spirit stones do you possess?" "Lend me 20,000. Zhenji, momentarily taken aback, thought to herself, "Just last night you were so adamant about securing items I desire at today's auction, and now you have the audacity to ask me for money." Contemplating this, Zhenji replied, I only have 20,000 spirit stones. If I give them all to you, I will have nothing left. What do you fear? I merely wish to borrow, and I shall repay you once we leave this treasure pavilion. Jinji understood Li Qing's intentions. He planned to ambush Lin Yue after exiting the pavilion. By eliminating Lin Yue, he could easily seize the spirit stones for himself. With this realization, Jinji reluctantly surrendered her spirit stones to Li Qing. Observing this scene, Lin Yue mockingly remarked, I had thought the young master of the Li family in Yun City to be affluent, yet it appears he is but a dependent on women. You fool. You court death. Whether I court death or not, we shall discuss later. For now, it is time for you to bark. In response to Lin Yue's aggressive demeanor, Li Qing warned, one should leave room for others when dealing with people, for we may meet again. Must you persist in this manner? Lin Yue replied with a laugh. Even if I were to spare you today, you would not let it rest. Therefore, why not embrace the role of the villain until the end? You, what do you mean by you? Are you, the esteemed young master of the Li family, truly a man of no honor, intending to default publicly? Lin Yue's taunts ignited Li Qing's fury, yet faced with so many witnesses, he struggled to contain his rage. Suppressing his anger, he responded, is it merely 3 barks? I would never renege. With that, Li Qing audibly barked 3 times, woof, woof, woof. After completing his canine imitation, he hastily seized Jinji's hand and fled the treasure pavilion. As the crowd departed in succession, the woman in red, seated beside Lin Yue, rose from her seat and gazed at him with a captivating expression. She coyly inquired, my dear young man, upon exiting this treasure pavilion, it is certain that Li Qing will not let matters rest. Would you like me to protect you? Upon hearing her words, Lin Yue mused to himself. Though he had an appreciation for beauty, he was not one to indiscriminately accept advances. Furthermore, he was particularly averse to the unsolicited affections of unfamiliar women. He understood well that throughout history, such overtures often concealed traps. After all, with so many men on the road, why would she single him out? With this in mind, Lin Yue replied indifferently, I appreciate the kind offer, fair lady, but I have other matters to attend to, so I will not trouble you. Not at all disheartened by his rejection, the woman in red smiled and said, my name is Li Feiyin. If fate permits, we shall meet again. After speaking, she gracefully departed. Once the crowd had completely dispersed, Lin Yue remained seated, showing no inclination to leave. Shen Yunyang approached and inquired, young Master Lin, if you are concerned that Li Qing may pose a threat, I can arrange for someone to escort you back to the inn. Lin Yue shook his head in response, stating, since I dared to provoke him, I naturally have no fear of him. The reason I remain is to ask you to procure some tools and materials for crafting talismans. I see, Shen Yunyang replied, slightly embarrassed. I seem to have overthought things. She then instructed someone to fetch talisman paper, cinnabar, and a spirit pen, presenting them to Lin Yue. How many spirit stones will these require? Lin Yue inquired. With a smile, Shen Yunyang replied, earlier, you instructed me to sell that breakthrough pill for several thousand spirit stones, so our treasure pavilion shall not require any payment from you for these items. With that, Lin Yue did not hesitate to gather the materials into his storage pouch, expressing his gratitude. I thank you then. Chapter 44. An ambush. Upon exiting the treasure pavilion and returning to the inn, Lin Yue secluded himself in his room for 2 days, crafting several invisibility talismans. Energy-gathering talismans, doppelganger talismans, teleportation talismans, and petrification talismans, storing them in his pouch for future needs. After completing his tasks, Lin Yue ventured out. Checking out of the inn, just as he left the city and had not traveled far, he suddenly encountered Li Qing and Zhenji appearing before him. Lin Yue understood well why they were here and chuckled, young Master Li, your unexpected presence here. Are you not planning to bark like a dog again? Seeing Lin Yue still daring to mock him at such a perilous moment, Li Qing seethed, you little brat, even facing death, you dare to jest at my expense? You truly are oblivious to your own mortality. Undeterred by Li Qing's threats, Lin Yue retorted, though I may fear death, I doubt you possess the capability to bring it upon me. A mere foundation-building waste dares to boast. Today shall serve as a lesson to you on the true strength of noble families, which you, a poor wretch, cannot provoke. In the past 2 days, Li Qing had instructed Jinji to secretly monitor Lin Yue's movements, while he himself consumed a breakthrough pill at the inn, elevating his cultivation to the initial stage of the nascent soul realm. At this moment, in his heart, subduing Lin Yue felt as effortless as crushing an ant. After Li Qing spoke, he unleashed a wave of pressure that enveloped Lin Yue. Yet, in the face of this oppressive force, Lin Yue stood unmoving, disdainfully declaring, I would like to see what you can do. Feel free to unleash your methods. Li Qing was taken aback. Lin Yue, seemingly only at the foundation establishment stage, remained unflinching under his pressure. Could it be true, as Zhenji suggested, that he possessed a rare treasure? After all, how could this young man maintain such calmness before someone of significantly higher cultivation? As this thought crossed his mind, Li Qing's expression darkened further. With a cold snort, He replied, "Boy, I underestimated you. However, you have offended me, and today shall be your last." With that, Li Qing leapt into the air, resembling a fierce beast. His presence overwhelming. His right hand swiftly gathered a formidable force, and a colossal hand descended from the heavens like a mountain, striking down toward Lin Yue with the might of a thunderstorm. Li family's mountain-splitting palm. Li Qing bellowed. The power of this strike was astonishing, as if it sought to cleave the very heavens asunder. Yet, in the face of this terrifying shadow of a palm, Lin Yue remained rooted in place, his gaze fixed on the massive hand without a trace of fear. As the shadow approached within 3 feet of Lin Yue's head, he finally moved. His right hand transformed into a fist, launching towards the palm shadow. Witnessing Lin Yue's audacity to confront such a fearsome strike head-on rather than retreat, a triumphant expression spread across Li Qing's face. He thought to himself, "Boy, today you shall pay for your arrogance." But just then, Lin Yue shouted, "Mountain-crushing fist." Before the words had fully left his lips, Lin Yue's fist erupted with the force of a volcano, colliding fiercely with the palm shadow. Boom! With a resounding crash. Where the palm shadow and the fist met, a powerful shockwave erupted, swiftly radiating outward. Li Qing felt the force reverberating through his palm, and the expression of triumph on his face instantly froze. After tumbling midair, he barely managed to stabilize himself upon landing. He gazed in disbelief at the unfolding scene, unable to comprehend how Lin Yue's mountain-crushing fist had managed to withstand his mountain-splitting palm. "How is this possible?" Li Qing exclaimed in terror. At that moment, Lin Yue seized the opportunity, his figure flashing like a specter before Li Qing, delivering another punch. This strike surged toward Li Qing's chest with an overwhelming force. Recognizing the ferocity of the blow, Li Qing dared not underestimate it, swiftly evading. Just as he left his original position, Lin Yue's fist wind brushed closely past him. Li Qing couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath, thinking to himself, "That was close." After a mere exchange of blows, Li Qing immediately retracted his previous disdain. Fully engaging his mental faculties, he extended his right hand into the air, and a gleaming long sword materialized in his grasp. In the next moment, he swung the sword, unleashing a terrifying sword aura that surged towards Lin Yue. Upon witnessing this, Lin Yue promptly summoned his dragon-slaying sword to meet the oncoming strike. A resounding clash echoed as the two blades collided, sparks flying like a brilliant display of fireworks. Li Qing felt a sudden ache in his arm, struggling to maintain his grip on the sword, nearly losing it altogether. How could someone deemed a waste in the Foundation establishment stage possess such formidable power? Could it be that he had concealed his true cultivation? With this thought, anxiety gripped Li Qing, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Gritting his teeth, he resolved to unleash his full strength in a decisive effort. Channeling his entire spiritual energy, he directed it into the long sword, which immediately blazed with radiant light. Following this, Li Qing executed the Li family's ultimate sword technique, the mountain-cleaving slash. A fierce sword aura shot forth like a meteor streaking across the sky, descending with the force of thunder upon Lin Yue's head. This strike bore immense power, as if it sought to cleave the very heavens apart. Yet, in the face of such a formidable attack, Lin Yue remained undaunted. With a swift movement, he evaded the lethal blow as though he were a specter. Immediately, he unleashed his dragon-slaying sword with the speed of lightning. This technique, the flowing light slash, was as swift as a flash, and in the blink of an eye, it met Li Qing's blade once more. A thunderous impact resonated as the swords clashed, brilliance erupting and waves of energy rolling forth. Li Qing felt a sharp pain in his palm, involuntarily loosening his grip, causing the long sword to slip from his hand like a kite severed from its string. Realizing the dire situation, he understood that victory was no longer within his grasp. He swiftly maneuvered to escape Lin Yue's attack range. However, Lin Yue's speed surpassed his own, akin to a leopard, swiftly closing the distance. Another flowing light slash followed. This time, fortune did not favor Li Qing, though he evaded the blade's edge. His left arm was severed from his body, blood gushing forth like a spring. At this point, he could think of nothing else. He summoned a teleportation talisman, vanishing from the spot in an instant. Observing Li Qing's retreat, Lin Yue glanced in the direction where Jinji had been. It was then that he realized. Unbeknownst to him, Jinji had also fled. With both adversaries now escaped, Lin Yue sheathed his dragon-slaying sword and continued onward. Not long after his departure, a striking figure emerged from behind a nearby boulder, murmuring to herself that he had indeed concealed his true cultivation. Chapter 45. Surrender your spiritual treasures. Lin Yue proceeded forward for about 10 more miles when suddenly, a fluctuation of spiritual energy resonated around him. Soon after, approximately 20 to 30 figures appeared around Lin Yue like phantoms, encircling him. Upon closer inspection, Lin Yue noticed that these individuals were dressed in a variety of styles and were all gazing at him with malicious intent, akin to hunters admiring their prey. Attempting to maintain his composure, Lin Yue inquired, What is your intention, esteemed gentleman? His voice echoed in the silence, imbued with a hint of interrogation. One burly man, sporting a thick beard, stepped forward, brandishing a portrait in his hand. His eyes fixated on Lin Yue as he asked, "You are Lin Yue of the Xianyao sect?" Lin Yue nodded and replied, "Indeed, that is I. May I inquire as to the purpose of your visit?" The bearded man grinned, revealing a set of yellowed teeth, and said, "Since you have admitted it, why not obediently surrender the spiritual treasures you possess?" Upon hearing this, Lin Yue's heart sank, and a faint smile graced his lips as he mimicked the bearded man's stutter, asking, I possess many treasures. Which one do you refer to?" The bearded man's expression soured at Lin Yue's words. He glared at him and commanded, "Hand them all over." "And what if I refuse?" Lin Yue retorted. Just then, a voice from beside the bearded man interjected, "Big brother, he is mocking you." Realizing the jest, the bearded man's eyes widened in fury as he bellowed, "You dare to toy with me? Today shall be your last." With that, he raised his large blade and swung it down toward Lin Yue. Quick as a flash, Lin Yue evaded the strike. Immediately, he extended his right hand, summoning the dragon-slaying sword, and with a swift motion, unleashed a wave of sword energy toward the bearded man. Caught off guard by Lin Yue's agility, the bearded man hastily sidestepped. At that moment, the others drew their weapons and advanced on Lin Yue. However, he remained unperturbed. After assessing the group, he noted that the most formidable among them, the bearded man, was merely at the late stage of the Golden Core realm, while the others were no more than Foundation establishment cultivators. Faced with this disorganized mob, Lin Yue felt no fear, though he was puzzled as to why they had targeted him. Channeling his spiritual energy, he employed the art of escape, deftly weaving through the crowd. The dragon-slaying sword shimmered with brilliance, its sword energy forcing back the approaching foes. As the saying goes, a multitude of ants can take down an elephant. Despite the fact that all of these individuals were weaker than Lin Yue, their sheer numbers began to overwhelm him. He understood that if he continued to confront them head-on, they could wear him down. Although he could employ the second form of the Nine Heavens Thunder Control, Inferno, to eliminate the immediate threat, it would deplete his spiritual energy. Should another danger arise, he would be left with no choice but to surrender. Thus, until the final moment, one must never easily reveal their cards. With this thought in mind, Lin Yue feigned weakness, skillfully employing the technique of stealth to slip past the assailants who surrounded him. In an instant, he retreated with the swiftness of lightning. The group, perceiving his intent to escape, was unwilling to relent, and they immediately surged forth in a frenzied pursuit. Unbeknownst to them, the distance between their ranks gradually widened as they chased after him. Sensing that the opportune moment had arrived, Lin Yue abruptly turned, and his dragon-slaying sword shot forth like a bolt of lightning, infused with a fierce sword aura, cleaving mercilessly towards the foremost attackers. With a chilling sound, those at the front barely had time to emit a scream before the terrifying sword energy sliced through them, their bodies collapsing like marionettes with severed strings. The remaining assailants were left astounded, utterly unprepared for Lin Yue's ferocious counterattack at such a critical juncture. In their momentary daze, Lin Yue seized the opportunity once more, mercilessly swinging his dragon-slaying sword, claiming additional lives with this deadly strike. In the blink of an eye, a third of the group lay defeated upon the ground. The survivors appeared to be unnerved by Lin Yue's fierce onslaught, their momentum faltering. The bearded leader, witnessing the grievous losses of his men, bellowed in rage, urging them to press on, insisting that they must not be intimidated. Under his command, the remaining fighters steeled their resolve and once again launched an assault. With the dragon-slaying sword in hand and his gaze resolute, Lin Yue navigated through the throng, sword energy swirling, blood splattering in his wake. At that moment, he felt a chill creeping up from behind. Turning, he discovered that the bearded leader had flanked him, wielding a hefty blade poised to strike. Lin Yue deftly sidestepped, countering with a swift swing of his sword, which grazed the leader's arm, leaving a crimson mark. In response, the leader winced in pain, nearly dropping his weapon. Observing this, Lin Yue pointed the dragon-slaying sword skyward and shouted fiercely, "First form of the Nine Heavens Thunder technique. Heavenly punishment." As his voice echoed, the previously clear sky darkened ominously, storm clouds rolling in like ink. In an instant, brilliant bolts of lightning descended from the heavens, guided by the dragon-slaying sword. The unexpected onslaught of thunder left the assailants in shock, their terrified gazes fixed upon the relentless lightning strikes from above. They scrambled to evade, but it was too late. Within moments, they all lay on the ground, their forms grotesquely altered by the lightning's wrath. Some had their garments reduced to ashes, while their flesh appeared charred and indistinct. A sight too horrific to behold. Lin Yue observed the scene with indifference, his gaze devoid of emotion, as if these individuals were but inconsequential insects beneath his notice. He gripped the dragon-slaying sword and slowly approached the bearded man lying on the ground, who was barely clinging to life. Towering over him, he coldly inquired, "Speak. Who sent you? Why attempt to assassinate me?" The bearded man, now thoroughly terrified, was pale as a sheet, his lips quivering as he stammered, "Why yes. Someone said you possess a priceless treasure, one that allows you to confront foes 2 realms above you, thus igniting our greed." Lin Yue furrowed his brow, pressing further. "Who spread this information?" The bearded man hesitated, then tremblingly replied, "If you promise not to kill me, I will reveal who that person is. As long as you are forthcoming, I can spare your life." Just as he was about to divulge the name, an invisible arrow of spiritual energy descended from the sky, striking him squarely in the throat. Chapter 46. Petrification. The bearded man's eyes widened, blood gushing from his throat, and before he could finish his words, he breathed his last. Lin Yue was taken aback, immediately scanning the skies, but detecting no presence. Clenching the dragon-slaying sword tightly, he vigilantly surveyed his surroundings, yet found nothing amiss. He understood that whoever could kill so stealthily beneath his very nose must possess a cultivation far superior to his own. With this group now deceased, Lin Yue seized the opportunity to search their storage bags. He discovered, alongside elixirs and spirit artifacts, an astonishing wealth of over 100,000 spirit stones. As he stowed these treasures into his own storage bag, Lin Yue mused that this was the essence of war funding war. After merely a couple of skirmishes, his purse had swelled considerably. By the time he returned from the Wuwang Mountain secret realm, he would likely become the wealthiest individual in the Xiaoyao sect. Contemplating this, he continued onward, aware that since someone had deliberately spread word of his supposed treasure, others would inevitably come to seize it. With time still remaining before the opening of the Wuwang Mountain secret realm, he regarded this as a mere trial. After approximately an hour's journey, he reached a valley. Upon entering, 2 middle-aged individuals, both over 50, descended from the sky, blocking Lin Yue's path. He scanned them with his spiritual sense. One dressed in black and the other in white, both at the early stage of the transformation god realm. Noting their cultivation levels, which exceeded his by a full realm, Lin Yue inquired, "Might I ask how to address you, esteemed elders? What is your intent in obstructing my path?" The man, noticing Lin Yue's respectful tone, replied, "Young man, you seem to possess some awareness. I shall not beat around the bush. My companion and I are the black and white fiends. We have heard of your victory against Li Feihong, who outclassed you by 2 realms, and we wish to learn how you accomplished this. Did you acquire some unique technique? Or do you possess a rare treasure?" Recognizing their motives mirrored those of the previous group, Lin Yue silently lamented, "An innocent man is guilty only for possessing a jewel." Laozi merely concealed his true capabilities, intending to masquerade as a pig to devour the tiger. How did rumors arise that he possessed extraordinary treasures? Without a doubt, Lin Yue surmised that the source of these slanders must be from the Hahuan sect. After all, how else would others know that he had defeated Li Feihong? Reflecting on this, Lin Yue replied to the 2 elders with a smile, stating that he was merely fortunate, devoid of any miraculous encounters or treasures. Upon witnessing Lin Yue's reluctance to speak the truth, the middle-aged woman cast a beguiling glance at him and inquired, having heard that he was merely a servant at the Xiaoyao sect, with no family to speak of. Lin Yue was taken aback that she possessed such knowledge but did not conceal the facts, responding affirmatively. After hearing his answer, the woman's gaze swept over Lin Yue once more, and she expressed, "Though my husband and I are both over 50 and childless, we find your remarkable prowess quite endearing. I wish to adopt you as my godson. What say you?" Upon hearing her words, Lin Yue inwardly scoffed. How absurd. Before crossing over, he was not much younger than her, yet she dared to propose such a thing, as if he would entertain such fanciful notions. Though he harbored these thoughts, he revealed none of them outwardly, acutely aware that her overtures were merely a ploy for the so-called miraculous encounters and techniques. Thus, he allowed a faint smile to grace his lips and replied leisurely, "Esteemed elder, please forgive me. I am of a rather resilient disposition, having brought misfortune to my parents. If I were to recognize you both as my adoptive parents, it is likely that your lives would be cut short." The middle-aged man, upon hearing Lin Yue's unhesitating rejection, immediately darkened, his demeanor turning icy as he threatened, "Young man, I advise you not to be ungrateful." Lin Yue remained unfazed, his smile undiminished, even tinged with mockery. As he retorted, "Do you intend to coerce me, esteemed elder? And if so, what of it?" The middle-aged man snorted coldly, a glint of malice flashing in his eyes as he continued to threaten, "You would do well to ponder your response carefully." In the face of this threat, Lin Yue exhibited no fear. He let out a cold laugh, resolutely stating, "Though my cultivation may not match yours, I am far from being a pliable soft persimmon." Very well, very well." The middle-aged man, enraged yet laughing, repeated the phrase thrice. "Today, I shall show you the meaning of the survival of the fittest." With that declaration, he gathered his spiritual energy, unleashing a black beam from his palm, hurtling towards Lin Yue. Lin Yue sidestepped swiftly, brandishing his dragon-slaying sword to cleave the black light. The clash of sword energy and black light erupted into a tremendous roar, filling the valley with dust and debris. Observing Lin Yue effortlessly thwart his attack, the middle-aged man coldly remarked, "I underestimated you." Indeed, he had not anticipated that Lin Yue, exuding the aura of a mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator, could withstand an onslaught from a spirit transformation realm expert. As the middle-aged man finished speaking, a formidable sword appeared in his grasp. He then summoned the energy within him and swung the blade towards Lin Yue, aware that he was at a significant disadvantage in terms of cultivation. Lin Yue realized that despite his ability to fight beyond his level, the presence of another expert by the man's side posed a grave threat. If he could not swiftly subdue the middle-aged man, he would undoubtedly find himself in dire straits. After 3 exchanges, Lin Yue's breath quickened, yet a barely perceptible smile graced his lips. In an instant, he flickered and retreated with remarkable speed, akin to lightning, creating a distance of several feet in the blink of an eye. The middle-aged man, witnessing this, felt a surge of delight and laughed heartily. "I thought you were extraordinary, but it appears you are merely average." Without hesitation, he pursued Lin Yue, shadowing his every move. As Lin Yue feigned retreat, he kept a watchful eye on the man's approach. With each passing moment, as the distance between them diminished, a sense of triumph welled within Lin Yue. He was luring him in. Deliberately slowing his pace, he allowed the middle-aged man to close the gap effortlessly. Just as the man reached out to seize him, Lin Yue abruptly turned, swiftly unveiling a yellow talisman. The talisman flew as if guided by an unseen force, darting straight towards the man's chest. Caught off guard by this unexpected maneuver, the middle-aged man was unable to evade the talisman, which adhered firmly to him as if enchanted. In that instant, he felt a peculiar force emanating from the talisman, coursing through his body. His limbs and entire being became rigid. Even his once agile arms grew numb and unresponsive. What was happening? Panic surged within him, disbelief etched across his face. Yet, before he could comprehend the situation, Lin Yue's dragon-slaying sword sliced through the air, emitting a beam of light like a meteor streaking across the night sky, aimed directly at him. Under normal circumstances, he could have easily evaded such an attack. However, at this moment, his body seemed to betray him, paralyzed and devoid of the agility he once commanded. Helplessly, he watched as the sword light approached, despair flooding his eyes. Chapter 47. Unfathomable in the next moment. The sword energy sliced through the man's throat with the swiftness of lightning. Blood erupted forth, splattering the ground and forming a pool of crimson. His body, bereft of support, collapsed with a dull thud. His eyes widened in disbelief, reflecting shock at his swift defeat. Meanwhile, the middle-aged woman who had been observing from the sidelines was utterly stunned by the unfolding events. She widened her eyes, her face a canvas of astonishment and terror, her lips trembling slightly, yet she found herself utterly speechless. She could scarcely believe that the man before her, Lin Yue, who appeared to possess merely mid-foundation establishment cultivation, could instantaneously turn the tables and slay her husband. By the time she contemplated intervening, it was far too late. Her heart brimmed with regret and self-reproach as she stared blankly at her husband's lifeless form on the ground, momentarily at a loss. "You little wretch." The middle-aged woman finally regained her senses and let out a furious scream. However, before her words could fully escape her lips, her husband lay motionless on the ground. His head tilted, his life extinguished. Witnessing this scene ignited a firestorm of rage within her. Grasping her longsword tightly, she swung it fiercely, conjuring a glimmer of cold light that swept toward Lin Yue like a tempest. In the face of the woman's onslaught, Lin Yue remained remarkably composed. "The killer must face retribution. If you wish to take my life, be prepared to lose yours." Though the woman's swordplay was as swift as lightning, Lin Yue felt no trepidation. After all, she was now alone, leaving little for him to fear. Channeling his spiritual energy, a radiant light enveloped him as he swiftly invoked his defensive spell. A transparent barrier of spiritual power coalesced before him, effectively blocking the woman's sword strikes. Undeterred by the sight, the woman intensified her assault, her sword strikes raining down upon Lin Yue like a relentless storm, each thrust infused with fury and defiance. Lin Yue maintained his calm demeanor, deftly defending while seeking an opportunity to counterattack. Just as the woman launched another all-out offensive, Lin Yue's figure flickered, and he activated a clone talisman. Suddenly, 4 or 5 Lin Yues appeared before her, leaving the woman momentarily bewildered, unable to discern which was the true body. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Lin Yue's real form ghosted through her defenses, the dragon slayer's sword shimmering ominously as it lunged toward her chest. The woman, alarmed, attempted to withdraw her sword to block, but it was already too late. Just as the spiritual blade was about to pierce her heart, she unexpectedly produced a talisman from her bosom, chanting incantations under her breath. A mysterious light flashed, and her body vanished into thin air. Lin Yue was momentarily taken aback. not anticipating she possessed such a life-saving measure. At that instant, he felt a powerful aura approaching from behind. Turning around, he beheld the middle-aged woman not far behind him. Wielding a talisman that radiated an eerie glow, her face alight with a maniacal grin. "You little brat, don't think you're the only one with talismans," she cried, and once more she lunged at Lin Yue with her longsword. Caught off guard by the woman's tenacity, Lin Yue pondered whether he would need to resort to the Nine Heavens Thunder technique. Just as he hesitated, the woman had already closed the distance between them. Her swordplay was fierce, imbued with an inexorable killing intent, seemingly intent on engaging Lin Yue in a deadly confrontation. Perceiving the ferocity of the middle-aged woman's assault, Lin Yue swiftly evaded by sidestepping. In the same motion, he swung his dragon-slaying sword backward, clashing with her longsword and sending a cascade of sparks flying. The two exchanged blows, neither able to gain the upper hand for the moment. The woman, consumed by rage, intensified her onslaught, each strike imbued with a desperate ferocity. Lin Yue understood that if this stalemate persisted, his spiritual energy would deplete excessively, inevitably leading him into peril. As her longsword lunged at him once more, Lin Yue utilized the technique of instantaneous movement to swiftly distance himself. The woman, realizing her strike had missed, immediately pursued him. Observing this, Lin Yue raised his dragon-slaying sword toward the heavens and bellowed the first stance of the Nine Heavens Thunder Control, Heavenly Punishment. As his voice echoed, the sky darkened instantaneously, and a colossal purple lightning bolt, akin to a roaring dragon, descended from the clouds, bearing the weight of annihilation as it struck towards the middle-aged woman. Her expression shifted dramatically, eyes widening in terror. She had never anticipated Lin Yue wielding such formidable magic. In a frantic attempt, she brandished her longsword, seeking to gather spiritual energy to withstand the terrifying thunderbolt, but her resistance appeared utterly insignificant before the might of the heavenly wrath. The thunderbolt struck her with a resounding crash. When the brilliance faded, she lay prostrate on the ground, charred and barely breathing. Lin Yue approached her slowly, gazing down at the woman who lay dying without a shred of compassion, and with a single stroke of his sword, he ended her life. Having slain the duo of the black and white calamities, Lin Yue retrieved their storage bags and discovered not only a multitude of spirit stones, but also several exquisite elixirs within. Observing this, Lin Yue sighed, expressing, "I had no intention of coveting these external possessions, yet there are always those eager to bestow wealth upon me." After placing the elixirs and spirit stones into his own storage bag, he produced a chi-gathering talisman, seated himself on the ground for a brief respite, and then continued on his journey. Shortly after Lin Yue departed, two women emerged from the shadows. The first woman possessed an alluring figure, her beauty naturally enchanting. Despite appearing to be in her middle years, she radiated a captivating charm that was hard to resist. Standing before the corpses of the black and white calamities, the middle-aged woman's gaze lingered over the bodies before she sighed and remarked, "I find myself increasingly unable to fathom this young man." He effortlessly dispatched two powerful beings of the transformation realm. Her voice carried a hint of astonishment and uncertainty. The red-clad woman behind her, upon hearing this, cautioned, "Master, if we allow him to grow unimpeded, he may prove even more formidable in the future." The middle-aged woman nodded in agreement, replying, "I have already devised a strategy to address this, especially considering his innate Dao physique. It would be a great loss if we do not cultivate it." As she spoke, an insatiable allure surfaced on her face, as if she were filled with an overwhelming desire for that very body. Initially, these two women were none other than the esteemed leader of the Hahuan sect, Xia Ji, and her disciple, Li Feihong. Li Feihong then remarked, "Master, the lightning technique he employs appears to be quite formidable. I wonder if we could seize it for ourselves as well." Xia Ji smiled faintly and confidently replied, "Do not worry. Once he enters the illusionary formation I have set, he will have no choice but to comply with my designs. Not only his techniques, but everything he possesses will ultimately fall into the hands of our Hahuan sect." Chapter 48. The Li family of Cloud City. Cloud City, a place adorned with antiquated charm, boasts a grand estate at its heart. This residence spans hundreds of acres, exuding magnificence with its intricately carved beams and painted rafters, reflecting the exceptional status of its owners. At this moment, the atmosphere within the hall of the estate was heavy with tension, as 5 or 6 elderly men sat on either side, their expressions grave and silent. Seated at the head of the table was a middle-aged man, resplendently attired, exuding an air of authority. He was Lin Yue, the current head of the Li family. His eyes were fixed intently on the young man standing in the center of the hall, incredulity etched on his face as he asked, "What did you say? My adopted son has been killed?" The young man in the hall bowed his head, shame flooding his features as he responded, "Father, it is my inadequacy. Not only was I unable to avenge my brother, but I also allowed that scoundrel to sever one of my arms." Upon hearing Li Qing's revelation that his second son had been murdered, Lin Yue's fury erupted like a volcano, his eyes turning crimson and veins bulging on his forehead. He abruptly rose from his seat, seething with rage as he bellowed, "Who dares to commit such an atrocity? I shall ensure he is torn to shreds." Li Qing trembled, lifting his gaze to meet his father's wrathful countenance. After a moment's hesitation, he gritted his teeth and said, "It was Lin Yue of the Xiaoyao sect." "The Xiaoyao sect? A disciple from a second-rate sect dares to kill my son? Truly, they are courting death," Lin Yue declared, casting his gaze towards the elders seated beside him. "Elders, this disciple of the Xiaoyao sect has audaciously slain my son. I intend to lead a group to demand justice from them. What are your thoughts?" As his words fell, the elder seated at the upper right swiftly interjected, "Head, you must not." "What is the meaning of this, elder?" Lin Yue responded. The elder replied, "Though the Xiaoyao sect is merely a second-rate sect, it has endured for a millennium. If our Li family were to openly antagonize them, we might not emerge unscathed. Moreover, should we approach the Xiaoyao sect for retribution and they refuse, what course of action shall we take? Shall we truly engage in an all-out war with them?" After hearing the elder's counsel, Lin Yue, who had been consumed by anger, sank back into his seat, his expression now gravely pensive. He understood that even though the Xiaoyao sect was a second-rate faction, a full-scale conflict might not yield favorable outcomes for the Li family. Furthermore, such sects often possess profound legacies. Who could say whether there existed ancient ancestors of unparalleled prowess among them? Impulsiveness was indeed ill-advised. Seeing his father wavering in the center of the hall, Li Qing hastily spoke up, "Father, it appears that the scoundrel has no intention of returning to the Xiaoyao sect." After leaving Yiqing, he journeyed southward, seemingly en route to Wuguqing. If his father were to dispatch the clan's formidable experts to ambush him now, it should not be too late. Upon hearing this, Lin Yue immediately instructed the third elder and the fourth elder, urging them to swiftly lead the clan's experts to eliminate that young man, ensuring a decisive strike. The third elder, Li Wanlin, and the fourth elder, Li Wansun, rose at once, acknowledging their duty. "Rest assured, clan master, we shall promptly take our people to annihilate that boy." Li Qing, witnessing this, understood that with her brother now deceased, it was her time to shine. She immediately declared, "Father, I wish to accompany the two elders to avenge my brother and slay that villain." After considering her words thoughtfully, Lin Yue scrutinized Li Qing for a moment, then, after a brief silence, waved his hand, conceding, "In that case, you may go with them." Filled with joy, Li Qing quickly bowed in gratitude, and then turned to follow the third and fourth elders outside. She comprehended that now was her moment to prove herself. Given her brother Li Yi's demise, once outside, the third and fourth elders hastily gathered numerous clan experts, preparing to pursue Lin Yue towards Wuguqing. After assembling their forces, Li Qing, alongside the two elders, ascended on flying swords, streaking across the sky like shooting stars, heading directly towards Wuguqing. At that moment, Lin Yue was soaring alone through the air on his sword. Suddenly, he sensed an overwhelming pressure approaching from behind. Startled, he quickly turned to look. Not far behind, he spotted a dozen formidable presences swiftly closing in on him like lightning. Upon closer inspection, he recognized that the leaders were two elderly men with white hair and beards, their faces stern and exuding an air of authority. Following closely behind these elders was a group of middle-aged individuals, all seemingly possessing considerable strength. Among this group, he recognized a familiar face, Li Qing, the one whose left arm he had severed. Realizing that these individuals must have been summoned by Li Qing to confront him, Lin Yue assessed their auras and discerned that the two elders were evidently mid-stage transformation realm powerhouses, while most of the middle-aged members possessed strength at the nascent soul stage. Lin Yue inwardly lamented, "The Li family truly spares no expense in dealing with me. They have mobilized such a formidable contingent of clan experts." After all, the sheer number of strong adversaries now facing him, far surpassing the previous duo of the black and white twins, genuinely took him by surprise. Seeing that escape was no longer an option, Lin Yue immediately descended from the sky. Before he could stabilize himself, the Li family's experts followed suit, enclosing him in a tight circle. With Lin Yue surrounded, Li Qing smugly proclaimed, "You dare to kill a member of the Li family. Today marks your demise." Lin Yue, observing the situation, chuckled, "You've just had one arm severed by me, and yet you still dare to bark here. Do you not cherish your other arm?" Surrounded on all sides, Lin Yue still dared to threaten himself. Li Qing remarked that with death looming, he still spoke arrogantly. Did he truly fear not for his life? Lin Yue, upon hearing this, retorted disdainfully that while he indeed feared death, the question remained, could Li Qing truly kill him? Observing this exchange, Li Qing turned to his uncles, Li Wanlin and Li Wansun, and stated that they must see how brazen this young man was. "You seek death," Li Wansun declared. And without hesitation, he launched an attack on Lin Yue, intent on delivering a fatal blow. Although he recognized Lin Yue's formidable combat prowess, having severed Li Qing's arm, Li Qing was merely at the initial stage of the nascent soul realm, while he himself was in the mid-stage of the transformation stage, a considerable disparity in cultivation levels. Li Wansen was confident in his ability to easily crush Lin Yue. He formed hand seals, summoning a massive purple blade of light that descended violently toward Lin Yue. Lin Yue's gaze sharpened, and as radiant light enveloped him, a golden shield materialized before him. The purple blade struck the shield with tremendous force, erupting in a blinding brilliance. Lin Yue was staggered back several steps by the overwhelming impact, yet the shield remained unbroken, steadfastly absorbing the blow. Seeing his purple blade thwarted, Li Wansen felt a twinge of embarrassment. He promptly summoned his life sword and leapt into the air, exclaiming "Mount and cleave." As he uttered these words, a colossal sword blazed through the air like a meteor, aimed directly at Lin Yue's head. Chapter 49. The chase. Watching the enormous sword descend with unfathomable might, Lin Yue swiftly evaded the deadly strike using his teleportation technique. Li Wansen, realizing this, concentrated all his spiritual energy into his palm and swung his sword once more. Lin Yue, understanding that he must conceal his strength and wait for the right opportunity, once again employed his teleportation to dodge the attack. He knew that if he could not deliver a decisive blow, he must remain hidden and poised to strike. Otherwise, he would surely be besieged by his opponents. Li Wansen, noticing that Lin Yue was merely relying on evasive maneuvers without retaliating, thought to himself that at least the young man possessed some self-awareness. With this in mind, Li Wansen attacked with increasing ferocity, determined to subdue Lin Yue completely. As Li Wansen thrust his sword once more, Lin Yue's movements appeared slightly slower. The blade nearly grazed Lin Yue's side. Exhilaration surged through Li Wansen as he spotted an opening in Lin Yue's defense. He did not have time to retract his sword. Instead, he swept it horizontally towards Lin Yue. The blade flashed like lightning, surging directly towards him. Yet, in an instant, Lin Yue evaded the fierce strike. Suddenly, Li Wansen was bewildered as Lin Yue seemed to multiply before his eyes, transforming into 3 or 4 indistinguishable figures. These apparitions stood, moved, and remained still, making it nearly impossible to discern which was Lin Yue's true form. Li Wansen's heart raced in shock, realizing that each figure appeared strikingly real, without a hint of flaw. He could not help but hesitate, uncertain about which figure to attack. Just as he was lost in thought, one of the shadows suddenly sprang into motion. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Wansen swung his sword towards that figure. However, just as his blade was about to strike, another shadow moved with ghostly swiftness. Appearing behind Li Wansen in the blink of an eye, alarm surged within him. It was too late to turn and defend himself. A soft sound echoed as a talisman, like a phantom, silently adhered to his back. An icy chill surged from his spine, rapidly coursing through his entire being. His body began to stiffen, as if ensnared by an invisible force. Terror gripped his heart, and he hastily summoned the spiritual energy within him, striving to break free from the talisman's grip. Yet, Lin Yue would not grant him such an opportunity. Realizing Li Wansen had fallen victim to his petrification talisman, Lin Yue unleashed the dragon-slaying sword in a swift arc, resembling a flash of lightning as it darted towards Li Wansen's throat. Li Wansen felt the sharpness of the sword's aura bearing down upon him, yet he was rendered powerless, despairing as he closed his eyes, awaiting death. In that critical moment, Li Wanyin, who had been watching from the sidelines, sensed the dire situation. Without hesitation, he conjured a sword of spiritual energy and fiercely swung it towards Lin Yue's dragon-slaying sword, aiming to intercept this lethal blow and save Li Wansen. A thunderous clash erupted as the two swords collided violently, sparks flying in all directions. Lin Yue's dragon-slaying sword was deflected, but there was no hint of panic in his eyes. At the instant Li Wanyin thwarted the attack, Lin Yue swiftly raised his left hand, unleashing a torrent of flames that surged forth from his palm, sweeping towards Li Wanyin. Caught off guard by Lin Yue's rapid response, Li Wanyin instinctively leaned to the side, attempting to evade the blazing inferno. Yet, the flame clung to him like a parasite, refusing to be shaken off. With Li Wanyin temporarily occupied by the fiery assault, Lin Yue seized the opportunity to deliver a fatal blow to Li Wansen. The dragon-slaying sword sliced through the air, aiming directly at Li Wansen's head, who was now immobilized by the petrification talisman. At that moment, Li Wansen felt his spiritual energy gradually overcoming the talisman's hold. Seeing the dragon-slaying sword descending upon him, he hurriedly attempted to evade, but was a moment too late. Though he managed to dodge his body, his left arm was severed by the blade. Agonizing pain coursed through him, and his anguished screams echoed throughout the space. He glared at Lin Yue, his face contorted in rage, and bellowed, "You brat, I will kill you." With that, he brandished his life sword with reckless abandon, lunging towards Lin Yue like a frenzied beast. Lin Yue, witnessing this, raised the dragon-slaying sword, ready to seize the moment and end his life. At that moment, he suddenly sensed a formidable sword aura surging towards him from behind. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Yue instantly employed a technique of teleportation, vanishing from his original position. Once he stabilized his form, Lin Yue inwardly sighed in relief, narrowly escaping danger. For the swords of Li Wanlin and Li Wansun had already struck the very spot where he had just stood. Observing the failed attack, Li Wanlin promptly commanded the surrounding members of the Li family, "This boy is rather cunning. Everyone, join forces." The Li family members, who had been watching the skirmish, heeded his instruction, brandishing their weapons as they closed in on Lin Yue. Faced with the onslaught from the multitude of Li family members, Lin Yue dared not underestimate them. After all, he had barely withstood the combined strength of the two brothers, and how could he contend against so many masters of the Yuaning realm? With this thought in mind, Lin Yue swiftly evaded the attacks of the Li family like a wraith. He then conjured a clone talisman, which ignited in the air, transforming into 4 identical doppelgangers of himself. These 4 replicas, moving with the agility of real beings, immediately diverted the attention of the Li family members. Seizing the opportunity while the Li family was distracted by the clones, Lin Yue unhesitatingly executed his teleportation technique once more. In a flash, his figure vanished like a bolt of lightning. By the time the Li family regained their senses, Lin Yue had already broken through their encirclement and was fleeing southward like a startled rabbit. Witnessing this, Li Wanlin was infuriated, smoke practically billowing from his ears. He had not anticipated Lin Yue to be so crafty as to escape right from under his nose. He bellowed, "After him! We must not allow this boy to escape." With that, Li Wanlin and the members of the Li family pursued him relentlessly. As Lin Yue dashed over 100 miles, contemplating how to shake off his pursuers, he suddenly caught sight of a blooming peach orchard not far ahead. The vibrant peach blossoms resembled clusters of pink clouds, breathtakingly beautiful. Without a second thought, Lin Yue plunged into the orchard. Hot on his heels, Li Wanlin and the Li family members followed him into the grove. However, upon entering the peach orchard, the previously tranquil environment underwent a startling transformation. The scattered red petals on the ground seemed to be animated by a mysterious force, rising from the earth and swirling through the orchard, creating a pink mist that obscured the vision of the Li family. Chapter 50. The Peach Orchard. Observing this spectacle, Li Wanlin immediately cautioned his companions, "Everyone, be vigilant. There is something amiss here." After issuing his warning, he and his brother, Li Wansun, unleashed their divine consciousness to search for Lin Yue's whereabouts within the orchard. Since Lin Yue had stepped into the grove, he had sensed the peculiarities of this place. He could distinctly perceive a faint array fluctuation permeating the air, clearly indicating that someone had meticulously arranged this enchantment. Although Lin Yue remained oblivious to the true intentions of the one setting the formation, it serendipitously presented him with an extraordinary opportunity. Perhaps a means to extricate himself from the entanglement of the Li family. He cautiously navigated through the peach orchard, ever vigilant of his surroundings. After an hour had passed, Lin Yue was astonished to realize that he had been wandering in circles, as if ensnared within an endless labyrinth. The broken peach branch from earlier now lay before him. Furthermore, Lin Yue sensed that the Li family members were lurking nearby, hindered by the strange peach blossom barrier that obscured their line of sight. Simultaneously, Li Wanlin and his companions found themselves equally ensnared. They were acutely aware of Lin Yue's proximity, yet despite their relentless searching, they could not uncover his whereabouts. Just as both parties felt utterly helpless, the peach blossom barrier unexpectedly dissipated without warning. As it vanished, Lin Yue's figure was laid bare before the Li family. Upon discovering Lin Yue's presence, Li Wanlin swiftly led his kin to encircle him. "Boy, where do you think you can escape to now?" At this juncture, Lin Yue understood that he could only fight with his back against the wall. With this thought, he leapt into the air, standing atop the peach tree. Seeing this, the brothers Li Wanlin and Li Wansun promptly ascended the branches of the peach tree, forming a tightening siege against Lin Yue. In response, Lin Yue initiated an attack with the dragon-slaying sword, executing a move known as the Flowing Light Slash, which immediately felled a member of the Li family. In reaction, Li Wanlin vanished in a flash, his sword transforming into a bolt of lightning aimed at Lin Yue. Lin Yue, evading the assault, swiftly countered with the dragon-slaying sword, directing his strike towards Li Wanlin. Li Wanlin hurriedly raised his sword to parry the blow. The collision of their swords generated a tremendous shockwave, causing the surrounding peach trees to tremble, their petals cascading like raindrops. Taking advantage of Lin Yue's engagement with Li Wanlin, Li Wansun launched a surprise attack from the side. Lin Yue, realizing the danger, had no choice but to employ a technique of instantaneous movement to dodge the unforeseen strike. Just as he regained his footing and had yet to catch his breath, the members of the Li family pounced upon him like famished wolves, initiating their assault. Lin Yue inwardly cursed his misfortune. He understood that if he continued to confront them head-on, he would scarcely last a few exchanges. In the face of such peril, He knew that only by unleashing the second form of the Nine Heavens Thunder Control, known as the Inferno, could he hope to secure a slim chance of survival in this deadly confrontation. However, the consumption of spiritual energy required for the Nine Heavens Thunder Control was exceedingly formidable. Each time he executed the first form, Heavenly Punishment, it would deplete nearly half of his spiritual energy. The second form, Inferno, would nearly exhaust all of his remaining energy. As for the legendary third form, he was utterly incapable of summoning it with his current cultivation. Lin Yue comprehended that there were individuals deliberately disseminating rumors of his possession of a precious treasure, with the intent of leading him to his demise. In this dire situation, one could only wonder how many pairs of eyes were secretly fixated upon him. Once his internal spiritual energy was depleted, he would inevitably become a lamb to the slaughter. However, at this juncture, Lin Yue was acutely aware that he had no path of retreat. Any hint of hesitation could plunge him into an abyss from which there was no return. Without a moment's pause, he grasped the dragon-slaying sword tightly, resolutely extending it towards the heavens, and bellowed, second form of the Nine Heavens Thunder Art, Purgatory. In an instant, the previously clear sky darkened ominously. Heavy clouds rolled in like ink, swiftly obscuring the entire firmament. Strands of violet lightning danced through the cloud layers, resembling a dragon soaring into the sky. Its claws and fangs bared, exuding an awe-inspiring aura. Accompanied by Lin Yue's furious roar, the purple lightning seemed to respond to an enigmatic force's call, swiftly converging to weave into an enormous electric net that enveloped the Li family below. Upon witnessing this spectacle, the brothers Li Wanlin and Li Wansen turned ashen. They had never anticipated that Lin Yue could unleash such a terrifying thunderous technique. Realizing the magnitude of this power, both understood that it was beyond their capacity to withstand. With this thought, they dared not hesitate for even a moment, immediately utilizing their utmost skills to execute a teleportation technique, vanishing from sight in an instant. The vast net woven from purple lightning descended relentlessly, tearing through the very fabric of space. The remaining members of the Li family, whose strength was inferior, had no time to react before being struck by the fearsome lightning, unleashing heart-wrenching cries as their bodies were reduced to ashes in the blink of an eye, dissipating into the cosmos. At that moment, Lin Yue felt his spiritual energy surge forth like a flood breaching a dam, continuously pouring from his meridians. Ultimately, having exhausted the last vestige of his energy, he plummeted from the sky like a kite with its string severed. Upon hitting the ground, Lin Yue struggled to maintain his composure, collapsing onto the earth. He attempted to retrieve a chi-gathering talisman from his storage pouch to hasten his recovery, only to discover that he lacked even the slightest strength to do so, leaving him to sit weakly upon the ground. At that moment, he noticed the brothers Li Wanlin and Li Wansun approaching him from a distance. After narrowly escaping disaster, they were filled with perplexity, given Lin Yue's formidable technique. Why had he been fleeing before? After a brief contemplation, they concluded that he must have refrained from using it out of fear, prompting their return to investigate further. Faced with their approach, Lin Yue's complexion was as pale as a sheet, yet he still mustered his last breath, declaring, "Do you truly fear not death? How dare you return?" However, although his voice was icy, it lacked conviction. Seeing this, Li Wanlin smirked coldly, mocking, "Boy, if you had any further tricks up your sleeve, you would not be engaging in this verbal sparring with me, would you?" His words were like a sharp blade, piercing Lin Yue's heart and rendering his expression even more ghastly. Before Lin Yue could respond, Li Wansun, unable to contain the fury within him, exclaimed with fierce intensity, "What is there to discuss with him? It would be better to allow me to end his life and relieve my pent-up hatred." No sooner had he spoken than his long sword sliced through the air like a bolt of lightning, unleashing a fierce sword aura that surged directly towards Lin Yue. Today, Lin Yue had not only severed his left arm, but had also humiliated him before the crowd. How could he possibly show mercy? As Li Wansun's sword approached with the swiftness of a tempest, Lin Yue was left powerless, his body rendered exceedingly weak, devoid of the strength to evade. Just as the tip of Li Wansun's sword was about to pierce Lin Yue's flesh, the breath he had been holding finally escaped him, and he felt a sudden darkness enveloping him, consciousness slipping away. Chapter 51. Master, how could it be you? Just as Li Wansun believed he was about to achieve victory, he suddenly noticed that the petals strewn across the ground behind Lin Yue were seemingly animated by an invisible force, swiftly coalescing into countless sharp arrows. These arrows shimmered with a chilling light, hurtling towards Li Wansun like meteors. Caught completely off guard, Li Wansun's eyes widened in horror, but it was too late to evade. In an instant, a barrage of arrows struck him like torrential rain. He let out a blood-curdling scream as a copious amount of blood erupted from his mouth. Subsequently, his body fell rigidly backward, crashing heavily to the ground. Witnessing this scene, Li Wanlin gasped in shock. Gripping his sword tightly, he scanned the surroundings warily, demanding, Who is it? Cowardly tricksters, come forth if you dare." At that moment, An alluring feminine voice echoed through the peach grove. Since you have arrived, do not think of leaving. Though the voice was tempting, in such a grim context, it sent chills down one's spine. Li Wanlin's complexion turned ashen, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Before he could discern the source of the voice, countless arrows, transformed from peach blossoms, surged towards him from every direction like a violent storm. These arrows moved with blinding speed. Li Wanlin had no time to react as his body was riddled with arrows. Blood sprang forth. His eyes widened in disbelief, and with a final expression of unwillingness, he collapsed, falling silent forever. As Lin Yue gradually regained consciousness, he felt himself lying upon a warm and comfortable bed. Moreover, he realized that his clothing had mysteriously vanished, and he seemed to be embracing a warm, silky body in the crook of his arm. He could only recall that after losing consciousness, he had a lengthy dream in which he returned to the carefree sect and encountered Zhao Yuling and Nangong Yuyan. What could this possibly mean? Was it conceivable that he was still dreaming? Lin Yue, his eyes bleary with sleep, opened them to discover a woman nestled in the crook of his arm. The woman possessed a curvaceous figure, her skin smooth and delicate as silk, resembling white jade. She was clad only in a pink halter, its sheer fabric barely concealing her fair complexion, provoking one's imagination. At that moment, she lay with her eyes gently closed, her long eyelashes fluttering like butterfly wings, seemingly lost in a sweet reverie. As Lin Yue gazed at the woman before him, an increasing sense of familiarity washed over him, leading to the startling realization that the woman in his embrace was none other than his esteemed master, the leader of the carefree sect, Su Ningxuang. He surveyed the room, meticulously examining the decor, and his astonishment deepened. The arrangement of this chamber was strikingly identical to his master's bedroom. How could this be? How had he ended up in his master's bed? Lin Yue pondered, his mind a tumult of confusion, utterly unable to comprehend how he found himself in such a predicament. Although he harbored a secret admiration for his master's beauty, it remained merely a thought, and he would never dare to overstep boundaries. Yet now, he lay bare in her bed, and if she were to awaken, he would be utterly at a loss for words. The mere thought of her potential reaction sent waves of dread and unease coursing through him. He was unsure how to face his master, let alone explain the bewildering circumstances surrounding him. In his panic, Lin Yue resolved to extricate his arm from Su Ningxuang's neck and hastily don his clothing to escape. However, just as he withdrew his arm, the slumbering Su Ningxuang stirred awake. As she opened her eyes, Lin Yue's heart sank. This was the end. He could neither leave nor offer a coherent explanation. To his surprise, Su Ningxuang's first words were not filled with inquiry or reproach, but rather imbued with an unusual tenderness. Yue, what are you doing? Master, I am deeply sorry. I have no idea how this happened. I awoke to find myself in your bed. Listening to Lin Yue's disjointed explanations, Su Ningxuang did not exhibit anger. Instead, she smiled. She raised her finger to gently silence him, saying, "There is no need for you to explain. I understand everything." Master, what exactly transpired? Lin Yue pressed. Su Ningxuang replied, "You sustained grave injuries in that peach grove, and I rescued you. But why am I here in your bed, and in such a state?" Lin Yue asked, bewildered. Su Ningxuang's face flushed slightly as she responded. "When I found you, your life was hanging by a thread. To save you, I had no choice but to bring you back with me." Su Ningxue paused for a moment before continuing. "However, upon your return, I realized that your injuries were far too severe, beyond the reach of conventional remedies. In my desperation, I resorted to the secret techniques of my Xianyao sect, engaging in a dual cultivation with you, channeling my spiritual energy into your body, thus saving your life." Upon hearing this, Lin Yue's expression turned grave as he remarked, "If what you say is true, does that not imply?" Su Ningxue sighed softly and replied, "This was beyond my control." After listening to her words, Lin Yue reflected inwardly. Indeed, after losing consciousness, I experienced an extended dream, one in which I returned to the Xianyao sect, but beyond that, I recall nothing. If what my master claims is correct, then during my unconsciousness, I should have at least experienced a fleeting dream. Why was I entirely unaware? Although such thoughts crossed his mind, Lin Yue outwardly wore a mask of guilt, saying, "Master, it is my inadequacy that not only prevented me from obtaining the method to restore the Hehuan Ding at Wuwang Mountain, but I have also caused you to lose your reputation." Seeing Lin Yue apologize, Su Ningxue responded gently, "You need not blame yourself, my dear Yue. I do not hold you responsible for this, and in fact, I owe you my gratitude." Lin Yue, perplexed by her words, queried, "Master, what do you mean by that?" Su Ningxue replied, "To be candid with you, I have long been afflicted by cold poison due to my practice of the ice jade art. Only through dual cultivation with someone possessing a primal yang body or a pure yang sacred body can I expel this poison. Thus, I encouraged you to practice the pure yang technique, hoping that one day you could aid me in ridding myself of this affliction. Then, has the cold poison within you been dispelled?" Lin Yue inquired. Su Ningxue's cheeks flushed slightly as she responded, not so swiftly. It would require at least 3 sessions of dual cultivation to completely eliminate the poison. One time is insufficient. As she spoke, she leaned into Lin Yue's embrace, softly imploring, Yue, you must assist me. Facing the woman he had fantasized about countless times in his mind, now willingly nestling against him, Lin Yue did not hold back. He embraced her tightly and whispered into her ear, Master, surely I cannot be dreaming? Chapter 52. How is this possible? Su Ningxue bit her red lip playfully, retorting, Of course not. She gently parted her luscious lips, using her delicate fingers to grasp Lin Yue's, guiding them to her mouth. As her soft lips enveloped his fingers, an intoxicating sensation surged through his body. Shortly thereafter, she playfully nipped at his finger, the unexpected pain causing Lin Yue to emit a soft gasp. Does it hurt? Su Ningxue asked in a tender voice. It does, Lin Yue replied, his voice trembling slightly, his heartbeat quickening uncontrollably. Then do you still think this is a dream? Su Ningxue's lips curled into a subtle smile. No. What are you waiting for? Before her words could fully settle, Su Ningxue's hands coiled around Lin Yue's neck like a serpent, her body leaning forward, closing the distance between them. Their breaths intertwined, as if they could feel each other's heartbeats. Lin Yue felt a surge of warmth rise in his heart, an impulse he could no longer suppress. Slowly, he pressed his lips against Su Ningxuang's delicate petals of a mouth. At that moment, when their lips finally met, time seemed to come to a standstill. Lin Yue was completely immersed in the tender atmosphere, no longer pondering whether this was a dream, but simply wishing to savor the beauty before him. After all, once the gates of desire are opened, it is as if a flood has broken through its dam, impossible to close again. In the next instant, the flickering candlelight, the swaying bed, and their soft murmurs intertwined, composing a melodious symphony. Su Ningxuang lay quietly on the bed, her eyes gently closed. Feeling the pure yang energy from Lin Yue silently flowing into her body, a subtle smile gracing her face. Young man, as long as I can absorb all the pure yang energy within you today, not only will I break through to the mid-stage of integration, but even achieving the great perfection of the integration realm, or perhaps even the Mahayana realm, will be within reach. Just as she thought her success was imminent, she suddenly realized that the pure yang energy flowing into her was not only ceasing to come in, but was also rapidly dissipating along with her own spiritual energy. What was happening? Could it be that he discovered something? How could this be? His cultivation was only at the early stage of the nascent soul. How could he possibly see through the illusion I crafted? But just as this thought crossed her mind, Xia Ji felt her spiritual energy swiftly dissipating and her realm plummeting from the early stage of integration to the late stage of spirit transformation. At this moment, Xia Ji could no longer remain calm and asked, Yue, what have you done to me? Why do I feel my spiritual energy rapidly vanishing? As soon as her words left her lips, Lin Yue teasingly replied, What have I done to you? Perhaps you should first inquire what you have done to me. What do you mean by that, Yue? Lin Yue's smile deepened, a smirk gracing his lips. Sect Master Xia, do you truly believe I could not see through your disguise? Xia Ji's heart jolted in disbelief as she stared at Lin Yue, unable to fathom that he had unraveled her identity. How could this be? The illusion I set up. How could he detect its flaws? After all, Xia Ji was known as the thousand-faced Chang'e, unparalleled in illusion arts. Now, having her identity pierced by a junior, she naturally felt a loss of face. Lin Yue chuckled softly and said, You need not know that. But since you have already realized I am not Su Ningxuang, why did you still choose to merge with me? Xia Ji asked, a hint of reluctance in her voice. Upon hearing her words, Lin Yue's smile grew even broader as he replied, If I do not merge with you, how could I turn your own tactics against you? Xia Ji, upon hearing this, felt as if struck by lightning. She suddenly realized that she had fallen into Lin Yue's trap from the very beginning. You were pretending to be a fool to catch a tiger? Xia Ji's voice brimmed with astonishment and fury. What else could it be? At this moment, Xia Ji felt the spiritual energy within her dissipating rapidly, akin to a flood breaching a dam. Stop at once. Whatever demands you have, I shall acquiesce. Fear was palpable in her voice, as she comprehended that if this continued, she might truly be drained of her cultivation by Lin Yue today. Is what you say truly the case? Indeed. Then I demand that your Harmony sect submit to me henceforth. I agree, though reluctant in her heart. Xia Ji dared not refuse outwardly. After all, her cultivation had plummeted to the early stage of the transformation of spirit. Should she fall further, even the Harmony sect might slip from her grasp. Seeing Xia Ji's cultivation descend from the early stage of integration to the early stage of transformation, Lin Yue felt no threat from her and thus declared, In that case, I shall spare you this time, considering you saved my life before. With that, he rose from Xia Ji. Once freed from his control, Xia Ji let out a long sigh of relief, collapsing onto the bed in a state of despondency. After a considerable time, she regained her composure and fixed her gaze on Lin Yue, asking, Just now, I offered you a chance to escape. Do you truly not fear that I would kill you? Lin Yue chuckled. You have already fallen a significant tier in cultivation. Do you really believe you can still contend with me? Xiaji was initially taken aback. Scanning Lin Yue with her consciousness, she discovered that after absorbing her cultivation, he had ascended from the early stage of the nascent soul to its latter stage. You are merely at the later stage of nascent soul. Do you genuinely think I cannot deal with you? Lin Yue replied with a smile. If you doubt it, feel free to try. However, I must inform you that I am well acquainted with all the techniques of your harmony sect. Should you attempt to use them against me, you shall only humiliate yourself. Although Xiaji was reluctant to believe his words, she could not help but acknowledge the reality given Lin Yue's previous displays. How is this possible? How do you possess knowledge of our harmony sect's techniques? Furthermore, I have meticulously planned today's events, ensuring there were no flaws. How did you discover them? At this juncture, Lin Yue chose not to conceal the truth, retrieving a pair of Mandarin duck jade tokens from his storage bag. Do you recognize this? Xiaji examined the jade token in Lin Yue's hand, pondering for a moment before asking thoughtfully, could this be the Mandarin duck jade token of our Saintess founder? The immortal Miao Yin? Indeed, it is the very token of immortal Miao Yin. It contains records of all the techniques of your harmony sect, including illusions, illusion formations, and absorption techniques. Do you think you can use them against me? Yet, even so, how did you break my absorption technique? Lin Yue smiled faintly, replying, if you submit to me in the future, I shall naturally reveal the secret. Chapter 53. Submission upon hearing Lin Yue's words. Xiaji contemplated the sect's rule that encountering the Mandarin duck jade token was akin to meeting the founder. Could it be that this young man had some connection to the founder? Otherwise, how could this token have fallen into his hands? Upon contemplating this, Xiaji rose from the bed and bowed respectfully to Lin Yue, stating, since you possess the dual jade pendant of our founder, I shall naturally submit. From this day forth, the entire Hehuan sect shall recognize you as our master. No need for excessive courtesy. Rise, Lin Yue replied. I find myself rather hungry. Please fetch me something to eat. Understood. Xiaji responded promptly, quickly dressing before exiting the room. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Yue also got up, donned his attire, and awaited Xiaji's return at the bedside. Before long, Xiaji reappeared, not only bearing some spiritual fruits, but also accompanied by a familiar face. Master. As I ventured out, I spotted this fellow lurking in the peach grove, undoubtedly one of those who previously pursued you from the Li family. I have brought him here for your judgment. With a dismissive gesture, Xiaji unceremoniously threw Li Qing to the ground. Upon landing, Li Qing disregarded his pain and immediately knelt, bowing his head in supplication. I beg you, do not kill me. I realize my mistakes. Observing this, Lin Yue's lips curled into a slight smirk, amusement dancing in his eyes as he taunted. Weren't you rather arrogant before? How is it that you now cower? Li Qing dared not lift his gaze, persistently bowing and mumbling. It was my folly to offend you, esteemed sir. I implore you to spare my life. Lin Yue's smile widened at Li Qing's words, and he replied mockingly, you pursued me for so long with the Li family, and now you wish for clemency? You must be dreaming. With that, Lin Yue dismissed Li Qing from his thoughts and turned to Xiaji, commanding, such a wastrel should be eliminated, lest he tarnish my sight. Xiaji accepted her orders with a stoic expression, striding before Li Qing, seizing his collar as one might a chick, and dragged him towards the door. Shortly thereafter, a chilling scream echoed from outside, reverberating through the still air, sending shivers down the spine. After a moment, Xiaji returned to the room, reporting to Lin Yue, Master, the deed is done. Lin Yue nodded, taking a bite of a spiritual fruit. Well done. Since the Li family dared to hunt me, I shall settle the score with them in due time. As they conversed, a sudden knock resounded at the door. Who is it? Xiaji inquired. Master, it is I, came the voice of Li Feihong. Recognizing her voice, Xiaji responded, come in. Soon, Li Feihong entered. But her expression shifted to one of confusion upon seeing Lin Yue seated before her, while Xiaji stood respectfully at his side. Master, what is this? Understanding the question in Li Feihong's eyes, Xiaji promptly replied, Honger, from this moment forth, our Hehuan sect shall acknowledge Lin Gongzi as our master. Any future commands from him must not be defied. Do you comprehend? Yes, master, Li Feihong affirmed. Though internally, she mused over how Xiaji had previously stated that this young man would be at her mercy, yet now he was to be obeyed without question. What could have transpired? The following morning, as Lin Yue opened his eyes, Xiaji entered bearing a sumptuous breakfast. Young master, you are awake, she said. I have had the meal prepared for you. Please indulge. Observing Xiaji's enchanting demeanor, Lin Yue mused to himself that she was indeed a remarkable woman, still alluring even in her advanced years. Were it not for his extraordinary status as the young master endowed with the Hua Ling decree, he might have found it hard to resist her charms. With this thought in mind, Lin Yue remarked that the mystical realm of Wuwang Mountain was about to open, and after breakfast, he he would need to take his leave. Xiaji, with a playful glint in her eyes, suggested, if the young master does not mind, I could have Fei Hong accompany you to attend to your needs. No need for that. I prefer to go alone. Having too many people around would only complicate matters. He replied. After finishing his meal, Lin Yue stepped outside to bid farewell. It was then he realized that, apart from the wooden cabin he occupied, all the other structures in the Peach Grove were illusions conjured by Xiaji. In the Immaculate City, at the Yulai Inn, within room 1, a graceful woman clad in yellow stood quietly by the window, resembling a captivating painting. Her tall and elegant figure, adorned in flowing yellow garments, seemed to blend seamlessly with the picturesque scenery outside. The woman gazed thoughtfully out the window, her face betraying an indescribable expression. Just then, a woman dressed in green entered. Closing the door behind her, she approached the yellow-clad woman from behind, paused, and respectfully bowed, softly saying, Your Highness, the inquiries you requested have yielded some insights. Upon hearing this, the yellow-clad woman slowly turned to face her, her gaze fixed on the green-dressed woman as she inquired, Pray tell, what have you discovered? The green-clad woman raised her head slightly to meet her gaze and replied, According to what I have learned, besides some disciples from second-rate sects, several prodigies from first-rate sects are also preparing to venture into the mystical realm of Wuwang Mountain. The yellow-clad woman furrowed her brow and pressed, Who are they? The green-clad woman took a deep breath and answered, It is said that Chun Tianji, the young master of Lin Yue's sect, Su Meyer, the Saintess of Miaoying Pavilion, and Xie Qianfan, the holy son of Wangxing's sect, will all be present. Hearing this, the yellow-clad woman's lips curled into a subtle smile as she remarked softly, These 3 major sects are indeed investing heavily. They are willing to send forth their future hopes to face peril. The green-clad woman responded, People die for wealth, and birds perish for food. Previously, after the holy son of Xuantiangong, Mu Tsongshan, and the holy son of Wanjian's sect, Xiao Dongyang, fortuitously emerged alive from the mystical realm. They capitalized on the great opportunities they obtained therein, successfully ascending to the position of sect leader and elevating their sects from second-rate to first-rate, rivaling the likes of Wangxing's sect. Such temptation is not something everyone can resist. Aside from those few, are there any other figures of comparable stature? The green-clad woman replied, Indeed, Your Highness, there is one. Who? Lin Yue of the Xiaoyao sect. Upon hearing this, the yellow-clad woman inquired, How is it that I have never heard of this individual? In response to Your Highness, this individual was merely a menial disciple of the Carefree sect a few months ago. It remains unclear what circumstances led him to be chosen as a partner by the sect's Saintess, after which he became a direct disciple of their sect leader. Upon hearing this, the woman in yellow remarked that it is understandable for the Saintess, troubled by matters of the heart, to select a commoner as her companion. It is also reasonable for the sect leader to take him under his wing for the sake of the Saintess's reputation. What is so extraordinary about this? The woman in green interjected, stating that the issue lies in the fact that this Lin Yue unexpectedly killed the second young master of the Li family in Cloud City. In a fit of rage, the Li family patriarch ordered the elders to lead the elite members of the clan in pursuit of him. Not only did they fail to capture him, but they were also all met with their demise. Is there truly such a matter? Absolutely, without a doubt. If that is the case, I am indeed quite eager to meet this individual. Chapter 54. Provocation. After departing from the Peach Grove, the journey was remarkably tranquil. Lin Yue soared through the skies on his sword, swiftly arriving at the nearest city to the Wuwang Mountain, known as Wuku City. Shortly after entering the city, Lin Yue beheld the imposing sign at the entrance of the Yulai Inn. With the opening of the Wuwang Mountain secret realm merely 2 days away, Lin Yue promptly stepped into the inn and requested the proprietor to prepare a room for his stay. Reclining on the bed, Lin Yue found himself reflecting on past events. He recalled that when Xia Ji transformed into the visage of his master, she had mentioned that his cultivation of the pure yang technique was intended to one day rid her of the cold poison afflicting her. He pondered the veracity of her words, contemplating the changes he had experienced since practicing the pure yang technique. Lin Yue could not help but wonder if his master had ulterior motives for urging him to cultivate this path. However, even if Xia Ji's words held truth, Lin Yue felt no aversion in his heart. After all, he had once fantasized about sharing an intimate moment with Su Ningxuang amidst the clouds of Wushan. Although Su Ningxuang was now his nominal master, Lin Yue had traversed time from the modern world, and according to his age in contemporary society, he was actually a few years older than her. Thus, in his heart, he felt little restraint. After a deep slumber, Lin Yue awoke to the darkness of night and descended from his room. Upon reaching the hall below, he found a table to sit at and ordered several dishes and drinks, beginning to indulge in self-reflection. At that moment, a man and a woman entered through the door. After requesting 2 rooms from the proprietor, they settled into a spot within the hall. When the woman's gaze fell upon Lin Yue, who was drinking alone, She mused silently that this young man was quite fortunate to have survived the Li family's pursuit. The woman was none other than Jinji, who had previously clashed with Lin Yue. The man by her side was her newly acquired ally, Chen Tianji, the young master of the Lin Yue sect. Noticing Jinji's focused attention on Lin Yue from a distance, Chen Tianji inquired, "Miss Jun, do you happen to know that young man?" Taken aback by his question, Jinji quickly adopted a pitiful demeanor and replied, "To be honest, Chen Xiao, I have indeed met him. He is Lin Yue of the Carefree sect, who previously coveted my beauty and sought to take advantage of me. Fortunately, I was rescued by the young master of the Li family. Otherwise," after hearing Jinji's words, Chen Tianji, filled with righteous indignation, exclaimed, "This is utterly outrageous. How dare he lay his hands on a young lady? Just wait, I shall show him the consequences." "Chen, perhaps it would be wise to reconsider. That young master from the Li family intervened on my behalf and lost an arm in the process. If you were to clash with him for my sake and something went awry, how could I find peace?" Seeing Jinji's concern for his safety, Chen Tianji felt a surge of emotion and dismissively replied, "Do not worry, Miss Jun. With him being merely a disciple of a second-rate sect, how could I possibly regard him as a threat? Just watch, there is no need for concern. Chen, you may not yet be aware that this scoundrel has either encountered some extraordinary fortune or possesses a protective artifact, as he has consecutively defeated formidable opponents such as Li Feihong of the Harmonious Union sect and Li Qing of the Li family in Yun City, both of whom are early-stage nascent soul cultivators." Upon hearing Jinji's remarks, Chen Tianji scrutinized Lin Yue, who sat not far away, and discerned that Lin Yue only exuded the aura of a mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator. He chuckled, with his mere mid-stage foundation establishment prowess. He might be considered noteworthy in their small sect, but to me, he is nothing more than an ant. At that moment, Lin Yue, who was indulging in his meal alone, suddenly sensed someone probing him with their spiritual awareness. He looked up and quickly spotted Chen Tianji and Jinji nearby. Locking eyes, Lin Yue noted the hostility emanating from Chen Tianji and thought, "I do not even know you. Why do you gaze at me with such animosity?" However, upon considering Jinji, he understood that this matter was undoubtedly linked to her, although he was unaware of their identities. Having reached the late stage of the nascent soul realm himself, Lin Yue felt confident enough to face even those at the divine transformation stage. Thus, he paid little heed to who they were. After merely exchanging a glance, he resumed his hearty meal. Seeing Lin Yue so blatantly disregard his presence, Chen Tianji glared at him and coldly commanded, "You, disciple of the Carefree sect, come here and apologize to Miss Jun." Upon hearing this, Lin Yue set down his chopsticks, looked at Chen Tianji, and pointed to himself, asking, "Are you referring to me? Who else could it be? Is there another disciple of the Carefree sect present?" In response, Lin Yue retorted, "Apologize to her. Does she deserve it? Furthermore, who do you think you are to issue orders to me?" Chen Tianji, incensed by Lin Yue's blatant disrespect, shouted, "Do you have any idea who I am? Can you bear the consequences of defying me? I care not who you are. Truly, you are oblivious to your own peril. Even the leader of your Carefree sect would not dare to act so brazenly in my presence." In response to Chen Tianji's words, Lin Yue inquired, "Are you implying that you are the scion of a prestigious family or perhaps a young master of a significant sect? Your discernment is commendable." However, before Chen Tianji could finish his words, Lin Yue interjected, expressing his disdain for the indulgent scions who, lacking any personal merit, take pride in their family's or sect's name to exert false authority. He added ominously that the last arrogant youth who dared to provoke him now likely has grass over a foot high on his grave. As Lin Yue disregarded him so blatantly, Chen Tianji's fury ignited in an instant. He abruptly rose from his seat and bellowed at Lin Yue, declaring that he would teach the impudent youth a lesson today. Before he could finish his sentence, Chen Tianji swiftly formed hand seals, causing his spiritual energy to surge like a tumultuous tide. With the transformation of his gestures, a formidable force manifested as a violent whirlwind, hurtling directly towards Lin Yue. In the face of this sudden onslaught, Lin Yue remained remarkably composed. A subtle smile graced his lips as he slightly shifted his stance, effortlessly evading the whistling spiritual attack. The force grazed the hem of his garment, crashing violently against a nearby table. With a resounding bang, the table was shattered, splintering wood flying in all directions. Chen Tianji's expression shifted dramatically upon witnessing this. He had not anticipated Lin Yue's ability to elude his strike so effortlessly. Alarmed, he realized that Lin Yue's prowess exceeded his expectations. Chen Tianji quickly formed hand seals once more, continuously channeling his spiritual energy into the incantation. As his gestures evolved, several ethereal arrows, conjured from spiritual energy, materialized in the air. These arrows shot towards Lin Yue with astonishing speed, akin to lightning. Yet, Lin Yue remained unperturbed. The smirk on his face widened as he waved his arm, summoning the dragon-slaying sword into his grasp. With a decisive flourish, he unleashed a powerful wave of sword energy. The barrage of arrows was obliterated upon contact, vanishing into nothingness. Just as the battle was poised to erupt, a melodious voice echoed from the staircase, inquiring whether two cultivators intended to demolish the inn with their scuffle. As the voice resonated, both Lin Yue and Chun Tianji turned towards the staircase. A woman clad in yellow descended gracefully, accompanied by a maid in green, presumably her attendant. Chun Tianji, noticing her, coldly demanded to know her identity and questioned her audacity to meddle in his affairs. The yellow-clad woman smiled charmingly and introduced herself as Yunzi of the 10,000 Swords sect. You are the Saintess of the 10,000 Swords sect? Chun Tianji asked, taken aback. Indeed, she confirmed. Acknowledging her status as the Saintess of the 10,000 Swords sect, Chun Tianji felt compelled to show her respect. Although the sect had only risen to prominence in the last couple of decades, it was now subtly establishing itself as a contender for the foremost cultivation sect in the Tianyuan continent. Since the revered Xiao Dongyang returned from the mysterious realm of Wuwang Mountain, his cultivation has surged remarkably, reportedly breaking through to the tribulation crossing stage. In the Tianyuan continent, he has become the foremost figure beneath the Empress of Tianyuan. Contemplating this, Chen Wuji cast a glance at Lin Yue and coldly remarked, Today, you are fortunate, young man. Out of respect for the Cloud Saintess, I shall refrain from holding you accountable. However, should we cross paths again, I shall see to it that you regret it. Lin Yue retorted dismissively, If you wish to make me regret, you must possess the ability to do so. Yunzi observed the exchange, a subtle smile gracing her lips as she gently addressed Lin Yue. Friend Lin, since young Master Chun has granted you leniency, might I implore you to let this matter rest? Although Lin Yue was not intimately acquainted with Yunzi, he was well aware of the Wanjian sect's standing and influence within the Tianyuan continent. Moreover, given that Yunzi bore no malice, he found it difficult to refuse her request and replied, Since the esteemed Cloud Saintess has spoken, I cannot in good conscience decline. However, I am curious as to how you came to know my surname is Lin. At this, Yunzi chuckled lightly, her enchanting eyes sparkling as she regarded Lin Yue with a playful expression, responding, At merely 20 years of age, you single-handedly vanquished numerous experts from the Li family. Such prowess cannot remain unnoticed. Lin Yue humbly smiled, saying, You flatter me, esteemed Cloud Saintess. It was merely a stroke of luck. As he spoke, he mused internally. It has only been a few days since I defeated the Li family members. Furthermore, the peach orchard was guarded by an illusion array set by Xiaji, making it nearly imperceptible to the untrained eye. How, then, did she come to know of these events? It appears this holy maiden of the Wanjian sect is quite extraordinary. With that thought, Lin Yue chose not to linger on the matter further, simply stating, I have finished my meal and shall retire to my room. Please, make yourself at home, friend Lin, Yunzi replied. As she and the woman in green found a seat in the hall, instructing her companion, Pinger, please ask the innkeeper to prepare some dishes. Understood. Seated next to Chun Tianji, Jinji softly inquired, Young Master Chun, will today's events simply be overlooked? Fear not, Miss Chun, since he has arrived at this Wugiqing. It is likely he seeks the Wuwang Mountain's secret realm. Once there, crushing him will be as effortless as squashing an ant. After Yunzi and Pinger had dined in the hall, they ascended to their quarters. Upon entering her room, Pinger asked, Your Highness, why did you intervene just now? Yunzi chuckled. This humble inn could hardly withstand their turmoil. If they were to truly engage in combat, who do you think would emerge victorious? After a moment of contemplation, she concluded, I believe it would be Lin Yue. But young Master Chun's cultivation appears to have reached the peak of the nascent soul stage, far surpassing Lin Yue's. Why do you believe he would win? Because it is my intuition. The cultivation of Chun Tianji is transparent to me at a glance. However, Lin Yue remains somewhat inscrutable, leading me to conclude that he possesses greater prowess. 2 days later, before the entrance to the Wuwang Mountain secret realm, stood hundreds of cultivators clad in varied attire, all notably under the age of 30. Among them was Lin Yue, patiently awaiting the realm's opening. At that moment, a stunning woman with an alluring figure descended gracefully from the sky, instantly causing a stir within the crowd. She wore a delicate gown of pale pink fabric that fluttered gently in the breeze, akin to a light cloud descending from the heavens. Strands of dark hair cascaded down her fair neck from an exquisitely arranged bun, enhancing her enchanting allure. Her eyes sparkled like stars, seemingly concealing boundless charm, while her cherry-like lips curled into a faint, elusive smile beneath a prominent nose. Observing her captivating demeanor, which rivaled that of Xiaji, Lin Yue pondered the identity of this mesmerizing woman. At that moment, someone in the crowd exclaimed in surprise that the holy maiden of Miaoying Pavilion, Su Meyer, had also arrived. After her retinue settled, another striking young gentleman descended, prompting yet another wave of excitement. Someone shouted, What? The holy son of the Wangxing sect, Xie Qianfan is here too. After all, both the Miaoying Pavilion and the Wangxing sect are prestigious sects within the Tianyuan continent, and it was unexpected for their elite to venture into the Wuwang Mountain secret realm. Subsequently, the holy maiden of the Wanjian sect, Yunzi, and the young master of the Lin Yue sect, Chen Tianji, also made their appearances. Upon noticing Lin Yue among the crowd, Chen Tianji provocatively remarked, "Kid, I didn't expect you to dare come to the Wuwang Mountain secret realm. Once inside, I will show no mercy." Lin Yue stepped forward from the crowd, disdainfully retorting, "With your abilities, you likely cannot contend with me. You seek death," Chen Tianji declared, preparing to strike. Seeing this, Lin Yue shot back, "Do you truly believe I fear you?" Their exchange drew the attention of all present, who wondered about Lin Yue's identity. How could he remain unperturbed in the face of the young master of the Lin Yue sect? Did he possess some formidable backing? Xie Qianfan interjected towards Chen Tianji. "We haven't even entered the secret realm yet. Isn't it a bit tyrannical of you to act this way, Chen?" Su Meyer joined the fray, attempting to mediate. Xie Gongzi is right. The dangers within the Wuwang Mountain secret realm are extraordinary. It would be unwise for the two of you to clash here. Upon hearing Xie Qianfan and Su Meyer, Chen Tianji glanced at Lin Yue and warned, "You had better pray that we do not cross paths in the secret realm." Lin Yue retorted with equal fervor, "I send the same words back to you." Seeing Lin Yue remain unfazed in the face of Chen Tianji's threats, Su Meyer approached him with a playful smile, her enchanting eyes surveying him from head to toe. "Little brother," she said, "once we enter the secret realm, why not follow your sister? I shall protect you." Chapter 56. The Golden-Winged Roc. Although Su Meyer possessed an alluring figure and beauty, she was, after all, a member of the Miaoying Pavilion. Drawing from his experiences in modern society, Lin Yue understood that when a strikingly beautiful stranger approached with overt flirtation, there was often an ulterior motive. Thus, he replied, "I appreciate your kind intentions, Miss Su, but let us discuss other matters once we have entered the secret realm." Upon hearing this, Su Meyer smiled seductively. "Then I shall await your visit, dear brother." Standing a short distance away, Yunzi watched Su Meyer's flirtation with Lin Yue and inwardly scorned the Miaoying Pavilion for being nothing but seductresses, eager to entice any handsome man they encountered, utterly shameless in their pursuits. At that moment, the entrance to the Wuwang Mountain secret realm slowly opened, revealing a massive gate of light before everyone. Although it was well known that this secret realm was dubbed the Graveyard of Prodigies, the crowd still surged forward, undeterred. After all, those who emerged alive from within were invariably transformed into formidable figures of the Tianyuan continent. Such immense temptation inevitably stirred a sense of reckless hope among them. As Lin Yue observed the throngs rushing toward the light gate, he remained unhurried. His purpose for coming was not to seek great fortune, but rather to discover a method to restore the Hahuan cauldron. Thus he had no fear of being overtaken by others. Noticing Lin Yue standing still, Chen Tianji coldly taunted, "Kid, are you afraid and too cowardly to enter?" Lin Yue disdainfully retorted, "With you? You are not someone to instill fear in me. Just be cautious, lest we cross paths inside." Chen Tianji warned before swiftly entering the light gate. After waiting a while until most had entered, Lin Yue finally stepped through the gate. Upon entering, he discovered that the light gate was, in fact, a teleportation array. When he landed once more, he found himself transported to a fragrant valley filled with the melodies of birds. Observing the cliffs on either side brimming with spiritual fruits, Lin Yue mused, "Indeed, this is a splendid place." With this thought, Lin Yue leaped up the cliff, intent on collecting all the spiritual fruits. Just then, a golden-winged roc swooped down from the sky, charging directly at him. Lin Yue was taken aback, realizing that this seemingly tranquil valley harbored a fearsome beast. The aura emanating from the roc suggested it possessed strength rivaling that of a perfected Yuan-Ing realm cultivator. Thinking quickly, Lin Yue sidestepped to evade the roc's assault. Undeterred by its missed attack, the golden-winged roc flapped its wings and lunged at Lin Yue again, its claws poised like hooks. In response, Lin Yue promptly summoned his dragon-slaying sword, channeling his spiritual energy, causing the blade to glow brilliantly. With a resounding cry of flowing light slash, a terrifying sword aura surged forth like a bolt of lightning, aimed directly at the golden-winged roc. Sensing the impending attack, the roc flapped its magnificent wings and ascended rapidly into the heavens, narrowly evading the sword's onslaught. Yet, before Lin Yue could unleash a second strike, the roc dove once more towards him. The dragon-slaying sword in Lin Yue's hand flashed with the brilliance of lightning, each stroke imbued with immense power. However, the roc, akin to a phantom, nimbly maneuvered through the air, effortlessly eluding Lin Yue's relentless assaults. Lin Yue pondered to himself, recognizing that this aerial domain was the roc's territory, where its speed and agility far surpassed his own. Defeating it under such circumstances proved an arduous challenge. At that moment, Lin Yue's gaze was drawn to a protruding rock upon the cliff. A bold idea sparked in his mind. He feigned a vulnerability, enticing the rock to dive again. As anticipated, the rock, seizing the opportunity, charged at Lin Yue like a golden meteor. Just as the rock was about to close the distance, Lin Yue deftly pushed off the ground with his toes, propelling himself towards the rock like an arrow released from a bow. The rock, unwilling to miss this perfect chance, pursued him relentlessly, its wings beating furiously, summoning a tempest that threatened to engulf Lin Yue. As the rock closed in on Lin Yue, he seized the critical moment. Exerting force with his feet against the rock. Utilizing the rebound, he pivoted sharply, and the dragon-slaying sword struck forth like a venomous serpent, aiming directly for the rock's abdomen. The rock, caught completely off guard by Lin Yue's cunning maneuver, widened its eyes in shock, but it was too late to evade the deadly strike. With a chilling sound, Lin Yue's sword penetrated deep into the rock's belly, a surge of blood erupting forth and spilling into the valley below. The rock emitted a mournful cry as it lost its balance and plummeted towards the depths of the gorge. As Lin Yue watched the fallen rock, he too descended from the air. He intended to sever the rock's head with the dragon-slaying sword to extract its demon core when a series of anguished wails echoed above him. Suddenly, another golden-winged rock, larger than the previous one, swooped down from the skies. Astonished, Lin Yue realized this one was even more formidable. It seemed these two were a pair, arriving to avenge their fallen comrade. The new rock emanated a far more terrifying aura, evidently having reached the level of a human clan cultivator in the transformation stage. As the menacing rock approached, Lin Yue swiftly evaded its assault. The rock, enraged by its missed strike, roared and once again flapped its wings, launching another attack towards Lin Yue. Lin Yue was acutely aware that this golden-winged rock was far more formidable than the previous one, and he dared not act carelessly. He immediately channeled his entire spiritual energy into the dragon-slaying sword. The sword radiated a brilliant light, and Lin Yue swiftly executed an even more powerful move, the Rift Slash. This was an upgraded sword technique of his former flowing light slash, and a massive sword aura surged forth towards the golden-winged rock. However, the rock merely flapped its wings, effortlessly dispersing the sword aura. Lin Yue was taken aback by the rock's unexpected might, and a sense of urgency filled his mind as he contemplated a strategy. As the golden-winged rock lunged at him once more, an idea struck Lin Yue. He cleverly utilized the terrain of the valley, dodging left and right, leading the rock towards the cliff's edge. In a fit of rage, the rock unleashed a tremendous force, causing the surrounding rocks to tremble and fall. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Yue employed his teleportation technique, positioning himself behind the rock and striking down with the dragon-slaying sword at its wings. He had anticipated that this blow would be lethal. Yet to his astonishment, the rock's wings held firm against the sword's assault. By the heavens, the wings of the golden-winged rock are remarkably tough, Lin Yue thought, and with a sudden burst of determination, he thrust his left hand forward towards the rock. Immediately, a torrent of flames erupted from his palm, sweeping towards the rock with the agility of a fire serpent, igniting the feathers on its back. The rock emitted a series of anguished cries as it flapped its wings and soared into the sky. Yet, moments later, it plummeted back to the ground, its plumage charred to ashes. Approaching the now-defeated golden-winged rock, Lin Yue used the dragon-slaying sword to cleave open its skull, extracting its core and storing it in his spatial pouch. After collecting the cores of 2 golden-winged rocks, Lin Yue ascended the cliff to gather the spiritual fruits that grew there. Once he had secured all the fruits within the valley, he resolved to present them to Linger and Yinner after exiting the secret realm, confident that they would greatly enhance their cultivation. With everything in order, Lin Yue stepped out of the valley and continued his journey. Shortly after emerging, he was struck by a breathtaking sight in the distance. The sky appeared to be enveloped by a vast, ominous black cloud, resembling a heavy mountain that weighed down upon him, making it difficult to breathe. What could that be? A surge of curiosity welled up within Lin Yue as he gazed intently at the cloud, attempting to discern its secrets. Just as doubts began to cloud his mind, a figure abruptly entered his line of sight. A strikingly beautiful woman was desperately sprinting towards him from afar, as if a terrifying presence was pursuing her. Her hair was a disheveled mess, akin to a flower ravaged by a storm, and her garments were torn in several places, revealing her skin as pure and white as snow. Even more astonishingly, a dark cloud loomed ominously overhead, relentlessly pursuing the woman like a pack of ferocious beasts, claws and fangs bared, ready to pounce upon her. What was transpiring? At that moment, the dark mass finally caught up with her, enveloping her entirely beneath its shadow. Lin Yue could only vaguely discern the woman wielding her long sword amid the swirling shadows, fighting valiantly against her assailants. It was then that he realized the overwhelming cloud was, in fact, a swarm of blood-sucking bats. Their numbers were so great that they resembled a horde of locusts, evoking a sense of dread in any onlooker. Lin Yue grasped the grim truth. These blood-sucking bats, similar to the red fire ants he had encountered on Mount 10,000 Beasts, were not formidable in rank, but their sheer quantity rendered them terrifying. Confronting such low-tier demonic beasts was far more harrowing than facing high-tier ones. No matter how advanced one's cultivation, if one could not extricate themselves promptly, they would inevitably be worn down by this relentless swarm of lesser beasts. Though it seemed unfeeling to abandon someone in peril, Lin Yue understood that once they entered the secret realm, everyone became a competitor, and it was entirely natural for them to vie for treasures in a life-and-death struggle. Moreover, should he choose to intervene, he would have to employ the second stance of the Nine Heavens Thunder Control technique, Inferno. Otherwise, he would stand no chance against the swarm of bats. However, using that technique would deplete his internal energy, leaving him vulnerable should they turn against him. With such thoughts racing through his mind, Lin Yue turned to leave. Just then, the woman besieged by the blood-sucking bats seemed to have sensed his presence, desperately calling out, "Young sir, please save me." From her voice, Lin Yue recognized her as Su Meier, the Saintess of the Melodious Sound Pavilion. And he could hardly believe that the first person he encountered upon entering the secret realm was her. Lin Yue understood that, like the Hehuan sect, the Melodious Sound Pavilion was predominantly comprised of female disciples, all well-versed in the arts of seduction and allure. Thus, despite her beauty, he felt no inclination to offer her sympathy. "Young sir, please save me. If you rescue me, I shall grant you anything you desire." He recalled that Su Meier had previously intervened at the entrance of the secret realm to prevent Chen Tianji from attacking him. Although he had never regarded Chen Tianji as a threat, they were unaware of that fact, and thus, he felt he owed them a debt of gratitude. To save or not to save? As Lin Yue hesitated, the ethereal voice resonated within his consciousness once more, informing him that the system had detected his inner turmoil and was offering two new options. Option 1. Do not save Su Meier and turn to leave. Reward. Elevation of the host's cultivation to the peak of the nascent soul stage. Option 2. Intervene and rescue Su Meier. Reward. Inheritance of the array emperor and materials for array formation. Lin Yue contemplated the two options before him. Although the allure of ascending one level in cultivation was somewhat tempting, it ultimately paled in comparison to the practical advantages of inheriting the legacy of the array emperor within this mystical realm. After all, having immersed himself in the fantastical narratives of modern literature and web dramas, he was well aware that most treasure troves in mystical domains were fiercely guarded by formidable arrays. At present, his knowledge of formations was that of a novice. If he were to encounter a powerful array, he would be left lamenting his inadequacy. However, should he acquire the array emperor's legacy, not only would he be able to dismantle arrays set by others, but he could also establish protective formations in critical moments, thus averting potential calamities. With this thought in mind, Lin Yue communicated to the system, "I choose option 2. No sooner had he spoken than a cascade of images began to unfold in his mind, akin to a slideshow. The entirety of the array emperor's legacy swiftly materialized within his consciousness. Upon obtaining the array emperor's legacy, Lin Yue hesitated no longer. He pointed the dragon-slaying sword skyward and bellowed, second form of the Nine Heavens Thunder Control technique, Purgatory. As his voice resonated, the atmosphere surged with tempestuous winds and swirling clouds, while violet lightning wove a colossal celestial net in the sky, cascading downwards like a torrential deluge. Guided by the sword's direction, with the descent of this great net, the blood-sucking bats, previously soaring in the air, were struck and emitted wretched cries before disintegrating into ashes. Under the onslaught of the electrified net, the remaining bats fled in a frenzied panic, akin to headless flies. Yet they were unable to escape the confines of the thunderous web. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Yue adeptly employed his stealth technique to swiftly maneuver into the fray and rescue Su Meier from within its grasp. As the net fell entirely, the ground lay in disarray, and the air was thick with the acrid scent of charred flesh. Su Meier gazed at the scene before her, marveling not only at Lin Yue's formidable prowess, but also feeling an overwhelming sense of relief at having survived. Just then, Lin Yue, having exhausted his spiritual energy, slumped to the ground. "Brother, what is wrong with you?" Su Meier inquired, her voice laced with concern. Lin Yue remained silent, wary of revealing too much to Su Meier, whom he had only just met at the entrance of the mystical realm. Who could tell if she might harbor ulterior motives? Furthermore, his recent display of strength had laid bare his capabilities. One could never know if she might seek to exploit his vulnerability. Noticing Lin Yue's reticence, Su Meier surmised his unease. With a delicate hand, she lifted his chin and, with a mischievous smile, remarked, "Such a handsome visage, what a pity. What are you planning to do?" Lin Yue stammered, apprehensive. "You saved me, so I shall naturally offer myself in return." Su Meier's words were met with disbelief from Lin Yue. After all, if her declaration held any truth, why had she expressed such sentiments earlier? Was she intending to take advantage of his weakened state? This thought flickered through Lin Yue's mind, igniting a sense of caution within him. Resolutely, he steeled himself and, with a feeble yet determined voice, asked, "I have just saved you. Do you truly intend to repay kindness with malice?" Upon hearing this, Su Meier playfully laughed. Her delicate voice akin to a melody that could melt the very bones of a person. How could this humble servant bear to part? However, Lin Yue remained unmoved by her sweet words and pressed further, inquiring, "What did you mean by your earlier expression of regret?" Noticing his persistence, Su Meier, with her enchanting gaze fixed upon him, allowed a tantalizing smile to grace her lips as she softly replied, "What I lament, dear sir, is that one as handsome as you ought not to go unappreciated." Before her words had fully settled, Su Meier suddenly approached like a specter, catching Lin Yue off guard as she bestowed a fleeting kiss upon his lips. This unexpected gesture left Lin Yue momentarily stunned, his body trembling slightly as a blush crept onto his cheeks. Observing his reaction, Su Meier chuckled softly, continuing, "Fear not, I would never take advantage of you. However, should you be willing, that would be another matter entirely." Hearing her words alleviated some of Lin Yue's doubts. He perceived that Su Meier had no intention of exploiting him, which allowed him to breathe a sigh of relief. Promptly, he retrieved a spirit-gathering talisman from his storage pouch, channeling the remnants of his spiritual energy to activate it. Subsequently, the surrounding spiritual energy began to converge towards him in a steady flow. Lin Yue diligently absorbed this energy, striving to restore his strength as swiftly as possible. After half an hour of concentrated effort, Lin Yue sensed his internal energy gradually revitalizing, his previously fatigued body returning to its normal state. Noticing his recovery, a hint of allure glimmered in Su Meier's eyes as she gently inquired, "Have you regained your strength, dear sir?" Lin Yue nodded in affirmation. Su Meier, in a half-jesting manner, remarked, "You have saved me today, dear sir, and I find myself at a loss for how to repay you. Perhaps I could offer myself in return?" With that, she nestled closer to him, her voluptuous figure and captivating visage stirring something within Lin Yue. He understood well that with Su Meier's beauty, figure, and reputation, she could have any man she desired. Yet, here she was, eagerly casting herself upon him, suggesting that there was an ulterior motive behind her actions. Contemplating this, Lin Yue slowly rose from the ground, his expression turning grave as he declared, "Fairy Su, surely you jest. I have already found my destined partner, and I would not dare to aspire to you." In response to his courteous refusal, Su Meier appeared unfazed. She too rose gracefully, her beguiling eyes, soft as spring water, gazing tenderly at Lin Yue as she sweetly asserted, "What if you do have a partner? I care not for titles. As long as you hold me in your heart, those empty distinctions mean little to me." Seeing this, Lin Yue hastily adopted a righteous demeanor, resolutely stating, "Fairy Su, please cease your jesting. My resolve is not so steadfast." As Su Meier observed Lin Yue's seeming lack of romantic awareness, she extended her delicate arm, as exquisite as jade, and entwined it around his neck like a sinuous water snake, playfully chiding, "In that case, dear brother, what are you hesitating for?" Lin Yue wriggled free from her embrace and replied, "Our purpose in entering this secret realm is to seek opportunities. We cannot afford to squander time on frivolous matters of love." With that, he turned and began to stride forward. Surprised by Lin Yue's calm demeanor in response to her advances, Su Meier hastened to catch up, disappointment etched across her face as she inquired, "Is it that I am not beautiful enough? Why does my dear brother remain so indifferent?" Lin Yue, understanding that had it not been for his extensive experience with women in the modern world, he might have been utterly flustered by Su Meier's flirtations. After all, her alluring figure and enchanting visage could incite a whirlwind of desires in any man. He was no saint. How could he possibly remain unmoved? Regaining his composure, Lin Yue smiled and replied, "While you are indeed a vision of beauty, dear Fairy Su, this place is not a sanctuary of tenderness. We ought to hasten our search for opportunities lest we be outpaced by others." With that, he chose to disregard Su Meier and continued his forward march. Undeterred, she closely followed in his wake. Initially, Su Meier's intention in teasing Lin Yue was merely to amuse herself. But witnessing his unflappable demeanor only ignited her deeper desire to conquer him. "You young man, I shall see how long you can maintain this facade. I am determined to have you bow before me." With a silent vow echoing in her heart, she kept pace with Lin Yue. Along their journey, they encountered numerous ferocious beasts, all of which they effortlessly vanquished. As they delved deeper into the realm, they were astonished to find the surrounding spiritual energy growing increasingly dense. Both understood that the richest aura would undoubtedly lead them to great opportunities. After traversing several more miles, they beheld a magnificent palace standing tall upon a distant peak. As they drew nearer, they noticed others who had entered the secret realm converging from all directions toward the palace. Lin Yue pondered the situation, questioning how it was that upon entering the secret realm, they had been transported in different directions. Furthermore, it was said that the Wuwang Mountain secret realm was a graveyard for the exceptional. Yet their journey thus far had revealed no extraordinary dangers aside from a swarm of vampiric bats. He wondered how the renowned talents had met their demise here. Contemplating this, Lin Yue gazed at the distant palace, musing whether the true peril lay within its grand halls. Upon reaching the vicinity of the palace, they discovered a multitude of people gathered in the courtyard before it. Someone attempted to enter the grand hall, but as soon as they approached, they were ensnared and killed by the barriers surrounding it. Faced with such a situation, the remaining individuals dared not act recklessly. They stood in silence, exchanging glances, waiting for a miracle to unfold. Observing this, Lin Yue released his spiritual consciousness to investigate, and soon discovered that the entire palace was enveloped by a formidable array. According to the legacy of the Array Emperor, Lin Yue recognized this formation as the Celestial Dragon Prison Array, one that ordinary individuals could not hope to breach. Lin Yue understood that now, with the Array Emperor's inheritance, he could dismantle this array, yet it would undoubtedly demand an enormous amount of energy. Moreover, he had an unsettling premonition. Since this grand hall was the most perilous location within the entire secret realm, it was unlikely that it would simply reject intruders at the threshold, and the entrance would surely open on its own. Otherwise, how could the previous individuals have met their demise here? Noticing Lin Yue lost in contemplation, Su Meyer gently inquired, "Brother, have you discerned something?" Chapter 59. The Divine Hall. In response to Su Meyer's question, Lin Yue replied with calm assurance, "This grand hall is surrounded by a divine-level formation. Those who fell earlier were ensnared by this very array." Upon hearing this, Su Meyer's expression shifted slightly as she scrutinized the entire hall, seemingly attempting to unravel its mysteries. After a moment, she turned to Lin Yue and asked, "Since you can perceive this formation, do you possess a method to break it?" Lin Yue was acutely aware that the human heart is inscrutable. Although he had journeyed alongside Su Meyer, he did not fully trust her and would not reveal all his cards. With this thought in mind, he gently shook his head and feigned helplessness, replying, "This formation is the Celestial Dragon Prison Array. Its power is terrifying, and it is not something an ordinary person can dismantle." Just as Lin Yue finished speaking, a mocking voice suddenly rang out from behind him. "Has Miss Su overestimated him? He is merely a waste from a second-rate sect. How could he possibly dismantle such a divine-level formation?" Upon hearing the voice, Lin Yue swiftly turned around to see Chun Tianji and Yun Zi approaching him. Anger surged within Lin Yue, and he retorted sharply, "Indeed, I lack such ability. But does Chun, the prodigy of a first-rate sect, possess it?" As Lin Yue spoke, he deliberately emphasized the words first-rate sect prodigy. Chun Tianji, taken aback by Lin Yue's retort, threatened, "Are you truly unafraid that I might kill you?" As Chun Tianji spoke, he gathered true energy in his right hand, preparing to strike at Lin Yue. Before Lin Yue could respond, Su Meyer stepped forward, shielding Lin Yue behind her, and declared, "Chun, do not bully him too much. If you wish to harm him, you must first pass through me." Seeing Su Meyer intervene, Chun Tianji scoffed derisively. "A waste is still a waste. I never expected you to attach yourself to Miss Su so swiftly. But this is for the best. At least you can survive a little longer." Lin Yue, upon hearing Chun Tianji's mocking words, stepped out from behind Su Meyer and declared, "Chun, if you wish to engage in combat, I shall gladly oblige. Do you truly believe I am afraid of you?" Although Chun Tianji did not regard Lin Yue highly, he could not ignore the presence of Su Meyer beside him. He replied, "Today, out of respect for Su Xianzi, I shall spare you this time. However, I advise you to firmly grasp onto Su Xianzi's thigh, for otherwise, your life may be at stake." "That is of no concern to you," Lin Yue retorted. Throughout the exchange, Yun Zi observed coldly, yet a complex expression crossed her face. She had never anticipated that Lin Yue would be alongside Su Meyer, and judging by Su Meyer's demeanor, their relationship seemed to transcend mere companionship. At that moment, Xie Qianfan, the holy son of the rebirth sect, arrived. Observing the four standing there, he inquired about the situation. Yun Zi responded, "This grand hall is enveloped by a divine-level formation, rendering entry impossible." Xie Qianfan remarked, "From my observations, this hall is the most enriched area of spiritual energy within the secret realm, undoubtedly housing treasures. If we cannot enter, has this journey been in vain?" Upon hearing this, Lin Yue chuckled, saying, "There is no need for despair, holy son. Since this hall is the core of the secret realm, a passage will surely open for us when the time is ripe." Xie Qianfan, puzzled, asked, "What leads you to such a conclusion, Brother Lin?" Lin Yue surveyed the surroundings and replied, "The Wuwang Mountain secret realm is known as the graveyard of prodigies, where nearly all who enter face dire peril. Yet here we stand, most of us unharmed, which can only imply one thing. We have yet to encounter the most dangerous aspect of this secret realm. Are you suggesting that the most perilous place in this entire realm is this very hall?" Xie Qianfan inquired, bewildered. Lin Yue smiled faintly and responded, "Is there any other place?" Xie Qianfan furrowed his brow, lost in contemplation. After a considerable pause, he slowly remarked, "Upon reflection, it indeed seems so." At that moment, someone shouted, "Look everyone, there appears to be a light gate." The crowd turned toward the sound and, as expected, saw a light gate resembling the entrance to the secret realm appearing before the hall. However, despite the emergence of the light gate, the participants were devoid of their earlier fervor, glancing around uneasily. The gruesome fate of the previous intruders, swiftly obliterated by the formation, lingered vividly in their minds, instilling a sense of dread towards the enigmatic array. Even with the light gate now visible, no one dared to approach, fearful of repeating the mistakes of those who had perished. Just then, someone, perhaps inspired by a sudden idea, tossed their spirit pet into the light gate. The next moment, instead of the anticipated carnage, the onlookers were astonished to see the spirit pet swagger through the grand entrance of the hall, entering with confidence. Upon witnessing this scene, the crowd gathered before the grand hall erupted into a frenzy. Having confirmed that there was no imminent danger, everyone rushed eagerly through the luminous gateway into the hall. However, Lin Yue and his companions stood steadfast, rooted in place. Their minds were as clear as crystal. They understood that the hall was likely fraught with peril and decided it prudent to allow others to scout the path ahead, thereby sparing themselves considerable trouble. After a brief period of patient waiting, as the number of entrants continued to swell, Chun Tianji could no longer restrain himself. Like a bolt of lightning, he dashed forward, swiftly passing through the glowing portal into the hall. Xie Qianfan, not one to be outdone, followed closely behind. Observing this, Yunzi turned to Lin Yue and Su Meyer, intrigued to see them still standing unmoved. "Aren't you two going in?" she inquired. In response to Yunzi's question, Su Meyer's lips curled into a subtle smile, exuding charm as she gazed at Lin Yue. "What do you think, dear sir?" "I am entirely at your command now," she replied softly, her voice melodious and enchanting, stirring one's very soul. Seeing this, Yunzi silently chastised, "The siren of Miaoying Pavilion is indeed relentless in her pursuit of men." Noticing that most had entered, Lin Yue remarked, "Let us proceed. It is our turn now." With that, he stepped toward the glowing gateway. Su Meyer followed suit closely behind. As the two entered the portal in succession, a barely perceptible smile graced Yunzi's face, and she too ventured into the grand hall. Chapter 60. The puppet warriors. As soon as the three entered the grand hall, they were taken aback, rendered speechless by the sight before them. Inside, those who had entered earlier were fiercely engaged in combat with dozens of puppet warriors. Towering in stature, these warriors moved with a certain rigidity, yet possessed astonishing strength. Emotionlessly, they wielded their weapons, each strike reverberating with the force of thunder, leaving no avenue for escape. What was even more despairing was the seemingly boundless stamina of these puppet warriors. Regardless of the injuries sustained, they remained unyielding. Their bodies were as hard as iron, with blades merely clanging against them, producing a sharp sound without leaving a trace. Despite their numerical advantage, the people facing the ferocious onslaught of the puppet warriors appeared utterly beleaguered, perilously close to disaster. Occasionally, one would be struck by a puppet's weapon, blood splattering and staining their garments. Even masters like Chun Tianji and Xie Qianfan found themselves barely able to defend against the relentless assault, unable to inflict any substantial harm on the puppets. In one corner of the palace, a massive entrance revealed itself, seemingly leading to an underground chamber. A few puppet warriors were stationed there, preventing the cultivators from surging into the subterranean entrance. Lin Yue gazed intently at the chaotic scene before him, his brow furrowed in deep concentration. He was acutely aware of the formidable nature of these puppet warriors, knowing that ordinary attacks would be utterly futile against them. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Yue turned to Su Meyer and Yunji Yi, who stood behind him, and said, "These puppet warriors are devoid of life. Blades and swords cannot inflict any harm upon them. You must guard me while I inscribe some immobilization talismans and seek a way to restrain them." "You can actually draw talismans?" Su Meyer exclaimed in astonishment. Lin Yue merely smiled faintly and replied, "Now is not the time for such discussions. First, hold off these puppet warriors and buy me some time." Without hesitation, Su Meyer and Yunji Yi positioned themselves in front of Lin Yue, forming a steadfast line of defense as they vigilantly scanned their surroundings, prepared to counter any potential assault. Lin Yue, aware that he could not afford a moment's delay, hastily retrieved talisman paper and a spiritual brush from his storage pouch, then began to channel his internal spiritual energy into the brush. As his energy flowed into the brush, it seemed to come alive in Lin Yue's hands, moving with an agile grace. The brush danced across the talisman paper, leaving behind a series of extraordinary symbols that shimmered faintly and intertwined to form a complex and enigmatic pattern. Lin Yue focused intently on crafting the immobilization talismans, each stroke imbued with his spiritual and mental strength, gradually rendering the talismans complete and powerful. Fortunately, these immobilization talismans were of a basic nature and did not require excessive spiritual energy. Before long, he had successfully created a dozen or so talismans. At that moment, several puppet warriors, armed with long spears, charged toward him like a fierce gale. Their movements were stiff and mechanical, yet their speed was alarmingly swift. Catching him somewhat off guard, Su Meier and Yunji, witnessing the sudden onslaught, felt a surge of alarm and quickly brandished their weapons. Yunji wielded her long sword, while Su Meier swung her whip, intercepting the advancing puppet warriors and preventing them from closing in on Lin Yue. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Yue executed a swift movement to apply the immobilization talismans onto the backs of the approaching puppet warriors. As soon as the talismans adhered to them, the puppet warriors froze in place, rendered immobile. Lin Yue proceeded to replicate the process, affixing the talismans onto several nearby puppet warriors. However, as more puppet warriors became aware of the situation, they began to converge upon Lin Yue and his companions. Despite their valiant efforts, Su Meier and Yunji found themselves increasingly overwhelmed by the relentless tide of adversaries. At this juncture, even the puppet warriors stationed at the entrance of the underground palace began to advance towards Lin Yue. The cultivators who had been entangled with the puppet warriors finally broke free, realizing that the path to the underground palace was now unimpeded. They surged towards the entrance. And observing the disloyalty of these individuals, Lin Yue could not help but think that had he known it would come to this, he should never have come to their aid. However, at this moment, it was too late for regret. After all, the remaining puppet warriors had already surrounded him. Lin Yue hastily sketched new talismans while seeking an opportunity to approach the puppet warriors. At that moment, he discerned that the movements of the puppet warriors seemed to be controlled by a glowing orb at the center of the hall. Without hesitation, Lin Yue resolved to destroy this orb first. Seizing the moment when Su Meier and Yunji drew the puppet's attention, he employed a technique of evasion to dash towards the orb. Just as he was about to reach it, a formidable puppet suddenly turned and lunged at him. Quick-witted, Lin Yue swiftly affixed a binding talisman onto it and continued his advance toward the orb. Finally, he arrived near the orb. In the next instant, he extended his right hand, and the dragon-slaying sword materialized within it. With a powerful swing, he unleashed a fierce sword aura that struck the orb with tremendous force. With a resounding crash, dust erupted, and the orb shattered into fragments, scattering across the ground. As the orb broke, the puppet warriors instantly ceased their movements. The cultivators, who had been rushing towards the entrance of the underground palace, halted in their tracks and turned to gaze at Lin Yue, their eyes filled with astonishment and reverence. Relieved that the crisis was averted, Lin Yue exhaled deeply. Su Meier approached him, her face beaming with joy, her eyes fixed on him in admiration as she exclaimed, "Brother, you are truly remarkable." Upon hearing this, Lin Yue secretly mused that had it not been for his suspicion of her ulterior motives, he could have shown her even greater prowess. At that moment, Yunji also arrived. She looked at Lin Yue and remarked, "They have all entered the underground palace. We should hurry as well." Lin Yue replied, "There's no rush. Are you not concerned that the opportunities within might be seized by others?" He chuckled. "Even if there are great fortunes inside, with so many entering, won't they clash fiercely amongst themselves? If we delay our entry, we could reap the benefits as bystanders." After considering Lin Yue's words, Yunji found some merit in his reasoning and refrained from further argument. A moment later, seeing that everyone had entered the hall, Lin Yue said to Yunji and Su Meier, "Let us descend and take a look." Upon speaking, the trio made their way down the passage to the underground palace, and instead of hearing any sounds of battle, they were met with the sounds of laughter and playful banter emanating from within. What could possibly be happening? As they pondered this, they stepped into the underground palace. Just one glance left them utterly astonished by the scene before them. Chapter 61, Blood Pool and Flesh Forest. In the center of the underground palace, there was a vast pool, resembling a modern swimming pool. The water was crystal clear, reaching just above their knees, its surface shimmering like a gigantic mirror. Within this pool, dozens of scantily clad beauties frolicked joyfully in the water. They were adorned only in sheer garments, faintly revealing their fair skin, which inevitably caused one's heart to race. These enchanting beauties, either alluringly seductive or playfully teasing, exuded an abundance of charm with each movement, reminiscent of courtesans, striving to captivate the surrounding throngs of cultivators who eagerly leaped into the water to frolic with them. Surrounding the pool, numerous exquisite tables were set, laden with an array of fine wines and delicacies. These dishes were a feast for the senses, tantalizing the appetite. Meanwhile, the wines exuded an intoxicating aroma that was utterly enchanting. Beside these tables sat several alluring young women, dressed provocatively, adorned with heavy makeup, merrily toasting with the nearby cultivators, creating a lively atmosphere. The walls of the underground palace were adorned with ancient paintings, and upon closer inspection, one could not shake the feeling that something was amiss in these artworks. Observing this scene, Lin Yue marveled internally at how it resembled the lavish feasts depicted in the investiture of the gods. Just as Lin Yue was lost in thought, a captivating young woman appeared before him like a specter. Her face resembled a peach blossom, her eyes shimmering, and a barely perceptible smile graced her lips. She then extended her delicate hand, gently grasping the corner of Lin Yue's robe, and softly inquired, "Young master, might you come over and share a drink with me?" Seeing the woman's flirtation with Lin Yue, Su Meier could no longer contain her fury. She quickly stepped forward and forcefully pushed the woman away, admonishing, "Who is this vixen, flaunting her charms here?" Observing the scene, Yunji teased Su Meier, remarking that she had encountered a rival today and should be wary not to be outshone. Unfazed by the shove, the woman merely laughed and replied, "Why be so angry? I have no intention of taking him from you." Su Meier, taken aback by the audacity of someone daring to flirt with the man she coveted, felt her anger rise. Her brows knitting together in ire. Just as she was about to erupt once more, Lin Yue hastily restrained her, advising, "Do not act impulsively. This is merely an illusion crafted by others. Do not be deceived." At that moment, a graceful and voluptuous woman appeared before Lin Yue and his companions like a phantom. With a subtle smile lingering on her lips, she softly proclaimed, "One must revel in life's joys. Do not let the golden goblet remain empty before the moon. Since we are here, let us indulge to the fullest." Barely had her words faded when, as if by magic, two distinguished young men approached, seamlessly accompanying the women. The man before Su Meier, with a charming smile, gently said, "Sister, do not be upset. Allow me to join you for a drink to ease your spirits." With a casual flourish of his arm, reminiscent of a magician, two crystal-clear goblets of fine wine materialized before Su Meier as if conjured from thin air. He gracefully extended one of the cups to Su Meier, saying, "Sister, let me toast to you." The man's movements were fluid and seamless, and without hesitation, he tilted his head back and downed the entire contents of the cup. However, just as Su Meier was preparing to accept the cup, her right hand suddenly darted out like lightning, swiftly grasping at the man's neck with a forceful grip. In that moment, she summoned all her strength to seize him, intending to gain control. Yet, to her astonishment, when her hand made contact with his neck, it felt as though she had grasped nothing but air, devoid of any tangible sensation. In the blink of an eye, the man before her dissipated like smoke, vanishing into thin air. Indeed, it was an illusionary array. At that moment, the playful sounds within the underground palace abruptly ceased. Those cultivators who had been joyfully frolicking in the water with the beautiful women suddenly collapsed into the depths without warning. Blood gushed from their bodies like a fountain, rapidly staining the entire pool of vivid crimson. The once clear waters were now transformed into a blood-red abyss, reminiscent of a hellish pool, sending chills down one's spine. Surrounding the pool, the cultivators who had been leisurely drinking and reveling with the beauties also fell to the ground, as if struck by lightning. Blood streamed incessantly from their bodies, converging into delicate rivulets that flowed steadily toward the now blood-stained pool. Strangely, the beautiful women who had been playing with the cultivators all transformed into streaks of light, merging into the ancient paintings adorning the walls of the underground palace. This sudden turn of events left Lin Yue in shock, his eyes wide with disbelief as he beheld the gruesome and terrifying scene before him. His gaze swept across the entirety of the underground palace, and a chilling wave of despair washed over him. Out of all the cultivators who had entered that day, only Chun Tianji, Xie Qianfan, Su Meier, Yun Zi, and himself remained. The others had become lifeless corpses, sprawled across the ground in grotesque positions, their deaths horrifyingly tragic. "This is bad. We must retreat." As Lin Yue's voice rang out, the other four jolted awake from their stupor, each employing their unique body techniques and racing toward the entrance of the underground palace like shooting stars. However, just as they were about to escape this terrifying place, the mysterious woman suddenly appeared, blocking their path like a specter. With a cold laugh, she remarked, "Do you truly believe that by seeing through my illusionary array, you can so easily withdraw unscathed? How naive!" With that, she waved her hands, and streams of blood light erupted from the pool, shooting toward Lin Yue and the others. Seeing this, Lin Yue shouted, drawing his dragon-slaying sword in an instant, creating a flurry of sword blossoms to deflect the incoming blood light. Su Meier and Yun Zi, unwilling to be outdone, unleashed their spells, illuminating the underground palace in a dazzling display of light. Chun Tianji and Xie Qianfan seized the opportunity to maneuver from both sides, attempting to uncover a flaw in the enigmatic woman. With a cold snort, the mysterious figure swiftly formed hand seals, causing the blood in the pool to surge as if it possessed a life of its own, creating waves that rushed towards them. Wherever the crimson tide passed, the ground was corroded, leaving deep scars and exuding a pungent, metallic odor. To their astonishment, after the blood waves receded, the enigmatic woman vanished once more. Meanwhile, the entrance to the underground palace was completely sealed by a stone door. Despite the group's relentless attempts to damage the door with swords and blades, it remained impervious. It was only at this moment that they comprehended why the Wuwang Mountain secret realm was dubbed the graveyard of the prodigies. Regrettably, they had yet to encounter the legendary Great Fortune. Must it be that we are destined to perish here today? As Chun Tianji's voice, filled with despair, echoed. Su Meyer turned to Lin Yue beside her and spoke. Brother, if we are fated to die here, would you grant me a request? What is it? Lin Yue asked, surprised by Su Meyer's sudden proposition. With a gentle smile, Su Meyer replied, if we are destined to be trapped here, why not become companions for life? Lin Yue was taken aback, utterly unprepared for such a request, and found himself at a loss for words. Just as he hesitated, Yun Zi interjected. No wonder you are from the Miaoying Pavilion. Even at such a moment, you still seek to charm men. Her tone dripped with evident disdain. Su Meyer turned to Yun Zi, her lips curling into a faint smile as she retorted. As the saying goes, to die beneath the peony is to be a romantic ghost. How could a self-proclaimed virtuous woman like you ever comprehend such pleasures? Yun Zi's expression darkened as she scolded. To speak such things in public, are you not ashamed? Su Meyer, however, remained unfazed, chuckling softly. Confucius said, food and sex are inherent to humanity. It is but a natural inclination. What is there to be ashamed of? Your mocking words do not betray a hidden affection for my brother, do they? Caught off guard by Su Meyer's insight, Yun Zi's face flushed crimson, and she hastily defended herself. Do not speak nonsense. I would never be so shameless. Yet, Su Meyer pressed on. Then why do you blush? As the two continued their spirited debate, Lin Yue interjected, there is no need for despair. We shall surely find a way to escape this palace. Otherwise, how did those who found fortune here manage to leave? His words jolted them from their stupor, and after a brief silence, they instinctively began to search for any suspicious elements within the chamber. Lin Yue's consciousness scanned the entirety of the underground palace, only to be captivated by the ancient paintings adorning the walls. He gazed at these artworks, an unusual sensation stirring within him. Especially just now, he distinctly saw those women from before, like phantoms, transforming into beams of light, silently merging into these ancient paintings. Contemplating this, Lin Yue resolved to scan these ancient artworks one by one with his spiritual sense, attempting to unveil the secrets concealed within. However, as his awareness swept across the canvases, he increasingly sensed something amiss about the women depicted. Particularly when his gaze fell upon a painting of a maid on the wall, his heart raced unexpectedly. For the woman in the painting strikingly resembled the witch mountain goddess he had dreamt of at Wanshou Mountain. Not only were their features alike, but even the aura they exuded was indistinguishable, as if they had been carved from the same mold. Lin Yue could not help but steal a few more glances, striving to confirm whether his eyes were deceiving him. Yet, just as he was fixated on the woman in the painting, something utterly unexpected occurred. Her eyes subtly moved. This sudden spectacle left Lin Yue astounded, and he involuntarily exclaimed, "What on earth is happening? Could it be that I am hallucinating?" With this thought, Lin Yue once again gazed intently at the woman in the painting. Suddenly, a brilliant light erupted from the artwork, and a gentle force enveloped his entire being. Drawing him in, Lin Yue felt the scenery before him shift, and he found himself in another realm. At that moment, the woman from the painting approached. Her eyes filled with affection, softly saying, "I have finally awaited your arrival, fated one." Taken aback, Lin Yue hurriedly inquired, "Where is this place? And who are you?" The woman smiled sweetly in response. "This is the realm within the painting, and I am the spirit of this artwork." A spirit of the painting? A space within a painting? What on earth is happening? Observing Lin Yue's bewilderment, the woman from the painting explained with a smile. Each ancient painting hanging on this wall is a separate space within the artwork, and the women depicted are all painting spirits. Upon hearing this, Lin Yue asked, "So, are you suggesting that those who were playing outside with the cultivators earlier are also painting spirits?" The woman in the painting gently parted her crimson lips and replied, "What you say holds some truth. But some of the painting spirits are actually female cultivators who perished here before. Their souls are imprisoned by their master." Lin Yue furrowed his brows, a look of confusion crossing his face as he pressed, "You mean to say you have a master?" The woman's lips curled slightly, a knowing smile gracing her face as she answered, "Naturally. Without the master's orchestration, how could the spiritual energy of this place be so dense? And how would we painting spirits absorb energy to maintain our immortal existence?" In light of the woman's words, Lin Yue's doubts deepened. He gazed at her intently and asked in a low voice, "What do you mean by that? Are you implying that your master lured us here with the intention of making us sacrifice our strength for you?" The woman's enchanting eyes flickered, and with a tantalizing tone, she replied, "You are remarkably perceptive, my dear. You have guessed correctly. Within this underground palace, my master has laid down a bloodthirsty great formation. Every 5 years, a group of oblivious cultivators infiltrates this place, becoming offerings to the great formation, their essence nourishing the spirits of the paintings within this subterranean realm, granting them eternal life. But why does your master engage in such practices? What of those fortunate souls who managed to escape before?" Lin Yue gazed at the woman in the painting with a face full of suspicion, pressing for answers. The woman's lips curled into a subtle smile, a blend of amusement and allure, as she replied in a voice as melodious as a nightingale. Do not be hasty, my lord. These matters will be revealed to you when you meet my master. Upon hearing her words, Lin Yue felt a tightening in his chest and hesitated to inquire, will your master truly present herself before me? With a light laugh, the woman parted her crimson lips and assured him, indeed, otherwise my master would not have chosen to spare you. Lin Yue's unease deepened. He sensed an underlying, monumental conspiracy hidden within her words. The ones who had previously escaped the secret realm likely did not do so by mere fortune or strength, but rather had struck some clandestine bargain with the master of this place. Noticing Lin Yue's silence, the woman's smile widened, revealing a hint of mischief. She then gracefully lifted her jade-like hand and waved it nonchalantly, causing a soft, comfortable grand bed to materialize in the previously empty space. Surrounding the bed were delicate gauzy curtains that floated like mist, creating an ethereal ambience. The woman's enchanting gaze lingered on Lin Yue, her eyes shimmering with a beguiling allure. Softly, she said, my lord, I fear my master will not come to see you anytime soon. Surely, you must be somewhat weary now? Allow me to attend to you and help you rest, shall we? Without waiting for Lin Yue's consent, she extended her delicate arms akin to lotus stems and gradually drew closer to him. Lin Yue was enveloped by a sweet fragrance, subtle yet intoxicating. His heart raced uncontrollably, and a flush crept upon his cheeks. This cannot be, he stammered, his gaze evading hers, unable to hold her enchanting stare. Observing his reaction, the woman seemed to have already anticipated his thoughts, soothingly saying, do not worry, my lord. You are now favored by my master. Even if I possessed 100 times the courage, I would never dare to harm you in the slightest. Chapter 63, The Bond of Life and Death Indeed. The woman's beauty stirred Lin Yue's heart, yet past experiences cautioned him against impulsive actions in the face of an unfamiliar woman's advances. Though she bore a striking resemblance to the goddess of Wushan, she was merely a painting spirit, and Lin Yue could not afford to indulge recklessly. Upon contemplating this, Lin Yue replied, indeed, I find myself rather fatigued. If you wish to attend to me, it must be limited to shoulder massages and leg rubs, and do not entertain any inappropriate thoughts. Rest assured, my lord, I shall heed your every command, the woman from the painting exclaimed. Pulling Lin Yue to the edge of the bed, she extended her delicate hands and began to massage his shoulders. Her technique was impeccable, with just the right amount of pressure, allowing Lin Yue's tense body to gradually relax. However, just as Lin Yue began to feel a sense of comfort, the hands of the painting spirit suddenly roamed across his body, and her movements grew increasingly suggestive. Startled, Lin Yue immediately seized her wrists and in a stern voice questioned, what is the meaning of this? I have previously warned you against overstepping boundaries. How can you behave so recklessly? The woman in the painting giggled lightly, her eyes sparkling with mischief as she replied, my lord, what harm is there? I merely wish to share a moment of intimacy with you, without requiring any commitments in return. Why push me away? Lin Yue's expression darkened abruptly, with a swift motion of his right hand. An overwhelming aura surged forth as he declared, I advise you to swiftly abandon these impractical notions and summon your master. Otherwise, I shall set this painted realm ablaze. No sooner had Lin Yue's words echoed than a melodious laughter resonated throughout the painted space. In an instant, the enigmatic woman appeared before him, ethereal as a specter. Draped in a flowing purple gown, her silhouette was graceful, her beauty striking. Her eyes, deep and alluring, threatened to ensnare anyone who gazed too long. Oh, you possess remarkable composure, the mysterious woman remarked with a teasing lilt. To remain so unperturbed in the presence of such beauty is truly commendable. Previously, Lin Yue had not closely observed her features, but now, upon scrutinizing her visage, he realized she was even more exquisite than his revered master, Su Ningxiang. The seductive charm she exuded surpassed even that of Xia Ji and Su Meyer. Are you the mistress of this palace? Lin Yue steadied himself, fixing his gaze upon her as he inquired. With a slight smile playing on her lips, the mysterious woman replied, since you already know, why ask further? Who are you truly? Why have you orchestrated this elaborate ruse to lure us here? What is your ultimate goal? Lin Yue pressed on. The place you stand is the temple of the Luo goddess, she answered calmly, and you may refer to me as the Luo goddess. As for why I have ensnared you here, aside from utilizing the essence of those cultivators to sustain this realm, I await the emergence of chosen ones like yourself. Lin Yue found himself engulfed in confusion, his brow furrowed as he queried, what do you mean by chosen ones? What is the significance of your words? The lips of the goddess of Luo curled into a faint smile as she elucidated, the so-called chosen one is one who, after enduring countless trials and tribulations, emerges unscathed. Just like you, young man, you are indeed this chosen one. Lin Yue furrowed his brow and inquired, "What does this mean? What ulterior motives do you harbor?" The goddess, instead of providing a direct response, gently pointed into the air. In an instant, a ripple traversed the space, revealing a contract that slowly materialized. Gazing at Lin Yue, the goddess spoke softly, "This is a life and death contract. Should you sign it and pledge your allegiance to me, I shall not only permit your departure from this place, but also bestow upon you an extraordinary opportunity. As for my reasons for this offer, rest assured, I shall reveal the truth once you have signed." Lin Yue scrutinized the contract before him and asked, "What if I refuse to sign?" The goddess's expression darkened instantly. She let out a cold laugh and threatened, "If you do not sign, you shall never leave this place alive. I will transform you into a painting spirit, imprisoning you within the Luo God Palace for all eternity, with no hope of escape." Seeing this, Lin Yue extended his right hand, summoning his dragon-slaying sword, pointing it at the goddess as he declared, "Then I shall see how you intend to confine me." No sooner had he spoken than he unleashed a radiant slash towards her. The goddess chuckled lightly and retorted, "You, who have yet to break through to the transformation god realm, dare to challenge me?" With a casual wave of her hand, she effortlessly dissipated Lin Yue's sword energy into nothingness. She continued, "I understand that a chosen one like you would not easily submit. However, I possess ample patience to allow you to ponder your decision." After a brief pause, she added, "And let me warn you, do not entertain thoughts of defeating me or breaking this grand formation. That is beyond the capability of a mere nascent soul cultivator like you." With that, the goddess vanished in a flash. Lin Yue reflected on her words, realizing that with his current cultivation, it was nearly impossible to surpass her. Lying on the grand bed within the painted space, he contemplated those who had previously exited the Wuwang Mountain secret realm. Had they escaped on their own? Or had they signed a life and death contract with the goddess, being released by her? After much deliberation, Lin Yue felt that the former was almost impossible. More likely, they had accepted the goddess's terms, been granted freedom, and received the opportunity she bestowed. What should he do? He understood that if he accepted the goddess's terms and signed the contract, he might never escape her control. Yet, if he refused to sign, he could indeed be trapped here for a lifetime. In the end, no matter how he chose, the outcome seemed far from ideal. At that moment, the ethereal voice in Lin Yue's mind resonated once more, indicating that the system had detected a dilemma in the host's choices and was thus providing the following two options. Option 1. Agree to the request made by the goddess Luo and sign a life and death contract with her. Reward: 1 Huan pill, which can assist in seizing the goddess's body. Option 2. Refuse to sign the life and death contract and hold firm. Reward: a set of war god armor, which can withstand attacks from powerful beings below the tribulation realm. This will elevate one's cultivation by a significant level, achieving the pinnacle of the transformation god realm. Chapter 64. Underestimating him. Upon hearing the first option, Lin Yue could not help but curse aloud. What kind of wretched system is this? I concede that the goddess Luo possesses a remarkable figure and beauty, but what time is it now? How could I possibly entertain such thoughts? After venting his frustration, Lin Yue contemplated that if he could alter the notion of seizing the goddess's body to controlling her soul, he would no longer fear her using the life and death contract to dominate him. After all, mutual control would equate to two nations armed with nuclear weapons, possessing the capability for mutual destruction, rendering the weapons mere decorations, as neither would dare to use them. With this thought, Lin Yue inquired, "System, can I change the seizing the body in option 1 to controlling the soul?" Host, you possess the power to choose, but not the power to modify. What kind of absurd system is this? No matter how I choose, I remain ensnared in that woman's grasp. Regardless of Lin Yue's incessant curses, the system fell into silence, offering no further response. Considering how trivial option 1 appeared, he resolved to take a risk and select option 2. After all, an elevation by a whole realm would position him just below his master upon returning to the Xiaoyao sect, especially since he would receive a suit of war god armor capable of withstanding attacks from those below the tribulation realm. If the goddess Luo had not reached that level, he would have no reason to fear her. With this resolution, Lin Yue declared, "I choose option 2. No sooner had he spoken than he felt a transformation within his body, an infusion of power coursing through him, propelling his cultivation to the pinnacle of the transformation god realm. Almost immediately, he felt the weight of his storage pouch increase, revealing a suit of armor within. Lin Yue mused, "Though this wretched system is somewhat troublesome, I must admit its efficiency is commendable." Just as this thought crossed his mind, the system's voice echoed in his consciousness. "Should the host have second thoughts, all previous rewards will be rescinded. Rest assured, I, Lin, am a man of my word and will not waver." Having resolved not to submit to the goddess Luo, he needed to devise a comprehensive plan. Lin Yue promptly sketched a few more puppet talismans and swift movement talismans, preparing to escape the Luo temple when the goddess opened the underground palace. With this in mind, Lin Yue swiftly exited the painted space, finding himself in the underground palace. Upon surveying his surroundings, he discovered that Su Meyer, Yinzi, Chen Tianji, and Xie Qianfan had all vanished without a trace. Lin Yue pondered, I wonder if they have signed the life and death contract with the goddess or entered the painted space. Why has everyone disappeared? With this thought in mind, Lin Yue entered the painting space closest to the entrance of the underground palace. He first took control of the painting spirit, then closely observed the movements at the entrance from within the space. After several hours, Lin Yue suddenly noticed a faint glow emanating from an ancient painting across from him. Shortly thereafter, the figures of the goddess Luo and Chen Tianji gradually emerged from the artwork. Upon closer inspection, Lin Yue saw that Chen Tianji was respectfully following behind the goddess. His demeanor one of obsequiousness, completely devoid of the arrogance he had previously displayed. Lin Yue, without needing to ponder, understood that Chen Tianji had undoubtedly forged a life and death pact with the goddess and had thus fully submitted to her. He couldn't help but feel a twinge of contempt for Chen Tianji's swift capitulation. However, he also recognized that this presented a rare opportunity for him. After all, the goddess's release of Chen Tianji would inevitably lead to the opening of the stone door to the underground palace, which was an exceptional chance for him to escape. While he was contemplating this, he saw the goddess and Chen Tianji had already arrived at the entrance of the underground palace. The goddess then formed hand seals and began to chant incantations. As her spell concluded, the stone door slowly opened. Lin Yue felt a surge of joy, realizing his moment had arrived. Without hesitation, he flew out of the painting space, racing towards the stone door like a bolt of lightning. Simultaneously, Lin Yue swiftly summoned 2 puppet talismans, which instantly transformed in midair into 2 identical figures of himself, charging directly at the goddess to divert her attention. Seizing the moment when the goddess was distracted by the puppet talismans, Lin Yue activated his movement talisman and sped towards the entrance of the underground palace like the wind. Seeing 2 Lin Yue suddenly lunging towards her, the goddess curled her lips into a slight smirk, a look of disdain crossing her features as she mockingly said, "Simply overestimating yourself." Before her words could finish, she quickly moved her hands, and 2 powerful waves of energy surged forth from her palms. These energies trembled violently, as if compressed to their utmost limit, ready to erupt at any moment. In the blink of an eye, the energies coalesced into 2 massive orbs of light, radiating a blinding brilliance, resembling 2 miniature suns suspended in the goddess's hands. The goddess looked impassively at the 2 Lin Yues, a cold glint flashing in her eyes, and without hesitation, she thrust the energy orbs forward. With a thunderous roar, the 2 energy spheres shot forth like dazzling meteors streaking across the sky, hurtling towards the puppets at astonishing speed. Faced with such a terrifying assault, the 2 puppets had no time to react before being instantly engulfed by the energy orbs. In that instant, light erupted, nearly blinding the onlookers. When the brilliance finally faded, the 2 puppets had vanished without a trace, leaving behind only 2 piles of black ash. So it was a puppet talisman. I underestimated him. The goddess of Luo gazed at the ashes on the ground, lost in contemplation. Observing this scene, Chen Tianji, standing nearby, could not help but feel a twinge of anxiety. He promptly inquired, "My lord, could it be that he has truly managed to escape?" In response, the goddess of Luo revealed a hint of disdainful amusement at the corner of her mouth, casually retorting, "The entire Luo shrine is enveloped in the heavenly prison dragon formation. Even if he possessed the might to traverse heaven and earth, it would be utterly impossible for him to flee from here." Hearing the goddess's unwavering confidence, Chen Tianji finally felt a heavy weight lift from his heart. After all, as the distinguished young master of the Lin Yue sect, he had signed a life and death pact, pledging his life to serve the goddess of Luo. Should someone truly manage to escape unscathed, his pride and confidence would be utterly shattered. At that moment, his mind conjured the image of Lin Yue's despair when confronting the heavenly prison dragon formation. "Boy, what I cannot achieve, you shall not accomplish either." However, what he did not anticipate was that upon following the goddess of Luo out of the underground palace and into the upper palace, Lin Yue's figure was nowhere to be found. Even the goddess wore an expression of disbelief, muttering to herself, "He actually broke my heavenly prison dragon formation. How is this possible?" Chapter 65. A fish that slipped through the net. After the goddess concluded her remarks, she instructed Chen Tianji, "The exit to the secret realm was sealed by me as soon as you entered. Although he has escaped the Luo shrine, he remains within this secret realm. I command you to swiftly seek out his whereabouts. Rest assured, my lord, I shall certainly capture that boy for you," Chen Tianji replied before departing the Luo shrine, disappearing in a flash. Once Chen Tianji had left, the goddess of Luo began to repair the heavenly prison dragon formation and then returned to the underground palace. Upon her return, she promptly entered a space within a painting. Noticing the goddess's arrival, a woman inside immediately rose to greet her, asking, "Mother, how did it go? Did they sign the life and death pact?" With a grave expression, the goddess replied, "No one can endure here, they will eventually comply. However, this situation has become somewhat troublesome. As a fish has slipped through the net, he has managed to escape. Who is it? That boy from the Xiaoyao sect. It is he. The goddess sighed, lamenting. It is all my fault for being careless. That boy possesses both the innate Dao body and the pure Yang sacred body, making him a rare alchemical furnace. If he could be cultivated alongside, it would greatly benefit a woman's future cultivation. I had originally intended to reserve him for you, but unexpectedly, he has fled. Upon hearing the goddess's words, the woman's face flushed, and she responded, Mother, do not worry. Even without your assistance, I shall surely capture him. After escaping the Luo shrine, Lin Yue utilized the divine movement talisman to dash for over 100 miles, only halting when he sensed that no one was pursuing him. Once he stopped, Lin Yue mused, could it be that Su Meyer, Yin Zi, and Xie Qianfan have also yielded to the goddess of Luo like Qin Tianji? What troubled him further was the realization that since the goddess had orchestrated such an elaborate scheme, there must be ulterior motives at play. Only those who have signed a life and death contract may obtain the so-called grand fortune. Does this not imply that all who have departed from this place previously entered into such an agreement with her? If I were to leave and the goddess commanded them to hunt me down, what would I do? Although I now possess the war god armor, capable of withstanding the attacks of formidable tribulation realm experts, what about my master, Linger, Yinner, and the others? Contemplating this, Lin Yue resolved that upon exiting the secret realm and returning to the sect, he would request his master to prepare a list of all individuals who had previously left, so as to guard against them. However, to Lin Yue's surprise, after wandering through the secret realm for an entire day, he had yet to discover an exit. Just as he began to feel vexed, he suddenly noticed an unusual spectacle in the distant sky. A fiery red cloud was hurtling toward him at an astonishing speed. As the cloud drew nearer, Lin Yue discerned its true nature. It was no mere cloud, but a colossal fire phoenix. This magnificent creature was engulfed in blazing flames, resembling a demon soaring forth from the depths of hell. The formidable aura radiating from it indicated that its strength was certainly not to be underestimated, rivaling at least the perfected cultivators of the human realm, if not surpassing them. Faced with such a formidable adversary, Lin Yue dared not afford any negligence. While he harbored considerable confidence in his own abilities to challenge opponents of higher realms, he nonetheless hastily retrieved the war god armor from his storage pouch and donned it without hesitation. As the fire phoenix hovered above him, its piercing gaze fixated on Lin Yue below. Suddenly, it let out a resounding cry, flapping its wings and descending upon Lin Yue with a torrent of searing heat. Seeing the fire phoenix charge at him, Lin Yue gripped his dragon-slaying sword tightly, channeling his inner energy to propel himself forward to meet the oncoming threat. Just as they were about to collide, the fire phoenix abruptly veered aside, soaring past him while unleashing a torrent of scorching flames. Lin Yue swiftly sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the flames that singed the hem of his garments. Impressive indeed. Lin Yue was startled, scarcely having time to contemplate. He seized the opportunity as the fire phoenix turned, executing a swift flowing light slash. The terrifying sword energy streaked through the air like a meteor, aimed directly at the fire phoenix. Yet the fire phoenix reacted with astonishing speed, twisting its body to evade the strike, then lunged forward with its claws aimed at Lin Yue. In that instant, the war god armor on Lin Yue's body emitted a radiant glow, conjuring a protective shield that absorbed the phoenix's assault. Seizing the moment provided by the shield, Lin Yue quickly retreated. However, the fire phoenix showed no intention of relenting. It soared back into the air and unleashed a massive fireball, hurtling toward Lin Yue with great force. Lin Yue summoned his inner energy, slicing through the fireball with several arcs of sword energy, yet the fireball merely diminished slightly in size while maintaining its relentless speed. Upon witnessing the unfolding scene, Lin Yue promptly employed the art of teleportation, deftly maneuvering to position himself behind the fire phoenix. Gripping the dragon-slaying sword tightly, he delivered a fierce strike to the creature's tail. Caught off guard, the fire phoenix let out a piercing cry as the sword's energy struck its tail feathers, propelling its body uncontrollably forward. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Yue unleashed another strike, this time wielding the more formidable sky-splitting slash, directing a terrifying wave of sword energy toward the majestic form of the fire phoenix. Just as the energy was about to make contact, a searing flame enveloped the phoenix, successfully deflecting the sky-splitting slash. Though the fire phoenix managed to thwart Lin Yue's attack, it had awakened its fury. With a resounding cry, it flapped its wings furiously, distorting the surrounding air. A torrent of intense heat surged forth, akin to a tumultuous wave, rushing toward Lin Yue, scorching the ground in its wake. Under the relentless onslaught of this powerful airflow, Lin Yue found his own spiritual energy hindered. Seizing this moment, the fire phoenix dove like a blazing meteor, its sharp claws gleaming crimson, intent on tearing Lin Yue apart. Gritting his teeth against the force of the airflow, Lin Yue summoned the full brilliance of his dragon-slaying sword, and bellowed the first form of the Nine Heavens Thunder technique, Heavenly Punishment. As his voice echoed, a robust purple lightning bolt descended from the heavens, striking the fire phoenix with tremendous force. Taken by surprise, the phoenix was hit by the thunder, and its flames were nearly extinguished, emitting a sorrowful cry as it desperately flapped its wings to escape. Seizing this precious opportunity, Lin Yue channeled his entire spiritual energy once more, executing a flowing light slash aimed at the fire phoenix. At this juncture, the phoenix, gravely wounded and unable to evade, felt the sword energy carve through its body, leaving behind several long, bloody gashes. It struggled briefly before plummeting to the ground. Chapter 66. To save or not to save. Once the fire phoenix had completely fallen, Lin Yue, like a wraith, followed closely behind. He swung the dragon-slaying sword, swiftly severing the head of the already weakened fire phoenix. The head and body parted instantaneously, blood splattering and pooling on the ground in a gruesome sight. Without hesitation, Lin Yue extracted the phoenix's demon core from its severed head and stored it in his pouch. He gazed down at the colossal corpse of the fire phoenix and pondered to himself, such exquisite meat is a rare delicacy, and to abandon it here would be a lamentable waste. With this thought, Lin Yue immediately scoured the surroundings for dry wood, igniting a roaring bonfire upon the ground. The flames danced in the night sky, illuminating the surrounding darkness. He then cut several tender pieces of phoenix meat from the carcass and placed them over the fire to roast slowly. As time passed, the phoenix meat gradually roasted to a golden crisp, sizzling and emanating an alluring aroma. The rich scent of the meat permeated the air, provoking an insatiable hunger. Observing this, Lin Yue retrieved a wine flask from his storage bag, uncorked it, and took several generous swigs. The exquisite wine coursed down his throat, its spicy essence unfurling within him, intermingling delightfully with the savory fragrance of the meat, intoxicating him. He relished the roasted meat while sipping from the flask, utterly content. After consuming a few pieces of the phoenix meat, Lin Yue suddenly felt a powerful energy surge from his lower abdomen, crashing through his meridians like a tumultuous tide. This energy was extraordinarily potent, as if striving to break free from the confines of his body. A surge of joy filled Lin Yue's heart as he mused, indeed. This phoenix meat is a great tonic. It appears I am on the verge of a breakthrough. However, in the next moment, an overwhelming heat enveloped his body, and unsavory images began to invade his mind. What could this mean? Could the phoenix meat possess aphrodisiac properties? Yet, in this desolate wilderness, he was all alone. If only a woman were present. Just as he entertained such thoughts, Lin Yue spotted a woman staggering toward him from afar, her steps unsteady. Could it be mere coincidence? Was it truly the case that one's thoughts could manifest into reality? Yet before he could react, the woman collided into his embrace. "Help me. Please, help me," she murmured incoherently, her voice laced with palpable fear and despair. Taken aback by this unexpected turn of events, Lin Yue steadied himself and scrutinized the woman in his arms, only to discover that she was none other than Yunzi, the Saintess of the Wanjian sect. What could have transpired? Before he could comprehend the situation, Yunzi began to frantically tear at his clothing. Realization struck Lin Yue like a bolt of lightning. She had fallen victim to an aphrodisiac. What was he to do? As the Saintess of the Wanjian sect, should anything untoward occur between them, she would surely retaliate fiercely upon regaining her senses. Unlike Su Meyer, who often displayed a playful demeanor, Yunzi was typically poised and dignified. Lin Yue could not guarantee that she would not turn against him after this incident. Yet, if he did not intervene, she might very well perish from the strain. In the midst of his deliberation, Yunzi had already pinned Lin Yue to the ground. At this moment, he thought to himself, "Little girl, you have initiated this encounter. Do not blame me." Resolute in his decision, he surrendered to her fervent actions, particularly guiding her through the pivotal experience of her first time. As time unfolded, the once dazed look in Yunzi's eyes gradually cleared, and her consciousness began to return. "How audacious you are, you shameless lecher, daring to treat me so lightly. I shall end your life," Yunzi exclaimed, her fury palpable. No sooner had she spoken than she swiftly extended her delicate, slender hand, delivering a sharp slap across Lin Yue's cheek. Caught off guard, Lin Yue felt a sudden sting of fiery pain on his face. He hastily covered the injured side, feigning grievance as he murmured, "It was you who forced me. How is it that I am now the one who has disrespected you?" At that moment, Yunzi realized that she was still atop Lin Yue, and indeed, as he had asserted, it was she who had taken the initiative. With this realization, she promptly rose from the ground, gathering her scattered garments while defiantly stating, "Even so, you cannot take advantage of me. Fairy Yun, you cannot turn the tables on me. If I had not cooperated, you would likely have perished long ago," Lin Yue replied, a look of helplessness on his face. "You dare to say that?" Yunzi's cheeks flushed slightly as she shot an indignant glare at him. Yet before she could finish her retort, she suddenly felt a powerful surge of spiritual energy rising from her dantian, akin to a clear spring, beginning to navigate through her meridians with force. This unexpected sensation caught her off guard, and she quickly realized that this energy might grant her unforeseen benefits. With that thought in mind, she wasted no time, promptly sitting down, closing her eyes, regulating her breath, and guiding the energy to circulate within her body. Meanwhile, she pondered internally, am I about to achieve a breakthrough? Noticing Yunzi's sudden tranquility, Lin Yue also began to focus his energy, attempting to break through his own limitations. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until Yunzi finally opened her eyes. She felt the spiritual energy within her like a tumultuous torrent, flowing incessantly. Could this be the integrated realm? She mused, her gaze inadvertently drifting toward Lin Yue. She thought to herself, to have merely shared a fleeting intimacy with him. And yet I have attained the integrated realm. How astonishing. What would happen if we were to engage in such encounters more frequently? At this thought, her cheeks flushed again. Lin Yue, now awake, sensed his cultivation had advanced from the transformation realm to the early stages of the integrated realm, yet he felt little excitement. After all, with the system at his disposal, breakthroughs were always within reach, so there was no cause for excessive joy. However, upon noticing the change in Yunzi's expression, he could not help but inquire, Fairy Yun, how did you escape from the hall of the goddess of Luo? And in this desolate secret realm, how did you fall victim to the allure poison? Chapter 67. A sudden assault. Hearing Lin Yue's question, Yunzi finally responded, I am unsure how it happened. After you vanished in the underground palace, I was drawn into an ancient painting. Within it, a woman proclaimed that if I signed a life and death contract and submitted to her, she would not only release me, but also grant me an immense opportunity. What transpired next? Yunzi replied that at the time, she did not acquiesce, prompting her to reconsider. However, upon emerging from the space within the painting, she astonishingly discovered that the stone door of the subterranean palace had swung open, allowing her to escape. Upon hearing Yunzi's words, Lin Yue thought to himself, could it be that she seized the opportunity to flee while the goddess of Luo was pursuing me? Contemplating this, Lin Yue inquired, how is it that you fell victim to the seductive poison? Yunzi's expression shifted, her face suffused with fury as she retorted, not long after I escaped that palace, I encountered Qin Tianji. To my dismay, he harbored lustful intentions and secretly administered an aphrodisiac to me. Had I not forcefully cultivated my energy to suppress the spread of the poison, he would have undoubtedly succeeded. Lin Yue remarked, if that is the case, you must understand that the recent events cannot be attributed to me. Upon hearing Lin Yue's words, Yunzi fixed her gaze upon him, asserting, I warn you. Once we exit this place, you had better keep tonight's occurrences to yourself. Should I discover that you dare to divulge even a word, I will not spare you. Lin Yue, maintaining a stoic demeanor, replied, Fairy Yun need not worry about my obligation. I would feel remiss to disclose this matter to anyone. Hearing this, Yunzi's expression slightly altered, as if she wished to say something, yet her words faltered at the precipice of her lips. After a brief pause, to alleviate the somewhat awkward atmosphere, Yunzi suddenly seemed to recall something. Her nose twitched as she inhaled the fragrant air, and she curiously queried, what is that delightful aroma? It is so intoxicating. Lin Yue's lips curled into a subtle smile as he leisurely responded, I just roasted a piece of phoenix meat. The enticing scent you perceive must be that of the roasted meat. Upon hearing this, Yunzi softly acknowledged with an "oh," and fell silent thereafter. However, her stomach audibly protested its hunger. Although cultivators can endure extended periods without food or drink upon reaching a certain level of mastery, the alluring scent of the meat ignited a ravenous feeling within Yunzi. Aware of the grumbling in her belly, Lin Yue said nothing further. He sliced another piece of phoenix meat from the firebird and placed it over the flames to roast. Before long, the aroma of the meat intensified. Inhaling the rich fragrance, Yunzi found herself even hungrier. Cursed be it, knowing full well my hunger, yet still tempting me so? With that thought, she could not help but swallow several times. At that moment, Lin Yue offered her the roasted meat, saying, Fairy Yun, do give it a try. Let me know if it pleases your palate. Is this meat roasted for me? Lin Yue replied nonchalantly, I have already had my fill. This meat is indeed for you. Yunzi gazed at the roasted meat presented before her, feeling a conflict within. She had always maintained her dignity, yet the enticing aroma was undeniably irresistible, and her stomach continued to betray her with its incessant growls. After a moment of hesitation, she extended her hand and accepted the roasted meat, taking a delicate bite. With a single bite, her eyes widened in astonishment. After all, the phoenix meat, expertly roasted by Lin Yue, was both crispy on the outside and tender within. Truly a delightful treat. She found herself unconsciously hastening her chewing, and before long, the piece of roasted meat was consumed. Observing Yunzi's lingering desire for more, Lin Yue had no choice but to prepare another piece for her. After indulging in their feast, the two sought refuge against the trunks of large trees, slowly closing their eyes, and soon, they were enveloped in slumber. Time slipped by unnoticed, and suddenly, while Lin Yue was immersed in deep sleep, an overwhelming sense of murderous intent surged towards him like a tidal wave. Immediately following, he sensed a sharp sword aura racing towards his body like lightning. The speed of this sword aura was astonishing, akin to a tempest. In the blink of an eye, it was upon him. Lin Yue's heart raced with terror, leaving him no time for contemplation as he swiftly conjured his teleportation technique, vanishing from sight like a specter. When Lin Yue steadied himself and glanced back in the direction he had occupied, he saw that the very tree he had leaned against had been cleaved in two by that sword aura. Who could it be? Who harbors such malice? Seeking to take my life? As these thoughts raced through his mind, he abruptly turned to look back, only to find Chun Tianji standing not far away, sword in hand, coldly regarding him. Young man, your alertness is commendable. I had underestimated you, Chun Tianji remarked with a hint of a cold smirk. Lin Yue, sensing the confrontation, retorted icily. Indeed, you are nothing but a cowardly rat, relying on despicable tactics. Today, for daring to ambush me, you shall pay the price. With that, Lin Yue raised his right hand towards the sky, exclaiming, Sword, come forth. In the next instant, the dragon-slaying sword materialized in his grasp. He then swung the sword, unleashing a wave of sword energy that surged towards Chun Tianji with the swiftness of lightning. Chun Tianji, in response, nimbly sidestepped, simultaneously countering with a strike of his own, sending a cold gleam of light hurtling towards Lin Yue. Lin Yue lightly tapped his toes, leaping gracefully like a swallow, effortlessly evading the attack. In midair, he executed a somersault and struck again, this time with a more ferocious sword energy that whistled through the air, aimed directly at Chun Tianji's throat. Chun Tianji's expression shifted slightly as he hastily retreated, raising his sword to defend himself. Upon the clash of their blades, he felt a numbing sensation in his grip. He pondered, how could one radiating the aura of merely a foundation establishment cultivator and exhibiting the prowess of a perfected nascent soul during his entrance into the underground palace be so formidable? Just as this thought crossed his mind, Lin Yue's dragon-slaying sword was upon him once more. Chun Tianji, in a flash, barely managed to evade as the sword grazed past him. What is your cultivation level, young man? He inquired. Lin Yue replied with a cold laugh. If you wish to know, then go and ask the King of Hell. With that, he unleashed a technique known as Flowing Light Slash, transforming the sword energy into a streak of luminous force that surged towards Chun Tianji. The sword energy arrived in an instant, leaving Chun Tianji no time to evade. He could only channel all his spiritual power to conjure a shield before him for defense. With a resounding boom, the piercing sword energy collided fiercely against the shield, causing it to crack and subsequently dissipate into nothingness. Although the shield absorbed a significant portion of the sword's power, Chun Tianji was still thrown back violently. Regaining his composure, he realized that he was no match for Lin Yue and, without hesitation, turned to flee. At that moment, Yunzi, who had been awakened by the commotion behind him, shouted to Lin Yue to ensure that Chun Tianji did not escape. Naturally, Lin Yue would not allow Chun Tianji to elude him so easily and pursued him relentlessly. Observing the situation, Yunzi did not hesitate to follow suit. Feeling Lin Yue's relentless pursuit, Chun Tianji's anxiety intensified. He sprinted desperately, attempting to shake off Lin Yue. Yet, no matter how fast he ran, Lin Yue remained firmly on his tail, rendering him unable to break free. Just as despair began to envelop him, a voice echoed in his ear. I have opened the passage to the secret realm. Let them out swiftly. Upon hearing that familiar voice, a flicker of hope ignited within the despondent Chun Tianji. After all, he had previously experienced the woman's formidable abilities, and having signed a life-and-death contract with her, he knew she would not allow him to perish so easily. With this thought in mind, he immediately followed the woman's directive and raced towards a mountain pass. At the mountain pass, he discovered the luminous portal that the woman had spoken of. Without a moment's hesitation, he plunged into the portal, fully aware that once he exited the Wu Wang Mountain secret realm, his status as the young master of the Lin Yue sect would deter Lin Yue from harming him. Hot on his heels, Lin Yue and Yunzi followed Chun Tianji into the portal without hesitation. Upon emerging from the light, the three found themselves back at the location where they had initially entered the secret realm. Finally out, after expressing their relief, Lin Yue swiftly caught up with Chun Tianji. Blocking his path, Chun Tianji was taken aback by Lin Yue's speed and threatened him. What do you intend to do, Lin? Of course, to kill you, Lin Yue retorted. Chun Tianji scoffed. You, a disciple of a second-rate sect, dare to kill me? Are you not afraid that your Xiaoyao sect will face annihilation? In response, Lin Yue coldly laughed. You just ambushed me in the secret realm, intending to eliminate me. Do you truly believe I would let you go? Are you not afraid of retribution from the Lin Yue sect? If you die, who would know it was I who killed you? Seeing that Lin Yue was unfazed by his threats, Chun Tianji seethed. Do you really think you have me at your mercy? Lin Yue replied with a smirk. Had I not wanted you to lead me out of this Wu Wang mountain secret realm, do you think you would have emerged alive? After Lin Yue finished speaking, he swiftly unleashed a dazzling slash towards Chun Tianji. Observing this, Chun Tianji nimbly evaded the attack and, without hesitation, retrieved a pill from his storage pouch, swallowing it whole. Following the ingestion of the elixir, his aura surged dramatically, and he bellowed, "You have forced my hand, and today, I shall ensure your demise." With that, Chun Tianji leapt into the air, his sword transforming into a colossal blade poised to descend upon Lin Yue's head. Noticing the unfolding chaos, Yunzi, standing behind Lin Yue, urgently cautioned him, "Be wary. He has just consumed a blood ignition pill, and his strength now far surpasses his usual capacity." Heeding her warning, Lin Yue felt a sudden chill but maintained his composure. He extended the dragon-slaying sword upwards and proclaimed, "First form of the Nine Heavens Thunder Control, Divine Punishment." As his voice echoed, the previously serene sky darkened, swirling with tempestuous winds and crackling thunder. Immediately, thick bolts of violet lightning descended from the heavens, striking directly at the massive blade. With a thunderous roar, the lightning collided with the sword, erupting in a blinding radiance. Under the onslaught of the violet lightning, the colossal sword began to fracture, ultimately vanishing into the ether. Chun Tianji's expression shifted in disbelief. He had not anticipated that after consuming the blood ignition pill and executing the Ling Yue sect's ultimate technique, the Ling Tian sword, it would be so effortlessly neutralized by Lin Yue. His heart swelled with shock and fury, realizing Lin Yue was a far more formidable opponent than he had imagined. At that moment, the effects of the pill began to backfire within him, causing his body to tremble and his complexion to grow increasingly pallid. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Yue, noticing Chun Tianji's momentary distraction, coldly declared, "Prepare to meet your end. Do you truly wish to annihilate me?" Chun Tianji retorted defiantly. "Or else what?" Lin Yue replied, leaping into the air while shouting, "Sky-rending slash." As he spoke, he swung the dragon-slaying sword, unleashing a fearsome surge of sword energy imbued with the might of thunder towards Chun Tianji's head. Clenching his teeth, Chun Tianji responded, "Do not be so smug. I still have a trump card." With that, he swiftly retrieved a jade pendant from his storage pouch. The pendant shimmered with light, revealing the ethereal figure of an elder. This pendant had been entrusted to him by his father, Chun Lin, specifically for emergencies, with strict instructions to use it only as a last resort. However, at this critical juncture, Chun Tianji had no choice but to disregard those warnings. Upon the apparition's emergence, it effortlessly waved its hand, dissipating the sword energy Lin Yue had just unleashed. "Who dares to harm a disciple of the Lin Yue sect?" the specter inquired, glaring at Lin Yue. Lin Yue, unwavering in his resolve, retorted, "Old man, who are you? Merely a shadow, and you dare to meddle?" Enraged by Lin Yue's insolence, the specter thundered, "Ignorant wretch, prepare to perish." As the voice faded, a phantom extended its palm, descending from the heavens to strike Lin Yue. Sensing the terrifying force plummeting toward him, Lin Yue furrowed his brow and swiftly channeled his internal energy, forming a formidable shield around himself. With a resounding boom, the force collided with the shield. As the wind from the strike dissipated, countless cracks appeared on the shield, ultimately vanishing into the void. Under the immense pressure of this force, Lin Yue felt a trickle of blood escape from the corner of his mouth. The mere shadow proved to be so powerful, had it been the true form, he would have surely met his demise. Contemplating this, Lin Yue promptly summoned his battle armor from his storage pouch and donned it, cursing the old man. Daring to harm him, he vowed to obliterate him entirely. With that, Lin Yue raised his dragon-slaying sword skyward, bellowing the first stance of the Nine Heavens Thunder technique, Heavenly Punishment. As the words echoed, several bolts of purple lightning, guided by the sword, struck down toward the phantom and Chun Tianji. Under the fierce assault of the purple lightning, the phantom could no longer withstand the burden and vanished into thin air. Chun Tianji, battered by the electric strikes, was in a pitiful state, his hair in disarray, his body collapsing to the ground as he desperately cried out for the goddess to save him. As Chun Tianji's voice faded, a flash of sword energy swept across his neck. Lin Yue realized too late that it was futile to intervene. Chapter 69. The young master of the Shantian sect Lin Yue gazed at the lifeless body of Chun Tianji, clearly deceased beyond revival. He slowly turned his head, his eyes falling upon Yunzi, a look of confusion on his face as he inquired, "Why were you so eager to kill him?" Without hesitation, Yunzi replied, "Isn't it justifiable to eliminate a treacherous, deceitful scoundrel like him?" Lin Yue's brow furrowed slightly as he responded, "It is not that he should not die. Rather, you acted too hastily. I had further inquiries to make, and now that you've killed him, how can I ask?" Yunzi retorted dismissively, "What could possibly be worth asking of someone like him?" Lin Yue's frown deepened as he replied, I intended to inquire about the opportunities granted to him by the goddess of Luo after signing the life and death contract, and the ulterior motives behind her actions. Now that he is dead, we can no longer uncover the secrets hidden behind this. Feeling somewhat aggrieved by Lin Yue's reproach, Yunzi countered, "You never mentioned this before. How could I have known to think so far? The memory of him drugging me was what drove me to my actions, with the situation having escalated to this point." Further words seemed pointless. Lin Yue retrieved Chun Tianji's storage pouch from his corpse. He then raised his left hand, unleashing the fire palm, which erupted into fierce flames, incinerating Chun Tianji's body into mere ashes in an instant. After all was said and done, Lin Yue gravely addressed Yunzi, expressing that the individuals who had previously emerged from this place had evidently acquired great fortunes, indicating that they had signed a life and death pact and become servants of the goddess of Luo. It remained uncertain whether they would be commanded by the goddess to pursue us. Hence, he urged Yun Xiangzi to exercise utmost caution in the future. "Rest assured, I shall be vigilant," she replied. "If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave," Lin Yue stated, casting the dragon-slaying sword into the air before ascending and departing on his sword. As Lin Yue departed without a trace of reluctance, Yunzi pondered to herself, "Am I truly so unappealing that I elicited not even a hint of longing from him?" After Yunzi had left, a captivating woman emerged from behind a massive rock nearby, murmuring to herself, "Indeed, he is a harbinger of death, daring even to slay the scion of Lin Yue's sect." At the Xintian sect, atop the Tianjian peak, a young man clad in opulent garments sat cross-legged on a mat within the grand hall, cultivating his energy. With a casual wave of his hand, torrents of flames erupted from his palm, instantly igniting all the candles within the hall. Another wave extinguished the flames, plunging the space into darkness. He then opened his eyes, rose from the mat, and strode towards the hall's exit. His crimson eyes bore an unsettling intensity. This young man was Mu Tianpeng, the sole heir of the Xintian sect's leader, Mu Tsongshan. Upon exiting the grand hall, he waved his hand again, unleashing a fierce flame that turned a nearby stone table and stool into molten lava, spilling across the ground. At that moment, a middle-aged man entered from the courtyard, clasping his hands and congratulating. "Congratulations, young master, on achieving great mastery in your skills." Mu Tianpeng regarded the middle-aged man and inquired, "Shen Song, have you gathered all the individuals I requested?" Shen Song hesitated, replying, "Young master, your practice of the burning heaven flame technique requires 10 women born during the Yin year, month, and hour for each session. I have searched within a radius of hundreds of miles, but I fear I am at a loss in this endeavor." Upon hearing Shen Song's words, Mu Tianpeng's face contorted with fury. His eyes widened as he glared fiercely at Shen Song, rebuking, "Useless. If you cannot even find a few people, what purpose do I have for you?" Shen Song trembled at the scolding but mustered the courage to explain, "Young master, it is not that I am incompetent. It is simply that your demands are excessive, and I cannot feasibly locate so many in such a short time." Mu Tianpeng, incensed by Shen Song's response, pointed an accusatory finger at him, exclaiming, "The reason I require so many is precisely because those women you found are far too frail to endure the residual heat from my cultivation of the burning heaven flame." With a look of grievance, Shen Song replied, "Young master, they are but ordinary women. How could they possibly endure such intensity?" Mu Tianpeng snorted derisively, saying, "Since you understand they cannot bear it, why not seek out some cultivators born during the Yin year, month, and hour? If you can find a few with greater prowess, it will save us from this trouble in the future." Upon hearing Mu Tianpeng's words, Shen Song felt as though he had been enlightened, realizing the brilliance of the young master. "Your wisdom is unparalleled. I shall promptly arrange for personnel to inquire among the other sects and ensure we find a suitable woman for you." As he spoke, he swiftly turned and called out to the courtyard, "Bring those young ladies to the young master." As his voice echoed, 2 servant disciples entered, escorting 8 young maidens into the courtyard. These 8 maidens possessed graceful figures and exquisite features, yet at that moment, they appeared visibly anxious and unsettled. Trembling, they stood in the center of the courtyard, too fearful to raise their heads. Noticing their distress, Shen Song hastily addressed Mu Tianpeng, "Young master, I have brought the individuals you requested." Mu Tianpeng cast a casual glance at the 8 maidens, but suddenly furrowed his brow and asked in a grave tone, "Why are there 2 missing?" Shen Song's heart raced, and he quickly explained, "Young master, please do not be angry. I was only able to find this many." Mu Tianpeng snorted coldly and replied, "If you continue to handle matters so poorly, do not expect to return." Shen Song nodded repeatedly, assuring, "Rest assured, young master. I will make the necessary arrangements and ensure you are not disappointed next time." With that, he hurriedly departed. As Mu Tianpeng watched Shen Song's retreating figure, a faint, cold smile graced his lips. He slowly turned to the 8 maidens and commanded, "Come in with me." The maidens, too intimidated to resist, followed him into the room. Once the door closed, an oppressive silence enveloped the space. However, it was not long before the room was filled with horrifying screams that seemed to pierce through the walls, reverberating throughout the courtyard. The cries continued relentlessly, sending chills down the spine. Approximately 15 minutes later, the door swung open, and Mu Tianpeng emerged. Following him, the two servant disciples entered the room to carry out the lifeless bodies of the 8 maidens, one by one. Days later, as Mu Tianpeng stepped out of the room, Shinsong hurriedly entered the courtyard. "Young master, I bring good news." Mu Tianpeng's expression darkened as he inquired, "What good news?" Shinsong sheepishly replied, "I have discovered that Su Ningshuang, the sect leader of the free and easy sect, was born on a day of Yin in the Yin month of the Yin year, and she has cultivated the ice jade technique, harboring internal cold poison that can perfectly counteract the fire poison within you." "And what is her current level of cultivation?" Mu Tianpeng asked. "She has just broken through to the integration stage," Shinsong responded. Mu Tianpeng pondered for a moment and replied, "Her cultivation is indeed commendable, albeit she is somewhat older. Moreover, as the leader of the free and easy sect, which is a dual cultivation sect, she must have already lost her virginity, correct? Such a woman can only serve as a concubine for me." Chapter 70. An uninvited guest. Upon hearing Mu Tianpeng's remarks, a slight smirk appeared on Shinsong's lips as he awkwardly replied, "Young master, you need not worry. Although Su Ningshuang is the esteemed leader of the free and easy sect, she still retains her maidenhood." Mu Tianpeng, upon hearing this, displayed a look of astonishment, his eyes widening in disbelief as he asked, "How can this be possible?" Upon witnessing this, Shinsong hastily clarified, "Indeed, she once had a partner. But as far as I know, that individual was a eunuch, and shortly thereafter, he met a mysterious demise." Mu Tianpeng frowned slightly, seemingly skeptical of this assertion, and pressed for further details. "Is that truly the case?" Shinsong replied with unwavering confidence, "Absolutely true." Hearing this, Mu Tianpeng's doubts diminished somewhat. Yet his interest in Su Ningshuang intensified, prompting him to inquire, "Might I ask what she looks like?" Noticing Mu Tianpeng's keen interest in Su Ningshuang, Shinsong felt a surge of delight and promptly retrieved a portrait from his bosom, carefully handing it to Mu Tianpeng, saying, "This is a portrait of Su Ningshuang. Please have a look, young master." As Mu Tianpeng accepted the portrait and unfolded it, he beheld a woman clad in a flowing white gown, her figure graceful, her demeanor elegant, and her features exquisite, radiating an ethereal beauty akin to that of a celestial being. His gaze lingered on the image, captivated by the woman's allure, and he could not help but exclaim, "She is remarkably beautiful." Shinsong concurred, "Indeed, young master, she is known as the Frost Fairy. Aside from her somewhat frigid temperament, her beauty is truly unparalleled." After hearing this, Mu Tianpeng commanded, "Prepare for our journey. Tomorrow we shall visit the free and easy sect to propose to her." Shinsong hesitated, stating, "Young master, she is the leader of a sect. Is it fitting to approach her so recklessly, requesting her to become your concubine?" With a slight upturn of his lips, Mu Tianpeng chuckled, "I have changed my mind. I desire her to be my rightful partner. Hurry and prepare a dowry. We shall set out for the free and easy sect tomorrow." Upon hearing Mu Tianpeng's words, Shinsong replied, "I shall attend to it immediately." With that, he exited Mu Tianpeng's residence. Meanwhile, in the cold fragrance pavilion of the free and easy sect, within Su Ningshuang's chambers, she sat gracefully on her bed, her legs crossed and hands resting gently on her knees, her eyes softly closed as if in slumber. Yet beneath her seemingly tranquil exterior, the ice jade technique flowed within her like a gentle stream. As the technique circulated, the air around Su Ningshuang seemed to grow chillier, a delicate layer of frost gradually forming upon her skin, as if draping her in a silvery veil. At that moment, Su Ningshuang slowly opened her eyes, a glimmer of anticipation shining within. She mused to herself, "That young man has been gone for quite some time. He should be returning soon. If he were here now, even if he cannot completely eradicate the cold poison within me, he could at least alleviate my suffering through his massage." Recalling Lin Yue's technique during their previous sessions, a faint blush crept across Su Ningshuang's cheeks as she whispered softly, "You mustn't let me down, you little rascal. If you return safely from the Wuwang Mountain secret realm, I shall bestow upon you a grand gift." In truth, even during Lin Yue's massages, she had discerned the thoughts hidden within his heart. Especially in the gaze he cast upon himself, there lay both desire and a sense of evasion, which struck Su Ningshuang as exceedingly amusing. That scoundrel possessed the thieving heart without the courage of a thief. She could only wonder how he would react if the master were to openly embrace him. The mere thought of Lin Yue's return painted her cheeks with a deeper hue of crimson. At that moment, a voice echoed from outside the door, that of elder Lin Yue, sect master, the young master of the Xiantian sect, Mu Tianpeng, has arrived and is currently awaiting your presence in the main hall. Rising from her bed, Su Ningshuang opened the door and inquired, What business does the young master of the Xiantian sect have with our idol sect? Given that we have no ties with them? Elderly Yunu bowed respectfully, replying, this subordinate is also unsure. However, the young master has brought generous gifts, so it is unlikely to be ill-intentioned. Upon hearing Li Yunu's words, Su Ningxuang mused, the Xiantian sect has already secured its place among the foremost sects, and rumors abound regarding their young master Mu Tianping's somewhat sinister disposition, particularly his penchant for tormenting young maidens. It would be a stroke of fortune if he refrained from bullying our idol sect. Yet, he has personally come to present gifts. What could be the reason behind this? The more she pondered, the more she found the situation rather peculiar, yet she could not deduce a clear explanation. Thus, the only recourse was to engage him in person to discern his intentions. Resolute in her decision, Su Ningxuang instructed elderly Yunu. I shall go to meet him now and uncover the purpose of his visit. With that, Su Ningxuang vanished from sight in a flash, akin to a wraith. In the blink of an eye, she arrived outside the main hall, steadied herself briefly, and then stepped inside. Upon entering the grand hall, her gaze settled upon the great elder Nangong Ao and the second elder Huang Fu Duanjing, who were attending to a man of approximately 27 or 28 years, savoring fragrant tea. The man, adorned in splendid brocade, possessed a handsome countenance that exuded an unmistakable air of arrogance. Without question, this individual was undoubtedly Mu Tianpeng, the young master of the Xiantian sect. Behind him stood a middle-aged man, respectfully awaiting his command, presumably his attendant. Evaluating Mu Tianpeng, Su Ningxuang softly parted her lips and, with a respectful bow, inquired, you must be the young master of the Xiantian sect? Mu Tianpeng scrutinized Su Ningxuang closely. Her skin was as fair as snow, her features painted with grace, her figure elegant, and her demeanor refined. She surpassed even the beauty depicted in portraits. Taken aback by her beauty, Mu Tianpeng nodded and exclaimed, indeed. Indeed. Su Ningxuang was left perplexed by his focused gaze and sudden remark. She could not comprehend why Mu Tianpeng would utter such an inexplicable statement. Just as she remained in a daze, Mu Tianpeng abruptly rose to his feet, a broad smile gracing his face as he addressed her, Fairy Su. Please do take a seat. My visit today is somewhat presumptuous. I hope you can forgive my intrusion. Upon witnessing the situation, Su Ningxue felt it inappropriate to continue standing and gracefully took her seat. In her heart, she mused, I am the true master of the Xianyao sect. Why must you be so formal? Once settled, she gently parted her crimson lips and inquired, Mr. Mu, may I ask what brings you to our humble sect? Mu Tianping's lips curled into a subtle smile as he replied, Fairy Su, I have long heard of your exceptional talents and beauty. Today, seeing you in person, it is indeed a testament to your reputation. I come with no ulterior motives, but rather to seek your hand in marriage. I hope you will not refuse me. Chapter 71. The forced proposal. Upon hearing Mu Tianping's words, Su Ningxue felt a wave of embarrassment and asked, we are not well acquainted. Why would Mr. Mu jest with me in such a manner? Observing her skepticism, Mu Tianpeng rose to his feet, his expression grave, and stated, I have brought betrothal gifts today. How could this be a jest? Seeing the earnestness in his demeanor, Su Ningxue pondered the situation, questioning how she had unwittingly attracted the attention of this young heir. Resolving to address the matter, she stood and bowed to Mu Tianpeng, saying, I am but a faded flower, having once been married. How could I tarnish your illustrious name? I ask for your understanding. There is no need for such modesty. Fairy Su, what I admire is your essence. I care not for superficial fame. If you are willing, we can unite as partners today. Mu Tianping's determination was palpable, prompting Su Ningxue to gently decline, I appreciate your sentiments, but since the passing of my late husband, I have vowed never to remarry. I kindly ask you to take your leave. Witnessing Su Ningxue's refusal, Shen Song, standing behind Mu Tianpeng, interjected, Sect Master Su. To capture the attention of our young master is a fortune one might only earn in 8 lifetimes. I advise you not to be ungrateful. Confronted with Shun Song's intimidation, Su Ningxue's tone turned icy as she replied, marriage is founded on mutual affection. I have expressed my disinterest in remarrying. Do you truly wish to force this matter? Shen Song retorted, our Xiantian sect is a premier sect of the Tianyuan continent. For our young master to take an interest in you is a tremendous honor for you and your Xianyao sect. Do you truly intend to disregard our prestige? Faced with Shun Song's threats, Su Ningxue coldly responded, for other matters, perhaps a discussion could be entertained, but this is utterly out of the question. Seeing Su Ningxue's audacity to reject him openly, Mu Tianping's expression darkened, and he glared at her, saying, do you truly wish to pursue this course? Indeed, she affirmed. Do you not fear that in my wrath, I could annihilate your Xianyao sect? As Mu Tianpeng began to issue blatant threats, Su Ningxue retorted without hesitation. Do you truly believe I can be intimidated? With negotiations having collapsed, Mu Tianpeng promptly rose, preparing to depart with Shen Song. At that moment, The Grand Elder Nangong Ao and the Second Elder Huangfu Duan hastily urged, "Young Master Mu, please do not leave just yet. Shall we not discuss this matter further?" Mu Tianpeng responded coldly, "I shall grant you 3 days to deliberate. If you can persuade your sect leader to marry me, your Xiaoyao sect shall receive the protection of my Shantian sect. Otherwise, your sect shall face annihilation." After uttering these words, Mu Tianpeng left with Shin Song, his expression dark and foreboding. Once they departed, Nangong Ao looked at Su Ningshuang with a face full of concern and spoke gravely, "Sect leader, what shall we do? If we offend the Shantian sect, I fear our Xiaoyao sect will never know peace again." Huangfu Duan chimed in, "Indeed, sect leader, in my humble opinion, young Master Mu is a paragon of virtue and talent. If you were to agree to his proposal, not only could we avert this crisis, but it may also propel our Xiaoyao sect to new heights." Upon hearing their words, Su Ningshuang remained unmoved, her countenance frigid as she declared, "My decision is resolute. There shall be no alteration." Seeing her steadfastness, Nangong Ao anxiously implored, "Sect leader, how can you be so obstinate? Are you truly willing to disregard the lives of hundreds within our sect?" Su Ningshuang's gaze was as piercing as a cold star as she replied decisively, "I shall bear the consequences of this matter alone. Even if the Shantian sect dares to attack, I will not retreat. At worst, I would relinquish my position as sect leader, but I will never acquiesce to their unreasonable demands." With that, Su Ningshuang vanished like a wraith, leaving Nangong Ao and Huangfu Duan in a state of bewilderment. Observing the direction in which Su Ningshuang had departed, Huangfu Duan asked Nangong Ao with growing apprehension, "Elder, how do you propose we resolve this situation? Is our Xiaoyao sect's millennia of legacy to be extinguished like this?" Nangong Ao sighed in response. Now that young Master Mu has set his sights on the sect leader, even if she were to step down, he would likely still harbor resentment towards our sect. The only course of action is to find a way for her to agree to this union. But if she remains steadfast in her refusal, what then? Then we must devise another plan. Upon returning to the cold fragrance pavilion, Su Ningshuang wore a grave expression. She understood that by rejecting Mu Tianpeng today, he would not simply let the matter rest, and might indeed come to invade within 3 days. Contemplating this, she thought, "Were it not for the cold poison within me, I would not fear the Shantian sect." In recent years, had she not been burdened by this affliction, her progress in cultivation would surely have soared. After dinner, Su Ningshuang lay in bed, unable to find sleep. Just then, a soft knock echoed from outside her door. She called out, "Who is it?" A familiar voice responded, "Master." "It is I. Are you asleep?" Upon hearing the voice, Su Ningshuang felt a surge of joy and replied, "Not yet. Please come in." As she spoke, she sat up in bed. At that moment, a tall figure entered the room. Seeing him, Su Ningshuang's heart leapt, and she asked, "When did you return?" "Surely, I am not dreaming." Lin Yue responded that upon entering the sect, he had heard discussions among the sect members regarding the engagement pressure from the young master of Shantian sect, which prompted him to come over without even returning to the fragrant pavilion. Su Ningshue remarked that it was rare to see such dedication, affirming that she had not misjudged him. Afterward, she fixed her gaze on Lin Yue, inquiring if he had acquired any significant fortune upon his return from the Wuwang Mountain secret realm. Lin Yue did not conceal the truth. He shook his head and replied, "Master, the Wuwang Mountain secret realm was nothing but a ruse. Not only did I fail to gain any great opportunity, but I may have also stirred up trouble." What exactly transpired? Upon hearing Su Ningshue's question, Lin Yue recounted all the events that occurred after he entered the secret realm, omitting any mention of the system. As it was a personal secret too bizarre to explain, it was better to keep such matters to a minimum. Su Ningshue listened attentively and then responded, "Back in the day, after Mu Tsongshan of Shantian sect and Xiao Dongyang of Wanjian sect emerged from the secret realm, they elevated their sect from the second tier to the first tier, having allied themselves with the goddess of the Losen Temple. Indeed," Lin Yue affirmed, "however, I have yet to uncover their ulterior motives." Upon hearing this, Su Ningshue sighed and said, "Since this is the case, few within the sect are aware of your return from Wuwang Mountain. You should depart swiftly to avoid unnecessary peril should Shantian sect come seeking you." Lin Yue was taken aback. Even at this juncture, Su Ningshue was still concerned for his safety. He fixed his gaze upon her and said, "If I were to leave now, who would help you eliminate the cold poison within you?" Upon hearing Lin Yue mention the cold poison afflicting him, Su Ningshue momentarily hesitated, asking, "How do you know that I possess cold poison, and that you need to be the one to cure me?" Naturally, Lin Yue could not divulge that he had learned this from Xiaji. Instead, he countered, "If that were not the case, why would you have instructed me to cultivate the pure yang technique?" "Well, Su Ningshue stammered, momentarily at a loss for words. Observing the slight flush on Su Ningshue's fair face, coupled with the delicate curves concealed beneath her gossamer pink robe, Lin Yue felt his breath quicken. Noticing his unusual demeanor, Su Ningshue looked up at him and gently asked, Do you truly wish to help me dispel the cold poison within me? Without hesitation, Lin Yue replied, Master, you are so beautiful. I could not wish for anything more. How could I possibly refuse? Upon hearing Lin Yue's words, Su Ningxua's expression hardened as she retorted, Humph. You are indeed a lecher, daring to covet even your master. At this point, Lin Yue felt no need for further reservations, responding, with such beauty, how could I, being but a mortal, not be moved? Su Ningxiang let out a sigh and replied, Indeed, my master wishes for you to expel the cold poison from within me. However, given your current level of cultivation, you may not yet possess the ability to completely eliminate it. For now, please assist me with a massage to temporarily alleviate my discomfort. Upon hearing Su Ningxiang's words, Lin Yue mused to himself that he had already advanced to the initial stage of the harmony realm. Helping her dispel the cold poison should be a simple task. Yet, since Su Ningxiang desired his assistance, he was inclined to take his time with her. After all, they were nominally master and disciple, and transitioning to a different relationship would naturally require a period of adjustment. With that thought in mind, Lin Yue responded affirmatively and moved behind Su Ningxiang, gently placing his hands on her shoulders and beginning to massage her slowly. A warm energy flowed from his hands, spreading across her shoulders and dispelling the lingering chill within her. She couldn't help but let out a soft, contented sigh. This delicate sound reached Lin Yue's ears, stirring his heart and causing him to unconsciously apply more pressure. Su Ningxiang sensed the change in him and felt a mix of embarrassment and irritation. Yet the pleasurable sensation made it difficult for her to stop him. As Lin Yue continued to knead her shoulders, his gaze inadvertently fell upon the tempting curve of her neck, causing his breath to quicken. This mischievous lad truly has his thoughts on me, she thought. But perhaps it was for the best. When the time was right, things would be simpler. However, she wondered how she would explain this to Linger. Lost in her thoughts, Su Ningxiang's face flushed deeper, and her breathing became uneven. Sensing her change, Lin Yue reflected, Master, having lived for several decades in the modern world, how could I not understand a woman's heart? With this in mind, he leaned closer and whispered in her ear, Master, why not allow me to expel the cold poison from within you right now? No, your cultivation is still insufficient. It is not yet time. She retorted, But Master, Mu Tianpeng has given us 3 days. If you cannot rid yourself of the cold poison by then, how shall we respond to the provocations of the Xiantian sect? Feeling the warmth of Lin Yue's breath against her ear, Su Ningxiang found herself momentarily flustered. Yet, maintaining her composure, she replied, When the time comes, you must find a way to take Linger and leave. Do not worry about me. How could I possibly abandon such a beautiful master? Lin Yue countered, Impudent boy. Should you continue like this, I shall have to punish you. Faced with Su Ningxiang's somewhat unsteady words, Lin Yue softly asked, And how does my master intend to punish me? As he spoke, he gently bit her earlobe. The exquisite sensation made Su Ningxiang involuntarily emit a soft sound. Hearing this intoxicating response, Lin Yue declared, If the Xiantian sect truly dares to attack, I will stand by you until the end. Yet, to perish without cause would leave me feeling unsatisfied. And what more do you desire? She inquired. I, of course, desire for my esteemed master to become my beloved. Without waiting for Su Ningxiang's response, Lin Yue boldly pressed his lips against her neck. Faced with Lin Yue's fervent advances, the usually stoic Su Ningxiang could no longer maintain her composure, and she melted into Lin Yue's embrace. An hour later, tranquility once again enveloped the room. Su Ningxiang, with a hint of annoyance, gazed at Lin Yue lying beside her and playfully scolded, You rascal, how dare you be so audacious with your master? Lin Yue, observing the feigned severity in her expression, wrapped his arm around her and stated, In the presence of others, we shall still refer to each other as master and disciple. However, when we are alone, may I call you Schwanger, and you shall call me Brother Yue. How does that sound? Upon hearing Lin Yue's words, Su Ningxiang's demeanor shifted, and she retorted playfully, You little scoundrel, do you wish to defy the heavens? How could you ask your master to call you brother? Just say whether you will or not. If you refuse, I shall have to punish you. Faced with this playful threat, Su Ningxiang eventually relented, inching closer to Lin Yue and whispering, Brother Yue, your voice was too soft, I couldn't hear. Lin Yue teased, My dear master has already called me. What more do you desire? After exchanging a few more playful remarks, Su Ningxiang suddenly felt a powerful surge of spiritual energy rising from her dantian, impacting her meridians. At that moment, the cold poison that had long plagued her seemed to vanish. Overjoyed by the transformation within her, Su Ningxiang realized this was a sign of an impending breakthrough. With this thought, she swiftly sat up from Lin Yue's embrace, positioning herself on the bed to cultivate and direct this energy toward overcoming her internal bottleneck. Lin Yue, sensing Su Ningxiang's change, recognized her impending breakthrough and silently sat beside her to protect her. As time passed, a radiant glow enveloped Su Ningxiang, her aura fluctuating. Suddenly, she opened her eyes wide, a brilliant light emanating from them, and with a soft exclamation, her internal bottleneck shattered completely, golden light subtly radiating from her form. I have broken through. Moreover, I have ascended 3 minor realms, achieving the pinnacle of the harmonization stage. What could this possibly mean? Is this the benefit of cultivating alongside the pure yang sacred body? Especially after circulating her energy, Su Ningxuang discovered that the cold poison had entirely dissipated. What could have brought this about? The ancient texts of the sect state that only by cultivating with a person possessing the innate Dao body and a cultivation level above the transformation stage can one expel the cold poison from within. Could it be that Brother Yue has already reached the transformation stage? With this thought, Su Ningxuang fixed her gaze on Lin Yue and inquired, Brother Yue, what is your current cultivation level? In response to Su Ningxuang's question, Lin Yue smiled and said, if you call me Brother Yue once more and give me a kiss, I shall reveal it to you. Chapter 73. The Forced Marriage 2. Seeing Lin Yue's increasingly audacious behavior, Su Ningxuang's expression hardened as she declared, rebellious disciple. Do not think that because we shared what occurred earlier, you can act so recklessly before me. If you continue this way, I shall have to punish you. It is not that Lin Yue is intent on making things difficult for Su Ningxuang. Rather, he understands that in order for her to shed the burdens of their master-disciple relationship, she must cease to perceive him merely as her disciple. However, upon noticing that Su Ningxuang appears somewhat irked, he promptly moderates his demeanor and responds, currently, my cultivation has reached the initial stage of the fusion realm, and I possess the strength to contend even with those in the great ascension realm. Upon hearing this, Su Ningxuang inwardly acknowledges the truth of his innate Dao physique, marveling at his astonishingly rapid progress in cultivation, achieving the fusion realm in a mere 6 months, a feat that even the Celestial Empress did not accomplish with such swiftness. She realizes that if they can withstand the impending crisis of the Xiantian sect's forced marriage, with a prodigious talent like Lin Yue by her side, the Xiaoyao sect is destined to soar to prominence among the first-rate sects in the future. With this thought, Su Ningxuang nods in agreement, affirming, indeed, my judgment of you is not in error. After saying this, she scrutinizes Lin Yue and adds, I must confess, I am somewhat fatigued and require rest. You should return home early. Master, you wouldn't possibly wish to sever our bond so hastily, would you? Lin Yue replies playfully. Su Ningxuang retorts, you have already taken ample advantage. Do you still intend to linger here? She continues, moreover, are you not concerned about Linger discovering this matter? Lin Yue draws Su Ningxuang into his embrace and states, as long as Master is willing to make it public, Linger is free to discuss it with her. Do not. Under any circumstances. Su Ningxuang exclaims, are you afraid, Master? To which she responds, I can acquiesce to many matters, but this one must remain concealed from outsiders. Otherwise, how can I maintain my standing in the sect? Then, I shall take my leave for now, Lin Yue concludes, donning his garments before departing. Upon returning to the fragrant pavilion, as he pushes open the door, Zhao Yuling, seeing Lin Yue enter, momentarily freezes before rushing into his arms. You've finally returned. She exclaims. Lin Yue chuckles and replies, did you think I would not return? Not at all. I was merely a bit worried. After exchanging tender words, Zhao Yuling inquires, should we summon Sister Yenner, who has been coming by daily to speak of you? Lin Yue muses that if both of them take turns visiting, what pleasant evening will he have? Thus, he responds, it is getting late. Let us not disturb her. Now that I am back, there will be plenty of opportunities to meet. On the following morning, as Lin Yue opens his eyes, he hears the bell of the sect's grand hall tolling. Zhao Yuling nudges him, saying, Yu Lang, this is the signal for the sect to summon its disciples. Quickly dress, and let us go together. Lin Yue realizes that the 3-day deadline has elapsed, and it is undoubtedly Mu Tianpeng who has come to compel a marriage. At this moment, Mu Tianpeng, accompanied by Shin Song and 4 elders from the Xiantian sect, descends before the grand hall of the Xiaoyao sect. Upon landing, Shin Song calls out, people of Xiaoyao sect, listen, let your sect master come forth to respond. Upon hearing the commotion, Su Ningxuang emerged from the grand hall accompanied by several elders. Noticing her presence, Mu Tianpeng fixed his gaze on her and coldly inquired, Fairy Su, have you given any thought to the matter I previously entrusted you with? Ever since her breakthrough that night, Su Ningxuan's confidence had surged, and she replied, I have long since resolved in this lifetime to remain steadfast and true, never to serve 2 husbands. I implore you, Master Mu, do not impose upon me. Mu Tianpeng, upon hearing this, sneered, Fairy Su, do not delude yourself into thinking you can deceive the world, who is unaware that your former companion was but a frail being, with naught but the name of husband and wife between you. Moreover, that sickly wretch passed away not long after, and you, Fairy Su, should still be a paragon of purity, correct? In response, Su Ningxuan retorted, this is a matter of my own. Do you presume to know it better than I? Then, dare you allow me to inspect whether your bridal mark remains? He challenged. Why would I hesitate? Su Ningxuan declared, raising her sleeve. When Mu Tianpeng observed that her right arm bore no trace of the bridal mark, he seethed, "I had thought you to be a paragon of virtue, and I would have granted you the position of my lawful wife. Since your purity is compromised, then marrying you becomes akin to taking a concubine." Seeing that he still would not relent, Su Ningxuan asserted, "Mu Tianpeng, do not go too far. I am the dignified leader of a sect. How could I ever become your concubine?" Mu Tianpeng scoffed, "Merely a second-rate sect, which I could obliterate with a mere gesture. For you, an aging woman, to serve as my concubine is already a privilege. If you refuse today, I shall annihilate your Xiaoyao sect." "What audacity! Do you truly believe I fear you?" she retorted. "Then do not blame me for lacking compassion," Mu Tianpeng declared, a glint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. He suddenly concentrated a formidable amount of spiritual energy in his hands, chanting incantations as he unleashed his unique and devastating technique, the Burning Heaven Flame Art. 2 blazing flames erupted from his palms, resembling twin fire dragons, surging towards Su Ningxuan. The air around them twisted and warped under the searing heat. Seemingly on the verge of being consumed by this terrifying inferno, faced with such a formidable assault, Su Ningxuan did not dare to be remiss. The ice jade technique within her began to operate swiftly, continuously channeling icy true energy into her palms. In an instant, her hands radiated a bone-chilling cold, as though the very essence of frost could freeze everything in her vicinity. Without hesitation, she released this frigid true energy, colliding it with the 2 fire dragons. The clash of these 2 immense forces sent violent waves of energy rippling outward, causing many disciples of the Xiaoyao sect to stagger, struggling to maintain their footing. Even Mu Tianpeng was pushed back several steps, feeling his blood surge within him, desperately suppressing it to avoid spewing blood from his mouth. "I must admit, I underestimated you." After a brief trial, Mu Tianpeng soon realized that he was no match for Su Ningxiong. Moreover, judging by the aura that emanated from her, it seemed that her cultivation level had surpassed his by a significant margin. Nangong Ao and Huangfu Duan, who were observing from behind, were equally astonished. In merely a few months, Su Ningxiong had advanced from the pinnacle of the transformation god realm to the great perfection of the integration realm. They had initially planned to coerce Su Ningxiong into complying with Mu Tianpeng's demands after her defeat, but it now appeared that influencing her would be nearly impossible. Seeing that he was no competitor for Su Ningxiong, Mu Tianpeng's interest in her grew ever more intense. He instructed the second elder, Feng Guozhao, to capture her, but with the caution that she must not be gravely harmed. Chapter 74. The Forced Marriage. Upon receiving Mu Tianpeng's command, Feng Guozhao slowly approached Su Ningxiong, stroking his beard with a cold demeanor. "Fairy Su," he began, "I advise you to submit to our young master, for it will spare you much suffering." In response, Su Ningxiong retorted, "Bah, though my Xiao sect may be a second-rate sect, it shall never submit to bullying. The notion that I would agree is nothing but a fool's dream. Since Fairy Su refuses my kind invitation, do not blame me for being merciless," Feng Guozhao declared, his aura rising steadily to reveal the presence of a first level of the Great Ascension realm. Originally somewhat reassured by Su Ningxiong's cultivation increase, Elder Nangong Ao's heart now filled with unease. Almost immediately, Feng Guozhao formed hand seals, unleashing a massive palm of spiritual energy that surged towards Su Ningxiong with tremendous force. Feeling the impending danger, Su Ningxiong trembled and let out a sharp cry. She raised her delicate hand, unleashing a torrent of icy energy from her palm that collided violently with Feng Guozhao's spiritual palm. In that instant, a thunderous sound erupted, as if the very world trembled in response. The clash of energies stirred up enormous waves of power, locking the 2 in a fierce stalemate, neither willing to yield an inch. Both sides engaged in a silent contest, intensifying their spiritual output in an attempt to force the other back. However, Su Ningxiong's cultivation, though commendable, fell slightly short of Feng Guozhao's, and her recent breakthrough left her foundation somewhat unstable. As the standoff continued, she began to feel overwhelmed. Despite gritting her teeth and desperately channeling her inner energy, the colossal barrier gradually pressed closer to her. Seeing her predicament, Su Ningxiong's complexion grew increasingly pale, beads of cold sweat forming on her brow. Just then, in a moment of dire urgency, a figure darted in like lightning from behind. This figure moved with the swiftness of the wind, reaching Su Ningxiong's side in the blink of an eye. Without hesitation, he placed his palm against her back, and a torrent of formidable spiritual energy surged forth from his hand, flowing into Su Ningxiong's body like a roaring tide. The surge of spiritual energy surged through Su Ningxiue's body like a potent stimulant, instantly filling her with vigor. Having previously succumbed to despair, her spirit was rejuvenated, and the precarious light barrier, once on the verge of collapse, regained its stability under the support of this newfound strength. In the next moment, Su Ningxue exerted herself with a sudden force, and the light barrier she had propelled advanced in successive layers, swiftly pushing back the luminous shield conjured by Feng Guozhao. As her own spiritual barrier dissipated into thin air, Feng Guozhao was forcefully driven back several steps by this formidable power. Once he steadied himself, Feng Guozhao noticed a young man with a delicate countenance appearing behind Su Ningxue. He regarded Lin Yue with a cold glare and inquired, "Who are you, boy?" Despite sensing no formidable aura emanating from Lin Yue, Feng Guozhao understood that Su Ningxue, who had been on the brink of defeat, had suddenly experienced a surge of power, undoubtedly connected to Lin Yue's presence. In response to Feng Guozhao's inquiry, Lin Yue retorted disdainfully, "Old fool, you dared a rampage through my Xianyao sect. Yet you still question my identity?" Provoked by Lin Yue's insolence, Feng Guozhao seethed with anger and exclaimed, "You seek death." Immediately, Feng Guozhao's eyes widened in fury as he swiftly formed hand seals, reciting incantations. Instantly, countless threads of spiritual energy shot from his fingertips like arrows, aimed directly at Lin Yue and Su Ningxue. Lin Yue furrowed his brow, summoning the dragon-slaying sword into his grasp. With a swift motion, he executed the flowing light slash, severing all the threads of spiritual energy with the sword's aura. Feng Guozhao was taken aback, astonished by Lin Yue's formidable prowess. Just as he was momentarily distracted, Lin Yue vanished, appearing before him like a specter, his right fist imbued with tremendous force aimed at Feng Guozhao's chest. "You dare!" Feng Guozhao shouted, hastily raising his hand to defend. The clash of their fists resulted in Feng Guozhao's arm becoming numb, forcing him to retreat several steps. He could hardly fathom that Lin Yue could compel him to retreat using a low-level mystical technique, further fueling his rage. "You have successfully enraged me, boy. Today, I shall ensure your body is shattered into 1,000 pieces," Feng Guozhao declared, his entire being radiating with blinding light. As he waved his hands, the heavens and earth transformed, and countless strands of spiritual energy converged into a colossal spiritual python, lunging ferociously at Lin Yue. With a grave expression, Lin Yue summoned all his spiritual energy, causing the dragon-slaying sword to blaze with intensity. He shouted a powerful battle cry, unleashing a massive wave of sword energy towards the spiritual python. The two forces collided once more, resulting in a cataclysmic storm of energy. The spiritual python was cleaved in two, but the residual force still sent Lin Yue staggering back several steps. Regaining his footing, Lin Yue promptly retrieved the God of War armor from his storage pouch and donned it. He then directed his gaze at Feng Guozhao, declaring, "Old fool, if you wish to kill me, you may find yourself lacking the capability." With that, Lin Yue swung the dragon-slaying sword and executed the Sky Rift slash. The sword energy streaking through the air like a shooting star, racing towards Feng Guozhao. Feng Guozhao perceived the incoming sword energy and dared not underestimate it. He swiftly formed hand seals, and a thick shield of spiritual power materialized before him in an instant. The sword energy collided violently with the shield, causing it to tremble fiercely, with cracks spreading like a spider's web. Just as the sword energy was on the verge of breaching the shield, Feng Guozhao let out a thunderous shout, infusing a substantial amount of spiritual energy, barely stabilizing the shield before him. After fending off Lin Yue's strike, Feng Guozhao's expression grew serious. He never anticipated that this young man, not yet 20, possessed such formidable strength, and he could no longer harbor any contempt. Realizing this, Feng Guozhao immediately gathered the spiritual energy surrounding him and unleashed a fierce attack towards Lin Yue. Behind him, Mu Tianpeng was secretly astonished to see Lin Yue engage in such a fierce battle with the second elder Feng Guozhao. He thought to himself, "If we cannot swiftly crush the Xiaoyao sect with overwhelming force today, not only will we fail to compel Su Ningxue to submit, but the reputation of the Xiantian sect will also be at stake." With this in mind, Mu Tianpeng's expression darkened, and he raised his hand, commanding the three other elders behind him, Elder Wang, Elder Qi, Elder Ji, "Move quickly and flatten this Xiaoyao sect." Before his words faded, the three elders immediately stepped forward. As they approached, a powerful aura surged from them like an unstoppable tide. Upon witnessing this, Su Ningxue promptly advanced with the Grand Elder Nangong Ao and the second elder Huangfu Duan. However, as soon as they engaged, it became apparent that Nangong Ao and Huangfu Duan were at a disadvantage. In mere moments, a thunderous crash echoed as the two were sent flying like kites with severed strings by their opponents, both of whom were in the integration realm. After defeating Nangong Ao and Huangfu Duan, the two elders swiftly closed in on Su Ningxue. Mu Tianpeng, seeing this, coldly addressed Su Ningxue, "If you agree now, I can still command them to halt. Otherwise, today marks the end of the Xiaoyao sect." Chapter 75. How is this possible? Su Ningxue, her expression grave, replied, "To expect me to acquiesce to such shameless demands is nothing short of a delusion." In response, Mu Tianpeng sneered, "It seems that you, Su Ningxue, Will not shed tears until you see the coffin. Do not blame me for lacking mercy. Once he finished speaking, the three elders of the Xiantian sect immediately launched a coordinated attack on Su Ningxuang. Although her cultivation surpassed theirs, facing three integration realm powerhouses simultaneously placed her in a precarious position, struggling against their relentless assault. Meanwhile, Lin Yue, engaged in combat with Feng Guozhao, realized that if he did not swiftly resolve his confrontation, Su Ningxuang would undoubtedly find herself in dire straits. With this thought, he raised the dragon-slaying sword skyward and shouted, "First form of the Nine Heavens Thunder Technique, Heavenly Punishment." In an instant, the clear sky turned tumultuous as bolts of purple lightning descended in response to the direction of the dragon-slaying sword, striking down towards Feng Guozhao. As the thunder descended from the heavens, Feng Guozhao was taken aback by Lin Yue's youthful visage, astonished that he could wield such formidable lightning techniques. His expression shifted dramatically as he hastily summoned a powerful spiritual shield above him for protection. The violet lightning struck down like a silvery serpent, crashing vehemently against the shield. With a sharp crack, the shield was instantly riddled with countless fine cracks, resembling a torn spider's web. As the relentless assault of the violet lightning continued, these fissures swiftly spread, ultimately resulting in the complete shattering of the shield with a resounding explosion, dispersing into countless specks of light that faded into nothingness. Bereft of the shield's safeguard, Feng Guozhao found himself unprotected beneath the onslaught of the thunder. Although the shield had absorbed much of the lightning's ferocity, the residual force remained overwhelmingly potent. He trembled violently, blood involuntarily spilling from the corner of his mouth. In that fleeting moment, Lin Yue seized the opportunity, vanishing like a specter and instantly appearing beside Su Ningxuang. His sword traced a brilliant arc through the air, emitting a cascade of cold light as it surged towards the three elders of the Xiantian sect with the might of a thunderbolt. This was his signature technique, the flowing light slash. Lin Yue's strike was astonishingly powerful and swift as lightning, catching the three elders off guard. They hastily deployed their respective defensive maneuvers. Yet Lin Yue's flowing light slash tore through their defenses with the ease of a razor-sharp blade, charging relentlessly towards them. Witnessing Lin Yue's offensive, Feng Guozhao could not remain idle. Gritting his teeth against the pain of his injuries, he shot forth like an arrow, following closely behind Lin Yue to join the assault alongside the other three elders against Lin Yue and Su Ningxuang. Undeterred by such formidable foes, Lin Yue leaped into the air, swinging his sword fiercely as he unleashed another ultimate move, the sky-rending slash. A colossal streak of sword light surged forth like a monstrous beast tearing through the void, roaring towards the three combined phase elders. Simultaneously, Su Ningxuang displayed her own prowess. Her movements fluid and her swordplay exquisite, engaging Feng Guozhao, who was notably more powerful. Despite having sustained minor injuries from the ferocious lightning strikes, Feng Guozhao's strength far surpassed that of Su Ningxuang. Within mere exchanges, she found herself forced to retreat repeatedly, clearly at a disadvantage. Though Lin Yue's swordsmanship was fierce and relentless, he was still outnumbered 3-1. Even with all his might, he could only barely hold his ground against his adversaries. At that moment, Su Ningxuang's situation grew increasingly perilous. Feng Guozhao astutely detected a flaw in her defense and, without hesitation, unleashed a powerful palm strike, akin to the might of thunder, crashing forcefully towards her. Realizing the ferocity of Feng Guozhao's strike, Su Ningxuang understood that its power was immense, far beyond what she could withstand. Thus, she made a swift decision, gathering a formidable spiritual shield before her in an attempt to withstand this thunderous assault. However, what took Su Ningxiang by surprise was that Feng Guozhao had evidently exerted all his might, resulting in an astonishing display of power. The force of his palm collided with the shield, producing a resounding bang as the shield shattered instantaneously, dissipating into nothingness. Bereft of the shield as protection, Su Ningxiang's body was sent flying like a kite severed from its string, propelled by the overwhelming gust of energy. Upon hitting the ground, she felt her blood surge violently, and a mouthful of crimson liquid erupted from her lips. At that moment, Feng Guozhao followed closely behind. Upon witnessing Su Ningxiang lying on the ground, utterly devoid of combat capability, he slowly raised his right hand. Lin Yue, who was embroiled in a fierce battle with the three elders of the Zentian Gong, immediately activated his teleportation technique and positioned himself in front of Su Ningxiang. Little did he know that Feng Guozhao's strike was intended to lure him in, aiming to conclude matters in one fell swoop. Realizing Lin Yue had fallen into his trap, Feng Guozhao unleashed his full power, delivering a decisive strike. The blow landed squarely on Lin Yue's chest. Yet, to Feng Guozhao's astonishment, Lin Yue not only remained standing after receiving the full brunt of the attack, but appeared completely unfazed. How could this be? After all, even a peak powerhouse of the ascendant stage would not emerge unscathed from such a formidable blow. Yet Lin Yue stood firm, his demeanor not betraying any signs of injury. While Feng Guizhao was momentarily stupefied, Lin Yue pointed the dragon-slaying sword towards the sky and bellowed the second form of the Nine Heavens thunder control technique, Purgatory. As Lin Yue's voice echoed, the heavens stirred once more. Delicate strands of violet lightning wove together in the air, forming an enormous net that descended upon Feng Guizhao and the three elders of the Xuantiangong. The four, witnessing such a terrifying spectacle, were all struck with profound dread. They exerted their utmost efforts to conjure shields in a desperate attempt to block this lethal assault. Alas, as the net of lightning fell from the sky, all their defenses crumbled into nothingness. Despite the fact that these four were all formidable beings of the integration stage and above, under the cover of the lightning net, they were reduced to nothing more than charred bones. Observing this scene, Mu Tianpeng, who had been watching from a distance, was thoroughly terrified and immediately sought to flee with Shen Song. Just then, after executing his technique, Lin Yue found himself drained of more than half of his spiritual energy, collapsing helplessly to the ground. Witnessing this, Mu Tianpeng finally comprehended why Lin Yue had refrained from employing this technique earlier. From Lin Yue's remarkable resilience against Feng Guizhao's full-force strike, Mu Tianpeng had deduced that Lin Yue must possess extraordinary armor. Realizing this, Mu Tianpeng was filled with delight. Although they had lost 4 elders today, acquiring a piece of life-saving armor and an exceptional cauldron made this venture worthwhile. Resolute in his decision, Mu Tianpeng signaled Shen Song beside him and commanded, "You go capture that woman. I will handle this brat." Chapter 76. The Art of Enchantment 2. Upon receiving the command, Shen Song unhesitatingly executed his agile movements, racing like lightning towards the direction of Su Ningxuan. Simultaneously, Mu Tianpeng, with a glint of greed in his eyes, fixed his gaze on Lin Yue, slowly advancing towards him. In a chilling tone, he declared, "Boy, if you know what's good for you, hand over your armor, and I might just spare your life." Witnessing this scene, Zhao Yuling and Nangong Yuyan, who had been observing from the sidelines, felt a tightening in their hearts. Exchanging resolute glances, they stepped forward boldly to shield Lin Yue. Although they were acutely aware of their inferiority compared to Mu Tianpeng at that moment, they disregarded the concept of life and death. Even if there was but a sliver of hope, they would fight to the bitter end to protect Lin Yue. Mu Tianpeng halted, intrigued by the sudden appearance of Zhao Yuling and Nangong Yuyan. A cold smirk crept across his lips as he disdainfully remarked, "Just 2 insignificant ants. Thinking you can obstruct me?" Zhao Yuling glared fiercely at Mu Tianpeng, rebuking him. "Mu Tianpeng, do not be so arrogant. With us sisters here today, you shall not harm my junior brother." Nangong Yuyan, gripping her sword with determination, resolutely declared, "Indeed, even if it costs us our lives, we will never allow you to succeed." At this sight, Mu Tianpeng erupted into laughter, his mirth laced with derision. After a fit of laughter, he shook his head, saying, "Utterly delusional. Under normal circumstances, I might have indulged in some amusement with you too, given your appearances. However, today, I have no time for such frivolities." With that, Mu Tianpeng abruptly swung his palms, unleashing a torrent of formidable spiritual energy from his hands. 2 blazing fire dragons emerged, resembling ferocious beasts, lunging towards Zhao Yuling and Nangong Yuyan. The faces of Zhao Yuling and Nangong Yuyan paled at the sight. They understood the immense power of these fire dragons, far beyond their capacity to withstand. Yet, with no alternatives left, they gritted their teeth and desperately channeled their techniques, attempting to fend off the impending terror. However, their efforts proved futile. The fire dragons surged like an unstoppable tide, swiftly engulfing them. With a thunderous crash, the 2 women were hurled away like kites severed from their strings. After sending them flying, Mu Tianpeng approached Lin Yue, stating, "Boy, had you not interfered with my plans today, I would not have gone to such lengths. Prepare to meet your demise." As he spoke, he extended his right hand skyward, summoning a long sword that materialized instantly in his grasp. With a swift motion, he sent a gleaming arc of cold light hurtling towards Lin Yue's neck. At that critical moment, a flash of red light appeared, as a crimson whip coiled around Mu Tianpeng's sword like a sinuous serpent. In the next instant, a graceful, masked woman emerged behind Mu Tianpeng, exclaiming, "Do not harm my master." As the woman's voice faded, the supple whip suddenly surged forth, snatching the long sword from Mu Tianpeng's grasp. Startled, Mu Tianpeng swiftly turned around, only to find a masked woman had appeared behind him unbeknownst to him. "Who are you to disrupt my affairs?" Mu Tianpeng bellowed in fury. The masked woman did not respond to his inquiry. Instead, she swiftly moved to stand before Lin Yue, gently inquiring, "Master, how do you fare now?" Lin Yue replied, "It is nothing serious. Once my spiritual energy is restored, all will be well." Upon hearing this, the masked woman pointed her delicate finger at Mu Tianpeng and asked Lin Yue, "What is your intention regarding this young man?" "Kill him, to prevent him from causing further harm to others." Lin Yue commanded, "Rest assured, I shall assist you in dealing with him." Listening to their exchange, Mu Tianping's anger flared, and he retorted, "Do you truly think I am inconsequential?" With that, he swiftly formed hand seals, chanting incantations as spiritual powers surged around him, summoning a flurry of ice blades that rained down upon the masked woman and Lin Yue. The masked woman snorted disdainfully, her whip transforming into a crimson barrier that deflected all the ice blades. Subsequently, she lightly tapped the ground with her toes, darting toward Mu Tianping like a swift swallow, her whip striking toward his throat like a dragon emerging from the sea. Mu Tianping sidestepped the attack, countering with a palm strike imbued with a chilling gust of wind aimed at the masked woman. She skillfully twisted her waist to evade the blow, her whip deftly ensnaring Mu Tianping's arm. In a fit of rage, he attempted to shake off the whip, only to find it tightening around him. With eyes wide in fury, he drew a dagger from his waist and struck fiercely at the whip. However, the masked woman's reflexes were remarkably swift, and she retracted her whip just in time. Meanwhile, she let out a soft laugh, gently saying, "Sister is merely playing with you. Why do you react with such anger, young man?" As she spoke, her gaze wound around Mu Tianping like silk, brimming with allure and provocation. The moment their eyes met, Mu Tianping felt himself drawn in by an invisible force, his mind beginning to drift. Her voice and gaze flowed like a clear spring into his heart, causing his thoughts to wander until the figure of Su Ningxue materialized in his mind. Clad in a gossamer silk nightgown, Su Ningxue approached him gracefully, her movements subtly outlining her enchanting figure, quickening Mu Tianping's heartbeat. Unable to resist, Mu Tianping instinctively extended his arms, yearning to embrace Su Ningxue tightly. Remarkably, she seemed to sense his longing, rushing into his embrace, her delicate arms coiling around his neck like a serpent. Feeling her warmth, Mu Tianping's desires intensified. He slowly bent down, his lips brushing against the snow-white skin of Su Ningxue's neck, longing to steal a kiss. However, just as his lips were about to graze Su Ningxiang's skin, a sudden chill swept down from his neck. This chill struck him like a bolt of lightning, instantly pulling Mu Tianping back to reality from his reverie. He opened his eyes wide in astonishment, only to discover that the woman in his arms was not Su Ningxiang, but rather the masked woman from earlier. At that moment, as Mu Tianping attempted to break free from the masked woman's grasp, his body felt as if it had lost all control, and he collapsed helplessly. After ending Mu Tianping's life, the masked woman swiftly lifted Lin Yue from the ground. Meanwhile, Su Ningxiang had seen Shinsong already subdued by the elders of the Xianyao sect, Yang Yunyun and Li Yue among them. Realizing the situation was entirely under control, Su Ningxiang rose from the ground, gazed at Lin Yue, and pointed at Shinsong, inquiring what should be done next. Lin Yue replied nonchalantly, "Just kill him." Shinsong interjected, "You cannot kill me. Otherwise, the Xiantian sect will not spare you." Lin Yue scoffed, "Your young master is already dead. Do you truly believe we would let you live?" Chapter 77. The wager as Lin Yue's words echoed. Li Yue swiftly ended Shinsong's life with a single stroke of her sword. The masked woman, witnessing the conclusion of events, clasped her hands towards Lin Yue, her eyes sparkling with allure, and said, "Master, now that the matter is settled, I shall take my leave." With that, she vanished in an instant. After her departure, Su Ningxiang commanded her people to assist Zhao Yuling, Nangong Yuyan, Nangong Ao, and Huangfu Duan into the main hall of the sect, then turned to Lin Yue and asked, "Yue, today we have not only slain 4 elders of the Xiantian sect, but also the son of Mu Tsongshan. The Xiantian sect will surely not let this go. What shall we do next?" Lin Yue responded, "When the soldiers come, we shall block them. When the waters rise, we shall use the earth to cover. Master, I urge you to issue an edict to seal the news and prohibit any disciples from leaving. We shall delay for as long as possible and address the matter when they come to us." Upon hearing Lin Yue's words, Su Ningxiang immediately instructed the 3rd elder, Yang Yunyun, "Convey my decree to close the sect and prohibit any disciples from venturing outside." "Understood," Yang Yunyun replied, and set off to make the arrangements. Once the two entered the great hall, the grand elder, Nangong Ao, spoke with great concern, "Today we have slain many from the Xiantian sect, including the son of Mu Tsongshan. I fear their retaliation will come swiftly." The 7th elder, Wang Shuqing, countered, "But it was the masked woman who killed Mu Tianping. How can this be attributed to our Xianyao sect?" The 2nd elder, Huangfu Duan, replied, "You speak lightly, yet the masked woman acted on behalf of Lin Yue. How could this not be blamed on us? Moreover, if the Xiantian sect were willing to reason with us, would we have found ourselves in such a predicament? What shall we do then?" In response to the elder's anxious words, Lin Yue declared, "What are you all afraid of? Even if the Xiantian sect is formidable, they have still faced utter annihilation today." Huangfu Duan retorted, "Your words may seem easy to utter. I acknowledge that you are indeed a rare talent in the realm of cultivation, yet you have yet to fully mature. If Mu Tsongshan comes seeking vengeance for his son tomorrow, How shall our Xian Yao sect respond? Upon hearing the words of the second elder, Huangfu Duan, Lin Yue retorted. In your esteemed opinion, what should we do about this matter? Huangfu Duan replied, in my view, it would be prudent for us to surrender the masked woman and have the sect master lead the congregation to the Xiantian sect to apologize. Perhaps we might beseech sect master Mu for leniency, sparing our Xiaoyao sect from calamity. After listening to Huangfu Duan's words, Lin Yue inwardly mused that even in a realm of cultivation, there existed such shameless factions advocating for surrender. Contemplating this, Lin Yue declared, if that is the case, let the apprehension of the masked woman be entrusted to the second elder. Upon hearing this, Huangfu Duan furiously retorted, that woman is masked. I have not even seen her face. How could I possibly capture her? Moreover, she referred to you as master, evidently indicating she is your subordinate. Why should I intervene? Lin Yue, with a dismissive tone, responded, even if you were to intervene, do you think you could overpower her? This remark left Huangfu Duan with a flushed face. As he admonished Lin Yue, I am an elder of the sect. How dare you speak to me with such disrespect? Lin Yue countered, if one cannot unite with the sect against common foes, they do not deserve the title of elder. Witnessing their escalating argument, Su Ningxue hastily interjected. Both of you should temper your words. Let us deliberate on our next course of action. Lin Yue reassured, rest assured, Master, I have devised a strategy. Hearing this, Su Ningxue felt a surge of joy and inquired, then, Yue, do share your thoughts, so we may all feel at ease. Lin Yue replied, though I am unworthy, I have acquired knowledge of formations within the secret realm. If we establish a divine-level formation within the sect, it will surely safeguard our Xiaoyao sect. Upon hearing Lin Yue's proposal, Huangfu Duan remarked, you speak lightly. Such divine-level formations are not the work of ordinary individuals. Even if you possess the skill, from where shall we procure the materials? And how shall we sustain the formation with spirit stones? In response, Lin Yue suggested, if the second elder doubts my capabilities, why not engage in a wager? What kind of wager do you propose? Huangfu Duan inquired. Lin Yue smiled, should I prevail? You shall resign from your position as elder of the sect. And if I lose? If I lose, I shall surrender the masked woman to you. Very well. I shall gamble with you. Huangfu Duan acquiesced. Witnessing the agreement, Lin Yue asserted, let all present serve as witnesses. The loser must not resort to trickery. I have lived many years and would not deign to cheat a mere child, Huangfu Duan declared before rising and departing. Su Ningxue, observing this, waved her hand and said, everyone may disperse. Upon hearing her words, the assembly rose and departed. Just as Lin Yue was about to leave, he was called back by Su Ningxue. Yue, stay. I have further inquiries for you. Lin Yue halted. Understanding that Su Ningxue had retained him primarily to inquire about the identity of the masked woman and the matter of the formation. As expected, once the others had vacated, Su Ningxue posed her question, who was that masked woman today, and why did she refer to you as master? Lin Yue replied earnestly, I am not entirely certain. Perhaps she mistook someone for another. How could this be possible? Although Lin Yue suspected that the woman might be the leader of the Hahuan sect, Xiaji, she could not fully ascertain this based solely on the woman's voice and figure. Naturally, she could only express her uncertainty, with her face concealed. It was indeed impossible for the disciple to determine her identity merely from her speech. Seeing that Lin Yue did not appear to be lying, Su Ningxuan inquired, since you do not even know who that woman is, how could you dare to wager such a bet with the second elder? Lin Yue smiled and replied, because the disciple simply cannot lose, thus there is no need to worry about the stakes. Su Ningxuan remarked, I trust in your ability to arrange formations, but the materials required for such a formation are quite costly. Moreover, the spiritual stones needed to operate the grand array are not an insignificant quantity. Even if I were to exhaust all the resources of our sect to assist you, it may still prove insufficient. Upon hearing Su Ningxuan's concerns, Lin Yue chuckled, rest assured. Master, I possess ample materials for the formation within my storage bag. I also have hundreds of thousands of spiritual stones. More than enough to sustain the operation of the grand array for a considerable time. How could you possibly have so many spiritual stones? Su Ningxuan asked with a smile. Lin Yue replied, of course, they were seized from others. What exactly transpired? Noting Su Ningxuan's inquiry, Lin Yue did not withhold the truth and promptly recounted how the Li family pursued her and how she defeated Qin Tianji. Naturally, she omitted any details concerning Xiaji and Yun Ziyi. Chapter 78. How do you intend to thank me? After listening to Lin Yue's explanation, a heavy burden was finally lifted from Su Ningxuan's heart, and her previously taut nerves gradually relaxed. She waved her hand lightly, speaking casually, then you may go prepare. Once the protective formation is established, do not forget to visit the cold fragrance residence to give your master a massage. As soon as Su Ningxuan's words fell, her figure vanished like a ghost in an instant. Lin Yue gazed in the direction of her disappearance, contemplating her previous words. especially the implication behind her suggestion to not forget the massage. Lin Yue could not help but feel a surge of joy, thinking to herself, from my master's words. It seems she intends to reward me handsomely after I complete the grand array. With a heart full of anticipation, Lin Yue hastily returned to her abode, the fragrant court. Once inside the courtyard, she swiftly summoned a gathering spirit talisman, then sat down steadily, closing her eyes to begin regulating her breath and replenishing the depleting spiritual energy within her. With the enhancement of the gathering spirit talisman, the surrounding spiritual energy flowed like a gentle stream, ceaselessly converging above Lin Yue's head. Before long, Lin Yue suddenly opened her eyes, a glint of brilliance flashing within them. She sensed that her internal spiritual energy was now abundantly replenished, signifying that she had fully recovered. Subsequently, Lin Yue rose to her feet, stretched her limbs, and then stepped out of the fragrant court. Following this, she began to arrange the formation around the periphery of the Xiaoyao sect. As time passed, night fell. Lin Yue finally completed the final step, establishing a divine-level protective array for the entire sect. Gazing at the magnificent formation before him, he nodded in satisfaction. After a brief respite, he hastened towards the cold fragrance abode. His journey had two objectives. First, to impart the incantations for activating and deactivating the array to Su Ningxiang. And second, to obtain the reward that Su Ningxiang had hinted at previously. However, before he could reach the cold fragrance abode, a figure flashed before him, revealing a graceful woman standing in his path. Master, where are you headed? Lin Yue looked up to see that the woman before him was none other than Xia Ji, the leader of the Hehuan sect. What brings you here? Upon hearing Lin Yue's inquiry, Xia Ji, with a sultry demeanor, replied, Ever since I heard that the young master of Xintian's sect, Mu Tianpeng, intended to come here to propose marriage, I made my way over. Lin Yue understood that Xia Ji had planted spies within the Xiaoyao sect, and the affairs of the sect could hardly be concealed from her. What business do you have with me now? He asked. Xia Ji smiled and suggested, This is not the place for conversation. Let us retreat to the back mountain for a more detailed discussion. Very well, lead the way. Lin Yue responded, and with a flicker of their figures, they arrived at the back mountain. Once there, Lin Yue inquired, Speak, what is it that you seek from me? With eyes like silk, Xia Ji gazed at Lin Yue and gently said, I saved your life today. How does the master intend to express his gratitude? And how would you like me to show my gratitude? Lin Yue inquired. With a playful tone, Xia Ji replied, Last time I visited the Xiaoyao sect, Su Ningxiang had just reached the pinnacle of the divine transformation realm. Before you ventured to Wuwang Mountain, you had only just broken through to the initial stage of the integration realm. Yet upon your return, she has remarkably attained the peak of the integration realm. Surely this is your doing? Not surprised by Xia Ji's knowledge of the Xiaoyao sect's matters, Lin Yue affirmed, Indeed, this matter is related to me. Seeing that Lin Yue did not deny it, Xia Ji leaned closer to him and remarked, Last time, the master caused my realm to plummet, and I accepted that. Today, having saved your life, might you assist me in elevating my cultivation? Lin Yue realized that although Xia Ji referred to him as master, her heart was not entirely devoted to him. If he could offer her some benefits, her attitude might change. With this thought, he replied, That can certainly be arranged. However, my method is somewhat unconventional. I fear that Sister Xia may not be willing to accept it. Xia Ji laughed. Is it not the dual cultivation method? As the leader of the Hehuan sect, what have I not seen? Realizing that nothing could escape Xia Ji's perception, Lin Yue asked, Are you not concerned about a repeat of our previous encounter? When Lin Yue brought up the past incident, Xia Ji, with a charming smile, responded, Last time, it was my ill intentions that brought about your punishment. This time, I am sincere in my regard for you. How could you bear to punish me? Lin Yue stated, I still have pressing matters to discuss with my master. You should return for now. When I have the time, I will certainly assist you in enhancing your cultivation. You must not deceive me. She insisted. Rest assured, I will keep my word, Lin Yue promised. After receiving a satisfactory response, Xia Ji swiftly vanished into the night. Once she departed, Lin Yue also disappeared, racing towards the cold fragrance residence. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at his destination. Gently pushing open the door to Su Ningxiue's chamber, Lin Yue was taken aback to find the room utterly deserted. He pondered to himself, It is quite late. Where could my master have gone? Surveying the surroundings, the room emanated an unusual tranquility, with only the flickering candlelight illuminating the space. Stepping out of Su Ningxiue's bedroom, Lin Yue noticed that another room had its lights aglow. Convinced that Su Ningxiue might be inside, he pushed open the door, only to be momentarily entranced by the sight before him. Bathed in candlelight, the room was thick with mist, resembling an ethereal realm. At the center stood a grand bathtub, overflowing with vibrant flower petals that released a delicate fragrance. Within the tub, a woman was submerged, revealing only her head and shoulders above the water. Her hair cascaded down like a waterfall, draping over the edge of the tub. It was evident to Lin Yue that the person in the tub was indeed Su Ningxue. His heart began to race, and his throat felt parched. At that moment, he heard Su Ningxue's voice emanate from the tub. "Lanqi, you arrived just in time. Come and scrub my back." The sound sent a jolt through Lin Yue, prompting him to approach stealthily. Positioning himself behind Su Ningxue, he gently placed his right hand on her back, beginning to massage her. Suddenly, Su Ningxue sensed something amiss. The hand on her back felt far too robust and powerful to belong to a delicate woman. Alarmed, she reacted instinctively, leaping from the water's surface. In that instant, her nightgown, draped over a nearby screen, seemed to magically fly onto her body, enveloping her swiftly. Without hesitation, Su Ningxue spun around and struck out with all her strength. Lin Yue was utterly unprepared for her sudden attack. There was no time to evade, and he could only watch as her fierce palm strike hurtled towards him. "Master, it's me," Lin Yue exclaimed. Hearing his voice, Su Ningxue's heart skipped a beat. She sought to retract her strike immediately, but it was too late. The force behind her palm had been too great to pull back entirely. Reluctantly, she attempted to withdraw her attack, but in doing so, lost her balance and collided directly into Lin Yue's embrace. In an instant, their positions became exceedingly intimate, and Su Ningxue's cheeks flushed a deep crimson, extending to her neck. While Lin Yue felt a tinge of embarrassment, he couldn't bring himself to release the woman in his arms. Su Ningxuang shot a reproachful glare at Lin Yue and playfully exclaimed, "What brings you here while I am bathing? The protective formation has been set up, and I have come to inform Master of the incantations for its activation and deactivation." Upon hearing this, Su Ningxuang attempted to extricate herself from Lin Yue's embrace, only to discover that her legs had grown weak, rendering her unable to muster any strength. Sensing her struggle, Lin Yue softly replied, "Master, please remain still. Allow me to carry you back to your room." Upon hearing this, Su Ningxuang's cheeks flushed crimson. She ceased her struggle, resting her head against Lin Yue, and fell silent. After carrying Su Ningxuang back to her chamber, Lin Yue shared the incantations for the protective formation with her, grinning as he asked, "Master, now that the formation is set, how do you intend to reward your disciple?" Realizing the implication behind Lin Yue's words, Su Ningxuang feigned ignorance, retorting, "When did I ever say I would reward you?" Lin Yue chuckled. "Did you not mention in the main hall today that once the formation was prepared, I was to come and give you a massage?" He deliberately emphasized the word massage. Su Ningxuang's face reddened at his words, and she replied, "I did say that, but how is that related to a reward?" "Very well, I shall massage you now." Just as Su Ningxuang intended to protest against Lin Yue's mischievous grin, it was too late. An hour later, tranquility enveloped the room once more. Lin Yue gazed at the slightly blushing Su Ningxuang and withdrew the Feihua Ling from his storage bag, presenting it to her as he said, "The methods contained within this talisman were crafted by our esteemed ancestor. They should greatly benefit you. This jade tablet is a gift for you, Master." Su Ningxuang accepted the jade tablet, glancing at the striking peach blossoms depicted upon it, and asked in astonishment, "Is this truly the ancestor's Feihua Ling?" Lin Yue smiled. "It should be. How did it end up in your possession?" "This jade tablet was a fortuitous find for me, and presenting it to you returns it to its rightful owner. Yue, it is indeed a blessing for the Xiaoyao sect to have you. How could I have overlooked such talent when you were merely a servant? It seems Lin Yue possesses exceptional insight. Otherwise, our sect would have suffered a great loss. Given this, Master, you must treat your disciple well in the future." Upon hearing Lin Yue's words, Su Ningxuang's expression stiffened as she playfully chided, "You've already taken everything from me. What more do you desire? Last time, it was indeed I who detoxified you. And this time, at Xiantian's sect." In the main hall, Mu Tsongshan gazed at the night sky outside the hall and inquired of the Grand Elder Yu Kun beside him. "Peng Er and the others have been gone for a day. Why have we yet to receive any news? Could something have gone awry? There is no need for concern. Sect Master, perhaps they were delayed by unforeseen circumstances. For some reason, I cannot shake this ominous feeling. The highest cultivator of the Xiaoyao sect is merely at the transformation stage. With the presence of just the second elder, the entire Xiaoyao sect could be annihilated. Not to mention the assistance of 3 more elders at the integration stage. Surely, the young masters will be unharmed." Mu Tsongshan pondered for a moment before stating, "Peng Er is incorrigible. He must have become rather enamored after meeting Su Ningxue. Tomorrow, send someone to convey a message, instructing them to return to the sect immediately." "Understood. I shall arrange it at once." The following afternoon, Mu Tsongshan sat in the grand hall, eyes closed in meditation, when the Grand Elder Yu Kun hurriedly entered. "Sect Master, the envoy has returned with news. The protective formation of the Xiaoyao sect has been activated, preventing outsiders from entering." "The protective formation is activated? Could it be that Peng Er and the others have encountered misfortune?" Yu Kun suggested. "Perhaps the young master and his companions were unable to enter the Xiaoyao sect at all?" Mu Tsongshan furrowed his brow and replied, "For some reason, I have an ominous premonition. Could it be that the sect master suspects they have fallen victim to misfortune within the Xiao sect? That is not without possibility, Yu Kuan remarked. But considering the individuals within the Xiao sect, how could they possibly harm the second elder and the young master? Yet, I am plagued by an unsettling feeling. Why don't you take 2 elders to the Xiao sect and ascertain the situation? At once, I shall bring others. Without a moment's delay, Yu Kuan summoned 2 elders of the sect, and together they soared on their swords toward the Xiao sect. Upon nearing the Xiao sect, Yu Kuan noticed the protective formation enveloping the sect. The entire formation radiated a dazzling light, encasing the Xiao sect like an impenetrable barrier, isolating everything from the outside world. Determined to test the formation's might, Yu Kuan unleashed a fierce sword strike from the air, directing a sharp sword aura like lightning toward the protective formation above the Xiao sect. However, upon contact, the sword aura struck an invisible wall, rebounding violently. The force of the rebound was tremendous, akin to a surging torrent, rushing back toward Yu Kuan. Realizing the peril, Yu Kuan swiftly evaded the terrifying backlash with ghostly agility. After stabilizing himself, he refrained from further reckless attempts, gently descending with the 2 elders to stand firmly before the gates of the Xiao sect. Taking a deep breath to compose himself, Yu Kuan called out loudly, "Grand Elder Yu Kuan of the Xiantian sect has come to pay respects to Sect Master Su. I hope for your presence." Upon hearing this resounding voice, Su Ningxue turned to Lin Yue, who sat beside her, and inquired, "Yue, now that the Grand Elder of the Xiantian sect has come seeking the whereabouts of Mu Tianpeng, how shall we respond?" Lin Yue replied with a smile, "With the protective formation in place, they cannot enter. What is there for Master to fear? But if we continue to evade their presence, one T that confirm our involvement in the events of that day?" Understanding Su Ningxue's concern, Lin Yue realized that avoiding them would inadvertently solidify the connection between the Xiao sect and the disappearance of Mu Tianpeng and his companions. Consequently, any plans he had to delay matters would be thwarted. However, if I were to acquiesce to the Grand Elder of the Xiantian sect, and he became persistent, it could very well lead to another fierce battle. After all, the second elder, Feng Guozhao, possesses cultivation at the Great Ascension stage, and it is certain that the Grand Elder's prowess surpasses his. Yet, this scenario would ultimately facilitate my strategy of defeating them one by one. Just as Lin Yue was in a state of hesitation, an ethereal voice resonated once more in his mind. Ding! The system has detected the host's dilemma and is pleased to present the following 3 options. Option 1. Ignore the Grand Elder's request and receive 2 heavenly grade breakthrough pills, which can assist cultivators below the spirit transformation stage in breaking through one major realm. Option 2. Invite the Grand Elder of the Xiantian sect in. Humbly deny any connection between the disappearance of Xiao sect and Mu Tianpeng, and receive a one-time use of a divine-level invisibility technique. Option 3. Slay the Grand Elder of the Xiantian sect in person, rewarded with heavenly grade alchemy technique, elevating one's cultivation to the mid-stage of the embodiment realm. Chapter 80. Who are you, young man? Lin Yue contemplated these 3 options. He thought that option 1 was the most prudent, as acquiring 2 breakthrough pills would enable both Ling and Yin to break through a significant realm. Although option 2's invisibility technique was alluring, it was limited to a single use, which seemed rather unwise upon closer inspection. As for option 3, while it carried the greatest risk, the rewards were also substantial. Not only would it elevate his cultivation by a small realm, but it would also grant him the heavenly grade alchemy technique, allowing him to concoct various elixirs. After weighing the 3 options, Lin Yue understood that his rapid growth relied heavily on the system's augmentation. Though option 3 bore the highest risk, it also promised the greatest reward. With this in mind, Lin Yue declared, "I choose 3. As his words echoed, his internal spiritual energy surged, and he acquired an alchemy technique within his consciousness. Lin Yue glanced at Su Ningxuang beside him and suggested, "Master, what do you think about us going out together to eliminate the Grand Elder of the Xiantian sect?" Upon hearing Lin Yue's proposition, Su Ningxuang's expression turned serious as she inquired, "You have you lost your mind? The Grand Elder Yu Kuan's cultivation is at least at the mid-stage of the Great Ascension, far surpassing Feng Guozhao." Lin Yue replied with a smile. "Since we have already forged enmity with the Xiantian sect, we can evade them for a moment, but not for a lifetime. This presents an opportune moment to take them down one by one. However, was this not too perilous? Rest assured, Master, as long as you can hold off the other 2 elders he brings, I am confident in slaying him. Well then, I shall accompany you to confront them." Upon receiving Su Ningxuang's agreement, Lin Yue shifted the conversation. Looking at her curiously, he asked, "If I truly manage to slay the Grand Elder of the Xiantian sect, what reward might you bestow upon me, Master?" Su Ningxuang's face flushed at his words, and she retorted, "You cheeky rascal. What more do you want from me after having taken everything? Could it be that you wish for me to bestow the position of sect leader upon you as well?" Lin Yue, realizing Su Ningxuang had misunderstood his intentions, quickly clarified, "Master, you have misconstrued my meaning. I harbor no such thoughts." "Then what do you mean?" Lin Yue leaned closer to Su Ningxuan's ear and whispered a few words. Upon hearing this, Su Ningxuan blushed, first uttering a scolding remark about his impropriety, then declared, "As long as you can help my Xianyao sect evade this crisis, I will agree to anything." With her acquiescence, Lin Yu's heart soared with joy as he replied, "In that case, let us venture forth." The two stood up, engaged in conversation, and exited the sect, arriving before Yu Kuan and his companions. As Su Ningxuan's voice faded, she inquired, "What brings the Grand Elder of Xiantian's sect to my Xianyao sect?" Yu Kuan's gaze, sharp as lightning, fixated intently upon the woman before him. He scrutinized Su Ningxuan, pondering within himself. Although her demeanor is as frigid as ice, seemingly untouched by the world, her enchanting beauty is truly captivating. No wonder the young master has gone to such lengths. Regaining his composure, Yu Kuan spoke, "I have come today with a matter to discuss, and I hope Sect Master Su can provide an honest answer." Su Ningxuan, her expression impassive, responded coolly, "What is it, Grand Elder? Please, feel free to speak plainly." Noticing her demeanor, Yu Kuan proceeded to inquire, "Previously, our young master visited your esteemed sect to propose marriage, yet he has not returned. Might Sect Master Su enlighten us about his whereabouts?" Upon hearing this, Su Ningxuan's expression darkened as she replied, "That matter is beyond my knowledge. I kindly ask you to take your leave." Before her words could fully settle, Elder Yin Shisan, standing behind Yu Kuan, interjected, "Grand Elder, why waste time with her? I suggest we capture her and take her back to Xiantian's sect. Surely then, she will reveal the truth." His words dripped with a chilling disdain, seemingly dismissive of Su Ningxuan's presence. In response, a flicker of anger flashed in Su Ningxuan's beautiful eyes as she coldly retorted, "Do you truly believe my Xianyao sect is a soft target to be toyed with? A mere second-rate sect like Xiantian can be extinguished with a mere wave of my hand. Then by all means, do try," Su Ningxuan declared, drawing her solitary moon sword with determination. Observing this, Yu Kuan sneered, "Sect Master Su, do you genuinely wish to engage in battle?" As he spoke, he unleashed a terrifying pressure that surged towards Su Ningxuan and Lin Yue. Sensing this overwhelming force, Lin Yue mockingly remarked, "Old man, do you truly think we fear you?" He then extended his right hand into the air, summoning the dragon-slaying sword, which materialized instantly in his grasp, pointing it at Yu Kuan. "Prepare to lose your life today, old man." Initially, Yu Kuan had perceived Lin Yue as merely a weak attendant, lingering in Su Ningxuan's shadow. To his astonishment, instead of showing any signs of discomfort under his oppressive aura, the young man drew his sword against him, leaving Yu Kuan genuinely taken aback. "Who are you, boy? Want to discover who I am? You may as well descend and inquire with King Yen," Lin Yue retorted, unleashing a swift, flowing strike aimed directly at Yu Kuan's throat. Yu Kuan was taken aback, not only by the fearlessness of the young man before him, but also by his audacity to engage him directly. The sword struck with astonishing speed, arriving before him in the blink of an eye. Startled, Yu Kuan swiftly summoned his spiritual energy, manifesting a long spear that he raised defensively. With a resounding clash, Lin Yue's dragon-slaying sword met Yu Kuan's spear, sending sparks flying. Yu Kuan felt a numbing sensation in his arm, astonished by the formidable strength of this young man. Meanwhile, Yin Shisan, noticing Lin Yue had engaged the Grand Elder, immediately teamed up with another elder to corner Su Ningxuan, creating a flanking assault. Seeing this, Su Ningxuan, wielding her solitary moon sword, shouted fiercely and unleashed a strike. Her sword energy transforming into a bolt of lightning aimed at Yin Shisan. In response, Yin Shisan swiftly countered with his own sword. Another elder from the Xiantian sect, Xiao Yiming, seized the opportunity to launch an attack from behind Su Ningxuan, supporting Yin Shisan. Unfazed by the two-pronged attack, Su Ningxuan danced gracefully, her swordplay sharp and assertive as she engaged both adversaries. On Lin Yue's side, the clash with Yu Kuan intensified. Regaining his focus, Yu Kuan flicked his spear, the shadow of it striking at Lin Yue like a serpent. Lin Yue gathered his internal spiritual energy, the dragon-slaying sword glowing brilliantly as he executed the split sky slash, successfully parrying the spear strikes. After exchanging a dozen blows, Lin Yue discerned that Yu Kuan's strength far surpassed that of Feng Guozhao. He pondered that if he did not employ the second form of the Nine Heavens Thunder Control, known as Purgatory, he would likely be unable to subdue Yu Kuan. However, using the Purgatory technique would deplete his internal spiritual energy, and if Su Ningxuan could not withstand the two elders of the Xiantian sect, he would find himself in dire straits. At that moment, an ethereal voice resonated in his mind, announcing the system had detected the host's dilemma and was providing two new options. Chapter 81. Slaying the Grand Elder of the Xiantian sect. Option 1. Abandon the attempt to slay the Grand Elder of the Xiantian sect and reclaim the previous reward. Reward: 1 spirit pet of the nascent soul realm. Option 2. Persist in slaying the Grand Elder of the Xiantian sect. Reward: Celestial level Beast Mastery, enabling the host to command any beast of a lower cultivation level. Contemplating these two choices, Lin Yue reasoned that relinquishing the pursuit of Yukuin would not only forfeit the previously granted alchemy skills, but also diminish his cultivation by a minor tier. What use was a mere nascent soul spirit pet? After much reflection, option 2 appeared far more enticing. After all, possessing celestial level beast mastery would grant him an abundance of spirit pets in the future, though the act of slaying Yukuin could entail significant risks. Lin Yue reassured himself. Since his arrival in this realm, he had consistently turned misfortune into fortune. Surely, this was indicative of his protagonist aura? With such an aura, he could hardly be so easily vanquished. As these thoughts settled in his heart, his apprehensions began to dissipate. Without hesitation, he declared, "I choose option 2. At the very moment he made his choice, Lin Yue suddenly felt the emergence of a tome on demon taming within his consciousness. Having already made his decision, he no longer hesitated. He raised the dragon-slaying sword towards the heavens and bellowed, second form of the 9 heavens thunder technique, Purgatory. As his voice resonated, the previously clear sky was abruptly engulfed by tumultuous winds and dark clouds. The heavens roiled with swirling storm clouds, accompanied by flashes of lightning and the rumble of thunder, as if the entire world trembled under the weight of this formidable power. Then, a celestial net woven from countless strands of purple lightning descended from above. These bolts of purple lightning coiled and twisted like fearsome dragons, clawing their way towards Yukuin's head, guided by the direction of the dragon-slaying sword. Yukuin stood frozen in horror, filled with disbelief and dread. He could scarcely fathom that this young man before him had mastered such an extraordinary thunderous technique. As the purple lightning net drew ever closer, panic surged within him, prompting an instinctive desire to employ a teleportation technique to escape the clutches of the lightning web. Yet, it was far too late. The net of purple lightning descended with blinding speed, enveloping Yukuin in an instant. The crackling energy consumed him, unleashing a deafening roar. Yukuin writhed in agony within the web, his body seared by the relentless bolts of lightning, producing a cacophony of explosive sounds. His garments were charred. His hair stood on end, and his face was etched with terror and despair. In but a moment, his form was reduced to charred remains under the relentless assault of the lightning. Meanwhile, Yan Shisan and Qiu Yiming, engaged in a fierce clash with Su Ningxiong, suddenly beheld this astonishing spectacle, their souls nearly fleeing in terror, rendering them reluctant to continue their struggle. In unison, they yearned to escape this place, desperate to avoid a fate akin to that of Yukuin. However, Su Ningxiong would not allow them to slip away so easily. Without a moment's hesitation, she lunged forward with a strike, as swift as lightning. The blade found its mark, piercing Qiu Yiming directly in the back. A horrific scream erupted as his body convulsed violently before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Seizing the fleeting opportunity amid Su Ningxiong's assault on Qiu Yiming, Yan Shisan vanished from her sight in the blink of an eye. Realizing that pursuit would be in vain, Su Ningxiong halted, redirecting her attention to Lin Yue, who stood weakly in place. She approached him swiftly, concern etched on her face as she inquired, "Yue, how are you? Are you injured?" Lin Yue shook his head, his complexion pale as he replied, "I am fine, merely drained of spiritual energy and feeling somewhat weak." Su Ningxiong released a sigh of relief but remained cautious, meticulously checking Lin Yue's condition. Once she confirmed he was unharmed, her heart finally eased. Lin Yue gazed at Su Ningxiong, inwardly marveling. After executing the second form of the 9 heavens thunder technique this time, the spiritual energy within him had not been entirely depleted as it had been before. Rather, a trace remained. This indicated that with the continuous enhancement of his cultivation, although the might of the 9 heavens thunder technique grew, its consumption of spiritual energy was not as daunting as it had once been. If he were to elevate his cultivation to the great ascension realm and beyond the tribulation stage, would he not be able to wield this second form at will? Where? Yan Shisan has escaped, and it won't be long before Mu Tsang brings people to our doorstep. In response to Su Ningxiang's concerns, Lin Yue reassured her. What is there to fear? After all, we have the protective grand formation in place. They cannot breach it. Even so, we cannot remain confined within the sect forever. Moreover, the spiritual stones required to sustain the grand formation will eventually run out. What shall we do then? Upon hearing this, Lin Yue, while retrieving the storage bags from Yukuin and Qiu Yiming, remarked, perhaps by then, Mu Tsang will no longer be a cause for concern. Su Ningxiong discerned the implication in Lin Yue's words. After all, just months ago, he had been a mere errand boy in the sect. In less than half a year, he had advanced to the core formation stage and had even slain 2 formidable beings of the Great Ascension realm. At such an astonishing pace of cultivation, it would not be long before he surpassed the likes of Mu Tsang in the realm of immortality. Reflecting on this, Su Ningxiang thought to herself that their sect was truly blessed to have someone like Yue. If they could weather this immediate calamity, it would not be long before they ascended to the ranks of first-class sects. However, recalling her prior promise to Lin Yue, her face flushed, and she mused, surely, this insufferable brat does not expect me to fulfill my vow, does he? If that were the case, what dignity would I have left before him in the future? With these thoughts in mind, Su Ningxiang returned to the sect alongside Lin Yue. Upon their arrival at the sect's great hall, they encountered Nangong Ao entering from outside. Greetings, Sect Master. The Grand Elder need not be so formal. After exchanging pleasantries, Nangong Ao cast a glance at Lin Yue and addressed Su Ningxiang, Sect Master. Since Lin Yue is present today, I wish to discuss a matter with you, and I hope for your consent. Please speak, Grand Elder. Nangong Ao regarded Lin Yue and continued, my granddaughter, Nangong Yuyan, shares a deep bond with Lin Yue. I wish for them to become partners in the Tao, and I seek your support, Sect Master. Upon hearing Nangong Ao's words, Su Ningxiang shot Lin Yue a glare, thinking, in just a few months, he has captivated two of the most promising talents in the sect, and even ensnared my own heart. However, upon further reflection, she considered that agreeing to Nangong Ao's request would not only solidify ties with the Nangong family, but also provide insight into Zhao Yuling's sentiments, paving the way for her own future. With this in mind, Su Ningxiang responded, Yue is currently the partner of Linger. As long as Linger consents to this matter, I shall not oppose it. Chapter 82. Master, are we truly to wade through this murky water? Seeing Su Ningxiang's nonchalant agreement, Nangong Ao replied, thank you, Sect Master, for your support. After Nangong Ao finished speaking, he glanced at Lin Yue and said, young man, hurry back to the fragrant pavilion and make preparations. Tonight, I shall have Yenner move over. With that, Nangong Ao promptly exited. Lin Yue mused to himself about how eager the old man was to marry off his granddaughter, seemingly unable to wait even a moment longer. Little did he know that after witnessing Lin Yue slay Feng Guozhao, Nangong Ao's perception of him had undergone a profound transformation. As the grandfather of such an extraordinary genius, he naturally feared that prolonged delays would lead to unforeseen complications. Once Nangong Ao departed, Su Ningxiang looked at Lin Yue, her expression grave. Yue, do you think Linger will agree to this? Lin Yue replied with a smile, of course she will. She has known about my relationship with Yenner for quite some time. How could she possibly refuse? You actually, Su Ningxiang began, but abruptly halted, not finishing her thought. After Yin Shisan returned to Xintian's sect, he immediately recounted the events to the sect leader, Mu Tsongshan. Upon hearing this, Mu Tsongshan's expression shifted, incredulity evident in his voice as he asked, what did you say? A young lad of around 20 managed to slay the Grand Elder? This is the absolute truth. If it weren't for my swift escape, I would not have returned. After hearing Yin Shisan's account, Mu Tsongshan furrowed his brow and said, according to your report, if Peng'er and the others haven't encountered any mishaps, they must currently be within the Xiaoyao sect. Yin Shisan responded, the protective formation of Xiaoyao sect has been activated, indicating they have something to hide. Otherwise, what a coincidence it would be. In that case, I shall personally lead a team to flatten Xiaoyao sect tomorrow. However, their protective formation seems rather formidable. It may not be easy to breach. Mu Tsongshan sneered, when I lead my men to surround Xiaoyao sect, I will offer a handsome reward to attract the finest formation masters from across the land to break the formation. Let us see how long they can withstand it. In the bedroom of the Hahuan sect, Xiaji, Li Feihong stood behind her, puzzled as she asked, Master, are you truly going to Xiaoyao sect tomorrow? Indeed. Xiaji replied. However, they have already offended Xintian's sect and could face annihilation. Are we really going to wade into such murky waters? Xiaji stated. Since I have promised our Hahuan sect to recognize him as our master, I cannot go back on my word. Master, are you truly willing to acknowledge him as our master solely based on the Yuan jade tablet passed down by our ancestors? Isn't that rather frivolous? Xiaji chuckled. That jade tablet is merely a pretext. Consider this. Just a few months ago, he was a mere inconspicuous errand boy within the sect. Yet now he has slain a formidable being in the Great Ascension realm. Such a rapid ascent in strength is likely unmatched even by the Celestial Empress. Li Feihong inquired. Master, what do you mean? Xiaji replied. Given time, he will undoubtedly rise to the pinnacle of the strongest in the Tianyuan continent. Furthermore, Su Ningxiang was merely at the peak of the divine transformation realm before his emergence. She has now effortlessly broken through to the great perfection of the composite body realm. And all of this is connected to him. Could it be that he possesses a method to aid others in swiftly enhancing their cultivation? That is indeed the case. Thus, we must extend our assistance during his time of peril to truly earn his trust and regard us as one of his own. After listening to Xiaji's heartfelt explanation, Li Feihong fully comprehended her master's good intentions. At this moment, Lin Yue stood within the alchemy chamber of the Xiaoyao sect, a beautifully crafted alchemical furnace before him, flames roaring within. casting a crimson glow throughout the room. Lin Yue's expression was grave as he continuously performed various incantations upon the furnace, meticulously controlling the temperature of the flames and the rhythm of the alchemical process. A fine sheen of sweat had formed on his forehead, yet he remained oblivious, entirely immersed in the art of alchemy. Having acquired the celestial-grade alchemical skills, he hoped to refine advanced pills such as the breakthrough pill and the body-cleansing pill, which could aid the core members of his sect in elevating their cultivation levels. When the time came for the Xintian sect to come knocking, they would possess a greater chance of success. After a night of diligent effort, Lin Yue, utilizing the materials gathered within the sect, successfully concocted 10 breakthrough pills and 10 body-cleansing pills. Just as he intended to share this news with Su Ningxiang, a voice interrupted, announcing that the sect leader requested his presence in the main hall. What business does the master have? He inquired. It seems that the sect master of the Hahuan sect, Xia Ji, has arrived and specifically requested to see you, Master Lin, came the reply. Lin Yue pondered, intrigued by Xia Ji's unexpected visit. As he made his way to the main hall, he found Su Ningxiang already waiting there. Yue, our Xiaoyao sect is currently facing a crisis, and with Xia Ji arriving at this time, specifically seeking you, what do you think we should do? Upon hearing Su Ningxiang's words, Lin Yue's lips curled into a confident smile as he replied, if she wishes to come, then let her enter. Su Ningxiang, however, did not appear reassured. Her expression remained serious. With a slight frown, she expressed her concerns, but with such a formidable enemy present, should she cause any trouble upon her arrival, what then? Lin Yue seemed unfazed by her apprehensions, asserting, with Master S current strength, why should we fear her? Let her in, and what harm could come? Although Su Ningxiang harbored lingering doubts, she took a deep breath, channeling her inner spiritual energy to open a small gap in the protective array. Subsequently, she summoned Xia Ji through a transmission technique. Before long, a graceful figure appeared, gliding into the hall. Though Lin Yue and Xia Ji were somewhat acquainted, he found himself captivated by her enchanting presence. Xia Ji's figure was slightly plump, yet perfectly proportioned, her curves accentuated in a captivating manner as she walked, exuding an alluring charm. Perhaps due to her age or her cultivation methods, she radiated a mature allure that left onlookers spellbound. Upon entering the grand hall, Xia Ji first cast a flirtatious glance towards Lin Yue, then shifted her gaze to Su Ningxiang. Noticing this, Su Ningxiang felt a twinge of displeasure. Yet she suppressed her discontent and inquired, might I ask, senior sister Xia, the purpose of your visit to our Xiaoyao sect today? Xia Ji's lips curled into a charming smile as she replied in a soft voice, Su junior sister, you are being rather distant. Our two sects share a common origin. Now that Xiaoyao sect is in distress, how could I possibly turn a blind eye? I have come today to stand with you in solidarity. Hearing Xia Ji's words, Su Ningxiang thought to herself, who doesn't he know your long-held ambition to annex our Xiaoyao sect? How could you genuinely be so benevolent? Concealing her skepticism, Su Ningxiang graciously responded, then I shall thank you, senior sister Xia. Upon hearing this, Xia Ji swiftly changed the subject, pointing at Lin Yue, and said to Su Ningxiang, junior sister, I have a few words I wish to discuss privately with your disciple. Would you be so kind as to grant this favor? Chapter 83. How can the three of us be together? After hearing Xia Ji's request, Su Ningxiang felt a surge of discontent. Although she was aware that with Lin Yue's current strength, Xia Ji would find it nearly impossible to harm him, her concern lay in Lin Yue's potential inability to withstand Xia Ji's allure. After all, he dared to challenge even his own master. What would he not dare to do? Noticing Su Ningxiang's hesitation, Xia Ji smiled and said, I want to consume him. So what is there to hesitate about, junior sister? Understanding the situation, Lin Yue recognized that Xia Ji intended to keep him alone for some purpose, and he promptly retrieved 5 breaking realm pills and 10 cleansing marrow pills from his possession, handing them to Su Ningxiang as he said, Master, please take these pills and distribute them among them. It will aid in their swift cultivation. Seeing Lin Yue also attempting to excuse himself, Su Ningxiang reluctantly accepted the pills and made her exit. Once Su Ningxiang had departed, Xia Ji approached Lin Yue with a playful smile, her eyes shimmering with allure as she inquired, my lord, when do you intend to fulfill the promise you made to me? Lin Yue produced a breaking realm pill from his belongings and offered it to Xia Ji, stating, sister, please consume this pill first. It will surely assist you in restoring your strength. Xia Ji accepted the pill, leaning closer to Lin Yue, gently taking his hand and murmuring, my lord, since I have acknowledged my faults, I hope you will return my cultivation in the same manner it was taken. Faced with such blatant seduction from Xia Ji, Lin Yue felt a rush of blood surge through him, inwardly exclaiming, at this moment, I am brimming with youthful vigor. Your temptations are becoming nearly unbearable. As he wrestled with his thoughts, Lin Yue feigned calmness and replied, this matter cannot be rushed. I suggest you consume this pill first. The breakthrough is of utmost importance. Before he could finish his sentence, Lin Yue hastily fled the grand hall as if his feet had been greased. Observing the hurried retreat of Lin Yue, Xiaji couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Men, it seems, are indeed drawn to temptation. Since you have already touched me, you shall never escape my grasp. Lin Yue dashed back to the fragrant pavilion, finally exhaling a sigh of relief, only to collide head-on with Nangong Yuyan. Yulang, why is your face so flushed? Nangong Yuyan inquired, her expression tinged with curiosity and concern. And no, it's nothing, Lin Yue stammered, inwardly reflecting on how formidable that woman, Xiaji, truly was, far more intense than those women in modern nightclubs. Without a modicum of composure, he feared he might have truly faltered. What brings you back in such a hurry? Nangong Yuyan pressed. Lin Yue responded, of course, I rushed back to assist you, Yuyan, in enhancing your cultivation. Upon hearing this, Nangong Yuyan, assuming he meant for them to engage in dual cultivation, blushed and hesitantly replied, but it's broad daylight, and Sister Yuling is also present. This seems rather inappropriate. Lin Yue queried, what is inappropriate about it? I intend for Linger to join us as well. That would not do. 3 people together would be utterly embarrassing. Realizing that Nangong Yuyan had misconstrued his intentions, he playfully flicked her nose with his finger, saying, what are you thinking? I merely refined a few boundary-breaking pills and wish for you and Linger to break through together. What is there to be shy about? Upon recognizing her misunderstanding, Nangong Yuyan pouted. Who told you not to be clear? You made me think that you wanted. Wanted what? Lin Yue feigned ignorance. With a stamp of her foot, Nangong Yuyan retorted, you know perfectly well what I mean. I shall not speak to you anymore. After declaring this, she turned and entered Zhao Yuling's room, with Lin Yue following closely behind. At that moment, Zhao Yuling was meditating on her bed, and upon seeing both of them enter in succession, her brow furrowed at the sight of Nangong Yuyan's slightly reddened face. What happened between you two? She inquired. Lin Yue explained, I concocted several boundary-breaking pills last night, specifically saving one for each of you. Take them and attempt to break through. As he spoke, he retrieved 2 boundary-breaking pills from his storage bag and handed one to each of them. Zhao Yuling and Nangong Yuyan received the pills, their eyes brimming with delight. And without hesitation, they consumed the elixirs. After ingesting the boundary-breaking pills, they commenced their cultivation to refine the medicinal energy, while Lin Yue stood guard beside them. However, it wasn't long before Lin Yue sensed an unusual fluctuation. The potency of the boundary-breaking pills had awakened the latent special spiritual energy within Zhao Yuling and Nangong Yuyan, causing their energies to intertwine and form a peculiar force. Lin Yue was taken aback, having never witnessed such a phenomenon. At that moment, a powerful suction drew him in, and the trio's spiritual energies began to merge, radiating an extraordinary brilliance. Once the light dissipated, Zhao Yuling and Nangong Yuyan's auras surged, successfully achieving their breakthroughs. Lin Yue, too, felt his own strength elevate, advancing to the late stage of the harmonization realm. What in the world just transpired? We have all managed to break through. Zhao Yuling assessed Nangong Yuyan and remarked, currently, you possess both the innate Dao body and the pure Yang sacred body, while I, as your elder sister, embody the Taiyin sacred body. If my intuition serves me right, it seems that you, my dear junior sister, harbor an unawakened Tianfeng bloodline within you, which has triggered the resonance of our bloodlines. Is what you say truly the case? Yuyan inquired. Why would I deceive you? Zhao Yuling replied just as the sound of a bell echoed from outside. Instantly, she rose from the bed and exclaimed, that is the call for gathering the disciples of our sect. We must hurry. Upon saying this, the 3 of them swiftly exited the room and made their way to the grand hall of the sect. Upon their arrival, Lin Yue discovered that all the disciples had already congregated in the square before the grand hall. The sect leader, Su Ningxuang, along with the esteemed elders, had entered the hall, where a guest, the sect leader of the Hawan sect, Xiaji, was also present. Then, Su Ningxuang's voice resonated within the hall, Yue and Linger, please enter. Hearing the call of their master, the 2 stepped inside. Once within, Lin Yue observed that Su Ningxuang, Xiaji, Nangong Ao, and Huangfu Duan emanated a significantly stronger aura than usual, indicating that they had all achieved breakthroughs. Seeing that everyone had gathered, Su Ningxuang announced, the purpose of convening you all today is twofold. Firstly, the sect leader of the Xiantian sect, Mu Tsongshan, has arrived at our mountain gate with a contingent surrounding our Xiaoyao sect. He has brazenly proclaimed that he will summon array masters from across the world to dismantle our protective grand formation. I wonder what thoughts you all have on this matter. And what is the second issue? Lin Yue asked. Su Ningxuang replied. Our Xiaoyao sect is currently at a critical juncture of life and death, and Yue stands as the most formidable individual within our sect. Therefore, I have decided that from this moment forth, Yue shall assume the position of our holy son, ranking just below myself and above all the elders. No sooner had Su Ningxuang finished speaking than a voice of dissent arose. Sect leader, This cannot be. Upon hearing the objection, Su Ningxuang looked up to see that it was the second elder, Huangfu Duan, who had spoken. She immediately inquired, Master Uncle, what is your reasoning? Huangfu Duan responded, Sect leader, I harbor no objections to your appointing Lin Yue as holy son. However, to place his status above all the elders seems excessive, does it not? Su Ningxuang's expression tightened at his words. Master Uncle Huangfu, you have already lost your position as an elder in your wager with Yue. Today, you are merely an observer. If you have any valuable strategies to counter the Xintian sect, feel free to voice them, but I advise you to refrain from meddling in this matter. Nangong Ao. Having discerned Su Ningxuang's resolute determination from her words, and considering that Lin Yue was now his granddaughter-in-law, promptly stood up and declared, in the Tianyuan continent, we have always revered strength. Now that Lin Yue is the foremost genius of our sect, it would not be excessive for him to be appointed as a vice-sect leader, let alone merely a holy son. We, of course, have no objections. Upon witnessing this, the others echoed in agreement, affirming the words of the Grand Elder. Seeing that no one opposed, Su Ningxuang stated, if that is the case, then it is settled. Now, let us deliberate on how to respond to the Xintian sect. Elder Qi Yuntian remarked, now that we are under the protection of the Great Defensive Array, as long as we hold our ground, what can they possibly do to us? Elder Huangfu Duan coldly scoffed, rebutting, your words are easy to utter, yet if they truly manage to summon an array master to dismantle this protective formation, how shall we respond? His voice echoed through the hall, tinged with anxiety and concern. What do you propose we do then? Huangfu Duan fell silent for a moment before stating, in my humble opinion, the best course of action now would be to negotiate peace with the Xintian sect. His suggestion stirred a wave of unrest, as the crowd began to murmur amongst themselves. Li Yue furrowed her brow and remarked, however, we have not only slain several of their elders, but have also killed Mu Tsongshan's son. How could they possibly consider reconciliation with us? Her words cast a pall of silence over the assembly, for it was indeed a thorny issue. Just then, a sudden and intense tremor shook the air, causing the faces of the assembly to change dramatically as they felt the protective array above the sect fluctuate violently. Master, what is happening? Someone cried out in terror. Lin Shizhi, is this array of yours truly reliable? Elder Wang Shuqing inquired, directing her gaze at Lin Yue. In an instant, the atmosphere in the hall became exceptionally tense, with all eyes focused on Lin Yue. After all, this protective array had been established by him, and their confidence in its stability was waning. Huangfu Duan sighed, expressing his helplessness. Had the sect master agreed to Mu Tianpeng's terms back then, our Xiaoyao sect would not be in such dire straits. Upon hearing Huangfu Duan's words, Lin Yue was overwhelmed with indignation and mockingly retorted, if someone were to defecate on the second elder's head, would he then retract his head into his belly? Several elders in the sect could scarcely contain their amusement at Lin Yue's jest, stifling their laughter. Seeing Lin Yue dare to speak so provocatively, Huangfu Duan immediately erupted. You insolent youth, you are no longer an elder of the sect. It would be wise to refrain from such posturing. As the two engaged in their heated exchange, the protective array trembled once more with great intensity. Su Ningxuang and several elders promptly exited the hall to investigate. Meanwhile, the disciples of the Xiaoyao sect gathered outside the hall appeared increasingly anxious. They looked up to the sky and beheld a solemn middle-aged man wielding a long sword, attacking the protective array. It is indeed Mu Tsongshan. Our Xiaoyao sect is in grave danger today. In response to Huangfu Duan's mournful exclamation, Su Ningxuang turned to Lin Yue with a serious expression and asked, Yue, is there any issue with this array you have set up? Can it withstand Mu Tsongshan's assault? Nangong Ao sighed from the side, saying, it is said that Mu Tsongshan reached the peak of the Great Ascension realm several years ago. By now, I fear he has surpassed the transcendent stage. This array may not endure for long. Though the formation conjured by the system is indeed formidable, it was hastily established, and Lin Yue remains uncertain whether it can withstand the assault of a transcendent being. Noticing Lin Yue's silence, Huangfu Duan mockingly remarked, since Saint Lin has consistently opposed reconciliation with the Xintian sect, surely you must have devised a strategy for repelling the enemy. Shouldn't you reveal it to ease our minds? Lin Yue cast a cold, piercing gaze at Huangfu Duan and responded with resolute conviction, when soldiers approach, let them meet the generals. When water arrives, let the earth conceal it. Even if I must perish, I shall never cower like certain individuals who, upon witnessing the enemy's formidable advance, become as mournful as a bereaved child, contemplating surrender without a fight. A sardonic smile crept onto Huangfu Duan's lips as he taunted, oh, does Saint Lin intend to venture forth and confront Mu Tsongshan? Lin Yue pondered internally, uncertain whether Mu Tsongshan had indeed transcended to the realm of tribulation. If he had not, with the divine armor of the war god in his possession, he might possess the strength to contend with him. Just then, a familiar voice resonated within his mind. the system has detected the host's internal conflict and offers the following two options. Option 1. Endure and remain hidden within the sect. Reward. A true love goo, which will ensure any woman who consumes it remains utterly devoted to the host. Option 2. Exit the sect and challenge Mu Songshan. Reward. An unparalleled sword intent of a saint-level expert. Weighing these two choices, Lin Yue mused, with Zhao Yuling, Nangong Yuyan, and Su Ning Shuang. 3 stunning beauties by my side. I already enjoy the blessings of companionship. Why would I need a true love goo to control others? Yet, what precisely is this unparalleled sword intent of a saint? I wonder if it could intimidate Mu Songshan. After all, the most powerful individual on the entire Tianyuan continent. The Empress of Tianyuan has only achieved half-saint cultivation, enough to dominate the current era. With this thought in mind, Lin Yue resolutely declared to the system, I choose option 2. After responding, he respectfully bowed to Su Ning Shuang, saying, Master, I intend to confront Mu Songshan. I hope for your approval. Upon hearing Lin Yue's words, Su Ning Shuang was momentarily taken aback and exclaimed, Have you lost your mind? Mu Songshan is one of the top experts of the Tianyuan continent. To challenge him is akin to seeking death. Understanding that Su Ning Shuang was concerned for his safety, Lin Yue replied firmly, My mind is made up, Master. I implore you not to dissuade me any further. Upon finishing, Lin Yue promptly opened a breach in the protective formation of the sect and prepared to step out. Seeing this, Xiaji immediately followed, softly saying, Young Master Lin, I shall accompany you. Su Ning Shuang, initially intent on stopping them, felt a pang of jealousy upon witnessing Xiaji's determination to follow and quickly pursued them, declaring, Even if it leads to death, I shall face it alongside you. Chapter 85. The terrifying sword intent. Lin Yue was deeply moved by Su Ning Shuang's heartfelt words. Were it not for the presence of others, he would have embraced her. Stepping beyond the confines of the sect, Lin Yue gazed skyward and shouted, Mu Songshan, you old cur, do you dare descend and engage me in battle? At this moment, Mu Songshan stood poised in the void above the Xiaoyao sect, relentlessly assaulting its protective array. Though he was aware that such an onslaught might not breach the sect's defenses, his true intent was to instill fear among the sect's disciples, leaving them in a state of perpetual anxiety. Upon hearing a challenge from below, Mu Songshan mused that this diminutive sect had indeed produced individuals unafraid of death, daring to proclaim a duel with him. With this thought, he descended from the air, positioning himself before Lin Yue and his companions. Mu Songshan's gaze, icy and disdainful, scrutinized Lin Yue as he arrogantly inquired, Who dares to challenge me? A mere boy, still reeking of youth. His disdain was rooted in the absence of any aura of spiritual energy emanating from Lin Yue, leading him to dismiss the young man entirely. His attention then shifted to the 2 women beside Lin Yue, one clad in red and the other in white. The woman in red possessed a voluptuous figure and an alluring expression that stirred an irresistible desire to embrace and ravish her. In contrast, the woman in white, her garments billowing elegantly, bore a solemn expression, yet her beauty was celestial. Observing these 2 enchanting women, Mu Songshan scoffed. I am surprised that such exquisite beauties could arise from this insignificant sect. Should you agree to become my concubines, I shall spare your lives today. With that declaration, he unleashed a terrifying pressure that enveloped Lin Yue, Su Ning Shuang, and Xiaji. As Lin Yue felt the weight of the pressure, his body trembled slightly, and he glared at Mu Songshan, retorting coldly, You old fool, do you truly believe you can dominate everything? With those words, he summoned the spiritual energy within him, subtly matching Mu Songshan's oppressive force. Su Ning Shuang and Xiaji, witnessing this, were equally resolute, channeling their own spiritual power to withstand the overwhelming pressure. Mu Songshan, surprised that the 3 could endure his might, scoffed, You are unaware of your own mortality. As his words fell, the intensity of his pressure surged dramatically. This time, Mu Songshan unleashed his full strength. Sensing the gravity of the situation, Lin Yue knew the confrontation had escalated. In an instant, his aura surged, the armor of the war god materializing around him, and the dragon-slaying sword appearing in his grasp. At that moment, a brilliant light erupted from within Lin Yue, as the supreme sword intent of a holy realm expert fused seamlessly with his own. The dragon-slaying sword in his hand radiated with newfound brilliance. Noticing this formidable sword intent, Mu Songshan's expression shifted slightly. Lin Yue, wielding the dragon-slaying sword, bellowed, Die? As his voice echoed, the overwhelming sword intent surged forth, striking towards Mu Songshan. The terrifying presence of this sword intent carried an aura of annihilation, instilling within Mu Songshan a palpable sense of death. How is this possible? He thought, recalling the only other time he had encountered such a fearsome sword intent, when the Empress of Tianyuan had wielded it to obliterate a rebellious sect with a single stroke. No, it seems that the momentum of this sword is even more formidable than that wielded by the Empress of the heavenly origin. With this thought, Mu Songshan dared not continue the battle and immediately utilized his teleportation technique to flee. The members of the Xintian sect, who were besieging the Xiaoyao sect, also sensed that terrifying sword intent and felt a sense of trepidation. Now, seeing their sect leader retreat, they hastily followed suit. Lin Yue gazed in the direction of Mu Songshan's disappearance, inwardly marveling that even a powerful figure like him was intimidated into retreating without a fight. Even Su Ningxuang and Xia Ji, who stood behind Lin Yue, found it hard to believe. Su Ningxuang fixed her gaze on Lin Yue and asked how he had managed to escape. Lin Yue chuckled, stating that he was unaware of the specifics. Perhaps Mu Songshan was merely a figure of empty renown. Would the people of Xintian sect return? Lin Yue replied, surely not. At that moment, Xia Ji looked intently at Lin Yue and remarked, little brother, you are truly impressive to have frightened even a formidable cultivator like Mu Songshan into retreat. It indeed commands my admiration. In my view, you ought not to be merely the holy son of Xiaoyao sect. Why not come to my Hawan sect? I would gladly bestow upon you the position of sect leader. Witnessing Xia Ji overtly poach in front of her, Su Ningxuang's expression darkened instantly, and she spoke with displeasure, Sister Xia, it seems rather inappropriate for you to recruit in my presence. However, Xia Ji, unfazed by Su Ningxuang's inquiry, merely smiled. A charming smile gracing her lips as she sweetly replied, is it not a given that the golden-scaled fish should not remain in the pond, transforming into a dragon upon encountering the spring breeze? A talent like little brother should not be squandered merely as a sect's holy son. Hearing Xia Ji praise Lin Yue so lavishly only deepened Su Ningxuang's dissatisfaction, yet she stifled her anger and retorted, the people of Xiaoyao sect are not so easily swayed by you. Xia Ji, with a light laugh, replied nonchalantly, that may not necessarily be the case. It ultimately depends on little brother's own desires. Before her words had fully settled, Xia Ji gracefully approached Lin Yue, leaning in to whisper softly in his ear, little brother, if you are willing to join my Hawan sect, all that belongs to Hawan sect will be yours, including myself and the female disciples of our sect who are yet to find partners. As she displayed such alluring charm before Lin Yue, Su Ningxuang could no longer restrain herself and said, you err, do not become entangled with her. Quickly return with me. Lin Yue, aware of Su Ningxuang's jealousy, immediately replied, I appreciate sect leader Xia's goodwill, but it is absolutely impossible for me to forsake my master. As he spoke, he followed Su Ningxuang back to the sect. The members of Xiaoyao sect, who had been anxious, breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing the three return unscathed. Nangong Ao stepped forward and inquired, sect leader, is it possible you have reached an accord with the Xintian sect? Su Ningxuang responded coolly, no. How could Mu Songshan allow you to return? Su Ningxue replied that Mu Songshan was frightened away by Yue. What? How could this be possible? The expressions of those present were filled with disbelief. After all, Mu Songshan is one of the strongest beings in the Tianyuan continent. Though not comparable to the Empress of Tianyuan, he is nonetheless in existence to be revered. The fact that he was scared off by Lin Yue was astonishing. Huangfu Duan approached Su Ningxue and said, Sect Master, regardless of what conditions you agreed to with Xuanianzong, we will not hold it against you. Why must you fabricate such a lie? Chapter 86. Even more extraordinary seeing Huangfu Duan questioning her integrity, Su Ningxue coldly replied, Uncle Huangfu, do I have any reason to deceive you? Or are you disappointed to see me return safely with Yue? From Su Ningxue's expression, Huangfu Duan could detect no signs of deceit, murmuring to himself, could it be that Lin Yue truly scared off Mu Songshan? How is that possible? Su Ningxue chose to ignore him and turned her attention to the others, stating, the crisis of our sect has been averted. You may all disperse. As everyone began to leave, Lin Yue was about to depart with Zhao Yuling and Nangong Yuyan when Su Ningxue called out to him, Yue, please accompany me back to the Cold Fragrance Lodge. I have more questions for you. Yes. Su Ningxue then glanced at Xia Ji, expressing her gratitude. Thank you, Senior Sister Xia, for coming to assist our Xiaoyao sect in its time of need. However, I have numerous matters to attend to now, so I cannot keep you any longer. Upon hearing Su Ningxue's dismissal, Xia Ji looked at Lin Yue with alluring eyes and said, Young man, if you feel uncomfortable during your stay at Xiaoyao sect, do remember to visit me at the Hawan sect. Without awaiting Lin Yue's response, she vanished in a flash. After Xia Ji's departure, Lin Yue followed Su Ningxue to the Cold Fragrance Lodge. Once in the bedroom, Su Ningxue fixed her beautiful gaze upon Lin Yue and asked, Is there something between you and Xia Ji that you are concealing from me? Seeing Su Ningxue's serious demeanor, Lin Yue chuckled. I have barely met her a handful of times. What could there possibly be? Are you perhaps worried she might entice me and are feeling jealous? Yet I cannot shake the feeling that her visit to Xiaoyao sect is somehow related to you. Upon hearing this, Lin Yue thought to himself, how remarkably accurate a woman's intuition can be. To divert the conversation, he opened his arms and embraced Su Ningxue, whispering in her ear, Fear not. With such a beautiful master by my side, she cannot entice your disciple. Su Ningxue pushed Lin Yue away and inquired, what was that sword intent today? How could it have frightened Mu Songshan? Lin Yue replied, I am not entirely certain. At that moment, I was merely worried he might harm you. So I exerted all my strength to unleash a sword strike, and to my surprise, he fled. Given the inexplicable nature of the system's workings, Lin Yue chose not to reveal the truth to Su Ningxue. Although she did not fully believe Lin Yue's account, she refrained from pressing further, respecting his silence. Lin Yue gazed upon Su Ningxiang's exquisite beauty and inquired, Master, do you remember what you promised your disciple previously? Su Ningxiang feigned ignorance, prompting Lin Yue to whisper a few words in her ear. Upon hearing, her cheeks flushed instantly as she playfully chided, Wretched disciple. Do you truly wish for me to act in such a manner? Master, this is something you previously assured your disciple. How could you go back on your word? Su Ningxiang understood that if she were to comply with Lin Yue's request today, her authority as a mentor would be irrevocably diminished in his eyes. However, should she refuse, it appeared that Lin Yue had no intention of letting her off the hook. Observing her hesitation, Lin Yue chuckled, familiarity breeds comfort. Once master has tried it once, there will be no need for further requests. You will willingly embrace it. Impudent boy, can you not spare me some dignity? Lin Yue reassured her, fear not. As long as there are outsiders present, you shall remain my celestial guardian, and I shall never overstep my bounds. But when it is just the two of us, it is merely a man and a woman. What you do is simply the duty of a woman to her man, and it bears no relation to dignity. Before Su Ningxiang could finish her retort, Lin Yue's kiss found its way to her lips. 50 or so miles east of the Xiaoyao sect lies a quaint town named Qixing. Within a humble courtyard in Qixing, a slender figure darted through like a wisp of smoke, gracefully landing in the center of the yard. This young woman possessed a lithe figure, reminiscent of a willow swaying in the breeze. With light steps, she approached a door, pushed it open, and slipped inside. Inside the room sat a middle-aged woman, still possessing an alluring charm. Upon seeing the young woman enter, she inquired, how did the matter proceed? The young woman bowed respectfully before her and replied, in response to your question, Mother, before I could even speak, Mu Songshan and his men fled. The middle-aged woman's face revealed a trace of disbelief as she questioned, why is that? Does he no longer wish to avenge his son? The young woman shook her head, explaining, I am not entirely certain, but from my observations, it seems that Mu Songshan was frightened away by a sword strike from Lin Yue. What? How is that possible? Even if Mu Songshan has just broken through to the crossing calamity stage, he should not be challenged by a mere cultivator at the divine transformation stage. The young woman asserted, I witnessed it with my own eyes. There is no mistake. Mu Songshan was indeed repelled by Lin Yue's sword intent. Furthermore, Lin Yue has now ascended to the embodiment stage. The middle-aged woman furrowed her brow tightly, pondering for a moment before asking in confusion, sword intent? What manner of sword intent possesses such power that it could intimidate a formidable figure like Mu Songshan? The young woman replied, I am not entirely sure. But even from my distant position, I could still perceive the terrifying might of that sword intent. After hearing her daughter's words, the middle-aged woman's beautiful eyes sparkled with excitement as she remarked, Indeed, my judgment was not mistaken. He surpasses that wretched woman in every regard. Perhaps it won't be long before he becomes an existence that eclipses her. She then inquired about their next course of action. The middle-aged woman smiled and replied, Naturally. We must find a way to make him infatuated with you, thus rendering him useful to us. The younger woman expressed her concerns, saying, Even if he becomes enamored with my daughter, he may not necessarily assist us against my sister. The middle-aged woman chuckled, That is a simple matter. We just need to create opportunities for him to develop animosity toward that wretched woman, and he will willingly assist us in dealing with her. The daughter understood and promptly went to make arrangements. After Lin Yue departed, Su Ningxiang lay on her bed, reflecting on the earlier events, her face flushing deeply. That impudent boy, from whom has he learned such audacity to coerce me in such a manner? Upon further contemplation, she acknowledged that, while somewhat inappropriate, it was indeed unexpected. No, I must ensure that this insolent boy does not take liberties with me again. Otherwise, how could I maintain the authority of the sect leader? Moreover, if Ling Yue were to learn of this, how would I explain it to her? As these thoughts crossed her mind, she felt an unprecedented surge of spiritual energy within her, as if she were on the verge of a breakthrough. Why is it that every time he challenges me, my spiritual energy surges? Contemplating this, her resolute determination crumbled in an instant. Chapter 87. A new task. After repelling the Xintian sect, the tranquility of the Xiaoyao sect returned. Although Lin Yue had become the sect's holy son, he seldom engaged in sect affairs, preferring to remain in the fragrant courtyard, indulging in romantic moments with Zhao Yuling and Nangong Yuyan. In addition to their daily dual cultivation, Lin Yue imparted his talisman techniques and alchemy skills to both women. Zhao Yuling, with her composed temperament, quickly grasped the essentials of alchemy. In contrast, the vivacious Nangong Yuyan demonstrated remarkable talent in talisman techniques, mastering them with ease. Subsequently, Lin Yue also shared the 3 techniques derived from his Liuguang slash with the 2 women. One sunny day, Lin Yue was diligently instructing Nangong Yuyan in practicing the Liuguang 3 forms in the courtyard. Holding a long sword, she moved gracefully, each strike resembling a shooting star streaking across the sky, unleashing fierce sword energy towards a distant straw figure. However, as she executed her final strike, an unforeseen occurrence transpired. Her body suddenly lost balance and fell backward without warning. In an instant, Lin Yue, standing behind her, reacted swiftly, extending his arms to securely catch her slender waist, preventing her from crashing to the ground. As he gazed down at Nangong Yuyan in his arms, he was captivated by her youthful, charming face, now adorned with a delicate blush reminiscent of a ripe apple. Whether it was the sunlight or some other factor, Lin Yue felt his heart race uncontrollably. He could not help but lower his head, gently pressing his lips against Nangong Yuyan's cherry-like red lips. At that very moment, Zhao Yuling fortuitously emerged from within the house, witnessing the entire scene. In broad daylight, you two seem utterly oblivious. Do you not fear being seen by others? Hearing Zhao Yuling's playful voice, Nangong Yuyan's face flushed crimson, resembling a ripe apple. She hurriedly extricated herself from Lin Yu's embrace, slightly embarrassed, and remarked, "It is all Yuelong's fault. I have brought shame upon my senior sister." Just then, Su Ningxuang's maid, Lan Shi, entered through the door. "Saint Sun, the sect master requests your presence." "Very well, I shall go at once," Lin Yue responded, pondering that he had not visited his master in quite some time. Surely, she must be feeling a bit impatient. With these thoughts in mind, he tidied himself briefly and proceeded to the cold fragrance abode where Su Ningxuang resided. Upon arriving at her door, Lin Yue pushed it open and entered, finding Su Ningxuang seated cross-legged on the bed, eyes closed in meditation. Approaching the bed, Lin Yue bowed respectfully and inquired, "Disciple greets the master. May I ask why you have summoned me?" Upon noticing Lin Yu's arrival, Su Ningxuang opened her eyes and remarked, "You have been absent for so long. I thought you had forgotten about me." Sensing the hint of reproach in her tone, Lin Yue quickly sat beside her, wrapping an arm around her waist, and whispered in her ear, "I merely feared to disturb your tranquil cultivation, hence I refrained from visiting too frequently. If you wish, I could come daily. Would that be acceptable?" Seeing this, Su Ningxuang playfully retorted, "You wicked disciple. Not only have you neglected me, but now you come to bully your master. If what you say is true, do you wish for me to leave?" As he spoke, Lin Yue stood, feigning an intention to depart. Although fully aware that he was merely playing a game of pretense, Su Ningxuang could not help but call out, "Come back." Realizing his master had fallen for his ruse, Lin Yue swiftly turned and embraced her once more, whispering, "I knew you could not bear to let me go. You rascal, I truly fear you." As soon as Su Ningxuang's words left her lips, Lin Yue silenced her with a kiss, and without warning, they both tumbled onto the bed. After a melodious interlude, Lin Yue gazed at the blushing Su Ningxuang nestled in his arms and asked, "Did you summon me today merely out of longing?" Her cheeks flushed, she replied, "Not at all." "Then what is the reason?" Su Ningxuang continued, "Since that day, I frightened off Mutsongshan. Several prestigious families nearby have voluntarily aligned themselves with our free and easy sect. Naturally, for the future development of our sect, I have agreed." "And what does this have to do with your summoning me?" Su Ningxuang replied, "Just yesterday, I received word that the Tian family, affiliated with our free and easy sect in Tian City, was annihilated overnight. Today, I have summoned you to instruct you to descend the mountain and investigate this matter thoroughly, thereby delivering justice to the Tian family. So it is, the disciple shall return to make the necessary preparations and will set forth to Tian City on the morrow." As Lin Yue spoke, his hands began to wander restlessly. Su Ningxiang sensed his eager disposition and playfully chided, "Naughty disciple, is one encounter not enough with your master? Who is so enchanting?" Upon Lin Yu's emergence from cold fragrance residence, darkness had fully enveloped the sky. Upon returning to Fragrant Breeze Courtyard, Zhao Yuling inquired, "Lin Lang, what matter did master summon you for today?" "There has been a massacre in Tian City involving a family affiliated with our Shio sect. Master has commanded me to descend the mountain to investigate." Upon hearing this, Nangong Yuyan remarked, "Since I find myself with nothing to do within the sect, I might as well accompany you." Lin Yue replied, "Given that someone was able to annihilate the Tian family overnight without a sound, it is evident that their strength is formidable. If you accompany me down the mountain, not only may you prove unhelpful, but you might also distract me." After all, in this world, he had no parents. His only vulnerabilities were Zhao Yuling, Nangong Yuyan, and Su Ningxiang, and he could not bear to place them in peril. The following morning, Lin Yue quickly gathered his belongings and began his descent. Zhao Yuling and Nangong Yuyan felt a pang of reluctance, lingering after he departed the sect. Seeing their concern, Lin Yue reassured them. Do not worry. I shall return in a few days. With that, he summoned the dragon-slaying sword and soared towards Tian City. Upon arrival, he secured lodgings at an inn and began to inquire about the local situation. Tian City originally boasted three prominent families: the Zhao family, the Wang family, and the Tian family. Zhao Qian, the head of the Zhao family, was appointed as the lord of Tian City by the Empress of Tianyuan, wielding the greatest influence in the city. The Wang family's daughter was a disciple of the Miao Yin workshop, which served as the family's formidable backing. The Tian family, having recently allied with the Shio sect, found themselves embroiled in trouble, an affront to the sect, which explains Su Ningxiang's determination to investigate. Having grasped the fundamental circumstances within Tian City, Lin Yue returned to the inn and indulged in a refreshing slumber, preparing to explore the basic situations of the three families after nightfall. After all, he had only just begun to sleep as dawn approached, having spent the night in the company of two women. Awakening at night, Lin Yue descended to eat something light before venturing out. His first destination was the Tian family's residence. Upon entering, Lin Yue was greeted by a chilling breeze, the air thick with the scent of blood. Upon inspecting the corpses within the estate, he discovered that all their lips had turned blue, clear signs of poisoning. What kind of hatred could drive someone to poison and annihilate an entire family? As Lin Yue pondered, he suddenly felt a formidable force surging towards him from behind and promptly utilized his teleportation skill to vanish from his original position. Chapter 88. The bite. Lin Yue's figure flickered, evading the sudden attack with the swiftness of lightning. Once he steadied himself, he glanced back, only to discover a mysterious woman clad in white had appeared where he had just stood. She stood there like a specter, her body enveloped in a gown as pure as freshly fallen snow, with sleeves so wide they nearly grazed the ground, reminiscent of contemporary theatrical costumes. What was even more disconcerting was that her hair cascaded down, obscuring much of her face, revealing only a pair of pallid eyes, as cold as paper, staring intently at Lin Yue. Her complexion was ghastly pale, devoid of any color, as if she were not a living being, but rather a specter emerged from the depths of the underworld. If she were to don a tall white hat, she would resemble the White Wu Chang from the dramas Lin Yue had previously watched. Regaining his composure, Lin Yue inquired, "Who are you? Why do you assault me?" The woman did not respond to his question, but instead let out a chilling laugh that pierced the silence of the surroundings. Then, with a voice icy and laced with hostility, she retorted, "How dare you even ask who I am? Speak. What is your purpose for coming to the Tian family?" "The Tian family? Could it be that you are one of them?" Lin Yue questioned, bewildered. "Knowing that, why do you still ask?" The woman scoffed, her form gliding forward like a wraith, her speed dizzying. She swung her voluminous sleeves, resembling two white serpents, launching an attack towards Lin Yue. Seeing this, Lin Yue quickly sidestepped and inquired, "Are you truly a member of the Tian family? Did not all of them perish?" The woman's expression grew darker, and with a fierce tone, she replied, "Since you know, how dare you come here?" After speaking, she once again unleashed her attack with sleeves billowing like a tempest. Observing her unique footwork, Lin Yue realized that although her cultivation level might not be particularly high, her movements were extraordinarily peculiar, rivaling his own evasion technique. "Miss, please cease your assault and allow me to explain. I am Lin Yue of the Xiaoyao sect, here to investigate the Tian family's massacre." Facing Lin Yue's explanation, the woman appeared unyielding, continuing her assault while retorting, "The affairs of the Tian family do not require an outsider like you to meddle." Understanding that evasion would not pacify her, Lin Yue concluded that the best approach would be to subdue her first and then explain his intentions. With this thought, he suddenly unleashed a powerful punch, the crashing mountain fist. Although he did not exert his full strength, the force of the punch sent her flying. To Lin Yue's astonishment, after the woman in white was struck and propelled through the air, she appeared destined to crash violently to the ground. Yet, at that critical moment, her body suddenly sprang upward like a coiled spring, vanishing in an instant like a wraith. What an eerie display of agility! Lin Yue couldn't help but exclaim. Initially, he had intended to capture this woman to extract any leads regarding the enemies of the Tian family. However, with her escape, he had to relinquish that thought. Given that there were still surviving members of the Tian family, any inquiries regarding their affairs would have to wait until the morrow. With this in mind, Lin Yue resolved to investigate the Wang family, one of the three prominent families in Tian City. After all, following the annihilation of the Tian family, the remnants of their estate would inevitably be divided among the Zhao and Wang families. As they were beneficiaries of this tragic massacre, they naturally bore suspicion in the demise of the Tian family. Thus, Lin Yue hastened to the Wang residence. To avoid raising alarms, he concealed his presence and stealthily infiltrated the estate, preparing to observe the reactions of the Wang family regarding the Tian family's obliteration. However, upon entering the courtyard, he was immediately greeted by a faint metallic tang of blood. This scent was acutely pungent and intermingled with a unique odor, distinctly different from the blood he had sensed at the Tian family's abode. What could this mean? Lin Yue pondered, a sense of foreboding washing over him. His gaze was then drawn to several corpses scattered within the Wang courtyard. Confounded, he mused. Even if intruders had breached the Wang estate to slay its inhabitants, the Wang family must have had some awareness. After all, as a martial family, how could they remain oblivious to such a threat and maintain their standing in Tian City? With this thought, Lin Yue swiftly unleashed his spiritual awareness to survey the entire Wang estate. To his shock, he discovered that not a single living soul remained within the premises. His consciousness swept through every nook and cranny, revealing some bodies sprawled in the courtyard while others lay lifeless in their beds, presumably slain in their sleep. Who could have perpetrated the slaughter of the Wang family? Could it be the same assailants who had annihilated the Tian family? With this troubling thought, Lin Yue examined several bodies in the courtyard. He noted that the corpses still bore warmth, suggesting they had not been dead long. Upon closer inspection of the wounds, he found them to be shallow, with the edges already darkened, indicating signs of poisoning. What could have transpired? These wounds bore no resemblance to sword injuries. They resembled bites from some monstrous beast. Was it possible that a formidable creature had emerged in Tian City? Lin Yue understood that the swift annihilation of the Wang family could only be attributed to either an overwhelming number of malevolent creatures or their extraordinary prowess. The only conclusion he could draw was that the malevolent beings responsible for the Wang family's downfall were poisonous. Otherwise, the wounds would not manifest in such a manner. With the successive destruction of the Tian and Wang families, Lin Yue pondered the fate of the Zhao family. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he hastened from the Wang residence towards the city lord's mansion. If the Zhao family had also met a similar fate, it would signify the complete obliteration of the three prominent families in Tian City. Upon reaching the vicinity of the city lord's mansion, Lin Yue immediately unleashed his spiritual awareness to investigate the happenings within, only to discover that all appeared to be as usual. At that moment, he realized he had spent an entire night in vain. Apart from the encounter with the woman in white at the Tian residence, he had gleaned nothing of substance. Reassured by the apparent tranquility of the city lord's mansion, he resolved to ascertain the identity of the surviving member from the Tian family the following day. Hoping to uncover some clues, upon returning to the inn and pushing open the door to his room, Lin Yue was greeted by a faint, enchanting fragrance. Before he could comprehend the situation, a woman on the bed abruptly turned over, lying sideways with her delicate hand supporting her face, gazing at him with sultry eyes, and softly uttering, "My lord, why have you returned so late? I have been eagerly awaiting your arrival." Chapter 89. The white giant python recognizing the voice as that of Xiaji, Lin Yue inquired, "What brings you to Tian City? And how did you end up in my room?" Xiaji, surprised by his lack of reaction to her alluring posture, wondered if he truly held no interest in her. Nevertheless, she was not easily deterred. Swiftly, she rose from the bed, gracefully approached Lin Yue, and replied, "I came here upon hearing of your arrival, my lord, to attend to your needs." Lin Yue regarded Xiaji with an impassive expression and replied, "Perfect timing. You can assist me in uncovering the identity of the surviving woman from the Tian family." Sensing his indifference, Xiaji moved closer, pressing her soft form against him, and whispered gently in his ear, "My lord, why not postpone the investigation until tomorrow? The night is already late. Allow me to serve you as you retire for the evening." Though Lin Yue maintained a facade of nonchalance, internally, he was a tempest of emotions. Faced with Xiaji's fervent advances and her enticing curves, he found it increasingly difficult to remain unaffected. Had he not expended considerable energy prior to this moment, he might have already succumbed to temptation. While men outwardly seem to favor innocent women and often criticize those who are provocative, they often exhibit the least resistance when approached by such alluring figures. After all, their bodies are the most honest and the least constrained by principles. Even in the absence of love, and perhaps even tinged with disdain, when opportunity arises, they will unhesitatingly cast everything aside. Just like now, although Lin Yue appears remarkably composed, internally he is struggling to suppress the urge to overpower Xiaji. He is acutely aware that acting on such impulses might tarnish his protagonist image. Yet he is merely a minor character transported from the modern world. When fortune knocks, who would ponder the consequences? Just as Lin Yue is on the verge of being overwhelmed by desire, a faint rustling sound suddenly emanates from outside the door. Though subtle, the sound resonates with alarming clarity in the stillness of the night. Someone is outside. The two exchanged a glance and resolutely opened the door. As it swung open, a streak of white light dashed across the night sky like a meteor, vanishing from their sight in an instant. This unexpected scene left both of them momentarily stunned. Yet their reactions were swift. In unison, they darted like lightning in pursuit of the direction the white light had disappeared. They raced along the path where the light had vanished, covering over 100 miles in the blink of an eye. Ultimately, the white light dissipated into a dense forest beyond the city. The night was dark as ink, and the tranquility of the forest instilled a sense of unease. They dared not let their guard down and immediately unleashed their spiritual awareness to scan their surroundings. At that moment, a white figure surged through the trees like a colossal dragon, stirring up a gale as it lunged towards Lin Yue's rear. "Master, be careful," Xiaji cried out, her voice echoing harshly in the stillness of the forest. However, before her words could fully escape her lips, the white figure, akin to a bolt of lightning, rushed towards Lin Yue at a staggering speed. Lin Yue sensed the movement behind him and instantly employed a teleportation technique, vanishing from his spot. As he regained his footing, the white figure charged at him again. Only then did Lin Yue realize that the white figure was, in fact, a gigantic white python. The creature exuded a bizarre aura, its scales shimmering with a chilling luminescence, and its gaping maw revealed a tongue over a meter long. Lin Yue extended his right hand, and the dragon-slaying sword materialized in his grasp. The white python suddenly lashed its tail, generating a fierce wind as it swept towards Lin Yue. With agility, Lin Yue sidestepped the attack while simultaneously swinging his sword at the python's body. The white python twisted its form, effortlessly evading the strike. Meanwhile, Xiaji was not idle. Seizing the opportunity during Lin Yue's confrontation with the python, she swiftly formed hand seals and chanted incantations, unleashing a torrent of flames towards the creature. Feeling the searing heat, the white python opened its cavernous mouth, intending to swallow Lin Yue whole. With a leap, Lin Yue sprang onto the python's back, thrusting his sword fiercely into its spine. The white python sensed danger and immediately exhaled a plume of white smoke, its body rapidly shrinking into a diminutive white snake that vanished into the dense forest. Observing this, Lin Yue remarked that it was unwise to linger here, suggesting they return. By the time they arrived at the inn, the hour had advanced to the 4th watch of the night. Lin Yue yawned and declared that it was late, advising they should retire for the evening. Xiaji feigned a pitiful expression and said, "My lord, I have nowhere to go tonight. Surely, you wouldn't wish for me to sleep on the streets?" At this juncture, Lin Yue found it inappropriate to dismiss her, responding that as long as she behaved, he would allow her to stay for the night. Upon hearing Lin Yue's consent, Xiaji revealed a barely perceptible smile, assuring him, "Rest easy, my lord. Without your permission, I would not dare to act recklessly." Seeing this, Lin Yue promptly lay down in his clothes and fell into a deep slumber. Once he was asleep, Xiaji nestled beside him, her beautiful eyes gazing at Lin Yue's enchanting face, secretly thinking to herself that she was curious to see if he could resist her allure. Awakening to the sun high in the sky, Lin Yue was surprised to find a soft, warm body lying in the crook of his arm. Upon opening his eyes, he realized that Xiaji had somehow slipped into his embrace. As he attempted to withdraw his arm from under her neck, Xiaji unexpectedly stirred awake. With her captivating gaze fixed on Lin Yue, she inquired, "My lord, could it be that you have taken a liking to me? Why did you silently pull me into your arms last night?" Lin Yue felt his cheeks flush and retorted, "Do not speak nonsense. It was you who crept into my bed. How can you blame me?" Xiaji laughed playfully, "I never accused you, my lord. Why do you seem so flustered?" Understanding her intentions, Lin Yue feigned indifference, insisting, "Who is flustered? Shouldn't you rise and assist me in investigating the Tian family?" After his words, Xiaji reluctantly got out of bed and, after tidying herself, departed. Watching her retreating figure, Lin Yue mused that with such a stunning beauty by his side, he would inevitably succumb to temptation. Chapter 90. The mission of the 3 prominent families in the Grand Hall of the City Lord's residence. Lord Zhao Qian had just received word of the Wang family's annihilation the previous night. He paced restlessly, consumed by unease. His son, Zhao Chun, observed his father and inquired, "Father, what troubles you? The Tian and Wang families have been eradicated, leaving our Zhao family the sole power in Tian City. Why are you so agitated?" Zhao Qian looked at his son, who seemed to revel in the misfortune of others, and replied, "Do you truly believe matters are as simple as they appear?" Noting his father's concern, Zhao Chun pressed further, "What is it that you fear?" With a sigh, Zhao Qian said, "Chunner, you are no longer a child. It is time I reveal the secret of Tian City to you." "The secret of Tian City? What could that possibly be?" Zhao Chun inquired, intrigued. Zhao Qian explained, "In years past, the ancestors of our Zhao family, alongside those of the Tian and Wang families, united to seal a millennia-old serpent demon beneath Tian City. Where is that serpent demon now? Within the depths of the subterranean palace beneath Tian City, 3 keys are required to unlock its entrance. The Zhao Wang and Tian families each possess 1 key, and only by uniting them can the portal be opened. The absence of any 1 key renders the effort futile." Upon hearing this, Zhao Chun pondered deeply and remarked, "If what my father says is true, the annihilation of the Tian and Wang families may indeed be connected to this matter." Zhao Qian, observing his son's dawning realization, replied with a grave expression, "This is precisely what troubles me the most. Furthermore, the demise of the Tian and Wang families is linked to poisoning. likely orchestrated by the demon clan in their bid to rescue that serpent demon. A chill ran down Zhao Chun's spine as he responded, if what you suggest is the case, then our Zhao family is in peril. Indeed, Zhao Qian affirmed. Shouldn't you send for reinforcements at once? Zhao Qian replied, I have already dispatched Xing to the imperial capital to seek an audience with the empress. I can only hope it is not too late. We cannot remain idle. Zhao Qian declared. This is why I summoned you. Organize the youth of our Zhao family to patrol day and night. For the next few days, no suspicious individuals are to be allowed entry or exit from our estate. Zhao Chun immediately bowed deeply and responded, I shall arrange this at once. Having spoken, he exited the hall with urgency. Once all matters were addressed, Zhao Chun, weary and drained, slowly returned to his chamber. As he opened the door, his devoted maid, Xiao Qing, rushed forward. Holding a pristine white towel, her face etched with concern. She gently inquired, Young master, what troubles you? You are drenched in sweat. Allow me to assist you. As she spoke, Xiao Qing tenderly placed the towel on Zhao Chun's forehead, carefully dabbing away the perspiration. Feeling the delicate touch of Xiao Qing and hearing her soothing voice, warmth surged within Zhao Chun's heart. He gazed at her understanding countenance and found her remarkably beautiful. Unable to contain his emotions, he reached out and gently pulled her into his embrace. Xiao Qing shivered slightly, but offered no resistance, instead nestling against him. Zhao Chun tenderly caressed her hair and softly murmured, You are the only one who truly understands my heart, Qing-er. Once this turmoil passes, I shall petition father to take you as my concubine. A blush graced Xiao Qing's cheeks at his words. She lifted her gaze to meet Zhao Chun's, her eyes alight with joy and anticipation. Young master, you must be exhausted. Why not lie down on the bed? Let me give you a massage to ease your fatigue, she suggested gently. Zhao Chun nodded eagerly, swiftly removing his boots before reclining on the bed. Xiao Qing smiled and took a seat beside him, her delicate hands beginning to massage his shoulders. Her technique was remarkably skilled, each motion perfectly executed, bringing Zhao Chun immense comfort. During the massage, Xiao Qing curiously inquired, Young master, what did you mean by the storm passing? Zhao Chun, seeing her inquisitiveness, chose not to conceal anything and recounted in detail what he had learned from his father that day. Upon hearing this, Xiao Qing expressed her concern, saying, If that key is so perilous, why does the master still keep it? Is this not deliberately leaving a calamity for our Zhao family? While enjoying Xiao Qing's attentive service, Zhao Chun replied, I too share this sentiment, yet my father claims it is the mission of our three great families. If that is the case, why not destroy the key beforehand to prevent any deadly repercussions? After listening to Xiao Qing's words, Li Chun also found her reasoning compelling and immediately declared, How did I not consider this? I shall report this matter to my father this afternoon. Lin Yue slept until the afternoon when Xia Ji returned from outside. Have you uncovered any useful information? Lin Yue asked. Xia Ji responded, I have inquired. And the sole survivor of the Tian family is the young daughter of the family head, Tian Hong, named Tian Zhaoping, who mysteriously disappeared years ago. The Tian family has been searching for her for years, but has yet to find any trace. Lin Yue pondered, if Tian Zhaoping had gone missing, why had she returned after the Tian family was annihilated? Or was the woman in white that night not Tian Zhaoping at all? Thinking of this, Lin Yue asked, Have you come across any other pertinent news? Xia Ji replied, After the Wang family was destroyed, Wang Chen's daughter, Wang Xia, who was at Miaoyin Fong, became the only surviving member of the Wang family. Lin Yue inquired, After the destruction of the Tian and Wang families, the Zhao family has become the sole noble family in Tian City. What has been their reaction? Xia Ji answered, Upon learning of the Wang family's demise, Zhao Qian, the head of the Zhao family, not only showed no joy but also sent his daughter, Zhao Xing, to Tianyuan City to seek assistance. Furthermore, he has commanded his son, Zhao Chun, to strengthen the defenses of the Zhao residents, seemingly wary of something. After hearing Xia Ji's account, Lin Yue mused that logically, the Zhao family should rejoice at the annihilation of the Tian and Wang families, regardless of whether they were responsible. Yet, they appeared to be on high alert, indicating some hidden complexities. Resolving to act, Lin Yue instructed Xia Ji, You must immediately arrange for someone to closely monitor the Zhao family. If there is any sign of disturbance, inform me at once. Upon receiving Lin Yue's command, Xia Ji, with a flirtatious demeanor, said, My lord, to assist you in clarifying this matter, I have brought several of my most trusted disciples with me. How do you plan to reward me? Lin Yue understood that Xia Ji's repeated address of him as my lord was merely a ploy to gain favors. With this in mind, he replied, As long as you help me complete this task, whatever elixirs or talismans you desire, I shall gladly provide. Xia Ji, upon hearing this, drew closer to Lin Yue and softly said, Compared to elixirs and talismans, what I truly wish for is your favor. Since we have shared moments before, why must you keep me at arm's length?